everyone to day 4 of the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships, or the Aussies as we know it. You can see there we are coming to you from the beautiful Gold Coast. Amazing weather here today as we are just one day away from a huge finals package tomorrow, but still plenty of amazing action today. We are calling it Super Saturday. We have a lot of team events, team finals coming at you. Still a couple of individual qualifiers early this morning, but an amazing day of racing coming up. We've had a wonderful, week now of championships here on the Gold Coast, starting with the Youth Championships last weekend, rolling straight into the Masters and our Open competition. 5 amazing days of Open competition. So day 4, and we'll take a look at what we'll be bringing you throughout the day. We've got the 17 iron semi-finals, which are our only individual events for today, and then we've got a stack of team events on the program. We've got double skis, mixed taplin relays, some board rescues, some belt races, and a little later on the beach flags. So much action. I'm in commentary with Matt Poole. We're very excited to be bringing you these events this morning, and haven't we had some action, Matt?
Yeah, it's been a massive program in the last couple of days, but I'm just excited that we've saved the best weather for last, I think. Started off a little bit wet earlier in the week, but the sun is out, and yes, it's going to be a very exciting day of racing. As you mentioned, the under-17s Ironman will be, the semi-finals will be our only individual races for today, and then we're on to the teams events. So we'll throw on down to Wayne now, and he can give us a little update.
Welcome, Saturday, 5th of April. Here we are on beautiful North Kirra Beach, second last day of the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships, and we've got plenty of action happening today. At 9 o'clock, our adaptive events, and athletes with a disability are going to be competing over the wade, the beach sprint, the beach run, beach flags, and surf race. It's going to be super exciting action, so come down and watch that. Now, secondly, competition all over the beach today, and some super exciting surf sports action. Up on the northern end, surf boats have moved into their elimination rounds. Here behind me, the athletes are warming up in the swim, board and swim area, and they're going to be competing on board rescue, belts, those sorts of events. Those real traditional events will be finalised here today, so come down and enjoy that action. The 92.5 Triple M Gold Ocean Swim kicked off at 7:15. We've got 700 athletes in that event, and that is so super exciting. As I said, the second last day, come down and enjoy the action. Enjoy the festival zone as well. 92.5 are up there, well and truly in the festival zone, so go up there and enjoy that action. If you can't get here, tune into our YouTube channels. We've got 2 of them. We're live streaming the surf boats and the action here at North Kirra. Overall, a great day, second last day of our championships. Enjoy the action. Good luck to clubs and competitors.
Thank you, Wayne, and we'll take a look at the weather. As Matt mentioned, we've just had increasingly better weather as the days have gone on, and a picture-perfect day here down at North Kirra. 21 degrees, a little bit of a light breeze, and plenty of sunshine. So we mentioned that the sun, for probably the first time, is going to be something that the competitors are going to have to contend with to get through today, and conserve as much energy as they can for those individual finals coming up tomorrow. You're seeing some live shots on the screen as we are bringing you the under-17 Ironman semi-finalists. So they are just there in the briefing at the moment for the event, and a nervous one to start the day. Semi-finals of an Ironman. It's a tough start, but probably a good one to get, I guess, out of your system first up. Yeah,
it is. It's always very nerve-wracking starting the day off with, I guess we'll call it the Blue Ribbon event, Ironman, Iron Woman event. Yesterday we just saw how fast, how fit all the guys and girls were, some surprise knockouts, and it's just really sort of shows the importance of, I know we're sort of 3 or 4 days into racing, but you've got to arrive early, you've got to do a proper warm-up, because, you just can't afford to start slow in these events. It's just too fast. Everyone wants to get in that final, and so we'll only have 8 spots in this semi-final number 1, so do you want to read us through a little start list there? Who have we got in semi-final 1?
Absolutely. So semi-final number 1 for the under-17 Ironman, we've got Jake Mail from North Burleigh, Phoenix Preston, Coogin Headland, Byron Oliphant, Alexandra Headland, Dane Sutton from Wanda, Tom Lynham from Sorrento, Maddox Burke from Wanda, Zach Moyer, Burleigh Heads, Lachlan Mercer, Hayden Van Hooven, Kobe Daniel from North Burleigh, Jack Stewart, North Curl, Kyton Pickering from Alex, Joey Short from Maroochydore, Bodie Bone from Avoca, and I believe we've got Josh down there in the arena. Josh, how's it looking?
Yeah, thanks, guys. These under-17 boys, they've been going at it all weekend. They've been down in this area alone, basically race after race all day long with no break. There's a few very tired lads getting around out there, but it's been some of the best racing I've seen all weekend. Their Taplin Relay final, the way the swimmers came in, I've never seen sort of 6 or 7 boys go at it like they did, and they're super competitive. They're hungry to be successful, and it's a really talented age group as well. The first semi-final's got some big names in there. Watch out for the boys from Alex, obviously Dane Sutton from Wanda as well, and then the famous Mags name, Noah Mags. I think he's in the second one there. He's been pretty dominant all summer in that World Ocean Series, but it's the Aussie titles, upsets are plenty, anyone can win one. This one's all about booking yourself a spot in the final tomorrow, and it's high pressure down here in the 17s area, and we're about to get into the action.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. While I've got you there, it's looking like a really low tide and probably a lot of running. Is that what you're seeing from the beach there?
There's been plenty of running all weekend long, and there's been a lot of tired legs on the beach. Those relays earlier in the program and the rounds of sort of your board races and swim races would have taken it out of the legs of some of these athletes. We're about to find out who's done the work all summer long, who's got those running sessions in, who's got the sort of fourth element of the Ironman there. You got your swim and your board, obviously, and the ski for the older guys, but that running, I think it's untapped by some of the younger competitors here, and whoever does those runs sessions, they're going to have a massive advantage.
Yeah, so true. We spoke about that all day yesterday, didn't we, Matt? Just how important those transitions are. We saw some huge upsets in some of those team events, and just how much you can take away from a competitor in front of you, or extend your lead if you are putting it in those transitions. So I think we're going to see that come into play here in these semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. The run leg is just so important now. We're coming towards a low tide at 9:30 as well this morning, so it is the sort of unspoken fourth discipline of the iron events, the run leg, and it was very evident yesterday. Just if you could hang in there tight and wash right, and maybe, even sometimes conserve a little bit of energy, you hit that beach. If you have, that fifth gear, it's really quite an asset to have. And so many races and finals were sort of won or lost purely on the back of just good transitions, good speed. And we can see the boys now just about to get underway. The boards are up on the hips. We're waiting for a starter. So definitely it's always interesting to see the boys walking out and just getting that, pre-race feels for the depth of the water, how long exactly it is that they can wade or bunny hop and things like that. It's such a, you definitely don't want to be the first to put your board down. I always say you don't want to fall over in a pothole, but don't be the first one to put your board down, because those who stay up on their feet the longest can maybe edge, half a board length or even a board length in front, which is just a massive advantage. So here we go. We are underway now. The boys there on the southern side see automatically, we can see great bunny hopping there from one of our competitors. It might have been Kyton Pickering, I believe, at Alexandra Headlands, the southern side already. Maybe just getting a little bit more of a shallow sandbank out, and Kyton Pickering certainly made the most of that early into the race. And I can see there Hayden Van Hooven of Mermaid Beach as well, off to an unbelievable start. He's trying to get back up onto the sidewash of Kyton Pickering.
Yeah, it was as though Kyton was listening to what you were saying there. Huge run in. He's probably one of the taller competitors in this semi-final, so he used that to his advantage, really waded so well out over those small shoreys and put his board down, and just has really taken this first board leg straight to the lead. You can see there some of the competitors just settling in on his wake, conserving a little bit of a bit of energy. Slightly shorter races, as we've mentioned, coming up to a lower tide, so we'll expect those distances to extend as that tide turns and comes in a little bit later on this morning. But really a short, sharp board race. Most of the competitors down there on their bellies as they're just negotiating the turn. They'll come around now, these 4 black and white white cans. And as you mentioned, Kyton Pickering from Alex has really put himself into a great position to keep himself out of trouble in this semi-final. I think semi-finals, it's really just about keeping yourself in that safe end of the race, so in that top 8.
Yeah, great start from Kyton Pickering. He's got a massive swim leg to follow as well, so he'd be loving putting himself out in front in the board leg at the moment. I think that's Dane Sutton of Wanda there just hanging on to the side wash. Hayden Van Hooven of Mermaid Beach just behind. And then again behind Dane Sutton there is Maddox Burke of Wanda as well. So great start for the Wanda boys. There's no doubt about it. Coach Nathan Smith would have been down there giving the boys some great last-minute advice. And look at those beautiful shots. That's some of the best we've seen for the Gold Coast there. So super glassy, beautiful little runner there from Maddox Burke on the blackboard, doing very well. I don't know if it's going to go all the way through the gutter, but great little runner there. It's certainly given them a great little lead at the moment. So it's Kyton Pickering, Dane Sutton and Maddox Burke 1, 2 and 3. And then we've got 3 boys just behind them there, Hayden Van Hooven and 2 others. So they're going to catch up into that first wave. Let's throw him down to Joshy and he can call us through for the transitions.
Yeah, 6 on the front wave there. There's another 2, 3, 4. One's just come off the back. Top 9 to go through. I just got the word there. Sutton stands up, gets into his work, being chased by Mail as well. Pickering after a great start. We'll have to get into the back of it. Lockie Mercer's the first off that second wave. So 6 in the front group. Mercer in 7, 8, 9. The boys there, Bodie Bone, just sitting outside the top 10 at the moment. So on the back end of this, they've got to get a wriggle on, but now is the time. They're going to go into that swim leg, get the legs up across the bank, and whoever's done the work, whoever can keep the heart rate nice and low, will have a massive advantage in the early stages of this second swim leg.
Yeah, thank you so much, Josh. We have had that confirmation, as you mentioned, so 9 through both of these semi-finals. Not much of a lead change around transition. We can see the pairing there from Wanda doing an amazing job. Kyton Pickering also in there. Hayden Van Hooven from Mermaid Beach. We'll expect probably, as you mentioned, a strong move from Kyton Pickering. He's doing that there on the left-hand side of this arena, looking to edge his way, or will he probably maybe just also sit on the hip and conserve some energy? We spoke about the 17s really gaining that knowledge of how much do you push in those early rounds and how much do you conserve, but a semi-final you've really just probably got to put your head down and go for it.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to be smart with the semi-final. Certainly you don't want to blow all your cookies and be, say, pulling the whole field around and leading from start to finish. It just sets yourself up, if that unlucky wave does come or you end up in a sprint finish, you always need to be a little bit cautious. So I always like to sort of be in and around, I think that top 3 or 4 I always found was quite safe. But as long as I was always in a good position where if I had my own space, I could make a little move if I was to get boxed in, miss a can, all those little things. But I mean, it all comes down to strategy too. You can see our lead competitor there from Wanda. He's breathing on the right-hand side, so he's probably not even really aware of how many are on his feet. He's probably swimming out thinking, right, all I'm focusing on is that red and yellow can, good course management across the string of 9, and then I'll bring it home. He might be able to have a little bit of a glance here if he breathes to his right. You just saw then he had a little bit of a look under his arm, and he's probably trying to do a little bit of quick math and going, right, there's 9 to go through. I'm out in front, just maintain good technique. Keep, just like Joshy mentioned before, keeping that breathing low, the heart rate down. It's just super important because obviously if you start stressing and really spiking that heart rate, that's when brings on fatigue.
Yeah, our leader looking super comfortable there. So we've got Wanda, Alexandra Headland, we've got Kudjin, Jake Mail from North Burleigh is still in the mix, and I think I saw a little bit of a move maybe from Maroochydore as well, just a little bit more back in the field. So naturally settling into sort of a pack of 2. We've got about 6 or so in that lead pack, and the chasers there working very, very hard as they approach that last swim can and turning for home. But it's still Wanda, Alexandra Headland, Kudjin, back to North Burleigh in 4th.
Yeah, look, that's a great little lead there from the Wanda competitor. He doesn't want to leave anything to chance. He's definitely motoring on this way home now, and now I think it's Alexandra Headland's in second, just getting a little bit of a lift, a little bit of a run. He's staying nice on that hip, so just trying to drag race in all the way back to the beach, but there's not a great deal of waves or wind on offer at the moment. As we can see this early morning, it's just super glassy out there at the moment, so the boys doing very well here. Great little wave there. That was an awesome display of body surfing from Alexandra Headlands. Wanda just dropping off that one there, but great body surfing there from Alexandra Headlands. He barely even lifted his head then, just kept up that nice streamlined 6-speed kick, and he's made the best of that all the way to the beach. So Alexandra Headlands will be safe. He's in one as he just jumps onto this nice little one. This will take him all the way to the shoreline, I'd say, and we can see maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 might be on that second wave there. So we're looking around 4 or 5 competitors so far safe. They're going to book their spot in that final. Wait and see who's going to take up these the remaining spots and book that spot in the final.
Yeah, this lower tide is bringing those competitors all the way through on those waves. Not as much of a gutter as we have seen, as you mentioned there. Alex running around transition comfortably in first. We've got North Burleigh, Wanda, Mermaid. Looks to be Kirra there as well. So Kyneton, Pickering crossing the line there comfortably in first. As we mentioned, North Burleigh, Mermaid, Wanda, Kirra, Alexandra Headland.
Oof.
And a rush of bodies across the line there for that 9th spot. We'll bring those qualifiers to you when we can. That was semi-final number 1 of the under-17 Ironman. We'll throw down to you, Josh. Could you pick the 7th, 8th and 9th competitor?
Well, I think Josiah Short might have got there. I don't know. He might have been the 9th across the line, but I'm here with the winner. I just said to you, stressful. What'd you say?
Oh, that's the most stressful race I've ever done. Oh, I was so scared on that board. That back wave was going to catch us, and I was just paddling like hell.
Talk to me about when you're coming in. You kind of don't get one for a little bit. You'd see a wave pop up. Is it, how many are on it? Am I going to get down it? What's going through your mind?
Yeah, I was just counting numbers. I wasn't even going to look behind me because, too stressful.
Talk to me about the week. So many rounds. You've been down here on your own, the 17 boys, head-to-head the entire weekend. How tired are these guys?
Oh, well, I don't know about everyone else, but I'm feeling it. That one just killed.
Well, you're through to the final, the big one, last race of the season. Pretty special.
Yeah, it's super special. And then 4 finals on Sunday. It's gonna be good.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. So we've got the confirmation there now of those qualifiers. It was Kyneton Pickering, Jake Mail, Hayden Van Hooven, Maddox Burke, Jack Stewart, Byron Oliphant, Phoenix Preston, Dane Sutton and Joey Short getting that last qualifying spot as we are now straight into semi-final number 2, and we've got an early lead. I'm just thinking, is that the cap of Alexandra Headlands out in front? Ryan Notley.
It could be Noah Maggs, I believe. It could be the green and yellow board of
the 2
Noah
stripes
Maggs.
of Newport.
And, yeah, it might be Jules Lomka there of Coogin Headland on the outside. And you've got Coogin Headland, so that might be Fletcher Burdick just in behind. So tucking in there on the side of Noah Maggs as we just see Noah's really starting to sort of kick it back a little bit there. Maybe thinking, righto boys, if you're going to sit there and play on my wash, I'm not going to go.
He's really slowing down the pace of this semi, Noah Maggs. He obviously knows he's got a great swim leg in his pocket, so really happy to just very much slow. It's very different semi-final that we've just seen unfold. The pace was on from the start, whereas quite clever racing, just deciding to slow the pace down of everyone behind him, and no one's really challenging that pace at the moment. He'll start to pick it up now as they head for home, but that was a very strategic rest as we can see the 2 competitors from Coogin Headland on his wash there, just edging up alongside, as we've said all morning. Very small bumps on offer, but we can see that they are coming right the way through the gutter as this tide is still low.
Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me, the race IQ of Noah Maggs. He's only an under 17, but he's already had so much experience racing in the Opens and obviously training alongside brother Connor Maggs as well. He's racing well beyond his years, and it's little things like that around the can, slowing it up. What it actually does is it actually jams up all the boards behind you as well, so he can sort of make a little bit of a headache for all the guys behind, and So we just saw there Noah sort of opting maybe to pull the pace back just a fraction around the cans, trying to jump everyone up a little bit. But look, first four on the front wave there. We'll throw him down to Joshy and he can call us through.
Yeah, Lomka and Burdikin, the first two on the beach there. They're going to go up and a through transition. Noah Maggs not too far away. Kingston Low there. Kobe Sims will go round in 5th place. So 6, 7, 8, 9. So Wanda, that is your top 9 going through there. Otis Jessup sitting hard in that top 9.
Yeah, we'll be looking for a big swim from Otis Jessup. I was down in the 17s area yesterday. He has a weapon of a swim leg, so he'll be no doubt looking to make a little bit of a move now and join his Wanda teammates in Maddox Burke and Dane Sutton in that final. Very, very strong club and depth there at Wanda. As we see now, Jules Lomka and Fletcher Burdikin sort of just making their way across that bank, and Noah Maggs is tucking in nicely there as well. As we can see the boys dolphin diving. So already we're starting to see that, yeah, certainly very exerting on the legs, but also when you've got to wade and dolphin dive as well, it's just, it's brutal. It's very, very tough.
Yeah, huge transition runs down there this morning and then a very long break to navigate wading, dolphin diving before then you've got to jump straight into the last swim in these semi-finals. So a very taxing course there for our under-17s and still quite a tightly bunched pack. I'd say we've probably got about 8 or so in that top pack. It's a bit trickier to count numbers when you're in the swim leg as opposed to the board leg, but I'd say every one of those competitors will have a fair idea of where they're sitting and just making sure they're not leaving it to chance and those waves coming home. No change at all for our leader there from Kujin.
Yeah, I'm just trying to count the heads and caps there. It's very difficult in the swim leg there. To see a whitewash at the moment, but it looks like there might be around 8 or 9, so we'll just have to wait and see. We might get a clearer shot at the moment, but certainly it's stretched out, that pack, hasn't it? I'm not sure if that's a clean cut 8, but it'll be very difficult for any of the competitors. I think in that next pack are going to have to pull out the swim of their life if they want to get back up into that front pack and give themselves any chance or opportunity of getting into that final.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think there could be 9 heads just around the back string of swim cans, so that could be our qualifying pack. And as we've said, a little bit of a gap back to our next pack, so could be a bit more comfortable for those swimmers as they are just making their way around the back of the swim cans. You can see, I think it is that of Noah Maggs now starting to make a little bit of a move. He's been sitting comfortably behind our lead swimmer, but just coming alongside him now as they turn that green and gold can. It's still Kujin, Newport, Wanda, Alexandra Headlands. We go back to the next Kujin competitor. We've got a couple of Northcliffe caps in there as well. So the last of those Northcliffe competitors desperately hanging on to that top 9 position.
Yeah, they're doing very well at the moment. Just approaching the back of the break there, I had a quick chat to Noah Maggs yesterday after a couple of their finals, and he said he's certainly starting to feel the pinch of the program. He's been doing a lot of events, both not just in the 17s, but he's been doing team events in the 19s and even the Opens as well. So he said to me yesterday, I'm feeling it. I need to get to Sunday and try and limit the damage, because obviously, he said he really, really wants to try and get the win in this under-17 Ironman at the Australian Championships, and only a few opportunities to do that in your age groups. So, yeah, he wants to make the most of that. As we can see now, 1, 2, 3, 4 boys there just doing very well. Great little lift for our Kujin competitor there. Wasn't much of a wave, but some very, very good body surfing there.
Yeah, just entering in that gutter zone now. A big move in this swim from Sam Davis from North Curl. He's just about swum himself up into equal first for this semi-final. So we've got North Curl, Wanda, Newport, and still our competitor up there from Kujin Headland. So that's our top 4 with that second pack just pulling down a shore wave. So we might have about 7 or so competitors, which is totally fine. 9 going through, so these competitors up on their feet. We'll count them in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's our top 8.
Isn't it? It's always a little bit nerve-wracking, especially in a swim league, isn't it, when you stand up? You know there's a lot of people there and you're thinking, right, and I can remember all I'd try and do is find my dad, my handler, and I'd be like, am I okay? Do I need to run? You don't want to have to run if you don't need to, and these boys are all fine. There's 8 here, so there's one more spot to go, but you certainly don't want to be the last one across when you're not 100% sure of the numbers.
Yeah, that's right. It depends how much trust you have in your handler and their maths. But yes, they would have known where they were coming across the line. This looks to be our 9th competitor as well. So both of the Coogin Headland competitors making it through semi-final number 2. We'll say goodbye to our competitor there from Manly. An amazing achievement just to make it through to these semi-finals. On day 4 of the Aussies. A massive feat. They've been through plenty of rounds, plenty of qualifying rounds. So we'll throw down to Josh on the beach.
I'm here with the last man into the final on Sunday afternoon, Flesh. You've got to be happy with that. First or last, you got yourself a spot.
Oh, yeah, I'm stoked. That's the one you want. So, yeah, I was lucky to get that last spot, but yeah, I'm stoked.
Was it a little stressful on the way back in there? There was a few waves, a little bit of chaos. I could see you sort of caught in no man's land. Were you looking over your shoulder?
Yeah, I did some terrible body surfing and then missed a wave, so it's my own fault. And then I just got left in a spot with no waves and had to work hard to get in.
I think 3 Coogin boys into the final tomorrow. Pretty special.
Yeah, it's so good. We're doing such good things at Coogin, so yeah, it's really special.
What do you change between now and then?
Oh, I don't know. I just got to give it to in the board, which is my strength, and then just pray in the swim.
Send it and hold on?
Yeah, that's it.
I love it. Good luck. You're into this 17 iron final Sunday, the last race of the year. It's special. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. We're just moving over arenas now, so we've got some double ski action for you, and we believe this is the double ski, open male double ski heats. And the pace is on. You'd think we might be watching a final, but yeah, double ski, under 19 it is, under 19 quarterfinals, heat 1.
There we go. Have a look at that. Great conditions for double skis today. Just dead flat ocean. Certainly playing into the hands of the kayakers. And as we had a look over the last couple of days, there is a ton of Olympian kayakers down here. So these double skis are going to be electric. This is going to be some of the fastest double ski paddling I think we'll see.
Yeah, we love watching the double skis when the surf is up, but it's equally impressive when the surf is flat because they are the fastest craft out there. So we've got 4 of our competitors coming across the line. We'll get confirmation on how many are going through to our semi-finals. We would predict it's around that 8. So first 4 comfortably cruising across the line. And the race is absolutely on for those last qualifying spots. That's 7 and 8 maybe. Is that the Cap of Currumbin in the middle there, just sneaking through?
Yeah, it might have been, is it potentially Sorrento in there as well? We'll have to wait for the live heats to drop in. Looks like Sorrento might have taken one of the last spots there. The Noosa boys are pretty happy, giving each other a hug, so maybe they've got booked themselves a spot as well. So, yeah, look at that. Go. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the competitors will just carry their boats up and wait for those judges. It can take a little bit more time, these particular events. The judges will have a look at the footage, especially on those very, very tight finishes. As we can see there, Heat 4 also entering the water. We're across a couple of different arenas. So getting through these qualifying rounds nice and fast down here this morning.
Yeah, this one looks like a pretty tricky heat number 4. We've got Terrigal Team A, Burnie Team A, Wanda Team A, Swansea Belmont Team A, Manly Team A, Mullaloo Team B, Point Leo Team A, Dickey Beach Team A, Carlton Park, Maroochydore Team C, Alexandra Headlands Team C, and Cronulla Team B. So stack of A-teams in there, so this might be a little a red-hot quarter-final, as we can see the boys now crouching down, about to get underway.
It's a nervous wait, waiting for the starter at the start of a double ski. Jumping on a single ski is a tricky skill, but jumping into one of these boats in time with your partner is not an easy feat. And then to grab your paddle and instantly start paddling in time, it's definitely a learned skill. So I think as we watch these quarterfinals unfold through to semis and finals, a lot of these races are going to come down to who has practiced that skill together with their teammate.
Yeah, double ski is a tricky one, isn't it, Christy? We spend so much time training in a single ski, but not many really do a great deal of training in the doubles together, do that? I mean, I'm sure some clubs and athletes definitely specialise in that, and leading into maybe state titles and Aussie champs, we'll spend a little bit of time doing that. But who did you used to do double ski with back when you were racing?
Well, if I was lucky enough, I got a few paddles in with Alyssa Bull, Olympian.
Yes.
So very, very happy to sit behind her in a double ski, and nervous, although, because you don't want to let a paddler like Alyssa down. So and Lucinda Kelly and I also had some great paddles together. So yeah, one of my favourite events is the double ski, and we can see the 19 men doing an amazing job. We spoke about the trickiness off the start. No one having any trouble at all getting in and getting these skis away, and it's all about keeping in time with the paddler in front. The front paddler sets the rating, sets the pace, and it's just up to the paddler behind to really just stay in time and follow their direction.
Yeah, that's it. I haven't done a great deal of double ski paddling. I did in my junior years, not so much in the seniors, but the steering wheel's in the front, isn't it? There's a lot of expectation and pressure on your front paddler, obviously, with the steering and trying to get around without clashing paddles and stuff. It's very, very tricky, the double skis, as you can imagine. Great in size and length, it's hard getting around without checking paddles, and things like that can just be so time consuming, not getting around clean. As we see our boys there just starting to clash and bang paddles a little bit there. The boys that might have been from Swansea Belmont, they're in second place, just getting a little bit caught up. You can see the paddles go in the air, so you've got to try and minimise checking paddles, don't you? Because the minute you sort of you lose that momentum on a double ski, they're very hard to get up and running again.
Yeah, they're a very long craft, and as you mentioned, the steering all comes from the front paddler, so sometimes the front paddler can't see obviously what's happening behind them, and when you're sitting in the back there, your front paddler could steer you right into the side of another boat, and although they might be able to get their paddle in, it's a little bit trickier if you're sitting on the back. So great job by all of our crews navigating those turning cans. Not too much difficulty for them, but a nice little breakaway for our front three competitors. Looks like it could be the crew there from Manly. The sky blue cap of Manly seem to be taking this race by charge. Yeah,
great timing and technique from the boys from Manly. I think it might be hard to see with sun's glare at the moment. We'll have to wait to get a better look at the moment, but they're paddling very, very well at the moment. It's much like the board rescue, isn't it? It's very important to keep in timing, because obviously when they do lose that sort of stroke in timing, then obviously the boat will very quickly sort of start to rock and shake and lose its speed, and loses that good rhythm and flow.
Yeah, and also tricky to hold down these waves. Not a huge wave for our 19 men to navigate, but you mentioned there keeping paddling as you're on that white water helps to keep it straight. See the crew there from Wanda looks to have also qualified through. Not as tight on the finish line as some of our earlier quarterfinals, so a little bit of an easier job for our officials. 8 going through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, just seeing some of the live heats, having a bit of a scan across the earlier heats. Red Beach, New Zealand taking out heat 1 of those quarterfinals, which is great to see. The lads from across the ditch in New Zealand booking themselves a spot in that semi-final.
Yeah, it's great to see so many competitors travelling over here to the Gold Coast as we are taking a bit of a look at some of those amazing shots, and we've spoken all week about just some of the rainy weather that we had to contend with on Wednesday and Thursday, but it's back to the beautiful best Gold Coast that we all know and love, and we love sharing this part of the world with our life-saving friends from wherever they've travelled to. Obviously a lot of Kiwis coming across to compete in our Aussies. Their national titles taking place just last weekend or the weekend before, I believe. So they'll be still in fine form and enjoying just rounding out the end of their season.
Yeah, we're very lucky to get the Gold Coast back to up to scratch. It was only a month ago we had the Cyclone Alfred, and the Gold Coast beaches were certainly looking a little bit worn and damaged for a moment there, and I'm sure everybody had their heart in their mouth. We didn't get to do the Queensland state titles, unfortunately, for the nippers and the seniors, because that was cancelled. But throwing down now with Joshy. Let's hear from the Manly boys.
I'm here with the boys from Manly right now. They won quarterfinal 4, I think it was. We're a bit all over the place. Talk to me about how much double ski paddling you boys do in the lead up, or is it a last minute, we'll just jump in and see how it goes kind of thing?
Oh, well, we do practice here and there, but we had a good hit out last year, and that really set up us this year. So, no, we're feeling good.
Who's in the front? Who's in the back? And if I want to talk to the driver, how tough is it getting that big thing around? And when the boys are starting to push up from behind, getting around those cans, it's a bit of crash and bash, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty hard when they're like right next to you and like pushing in. But just got to pick a good line through the cans.
Cut a few guys off?
Yeah, definitely.
Always, I love it down here. Well, you're through the quarterfinals. Good luck in the semis, boys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh. Yes, as we mentioned, that was heat number 4. We're going back now to heat number 3. Sometimes, for different reasons, we do have to run our heats out of order. So heat 3 underway now. We've got Semaphore, Team A, Mornington, Christie's Beach, Brighton, Glenelg, Northcliffe, Cronulla, Clifton Beach, Torquay, Tugun and Freshwater. One of our crews just coming off there and also holding up the progress of another. They've just navigated past, but that's probably race over. We're not quite sure the caps of that crew that have just spilled out, unfortunately, but yeah, you wouldn't think they'll be able to peg it back from where they are.
No, it's just too fast, the double skis. You can't afford to make a mistake or fall out. Very, very rarely will you be able to get the opportunity to certainly make a deficit or catch up a lead of that length when the conditions are like this. Another question for you, Christy, how do you determine who goes on the front and who goes on the back?
I think a lot of it comes down to experience. Or sometimes you have a competitor, and depending on what you're wanting out of your race, one of you might just be naturally a higher rater, so have a higher stroke rate, or on the opposite may have a lower, stronger stroke rate. So depending on what you're wanting to get out of your race, those sort of factors might come into play as well. But you'll see these craft are so tricky when we have a little bit more surf on offer, and also a lot of tactics around those cans. Sometimes it's not just aiming for the inside can. So as we've spoken about this morning, having those race smarts about you, which again goes back to potentially just the more experienced paddler might be the one who opts to jump on the front of the boat.
Yeah, it's definitely where you see a lot of double ski races as won and lost. Those that get around the cans cleanly without, losing too much momentum or really having to stomp on the pedal. I mean, any sort of aggressive turns in these double skis, because they are so long, as you can imagine, don't you? You lose a lot of speed if you're doing some really aggressive turning from left to right. So I guess the idea is just small little movements, pick up the little bumps and keep that the boat flowing in a nice smooth straight line. As we can see now, a couple of our competitors, a lot of interstate clubs in this one. It's a battle of the Battle of Clifton. We've got a Tassie in there, a lot of Adelaide, Glenelg, Brighton, Christie's Beach, Mornington, Semaphore.
That
Lovely
looks like
to see.
the crew from Cronulla, I think, cruising down a wave there. So they've done an amazing job having a look across, getting a little bit out of time. You don't want to sort of take your eyes off your front paddler, because before you know it, you could just be out of time. But no problems at all there for our front 2 crews. That's the crew there from Clifton Beach, who have also joined Cronulla. So they're comfortably across the line there. Oliver Evans and James Fullerton from Clifton Beach. Back then to, I think, a crew from Northcliffe. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Last little push and dash there across the line. Not sure who get... we've got those last spots there. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, Swansea Belmont. Is it Swansea Belmont? Maybe that's Christie's.
So, yes, I think 8 through comfortably there, so nothing too difficult again for our judges. It's nice to have quarterfinals rolling straight into a semi. It gives you a little bit of a good warm-up, allows you for, maybe just the slightest of errors, just to rejig anything that you might need to rejig. All of these double skis are also adjustable, so sometimes you've come out of an event and you can say, I need to move my seat a little bit forward, a little bit back. They'll do that as they get prepared for the semi-finals, but we'll head down now to the beach with Josh.
I'm with Ollie and Jimmy here from the Clifton Beach Club in Tasmania. They cannot believe somebody's turned up the heat here in Queensland. The boys did a great job out there. You've got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. We were stoked. We were chatting before the race just about getting that first 40 strokes in nice and hard and getting a nice clear run around the Cairns, which is actually exactly how it panned out, so we're pretty happy with that.
Talk to me about temperatures up here. Is the bathwater this warm down in Tasmania, or is it... Can you believe it? After the last couple of days, that was looking sort of more Tasmanian weather. Now we've got the sun out. It's cooking down here on the sand. How are you guys feeling about it?
Yeah, definitely feeling the heat. Enjoying not having to rug up in between events. But, yeah, I think training down in Tassie definitely makes you tough. So pretty happy to be up here in the warm weather. It's a lot easier.
Talk to me about training. How much time do you guys spend on the double together?
We put a bit of time in it, training together. We raced together down in Tassie and we won that, so we're really keen to come up here and give it a go.
You're through to that semi-final now, boys. Good luck. The Clifton Beach boys on fire down here in the 19 men's double ski. Good luck for the semis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, we're pretty glad that they have turned the heat up here as well. Some of our Queensland clubs and clubbies just suffering a little bit. We take a look at the replay there, and they certainly did get on fast and work those first 40 doubles. That was their plan, and they certainly executed that. So they'll be one to look out for come the semi-finals and hopefully get themselves a berth into the finals later on today.
Yeah, great little run around the Cairns on the inside there. The boys from Clifton, Northcliffe are on the outside, and here we see, I think they were they won our quarterfinal there. It would have been Cronulla crossing one. So yeah, great timing from the boys. I still find it hard to believe that they're rugging up in between races. It's the Tassie boys, come on. There's no way they're finding this hot.
No, not today, I don't think. But yeah, that was heat number 3. So it was Cronulla, Clifton, Northcliffe, Mornington, Freshwater, Torquay, Tugun, and Glenelg getting that 8th spot. Some more beautiful shots there of the Gold Coast. We are stretched right across the beach here, Kirra, North Kirra. We've got right down to the boat arena, all the way up there at the north, and our beach arena set up way down to the south. So we're still going through some double ski rounds this morning. We've got another round of the 19s, as we mentioned, moving into their semi-finals. We've also got some open double ski heats and semi-finals coming up very, very shortly. Can take a little bit longer to get these events underway. As we mentioned, a lot of clubs do share these crafts because not everyone goes on them. They're also very, very expensive and hard to transport around. So they are adjustable. That can take a little bit of time as we switch these skis from one crew over to another. So just getting reset up here for another round, it looks like, of the 19s. But yeah, sometimes the double skis can take a little bit more time to set up in the arena.
Did you do much changing, say, in conditions with your paddle or your footwells? Like if it was big surf, would you like more leg drive, so pull the foot pedals forwards? If it was flat, did you like having it longer? Did you play around with that, or just fixed?
I didn't play around a lot with the footwells. I personally liked paddling my ski with quite a long leg length. I just felt more comfortable, more stable with that. I think having super long legs, I just liked to have a lot of room there. But I did play around a little bit with my paddle. So if it was just a straight ski race or a double ski race, I'd use a slightly larger blade. Whereas if I was using it for the Iron Woman race, I'd opt for sort of a smaller paddle. Particularly if the ski wasn't the first leg in the iron, I'd definitely go for a smaller paddle when my arms were a bit more fatigued. Yeah. What about you?
I think with the leg drive, I also have quite long legs, but I liked a shorter sort of a leg length. I just found it a little bit more. I could really lock myself in, sort of drive my heels into the ski when I'm either punching through waves or coming in. Just sort of, I like to feel, I just felt like it gave me a little bit better centre of gravity there. So, but I didn't tweak around too much with the paddles. Always, I just kept that sort of fixed. But throwing now down to Joshy.
Well, I'm down here with a man who, he seems a little bit nervous, but one of our international paddlers, Pirrin Phillips from North Burleigh. He's had a hell of a summer so far, led the World Championships, didn't quite get there, has had a great summer in the World Ocean Series, now a ski semi-finalist. But, Pirrin, you're in with Olympic gold medalist Murray Stewart. What do you do when you've got a paddler of that quality in the front?
Oh, you just got to watch him, match him, and just follow everything he does. And, just let him lead the way, and I'll be in behind.
A few nerves?
Nah, I'm excited. It's this is what I came out here for, and we'll be trying to go for it.
You'll be in it up to your eyeballs. I hear you go home. You've got to go back to university next week or the week after. How's your Australian summer been?
Oh, it's been awesome. I don't think I've had this good a tan for this long, so it's been awesome being able to put in a big training block, and maybe next year Aussies. We'll see when it falls.
I heard a rumour that you've already done enough hours, you're ready to come back next year. Mate, you've been an absolute revelation in it. We've loved having you out here, and good luck in this ski, double ski with Muzza. I don't think I've seen Muzz paddling as well as he has since, let's say, 2012 when he was the Olympic gold medalist. So good signs for you, good signs for Muzz, and danger signs for the rest of the ski paddlers.
Yeah, oh, totally. It's when I got told, I was going to jump in the double, it was like, oh yeah, here we go. So yeah, straight away it was on the group chats back home. I think they're all up watching, getting ready for the double skis to go ahead.
Can we give a shout out to all the guys and girls watching back at home?
Yeah, cheers guys for staying up, everyone in Portreath and around the rest of the UK back home. Legends, hear all the sport all the time, and it's awesome.
What time is it back home?
What time is it here?
9 a.m?
It'll be midnight now, 12 o'clock.
Oh, they'll be enjoying it there. A few beers, watching the live stream, and a big shout out to the UK. Well done, good luck, have fun, and thanks for being a huge part of our summer, mate.
Yeah, cheers, legend.
Thank you, Josh. That's going to be one to watch out for when we get into the open men's double ski a little bit later on. We're bringing you now the semi-finals of the 19 male double ski. So a quick turnaround from their quarterfinals straight into their semi-finals. So semi-final number 1, we've got Dicky Beach, City of Perth, Swansea Belmont, Burleigh Heads, Wanda, West Beach, Redhead, Manly, Noosa, Southport, Trigg Island, Freshwater, Mornington, Alex, Newport and Sorrento. So we're looking here at the southern end of the line. So Sorrento at the bottom of the screen with those bright green cap matching ski, the green and the white ski. That is the ski of Sorrento. Next to those, Newport and Alexandra Headlands. So you can see just waiting for a nice even start. They've walked them out a little bit further through that deep water now that we can start to see that that sort of second bank come into play. As we've mentioned, really approaching the low tide now.
So, it's a bit of a trade-off, isn't it? And it'd be very difficult, I'd imagine, in a double ski if you had, say, one tall paddler and one short paddler, because getting that depth for the jump start is so crucial. Obviously, as we see, one of our teams there just a little bit slow to get into the boat there. Unfortunately for them, they're going to have a little bit of work to do. That could be Wanda, could be West
Redhead.
Beach. Redhead, there we go. So the boys from Redhead, they're paddling very well, moving along nicely. So I'm not going to say they're out of it yet, but they've certainly got a big paddle ahead of them if they want to get back towards the front of that pack there, but the boys are absolutely flying on their way out now. This semi-final is red hot.
Yeah, they've given themselves some work to do there, the crew from Redhead. The silver lining, I guess, of missing the start is you can see they're angling their way on the inside of this pack, so making it the shortest line possible to try to peg back some distance of what they've just missed off the start. You can see the crew there from Newport. Luke Schaffer and Terry Michael look like they are grabbing that inside run alongside them, just trying to pick up that cap. We should be able to bring that to you as we head around, and they actually are going to be just in second place there, so might be the crew from Manly out in front, just grabbing the inside from Newport.
Yeah, it could be our Manly boys. They're just getting around that can. They took a very tight line. I saw the paddler in the front had to stop and miss a couple of strokes just because the ski literally bounced off the can there. But great little runner. That is exactly what you want. That was timed to perfection. Straight off that third can and onto a runner like that. The boys, if they can keep the boat up and running and in timing, I reckon they'll almost be able to take this all the way to the beach. So that's a great race from them. It's, you know, that's the beauty of it, isn't it, in the double ski? The boards and certainly swimming and even single ski, it's quite hard to get a run and turn it into a wave from where the third cans are. But these double skis, they just move. So
they move so fast, and yeah, we can see there these short races, runners are popping up right on that third turning marker, so they didn't quite turn that first one into a wave, but they will be able to turn this second one into a nice run through the gutter. Beautiful timing there, the crew from Manly Beach.
Yeah, Josh, you had a little chat to the boys before, and they said they spend a little bit of time training in the ski together, but certainly making it move very well at the moment. Joshy, cross on down to you.
Yeah, the boys here, semi-final number 1. 8 is the magic number. No worries at all out in front. They've done a great job. 3 on the next wave, 2 on the wave behind that, 6 across. There's 3 on the wave behind, so they're going to have to go. We've got 7th across there. Looks like Newport just trying to pick it up as they come through there. Here we go. The sprint's on. Only 2 of the 3 will get there. Sorrento trying to get across. City of Perth as well. Maybe the lads from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. I don't know, but maybe. City of Perth, Sorrento, the West Australians, they're right on the bubble for this final.
Yeah, City of Perth, they were just counting numbers. Looks like from our angle they might have had a nose in front, but we will definitely leave that official call to the judges. I don't think they knew where they were sitting. I saw them cross the line and just doing a bit of a count, knowing where we 8th, where we 9th. So a nervous wait there for the crews, I think, from Burleigh, Sorrento, City of Perth, all fighting for that 8th position.
Yeah, a couple of big races back-to-back already, so the boys can't afford to get a slow start. They've got to get in and got to get going. We just saw how crucial it is to nail that start, because you can come off that third wave and you put yourself on a runner, on a wave, and you know, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a skill here at the start as well, just to give yourself enough room between boats, and you can edge yourself up a little bit closer to the crew next to you, so that on the side that you're jumping in, you've got a bit more space. You can see some of our competitors at the north end just with their arms up in the air, trying to communicate with the starter that they're not too happy with where they are in the water. Maybe it's the spacing issue, or they're not happy with the depth of water that they're starting in. And our starter doing the best job they can to make sure that all of the competitors and the crews are happy with an even and fair start. Looking pretty good and set now. Most of our competitors just looking out to sea. You can see them bracing for the start, and off they go.
There we go. There's our boys from Clifton that were just on screen there. They had an unreal paddle in the quarterfinal. Very excited to try and get in this final. They mentioned they're just taking it one race at a time, but a great start for them, as we can see. Wanda and Northcliffe team, just one little wave here. We haven't seen too many waves today, but there we go. Our front competitors got through that pretty clean, but the mid-pack of the field then just got absolutely belted by that one. Cross on down with Joshy now. He's got the boys on the beach.
Yeah, I'm here with the lads from West Beach there. I think second in that first semi-final. How tough is it? Not the best start I've seen you guys get away with, but you got round pretty clean, didn't you?
Yeah, we were dawdling a bit on the start. Took us a bit to get in. But yeah, once we wound up, we're going pretty well. It's a interesting course out there. But, you know, the more times we run around it, the better we should get at navigating it. So, yeah, it's been good.
Come straight off this semi into the final. What do you do in the next sort of 5 minutes before you line up again?
Probably just going to go, hydrate back up, probably get a gel in to get some energy back. Just try to rest up before.
Yourselves, Manly, Swansea, a couple of these teams, they'll be very, very good out there. How tough is it to win a double?
Yeah, well, we've been racing all these boys in the singles over the last couple of days, and we all know each other pretty well. So, yeah, it's going to be a good contest, and, yeah, I'm keen to see who gets on top.
We're not far away, boys. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Take you back now to semi-final number 2, and it's actually a crew from Red Beach, New Zealand, not a cap that we see a lot. We've actually got 2 crews from Red Beach, New Zealand in this second semi-final, so one of those crews leading out ahead of the crew from Wanda. I think Swansea Belmont are also pushing strong in there in third position. We go back to the second crew from Red Beach as they start to spread out, looking for the best runner. Some crews going a long way south, looking for a wave on the way home.
Yeah, one of our teams has opted to go a long way down to the south there. I'm not sure how that's going to venture or pay off for them there. Maybe they've seen something or want to make a last little run, shallower water maybe, might be able to get that back wave, but they've put themselves a long way out of contention there. It seems we've got 2 teams on the front, maybe a third to drop down there as we're seeing the Maroochydore boys. Joshy, call us in for this finish. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, the first 2, maybe a third, going to get down that front wave, so clear cut there. We're going to chase 5 after that, and there's waves out the back. I think we're going to have a bit of a close finish here, and the judges are going to have to do their thing. A couple caught in no man's land. So 1, 2, 3 on the front wave. Another team trying to push over the top, just trying to catch who they are. If you get swept up by this wave here, you're in all sorts of trouble. Oh, boys in the middle have pushed through very, very well from Warilla Barrack Point. You've got to go now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across the line. Warilla, Cronulla will go close. Maybe Burnie, I do not know. The rest of these boys on the back edge, that one's going to have to go to the judges. Almost impossible to pick there. That's how tough double ski racing can be. 4 teams caught in no man's land and a wave washing over the back. The judges are going to have a really hard time picking that top 8 to go through to the final.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. We'll wait to bring those official results to you. One of the hardest jobs on the beach. The officials, the judges standing on those finishing flags. It was a rush of skis, bodies and paddles coming across the line there. Only 8 spots up for grabs. We have already cemented the spots from the semi-final number 1. Going through in the first semi were Manly, Alex, West Beach, Swansea, City of Perth, Southport, Newport and Noosa. So joining them will be 8 crews from that second semi. We'll bring those results to you when we can. A lot of the paddlers now just carrying their skis up, and they'll wait to hear, having a re-look back at the start. And it all comes down to who can jump in and just get that clear water. You don't want to be stuck back next to a couple of those crews where you can really clash paddles. And it was one of the biggest sets we've seen come through this morning.
Yeah, that was a big one, wasn't it? It just sort of really held up a couple of our teams there, but watching Red Beach, they look so strong and so comfortable out in front, but Joshy just talked about it. They got stuck in that dead water, and I was a little bit nervous for them because you could see that wave behind, and they were coming through so fast and with momentum. The boys from Red Beach sort of at the last minute started to panic because I think they realised they were kind of out of timing and had sort of started to wind it down and cruise towards that finish line, and all of a sudden they looked over and there were 6 teams coming through on that wave, and they went, wait, we're not across the line yet. We've got to get up, got to get going. So, yeah, it was interesting to watch. You certainly want to get through that gutter with a bit of speed, bit of momentum. You do not want to get stuck on that sandbank there. So, Joshy, throwing it down to you. Let's hear from the boys from Wanda.
Yeah, I got the boys here, and I said to them, you were through easy, and they said nothing about that one was easy at all. You were okay on that wave, but the wave behind had 7, 8 teams on it. How tough are these finishes on doubles?
Yeah, it's really tough on the doubles. You got to get the speed up, going out and coming home too, and especially in the flat, it's really tricky on the finish.
You got yourself through to the final. It's going to be the next event up. Very difficult. Did you watch semi number 1? What did you think of them?
Yeah, look, everyone's doing it pretty tough. It's a hard race, not much swell, not much help on the way in, but backing it up is going to be pretty hard, I think.
How much training have you guys done together? Do you spend much time in the double boat?
Not really, to be honest, not enough. But we'll see how it goes. And the race plan for the final?
Oh, go fast.
Can you guys step down off those chairs you're standing on? Have a look at how big these boys are. They may as well be 35. How old are you boys?
I'm 19.
Just 18.
Oh, they're getting bigger and bigger year on year. What do you weigh?
Oh, I'm up at around 92.
92 or 95. I'm saying a hard 100 here. He's a Benny Carberry wannabe. The Wanda boys are in the final. They're off and away. We've got, 8 teams through, a couple more guaranteed, and now the judges are doing their thing, and it's going to be a little while before we split these ones.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. I suspect they'll be looking at the replay vision, just trying to make sure they get those all-important 8 spots correct. And as we've seen there, we'll see the Wanda crew in the final. Nothing easy about semi-finals and nothing easy about double ski paddling. You'll see them sort of stretching out those forearms, giving those arms a little bit of a swing. There's a huge amount of lactic acid that builds up from ski paddling, particularly double skis.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what makes it so challenging and tricky, sort of, when you're working at that sort of speed and intensity and muscle fatigue. That quick turnaround, 5 minutes, it's brutal sometimes, isn't it? So the boys have got to get in there, either go for a bit of a swim down or even a little bit of a light paddle. It's so important because you don't want to be jumping on for that final and feeling the burn from the semi-final. Still like that lactic acid, it's horrible. So some big lads though. Joshy wasn't wrong about that. It's big boys in the under 17s.
Yeah, you need a lot of power to get these skis up and moving. Once they're up and flying, it's a little bit easier to keep that speed going, but certainly a huge amount of power and force needed in those first 10 strokes in particular. Sometimes, as you would know, when you jump on these double skis, you feel like you are moving just a huge ship underneath you. As we wait for those official results, and we'll move over to that final shortly. But for now, we'll pass back down to Josh on the beach.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with head coach of the men's side of the Northcliffe Club, Kev Morrison. Kev, mate, what a week you guys have had. Those open men down there, Zachy Morris, Joey Collins, Matty Bevilacqua, McQuitty Brown, the belt races, you guys can't miss, can you?
Yeah, mate, it's been awesome. The boys have really stepped up this week, and they're having a blast in there. The banter's great. Everyone's having a ripper time. They're really trying to step up for each other. Is that me? Yeah. But they, we've had our fair share of luck as well. But I can tell you a million times where the luck's gone against us too. So we'll take it, and just really stoked with the boys. And we've got a couple more to go. 2 days to go.
And you were telling me then, you're starting to roll on that momentum as well. They get a good result. They feel good about themselves. They continue to sort of build on it. That's probably the most positive thing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You get into that team mentality, don't you? Just like a footy club would, or any team really. We used to talk about it a lot in international teams where point scores was a big deal. As soon as one win comes and another win comes, the vibe really lifts, and that helps with everyone. And my boys are doing such a great job of lifting each other. The banter under there, the vibe in the tent is just as good as I've ever seen it. Really stoked. Led by my big boys, Bevy, Riley Fitz. They're just bringing everyone up. You get some of those guys that we don't have the pleasure of as much as we'd like, but Bailey Armstrong comes running him, and he's full of fizz. He just wants everyone to do so well, and they love wearing the cap, and we're having a blast, mate.
I think you've got to go and do some coaching. What's the final advice for the 19 double?
The one that just missed out, I think. I don't think they got through. I'm just waiting on the results, but hopefully make the final next time. We got an under 17 that's come up to have a crack, and young Tiago Chamberlain, the junior world ski champion. He was nice enough to give the boys a bit of experience and really having a crack, but that's just all part of that building for the years to come.
Beautiful, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, John.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, Kev was right there. The Northcliffe crew in that second semi-final just missing out. The official results from semi-final number 2 were Wanda, Alexandra Headland, Swansea, Warilla Barrick, Red Beach, Maroochydore, Burnie and Cronulla. So we'll bring that final to you shortly. Maybe a little bit of an advantage being in that first semi-final, a little bit more rest, but some athletes actually prefer the less rest. They've had their second semi and they can just roll on while they're still warm.
Yeah, that absolutely. As we just see the results from our semi-final there. So the Wanda team boys, they paddled unbelievable. We just heard from them then, Joshy, and Kev talked about it then. Confidence can go a long way, doesn't it? You sort of had those wins in the quarters and the semis, and it really does help build momentum, and we're seeing that unfold with the Northcliffe men's team. They're yet to lose a teams race at the championship so far. It's pretty incredible. They've taken out the swim team, the board rescue, the ski relay, the board relay. So they're on a bit of a roll at the moment, and momentum, it goes a long way. So we'll see how that pairs for because we had the Manly boys won semi-1 and the Wanda Team A won semi-final 2. So got it'll be a cracking under-19 double ski final. Great to see also Clifton's in there as well as one of our teams from Red Beach, New Zealand. So fantastic.
Yeah, you're so right there that early energy is so infectious, and it'll be the first final that we'll see in the program this morning, that 19 double ski final coming up very, very shortly. And as Kevin said, the energy under the tent, it rolls out for each of the events and the competitors going out there. So all important, I think, just to keep that momentum going. It's such a long program, as we've spoken about, 5 days. It's a long time to keep the energy up. So it's one of those, I guess, unspoken jobs of the coach under the tent, just to keep that morale going. You can see there some shots of the boat arena. We do have a boat live stream as well. If you head to the YouTube page, search for the Aussies, and you'll be able to find the boat's YouTube. Live stream. And it looks like they are just getting reset for a start as well. Beautiful conditions for the boats, and probably one of the fairer beaches as well. We speak about it being a little bit of an unfair beach, deceivingly unfair for some of our competitors, and you can see there just that sandbank and that gutter. So depending on what makes good boat conditions.
I was just having a look at that there. It's a beautiful shot of the drone, but have a look at that sandbank. Certainly it's going to be... I'm not sure what they'd be doing for a start with the boats. I couldn't imagine how far they sit below the waterline or the surface there, but maybe they've got to walk them out across that sandbank. Way to get those boats going in and off those sandbanks would be horrible.
Yeah, so I think they're going through a lot of semi-finals down there as well in the boat arena. Huge crowd, and that's just a little bit further to the north of the action that we're bringing you today. So a huge stretch of sand here at Kirra and North Kirra, and we are really taking up the most of it, aren't we, with the Aussies Carnival stretched probably a couple of kilometres long.
Yeah, it's a big... I love the word Jen used the other day, the circus. The circus is in town, and it certainly is, because we're taking up the best part of a kilometre here on the southern end of the Gold Coast. Everything from the boats that we're seeing on screen now right through to... We've had surfing events, board ski, swim. We've had the 2 kilometre surf races or swim races this morning, and we've also got the adaptive surf life-saving events on today as well. We'll be, I believe, we'll be crossing over with Jen, who will bring us some of the action and results from the adaptive surf life-saving events, which will be fantastic to see.
Yeah, you can see there just we were having a look at the Noosa crew who were rowing in just previously, and you can see right up to the north is that boat arena. The under-17s going through some of their qualifying events, and then down to the mid-arena where you can see the final of our under-19 male double ski, just having their last race briefing there before the final with the starter. Chance to ask any last questions. You wouldn't assume the course has changed from their quarterfinals or their semi-finals, but regardless, we go through that race briefing before every single race. They'll go through the course and give the competitors a chance to air any of the questions that they might have.
Yeah, looking at the conditions like that, would you prefer to be number 16 on the inside run, or would you prefer to be number 1 on the outside?
I think for a ski race, I'd prefer to be number 16. Yeah, I'd back myself off a start and just try to get away for a clean start. As we float these boats, we'll head down to Josh to announce our finalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up in the Orange Arena is the Under-19 Men's Double Ski Championship of Australia. From West Beach, South Oz, Carberry and Hall. From Alexandra Headland, Stewart and Whitford. From City of Perth, WA, Friedenay and Ryan. From Red Beach, New Zealand, Crichton and Gilbertson. From Southport, South Oz, Harvey and Oliver. From Newport, Schaefer and Michael. From Manly, Riddington and Rong Smith. From Warilla, Barrack Point, Burke and Wilson. From Birdie, Lawson and Mott. From Swansea, Belmont, Messiah and Ray. From Alexandra Headland, Asher and Simpson. From Swansea, Belmont, Hall and Murphy. From Maroochydore, Deekman and Gammon. From Wanda, Porteous and Steiner. Cronulla, Dusha Catherine and Smith. And from Noosa Heads, Capel and Harmer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your under-19 double ski championship of Australia.
Crews now getting set for a start. We would expect to see Red Beach, Wanda, Manly, some of our fast qualifiers from our semi-finals getting away very, very quickly.
Yeah, we're about to get underway at the moment. The boys just starting to adjust that paddle, get it nicely locked onto the side of that double ski. It's all the finesse, the finer details. Everything has to go perfectly right, doesn't it? If you want to execute a good start, you need to make sure feet are nice and firmly in the sand. You don't want to be standing in a pothole. There's always so many last-minute little checklist things to do before a race like this, isn't there?
Yeah, just making sure your skis pointing in the right direction, paddles are in place, last little bit of instruction with your teammate. Everyone's looking very serious and ready for a start. Getting out quite deep, some of our crews there. A little bit of a difference for the sandbank for that deep water, but starter looks pretty happy with where we are.
Yeah, we're about to get underway now. The boys just having a little bit of a glance over left to right. Make sure, I mean, you've got to creep a little bit, don't you? You don't want to get left for last. And there we go, underway. Starters pulled the trigger. Looks like all teams got in nicely. I didn't see anyone make any massive errors off the beach, but it looks like maybe the boys from Red Beach had a pretty good start there. They're in the middle of the field. We see now 2, maybe 3 teams got over that whitewash. The rest of the field got a little bit clipped, so it looks like maybe our team down from up the left there might be West Beach. Off to an absolute flying start. They're taking a commanding little lead at the moment.
Yeah, alley number 1, West Beach, sort of a difficult position to win from, but they've known they've had to get a flyer of a start, and they've done just that. West Beach leading out there from the crew from Manly. We'll drop back then to, I think it might be potentially the Newport crew also up in contention, but it's all West Beach and Manly.
Yeah, great start. It looks like they've got a nice little lead at the moment. 1, 2 and 3, great little lead. So West Beach in 1, but Manly's very smart here. They've taken the inside. It might be Swansea Belmont. They're going to be a long way inside this can. They might have undershot that a little bit there. The boys from West Beach advantaged them. They got around that first can, and we talked about course management, how important it is to stay in timing, don't lose momentum on that boat, and they're doing it so well at the moment, the boys of West Beach. As they approach that third can, they're going to make their way back to the beach now.
Yeah, a lot of our crews approaching that first can from the south, so making it an extremely sharp turn. That impeded the crew there from Swansea, who were sitting fairly pretty in third. So it's West Beach coming home. A little bit of a bump underneath the crew from West Beach. Manly and Swansea pushing so hard. The crew from Alexandra Headlands heading north, looking for a wave. You can see them there on the left-hand side. So we will wait to see what happens in the wave zone, but a handy lead for West Beach.
Yeah, the boys from West Beach have had an unbelievable paddle so far. They've just had a little bit of a look left to right. I think they're on a wave here. Unbelievable. The boys from West Beach, they're on the wave. Joshy, call them home for us.
From the start to the finish, West Beach, South Oz have dominated this one. What a paddle from the boys. They had a little bit of competition around those cans. The race for second looking pretty clean, but third is wide open at the moment. West Beach will get the gold across the line. What a paddle. The boys hit the line. They celebrate. Over the top, the sprint's on for bronze. Here we go. 4 teams hit the line. Someone's got to go. Maybe Burley on the far side. On the edge, Alexandra Headland there as well. That one's going to go to the judges. Warilla were close, but there's no doubting our winner. What a paddle from West Beach. Manly will get the silver. Swansea, Belmont, Warilla, Alex, and Red Beach for the bronze. I don't know, but the boys from West Beach will take the gold all the way back to South Australia.
congratulations there to our crew from West Beach. We spoke about the difficulty they had starting there in position number 1, and they just led that from start to finish. We can see now what's happening a little bit further down. We'll change arenas and bring you some action. We believe we've got some swim team heats in action a little bit further along the beach, so getting through some more. We've spoken about the team events happening here on Saturday. It is the final of the under-17 female surf teams, so we're just coming at the concluding stages here.
Yeah, there's nothing more like a scramble than the final of the surf teams. You watch everyone get up. It's not about necessarily who wins, but it's getting the first team across the line. So it's great to win the surf teams, obviously helps a lot, but you need all 4 of your teammates to get along as high up the starting line as possible. As we can see now, looks like a couple of Newport caps there standing up, so of course I think that might be Pippi DePagna there of Newport, and we might have Newport there in 2 as well. Maroochydore looking like she might have just got ahead of the Newport there, so
3 Newports across the line already, as you mentioned. Maroochydore, Alexandra Headlands. We've got Trigg Island. Is this the 4th of the Newport? No, that's Alexandra Headlands. We're looking for one more Newport competitor. This is her coming across here now. So that's 4 across the line there from Newport, but plenty of other caps and colours in the mix as well. We won't be too sure. It's such a hard race to call. As you mentioned, we add up all the 4 swimmers to see who is the winning club.
And certainly Northcliffe and Newport, I dare say they'd have 2 teams in there as well, just to add to the confusion. Sometimes your B team or second team, they might get a couple up in that line, so it just shakes it up quite a lot. But hey boys, let's cross it down, and Joshy, let's hear from the boys from West Beach.
I'm here with Aiden, and Aiden from West Beach. Boys, how good does it feel to be Australian champions?
Oh, it's pretty surreal. It's my first one, so hopefully there's more to come, but it's very living it up now.
Talk to me about the race. You got off to a flyer, but you only had sort of half a ski length. There was a bit of a jam around the cans. The Manly boys, they're good, aren't they?
Yeah, well, we had a bit of a difficult position on the line, but we had to think about it, and we chose a good plan. Just get out, get past that break and really open up, do what we do best. Got to that first can and we heard a bit of a scuffle behind us, so just keep the pressure on, get around that third can, because there's not much out there, but here at Kirra, any little bump can make a huge difference. So yeah, first pick at those, and yeah, that's all she wrote.
For us mere mortals, what's it feel like to go down your own wave and know you're going to be Australian champion?
Oh, it was pretty good. We tried to get down the first one around the third can, and we couldn't pull down it towards the more in the middle. But then we looked back and there was another one coming, so it's pretty good.
And who do you got to thank from West Beach? Obviously, big crew here. You guys do a very good job. There's a big support crew you'd like to acknowledge?
Yeah, first and foremost, just our parents and family, our mates, obviously the extended support of West Beach Surf Club, all the old fellas there. Big shout out to Peter Zoll as well. He's been backing this boat in all season and he's been real keen for it, so we're happy we get this one done for him. And also big thanks to all the boys out there racing. It's a really hot field, and yeah, it's truly an honour to line up next to some great athletes, so thanks.
West Beach gets it done. Big shout out to the South Australians there. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you.
Such a dominant performance. We heard them talk about the difficulty they had there in alley number 1. You don't see a lot of races won from alley 1, I don't believe, because you've got to go the widest around the can. So they said they had a little bit of a chat about that, made their race plan that they were just going to go so hard from the start, and look at them go.
Yeah, they absolutely took off. They nailed that start, but then once they got about halfway to that can, it looked like they just dropped the hammer again and they went for it. And as you mentioned, Christy, there is the pros and the cons. Yes, you can get stuck going, wider around the cans, but if you nail that start, you can kind of drive the field down a little bit as well, and that bunches them up and, can cause some paddles to check, and they just managed to stay out of trouble, didn't they?
Yeah, they did a beautiful job and were able to hold on. We could see second place there chasing hard as that way. We were a bit nervous it was going to catch them, but they did everything perfectly right. So yeah, gold medal to the boys there from West Beach. We'll try and bring a few more of those results to you as we'll take you back now, I think, to potentially the under-19 female surf team's final.
Yeah, we'll come on back in a moment. It looks like we might be just starting to get a few results from the under-17s female surf team we just saw on screen. It's looking like maybe Avoca might have got the win there. There you go. Northcliffe. Oh no, sorry, the points are constantly changing, so I might hold off from announcing it unofficially. I've gone out. Sorry, Avoca. Sorry to get your hopes up. There are, I think the live heaps are still dropping in some of the scores, so we'll sit back and wait for that at the moment. But we'll go on down to Joshy so he can call us out our next final.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the Under-19 Female Surf Teams Championship of Australia. In 1, Chugan. In 2, Newport. In 3, Currumbin. In 4, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park B. In 5, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A. In 6, Papamoa, New Zealand. In 7, Northcliffe A. In 8, Northcliffe B. In 9, Wanda Team A. And rounding out the field in 10, Maroochydore Team A. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 2025 Under-19 Female Surf Teams Final.
Thank you, Josh. As we've heard there, 10 teams putting their foot on the line here for the surf teams final. You'd have to expect a strong showing there from, we've got 2 teams from Burleigh and also 2 teams from Northcliffe. You mentioned that makes it really tricky to call these races because up here we can't really tell who's in the A teams and who's in the B teams, but our judges on the line will certainly be tapping those through in live heats and getting all of those results very, very official. A team from Maroochydore also in the mix. They are historically very strong in the surf teams across all age groups. I think we've spoken about the dominance that Northcliffe have in the men's teams, and I think the team from Maroochydore is one of the only teams to have nabbed a gold medal in sort of, I guess, that 10 years running from the crew from Northcliffe. So we'll be looking out for them, but yeah, Newport always so strong, and great to see the team from Papamoa, New Zealand, also lining up here in the Under-19 surf team final.
Yeah, and having a little bit of a glance across some of the names in those teams. Pipi DePagna is in the Under-19 Newport Team A, so she just crossed the line in the 17, probably barely had time to go for a warm down or get her heart rate down, and she's back on the start line again now for another final, so big effort from her.
Yeah, incredible racing. I thankfully didn't have to do a lot of surf team racing because I know it's such a taxing event. It's a little bit longer than the swim in the iron, and I guess just such a packed field, so many swimmers swimming over top of each other. We'll now go to a little bit more of an announcement. We've gone through the teams, but Matt, if you could run us through who we've got representing the 10 clubs in this 19 female surf team final.
Absolutely. The Under-19 female surf teams final. We've got in position 1, Chugan Team A, Newport Team A, Currumbin Team A, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park B, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park A, Papamoa, Northcliffe Team A, Northcliffe Team B, Wanda Team A, and Maroochydore Team A. In 10th spot there, as we can see the girls just starting to shake the arms out, adjust the goggles. We'll be underway very, very soon.
Yeah, athletes looking like they're all in position. As we've mentioned, we've got 10 teams with a spot here in the final, but we do put them into a little bit more of a random order. We don't start all 4 competitors next to one another. They'll spread out right the way along the start line, and the starter's got them away now for the Under-19 female surf team final fairly even start, not much of a way. They'll go straight into that deep water and get into their dolphin dive work, and we'll expect them to maybe get back up again for a few dolphin dives as they get to that second bank.
Yeah, we're right on the bottom of low tide now, so we're seeing that the girls are running in, getting a little bit of wading, a little bit of dolphin diving, and they're straight into their swimming there now, making their way to the red and yellow can. And you mentioned before, Christy, the surf teams is such a challenging race. You've got to go around not only the 9 but the back 4 black and white cans, so just making that a tough surf race a little bit more tougher. As you see the girls now just making their way, a couple of them going under this little wave here. It's just a sea of arms at the moment. It's near impossible to find any caps at the moment, but certainly it's the importance of just getting out in front. You do not want to get stuck in that big pack there. 40 girls absolutely going 100% towards that red and yellow can. You want to try and get some clean water.
Yeah, stretched right the way along there at the start line. No one really shooting too far out in front. Probably a little bit of an advantage to those just on the southern end of that start line. Looked like a little bit of water movement pushing the field to the north. So some of our swimmers have got a fair bit of a distance to swim back. You can just see them there now with their heads up looking towards that turning can. Some of our competitors, as we mentioned, on that southern end getting a perfect line around that first red and yellow as they make their way to that back set of 4 black and whites.
Yeah, definitely an advantage to be down the southern end there. So a little bit of strategy maybe. They might have watched some of the earlier races. You put your faster swimmers sometimes the clubs tend to opt to put them down the left side maybe. So backing their speed to be able to get back to the front. So a little bit of tactics, a little bit of strategy. Certainly that southern side getting out, making the best of it at the moment. We can see a Northcliffe cap out there in 1 or 2 at the moment as the girls just reach that first black and white can, making their way across. There's 2 competitors out in front there. They've got a nice little gap, not too big, but they've got enough, a little bit of a gap there. They've got clean water, and then we can see one of the competitors in third there just trying to scratch back up onto the feet for a nice little wash ride on the way home, because once they hit this green and yellow can, they're going to absolutely give it everything.
Yeah, that's a position you want to be in. Nice, clean water. So much traffic a little bit further back in the pack. A lot of water movement. We spoke about that water heading to the north on that inside bank. And as they turned those black and white cans, the water was actually pushing them again down to the south, making it so congested as they try to navigate themselves around these cans. So clear water ahead there for our front 2 leaders. We'll try and bring those caps to you. It's just a wash of arms and legs there at the moment on screen.
Yeah, it's looking like Northcliffe in 1, Burleigh heads Mowbray Park in 2 there. So just out in front, they're going shoulder to shoulder, stroke for stroke at the moment. It's BMD Northcliffe, Burleigh heads Mowbray Park, and it looks like it might be back to Northcliffe in 3rd place there. So as we mentioned before, you need to get all 4 competitors from your team, from your club, across the line first. So looking very strong at the moment for Northcliffe as we see the girls just standing up on that bank there. They're going to jump onto this whitewash there. A couple of those competitors there catching back up to our lead. 2 girls in BMD and Northcliffe. So maybe a little bit of a shake-up at the minute there. Joshy, can you see it better than we can?
No, they're just into the gutter at the moment. An absolute wash of girls. A little wave runs underneath. The girls on the back bank, that's going to decide the medals there. If you can get a push into the hole, that will be the key. They start to push on the inside. Burleigh's there, Newport's there, Northcliffe a couple of caps. They've got probably 3 in the top 5, but it's Burleigh heads Mowbray Park out in front. Jazzy Raywood, she should be the first one to stand up. A little wave's going to wash through here. We know every place counts in the swim team final. Raywood's up first. Burleigh, minimum points, first across the line. Northcliffe, Burleigh, Newport's there. Another one from Northcliffe, Maroochydore as well. So Northcliffe have got 2, Burleigh have got 2. Northcliffe have got 3, 4 across the line, but they've got a couple of teams. Wanda comes up and across, another 2 from Burleigh. So Northcliffe's home, Burleigh's home. Newport have got 3 across the line, 4 across the line. I think that might be the podium. Wanda might be the only one that can push them there. All 4 Wanda looking like they're going to get across. I think it's out of Northcliffe and Burleigh. You do the maths. Let's get the calculators out.
Oh, thank you, Josh. Yes, as we heard there, coming down to potentially the team from Northcliffe, Burleigh and Newport. We suspect that might be the podium, but way too difficult to call from this angle. We just saw all the bodies rush across the line there, and as we mentioned, there are a couple of teams from Burleigh and Northcliffe, so depending on whether that was the 4 from the A team that all came across the line, we'll wait to see. So fantastic swimming, particularly as we mentioned from Raywood, doing the best she could for her team there from Burleigh. But it's not about coming across the line first, it's about getting those 4 competitors across the line with minimum points.
Yeah, some great results there, and huge swim from Jazzy Raywood. Unbelievable ski paddler. We saw how strong she was yesterday, but taking out the surf team's final there as well. So great from Jazzy, setting it up for Burleigh. She'd be eagerly standing on the finish line, probably trying to crunch some numbers now. See, but we have a little bit of a glance. I'm going to go out on a limb and I'll come back to the 17 female surf team results in a second. For now, we'll go down to Joshy on the beach with Jazzy.
I'm here with Jazzy Raywood, first across the line. We're still doing the maths. I think yourselves, Northcliffe, Newport in with a shot as well. How tough are those surf teams finals?
Yeah, honestly, it's not easy, especially when you know that if you get caught in the pack, it's all over. So you're going to have a hard start and then just pray that the other girls don't have it in them to catch you.
With 10 metres to go, a little wave wash through there. Did you think there was going to be people on it?
Yeah, probably. I don't trust my luck. So I was just holding my breath and praying for the best, and then felt the wave up behind me. I was like, I'm just going to run. And fortunately, we're over the line first, and I'm sure all the other girls have done a great job. So
I'm doing my maths here. Northcliffe, maybe. You've got 2 teams. They've got 2 teams. Do you know?
Well, I think we're on 30 points. Other than that, I've got no idea.
Know your own stuff. Good luck. I hope you guys obviously get yourself on the podium there. Good luck for the rest of the day as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Spoken from experience there. She probably has, I wouldn't say she's in the backpack very often, but she said that's not a place that you want to be. So she was just set on getting out, getting in front and getting clear of that pack swimming because, well, swimming is hard at the best of times, but swimming with other arms and bodies on top of you is so hard. So, yeah, great experience there from Jazzy, but you've also got to have the speed to get yourself out in front.
Yeah, absolutely, and speed she does have. It's just crazy, isn't it? When you get stuck in those packs, there's nothing worse than it. Especially in the surf teams finals, it was always my biggest nightmare, hitting that red and yellow can, and you just know you're going to get absolutely swamped and sort of doing polo stroke and just trying to stay above the water. So, yeah, look, Jazzy didn't have to worry too much about that. She set it up perfectly with her start there. But look, I'm game enough to do it. We'll call the under-17 female surf teams results. It looks like we've got Newport Team A in 1, North Burleigh Team A in 2, and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A in 3. So that looks like it might be the final results for our under-17 girls surf teams final there. We'll have to wait a couple more moments yet, I believe, before we'll get the results for the under-19s female surf teams, but
yeah, a nervous wait there for the 19s. They'll just let the judges do their thing once they've marked everyone through. I think we might be potentially staying in that swim team arena. We might have the final for the open female surf team coming up shortly as well. And will we see Pippi DePagna back up for a 3rd swim in a row? We'll wait to see. That'd be pretty impressive. We've got some double skis happening a little bit further down the beach. I think we're working through the rounds of the open men's double ski heats, but up next in the swim arena is the open female surf teams final. So it could be a few of those girls from the 19s coming across to back up for their clubs. We would expect to see a strong showing again from the likes of Burleigh, Newport, Northcliffe.
yeah, definitely. I'm just having a bit of a scan over the start list, some of the names now. Newport's team is Kimberly Doyle, Annalise Kibble, Sarah Locke and Lizzie Wellborn. So lucky for Pippi.
Lucky for Pippi, that's a strong team, isn't it?
Yeah, have a little rest. You won't have to do this one as well, but Jazzy Raywood, interestingly enough, though, for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A, Charlotte Cross, Lily O'Sullivan, Jasmine Raywood, and Claudia Rose Slavin. They're actually the defending champions, I believe. Last year, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park took out the Australian gold medal, so they'd be looking to try and defend that title, no doubt, but they're going to have a lot of competition, some very strong, 3 strong Northcliffe teams in there. Wow, just having a little bit of a scan. Northcliffe's A team: Olivia Corrin, Georgia Fitzsimmons, Lana Rogers and Naomi Scott. That is a red-hot team.
Yeah, and they've had some success over the years, as you mentioned, not our defending champs, but certainly have taken out this event many, many times, the club of Northcliffe. And yeah, it's pretty daunting when you put your foot on the line from a club and there's a club there with 3 teams in a final of a surf team event. And I guess the trickiness for those selectors is picking the right team, because you want to get those top 4 across the line. We'll head now down to Josh to introduce our teams of the Open Female Surf Team Final.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're introducing the Open Female Surf Teams Championship of Australia. In 1, Cameron, Outram, Smith Welsh and Wilson of Sunshine Beach. In 2, Doyle, Kibble, Locke and Wellborn of Newport. In 3, Stuart, Crisp, Cook and Ives of Mermaid Beach. In 4, Burkett, Holmesby, Richards and Main of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park B. In 5, Crawford, Finardi, Singleton and Williams of Northcliffe B. Corrin, Fitzsimmons, Rogers and Scott of Northcliffe A. Ferenzi, Hughes and Tate of North Bondi Team A. Doyle, Nichols, Slee and Tazaki from Northcliffe Team C. The defending champions, Cross, O'Sullivan, Raywood and Slavin of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your 2025 Open Female Surf Teams Championship of Australia.
Thank you, Josh. Competitors now just getting their final instructions, getting in position on the start line. We saw there from the 19s probably a little bit of an advantage being down on the southern end of the start line, but no choice. Random draw there for our clubs and our teams, and you mentioned you might put your 4th swimmer on that southern end to give them a little bit more of an advantage and put your stronger swimmers up there on the north. We'll see if any of the competitors change their positions with the angling in, with the running in.
Well, yeah, interestingly enough, we can just see on screen now that's Jazzy Raywood up the southern end. So certainly Burleigh's looking for a little bit of strategy there, thinking, Jazzy's just done a surf race, let's put her on the southern side. We saw it's a little bit quicker out in our finals just before, so maybe they're thinking try and save her a little bit. As we see a couple of the girls there, interestingly, it looks like Georgia Fitzsimmons running up, as have a couple of other competitors running up to the south. Now, we haven't seen that today in the earlier.
No, they've taken note of what has happened there. In just that previous race, the 19 women's surf team have seen that it's quite a clear advantage to be on that southern end. So really smart move there from some of our swimmers in the Northcliffe A team. Georgia Fitz, she's so experienced, particularly in these swim events. So she's wanting to give herself the absolute best positioning around those cans. We heard from Jazzy, you don't want to be caught in that backpack. Quite a long swim if you are down on the northern side. So we'll bring these caps to you as they get closer, but it looks like it might be Georgia Fitz leading this Open Female Surf Team Final.
Yeah, look, that's a lot of experience there from Georgia Fitz, and as you mentioned, I think she's got maybe 4 individual surf race Australian titles, so she's certainly got the experience and the resume to match. But that's a beautiful stroke and technique at the moment from Northcliffe. I'm thinking it's either Georgia Fitz or it might be Naomi Scott. I'm not sure at the moment, but great little lead at the moment, and there again we see that southern side definitely a little bit more of an advantage as the girls are making their way out to that red and yellow can. A long way to come back. I can see one of our Sunshine competitors out to the left there on that northern side. A long way to come back, and it'll be very, very difficult to do so from there.
Yeah, it does look like potentially, as you said there, the stroke of Naomi Scott up there doing very well alongside Georgia Fitz. So we know those swimmers are both from the Northcliffe A team. Lana Rogers not too far behind. A little bit of a mix there. We can see three abreast, as we can see. I think it might also be one of the Burleigh Heads caps.
Yeah, I love looking at that shot there of Naomi Scott. Beautiful technique, just nice, slow and controlled. She's got a great catch on the water, great hold and catch. Nice even balanced kick. She looks so smooth and she's flying along there. You know, she's not overrating. She doesn't look like she's just spinning the arms, so to speak. She looks really technically nice through the water, and she's just starting to pull away a little bit now. So she's in some, I would say Naomi Scott is in career best form at the moment. She's had an unbelievable summer so long with World titles and World Ocean Series Ironwoman events. It's been amazing. She went on a huge winning streak for a while there. I think she was maybe 4 or 5 major races in a row, back-to-back wins. So she's looking very comfortable at the moment. Very strong out in front.
Still trying to determine if it is Georgia Fitz, Naomi Scott. They're certainly They're certainly in 1 and 2, just trying to figure out which one is which. And it looks like a bit of a move there from Lana Rogers as well. You can see the different energy expenditure from those top 2 or 3 swimmers. If you look back a little bit to 10th, 11th, 12th, just such harder work in the middle of that pack. As we can see them start to spread out a little bit as they pick their line home. They'll be looking up every sort of 3rd, 4th or 5th stroke just to make sure that they are still on course for that finish line. You can see the depth starting to get a little bit shallower as they enter into that wave zone. A little bit of a spurt on there from the Northcliffe competitors. Josh, we'll head down to you to call them in.
Yeah, very, very tight at the front here. Exactly the same as that 19 girls surf team's final. A couple out in front, but a few waves starting to push. We've got one down on the front. It's going to fill up with another little lump behind as well. This is going to cause chaos. It'll bring a few through. There's another swell behind that'll pick up the back markers if they're good. Our leader out in front into the gutter right now. Waves are plenty for the mid-pack. I can see Northcliffe caps everywhere. Burleigh get down that little push. That'll be a big, big advantage, but still out in front. Georgia Fitz, I think, has got plenty of work. Newport's in there on the far right-hand side. Another Northcliffe cap, 2 down the front. So they're out in front, 1, 2, 3, and in 4. I don't know if it's all the A team. They stand up. Lily O'Sullivan's there as well. It's Olivia Corrin. Olivia Corrin up first, so it'll be Northcliffe in 1. Georgia Fitz, Lily O'Sullivan going for 2nd. Burleigh gets there in 2nd. This is the real race. Newport, Sarah Locke, Lana Rogers there as well. Kimbo Doyle gets into her work. Jade Slee. There's 3, 4 from Northcliffe. Sunshine Beach gets their first across. The 19 Jazzy Raywood's there as well. Bella Williams, Electra Outram. It's all Northcliffe, Burleigh, Northcliffe, Newport, Sunshine. Across the line as well, the girls from North Bondi at the tail end. That one's too hard to pick. Too many girls from too many different teams. It's going to come down to a final few points, and I think it'll be decided on the 2nd, maybe even the 3rd line. Burleigh have got a couple up there. Northcliffe have got plenty, but they've got 3 different teams, and it was a bit of chaos after that wave came through. Newport, they're all in the top sort of 2 lines there, and they're all doing the maths. Your guess is as good as mine, guys.
Thank you for bringing that to us, Josh. Yeah, a slightly better view down there on the finish line, but not an easy race to call in. As we saw there, the eventual winner, Olivia Corrin, she's also part of that Northcliffe A team, so great results for them. We'll wait to see how many of that A team came across the line. As you mentioned, plenty of Burleigh caps in the mix there as well, so great job to all of those girls. They'll just sort of do that mental maths as they're sitting there counting heads and trying to give their best guess as to where their clubs have finished. But you'd certainly suspect a podium finish at least there for the team from Northcliffe.
Yeah, definitely going to be very, very close, that one. Now we'll come across to the under-19 female surf team's final results. It looks like in position 1 was Northcliffe Team A. Position 2 was Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, and in 3 was Newport Team A. Now we saw Jazzy Raywood came across in 1. It was very close. 29 points for Northcliffe, 30 points for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. So just one point split. That is devastating for Burleigh. So close, but unbelievable result nonetheless. very impressive. So that was the 19s. Give the judges a little bit more time yet to try and crunch some numbers before we are bold enough to make a call for the open female. But certainly I'd say it's going to be Northcliffe or Burleigh, so we'll have to wait for the judges there.
Yeah, fantastic results for the open female surf team final that we have just had the pleasure of witnessing. Such strong performances there from the clubs from, Burleigh Heads and also Northcliffe. We will leave that point scoring to the judges. So that's the 17s, the 19s and the open female surf teams final all done and won. We'll announce those winners for you shortly. In the meantime, we might head back down to the beach with Josh.
Yeah, I'm down here. Well, I'm just talking to two superstars of the sport, Georgia Fitz, Lana Rogers. They think they've got it. Naomi Scott's here as well. Your girl, Olivia Corrin, she's come in first but copped one in the head. How tough is Liv?
Oh, she's so tough. She's such a good trainer and she just brought that home for us. Got the first one across the line and hopefully we get that win.
Northcliffe been so dominant in this event, both on the guys and girls side. What is it about this club and this event that's so special?
Oh, we're just willing to do anything for each other, and I think that really shows through in our racing. And this is our first win in actually, 3 seasons now, so we really wanted to get this one back for the club. And, yeah, doing it with these girls just makes it so much more special. And my last swim team's race, which I'm not actually too sad about because those are brutal out there.
Scotty, program's been massive for the entire team. How do you guys back up day in, day out?
Yeah, just all about recovery. The whole of Northcliffe is really supportive of everything and they've got ice baths set up for us and everything that we need. So it's been really awesome and great to get around the Gone for these 2 days of teams racing, and it's been really exciting and hopefully we can carry that momentum through for the rest of the week.
It's still unofficial, but we think by numbers we're going to give it to you. Congratulations, guys. Northcliffe get back that swim team championship. Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the day, the rest of the week. You guys all have massive programs.
Thank you, Floody and the entire B&D community. We love you guys. Wouldn't be here this week without you guys.
Yay, thanks guys.
Oh, thank you so much, Josh. An unofficial congratulations to the team there from Northcliffe. They're pretty confident that they've got the job done, but we'll wait to hear those official results. And interestingly enough, not an event that Georgia Fitz is going to miss. She reckons the swim teams, yeah, that's a real tough one. So well done to all of the girls who took part in that final. We are now bringing you the open male double ski heats. We believe we are up to heat 6 of the open male double ski. So getting through a lot of these qualifying rounds. I think there were just 6 heats. So well done to our officials getting those 6 heats through. They'll move through now to quarterfinals, semi-finals and also a final later on today. So this is heat 6 coming across the line there in the open male double ski heats. A little bit of a slew on the line, but I think they've come across those orange finish flags a fair way out now just on that bank. You sometimes find those double skis running aground on that sandbank, so you can see that's why they've moved that finishing flags way out there on that shallow bank. So that's where the judging will take place, and the boats will just float their way back in across that deeper gutter.
Little warm down gutter that the North Kirra has prepared for them.
Yeah.
They're lovely. They'll be loving that, the athletes. Look, we saw how much strength and power the 17s and 19s, but this is next level now. The open men's, this will be, we talked about it earlier, Murray Stewart, Riley Fitz, Lockie Tame, Tom Green, Olympic medalists, all in the open male. And just on screen now, that is Noah Havard, also an Olympic medalist. So this is going to be some red hot action, I believe, in the open men's double ski. I wouldn't be brave enough to pick a team.
Yeah, we have a lot of Olympians who are who grow up in the surf club environment and go off to different sports, in the beach. So beach sprinters to track running. We've got the swimmers, the open water swimmers, but we've got a particular large contingent of Olympic kayakers who come back to their clubs and race the Aussies, and we love it when they do. And the open male, I think, single ski race as well as the male double ski race. We've also got quite a few Olympians here from in the women's events as well. But if we see a couple of those Olympic kayakers jumping on a double together, we're going to see some amazing pace as we see Jimmy Walker on screen there. One of the more experienced ski paddlers in the field, and he loves an Aussie titles. I don't think there's been one where he hasn't been a feature, and it's not unlikely for Jimmy to make his way into some semis and some finals, which we love to see.
Yeah, definitely. Also a former Olympian, Jimmy Walker. A few more earlier than some of the other boys, but nonetheless still an Olympian, and he'll be in good company. I'm guessing he might be jumping on the back with Noah Havard, so it'll be a pretty red-hot team. See now the boys just starting to get some results in for that sixth heat. So yeah, we're getting through them pretty quick. One is North Bondi. So North Bondi team one is, yes, Noah Havard, Jim Walker. So team of Olympians there coming through in position one. Good start for the boys.
Yeah, taking out our sixth and final heat there. Also qualifying through in that sixth heat were the crew from Sorrento. We saw Michael Booth and Patrick Ely. We've got the Newport crew taking out the third spot. So we would suspect 8 qualifiers then going through to a quarterfinal, a semi-final, and then a final. And as we saw happen in the 19 men's double ski, they'll likely run these back-to-back just because it is a difficult course to have set up there with the flags and the finishing stand out there on the bank, as well as just having these really big craft down there in the arena. They're not something that you want to have to carry back up to the back of the beach and carry back down later on. So we'll likely see the next rounds of the open male double ski continue to roll on through. So we'll bring that action to you, and we've got the full set of results there now from Heat 6. So North Bondi, Sorrento, Newport, Dickey Beach, Allura, Currumbin, Cronulla and Tugun. So they were our qualifying crew from all of those 6 heats, and yes, heading into quarterfinals. So I suspect that's what we'll see there just on the line, and we'll call them quarterfinals, but we've actually only got 3. So quarterfinals or 3 semi-finals. We may even see something like 6 through to potentially to a final, but we'll wait to see how cutthroat they're going to be down there this morning for these opening rounds, whether we get 6 or 8 through.
Yeah, just having a little bit of a glance. That is an unbelievable victory, if this is correct, and all the points are locked in. I can see why Joshy was so quick to call the girls across, because it looks like open female surf team has gone to the team of Northcliffe, Team A. Newport, Team A in second place. And Northcliffe Team C was in third, but Northcliffe Team A, now we read out the start list and just how unbelievable the team was. You can see them on screen there celebrating the girls arm in arm, and a little bit of a song and dance, and that's a happy coach in Naomi Flood down there high-fiving all their athletes. They'll be stoked to get that win, but 16 points they finished on. That's very, incredible. Very hard to beat in crunch the numbers. If you go 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 10 points. So 16's not far off a perfect sweep.
Perfect results, 16 points there to the team from Northcliffe taking out the open female surf teams, and then you can see they're jumping down to Newport finishing in second on 44 points. So still an incredible performance, but that just shows you the dominance of that Northcliffe A team, and 2 Northcliffe teams getting themselves up on the podium. So congratulations also to the team there, for the C team there from Northcliffe. Very exciting for the club. You can also see Harriet Brown down there in the arena. Be a strange feeling for Haz having retired from these competitions, but still bringing so much of her knowledge and experience to a lot of the athletes from her club down there on the start line. So I'm sure that they're loving having her down there, and as you mentioned there, of course, coached by Olympian Naomi Flood. Olympian in the kayaks, world champ in our sport of surf lifesaving. So doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, no, Naomi Flood, a wealth of knowledge and experience there, and now she's got Harriet Brown down there alongside her. They'll be all the better for it, there's no doubt. Girls of Northcliffe would love the assistance for both of them there. As we see the boys now, we can see coming in, some last minute instructions from their starter. We're probably going to get underway soon for our next round of the double skis males.
Yeah, we're moving into the quarterfinals of the Open Male double ski. Just the 3 quarterfinals. So we believe we're looking at quarterfinal number 1, getting ready for a start. We've got a crew there from Manly, City of Perth, Burnie, Redhead, Warilla Barrack Point, Talabudra, Allura, Currumbin, Allura, Kurrawa, Wanda, Burleigh, Newport, Talabudra, and another 2 Newports. So 3 Newport crews predominantly down the southern end, so almost side by side, just separated there from the crew from Talabudra. I would normally say grade N to be down that southern end, but we saw from that 19 male final, the winners actually came from the northern end, where we'll have a crew from Manly. So still only quarterfinals, but you'd expect to see some very fast racing, a lot of quality crews, and if you just miss the jump on the start in an event like the double ski, you won't have a lot of room to catch back up.
Not in the Opens, no, definitely not. You have to have a flawless race at the Australian titles in the men's doubles. There is literally very little room or margin for error there, as we can just see on screen. The team from Tally, 2 teams from Tally in here. We've got the Norton brothers in Team A, Sam and Tom Norton, and Mackenzie Heinard, Dylan McGee of Team B there. Big little shameless plug for the Tally club there. Great to see them all doing well, but yeah, plenty of teams from Newport in here as well. They've got very, very strong ski paddling club.
Yeah, we'd expect to see potentially both of those Tally teams and all 3 of those Newport teams in the finals, but there's only so many spots up for grabs, so a lot of pace I would expect coming from this southern end or bottom of the screen. They're in the hands of the starter. You could see the flag is up, so relatively happy with the positioning on the start line. A lot of the crews just edging out a little bit further, trying to get the every advantage that they can.
Definitely trying to creep out a little bit. You've just got to get a nose on the rest of the field, but don't want to put yourself out too far, too deep, and it's just impossible to jump out of that water and get cleanly into that seat. So it's a hard suspense is killing us.
Yeah, you can see a little bit more whitewater coming just in the front of those crews on the bottom of the screen or on the southern end. So started just trying to, make sure that there's an even spread of that whitewater. You can see that just really hitting the southern crews. Looks like they're close and away for a start now. So nice little bit of green water, but yeah, just a little bit more whitewater to contend with for those crews down the southern end. That looks like, is it a crew from Allura out in front?
It is. It might be Allura. The boys from Newport down on that southern side, it was a tricky start. They sort of got the core right in front of that wave, but they managed to still juggle it very well. It looks like Alexandra Headland for losing her, so apologies. Is it Newport?
Yeah, I think it's the 3 crews there from Newport. We've also got a crew from Burnie, which is very, very similar cap to Newport. It's got the black stripes as opposed to the maroon stripes. So one of the crews from Burnie. We've also got 3 of the crews from Newport. So it looks like Newport 1, 2 and 3. Alongside them, Allura and also the Talabudra crew. Is that the Norton brothers?
At the top of the screen there, I believe that might be the Norton brothers. Very, very strong team of paddlers there, and Newport certainly doing very, very well at the moment. You can see the Burleigh team on the inside there. That's Tannen Linden and Jai Timpley. So they're going to try and put themselves on the inside. They are back a little bit at the moment, so they're going to have to try and get a clean run around these cans. Oh, the double skis. Always makes you nervous with the ribs, doesn't it? When you see the double skis, you do not want to take one of those into the ribs, but the teams out in front there, they've done that very well, haven't they? They're giving themselves all plenty of space. The Newport boys are thinking, spread out, let's get ourselves around clean. We just want to qualify, get through to that next round, and the timing is just perfect. Look at the way that's in sync. The way they make those boats run is just, magic on the water.
Yeah, that was fairly friendly heading around those 3 apex cans. We've got 2 teams from Newport and a team from Talabudra a little bit further down to the south. That's our top 3, but you can just see the distance that those 2 Newport crews have put in. They've just seemed to have found a little bit more movement, a little bit more assistance in the ocean, and then you can see just the line of skis vying for those qualifying positions. So come on, Tally boys in third, and we'll head down to you, Josh. There's a lot of action happening in that back qualifying pack.
Yeah, 10 is the magic number here in quarterfinal number 1. 10 through to a semi, and I think there's more than that on the wave out the back. Our leaders will have no issue. Talabudra as well. They'll sneak through on the far right-hand side. It's the wave after. You're going to see them ease back and start to go to work. They've already started to go. The rating goes through the roof. They go towards the line here. The judges, they're going to have a hell of a task set out for them there. Maybe on this side, Kirra sneaks through there, the far edge. City of Perth, North Bondi. Burleigh over there as well. High fives all round. I think Burleigh are home. I think Kirra are home. Redhead in the middle, I don't know. Manly there as well. Your guess is as good as mine. Top 10 to go through. The only guarantee, 2 teams from Newport, 1 of the teams from Talabudra there. They are home, and we're chasing 7 more into the semis.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, we'll leave that one up to the judges. Normally you'd think 10 through is a fairly comfortable qualifying number, but not when you're all on the same wave. Yeah, that was definitely a hard in your throat kind of watching, and everyone would love to be in this double ski final. So our top 3 crews are the only ones that we can comfortably call. Taking another look at the start of this first quarterfinal open male doubles ski. It was a really strong start there from Allura, but as we called, those 3 crews from Newport that were starting on the southern end also got out to a flyer, as did the Tally crew at the top of the screen. And Tally, you can see they're just a little bit wide around the cans there, which is not a bad position. Often we vie for that inside run if it's an individual ski or an individual board, but sometimes on a craft like this, actually being wide and out of trouble, you can get around a little bit faster at times.
Yeah, it was a beautiful paddle from the 2 Newport boys. Talabudra as well, great. Just trying to, the urgency out the back for the Tally team to push a little harder and get down that run was massive, right? You sit off that run, all of a sudden you turn around, and that's the next wave is 9, and you don't want to be in that mix. So very, very tricky, but some big boys down there in Jake Breeze and Maxie Brooks. Joshy, let's hear from them.
Thanks, guys. I'm down with the boys. We're just talking double ski racing, and we're saying there's no easy quarters at Aussies, is there?
No, especially not like that. We kept looking up and down the line, and knew it was going to be a tough one. We have to put our best foot forward, and we just got away nice and clean. And us and another Newport team kind of were very kind to each other around the cans. Don't think I'd expect that in the final, but we worked together and had a nice cruisy run in, which was really good.
The Newport record in these ski relays, double ski races, mixed doubles over the last couple of years has been second to none. What's the secret sauce down there at Newport?
I think it's Luke Morrison. He's been riding our programs for over 10 years now. Absolutely lives and breathes ski paddling, and most of the success is thanks to him.
I'd agree with that one as well. Brooksy, you've been here, you've done it before. Does it get any easier? The quality of paddling just seems to get tougher and tougher year on year.
No, I was actually saying, particularly through those single ski rounds the other day, that I think I've been doing, full-time ski paddling for the last 5 years, and this is definitely the best field I've seen. I think, mixing up a lot of the iron guys are paddling very well, end of an Olympic cycle, so it's a lot of good paddlers, and it's really fun to be a part of.
We got through that one pretty easy. Top 10 to go through the semis. I just think they get harder from here, boys, so good luck.
Yeah, cheers, Minnow.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Very, very tight racing. Also having a bit of a look there, our commentary colleague Sam Jordan was also in that quarter final. So He'll be joining us in commentary a little bit later today, probably just depending on how far through these rounds he gets. So if he's in the final, we won't see him for a little while, but wait to see if the team there from Redhead of Sam Jordan and teammate have made it through. But that was quarterfinal number 1 of 3. So 10 going through to the semi-finals. You can see there on screen Jamo Porter. He's the coach of the ski program at Alex, and obviously still very, very competitive. They've been paddling double skis for a long time, Jet and Jamo, and just seem to have what it takes to have a great combination. They can always pull it out. I don't want to put the mocker on them, but they seem to be able to put on those great performances when it counts.
Yeah, Jet and Jamo both equally have really strong surf skills as well, and so they paddle technically quite well. Like you said, they've done it for a long time, and I think in the double skis, time in the boat, that when you have that partnership, you spend you don't just get together, say, for one Aussies here and there and swap the next year. Like, for those boys, I feel like they've been paddling together maybe close to a decade or something. So, that in sync and timing and all those little, technical things, they'd be very in tune with each other's paddling. So certainly a big advantage. And I wasn't sure if they were doing it together, but there they are. They're our defending champs from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Lockie Tame, 4 Australian single ski titles to himself, and partnered up last year with Pete Mitchell, and they took out, they actually had a incredible last year. They took out the double ski, and they went on to win the Taplin as well, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. So unreal for the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park boys, as we can just see now coming on screen some of our adaptive events that they've taken on this year's SLSA, which is just unbelievable to see.
Yeah, it's actually just running for the second year now, the adaptive events. So they are modified events across some beach sprints, some beach runs, a wade, a swim, a board paddle, and they're for athletes with a disability, just making our events more accessible and inclusive. We want to just bring this sport to absolutely everyone. So fantastic to see the adaptive events happening, and this is obviously in our beach arena, so just a little bit further south of the competition arena that we've been calling from. So fantastic to see a lot of these competitors down there, and thanks to the Australian Sports Commission for working with Surf Life Saving Australia in bringing this program into fruition, and I no doubt it's going to be here to stay. Been taken up with huge amount of enthusiasm for a lot of our participants. So breaking down some of these barriers and just bringing more participants to our sport, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely, it's such a beautiful sport we have, and it's talking about the inclusivity for athletes with a disability to be able to participate. What a Saturday too. Just have a look at the weather down there. That is spectacular. Where else would you want to be?
Yeah, absolutely. And I really can imagine and hope that our competitors are really enjoying it. And a lot of our clubs now are bringing in adaptive events into their NIPA programs. So fantastic for it to see it filtering through to our national titles level, and competitors travelling from all around Australia to compete in our adaptive program that we have on offer here as well at our Aussies, and just taking again some look at the shots of the Gold Coast, and it is a pretty special part of the world to share with all of our competitors. Our Aussie titles is an event that travels around Australia from beach to beach, and it's a difficult event to host because we have upwards of 7,000 competitors coming together on the one stretch of beach. So it is a big event. Jen likes to call it the circus.
It is a big circus,
and doing a great job. The club here of North Kirra hosting us for the Aussie Championships. So we might bring a little bit more of our adaptive events to you later on in the day. Bringing you back now to quarterfinal number 2 of the open male double ski.
About to get underway. Quarterfinal number 2. We have in position 1 there, North Bondi Team B, Northcliffe Team B, Southport, North Burleigh Team A, Northcliffe Team E, Alexandra Headlands A, Alexandra Headland B, Maroochydore A, Newport B, Sorrento C, West Beach A, Allura C, Noosa Heads A, Point Leo A, Cronulla A, and North Bondi A there, as we can see now. Boys are underway, quarterfinal 2. They are off and racing. Bums in seats, paddles are flying.
Yeah, we'll just try to bring some of those caps to you. We could see the crew from North Burleigh on screen a little bit earlier with Murray Stewart, so we were expecting them to get away fast, and they certainly did that. Can't quite pick up the caps of our leaders out there, and Northcliffe crew were also flying off the start. We've spoken about the combination of Jet and Jamo from Alexandra Headlands. We would expect them to be up there as well. Beautiful shots here from the drone, just showing you certainly how spread out this field is, and how far out these ski cans are. These double skis get there so quickly, and they cover a lot of ground at such a fast pace. You can see just how fast these boats are moving, and it is the crew there of Jet and Jamo, I believe, just getting around that first can there in first position, keeping themselves out of trouble. Oh, crew is off. Didn't pick up the caps there, but a crew has just fallen in. They were in second position. It might have been one of our Northcliffe crews. I'm not completely sure. Riley Fitzsimmons and Corey Hill were up in the mix. We'll try and figure out if it was them that have
It's got to be a bit scary falling in the water too, with those double skis flying around at that pace. I wouldn't want to be in the water, but absolutely that is some textbook paddling right there from our boys in Alexandra Headlands. And as you mentioned before, Murray Stewart of North Burleigh. On the back with him is Kieran Phillips, our boy from the Great Britain that we heard from earlier today. He's made a big impact this summer, coming all the way from the UK, and he was at one stage leading the World Ocean Series ski series overall, so they're going to be ones to watch.
Yeah, doing an amazing job. I think that is the crew there from North Bondi in second. Noah Havard and Jimmy Walker also trying to pull up alongside the crew from Alex. A little bit of a bump underneath them. They'll be happy to get that just to separate them from the chasing pack. Josh, will hand down to you to call us in.
The first quarter, and I think there'll be a bit more in this one as well. The first 2, they are sitting pretty, and they've had a great paddle. Another 4, 5 on the wave behind, so that's 7 across, reasonably easy there. Just behind them, we've got another one sitting solo, 8. We're chasing 10. Couple on the far right hand side. I think I can see the Manly cap. Northcliffe start to wind up over there as well. There's a yellow cap of Alexandra Headland. They've got to go on this left hand side. Sorrento, they're going to need to get across. Once again, North Bondi in there. The judges, it's going to be very, very tight. But North Bondi out in front. Fitz and Hill from Northcliffe home and hosed very easily. The Southport boys, the Newport boys, West Beach, no problems. The 19s champions, but it's that next wave. The judges have got one hell of an afternoon cut out for them here. There's plenty of skis crossing the line at the same time, and I wouldn't want to be in that judging tower.
Thank you so much, Josh, bringing us the action there. That was quarterfinal number 2 of the open male double ski. Just one more quarterfinal to go. You can see them already in the water, getting set for a start. Not quite sure who the crew was that fell off out and around the back. We'll try and bring that to you, but no trouble at all there for our leaders, the Alexandra Headlands crew, ahead of the North Bondi team. There were 2 North Bondi teams in there. I think one of those actually with Jimmy's son as well, so not choosing to pair up together, but be great to see.
No, I'll take Noah Havard.
Yeah.
Not your son.
Best of luck. You're on your own. We're just watching the replay there. That is Jet and Jamo from Alexandra Headland. Just on the top of the screen there, coming down that runner with them is the crew that we've been talking about, Noah Havard and Jim Walker from North Bondi. having a little chat to each other as they come down and just making sure they're comfortable and clear. So that there is our top 2 teams. You can see there 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. So all comfortably across. And this is the race here for the last 2 positions. I think that might be the crew there of Corey Hill and Riley Fitz. That I think it might have been them who did come unstuck out and around the cans, but they may have just still paddled themselves possibly into one of those rounds, top 10.
Top 10.
While we wait to get those final results, we'll throw down to you on the beach, Josh. A bit of drama in that race.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, drama is an understatement as quarter 3 is away. Riz, chill, tough around those cans. Plenty of action out there, isn't there?
Yeah, these early rounds are just on. It never gets easier.
Chill, first time back after a couple of years. You've had a break, but you've still been paddling. What's it like to be back on the beach for the Aussies?
Oh, look, these guys are just so fast. It's just trying to chase the big fella here and hopefully 2 more and we'll keep going.
Good luck in the next round, boys.
Cheers, thanks.
Thank you, Josh. Straight into action in quarterfinal number 3. Third and final quarter, open male double ski. You can see, looks like maybe a crew from Swansea Belmont out in front ahead of Trig Island.
Nice little lead out there at the moment. You can see our defending Australian double ski champs in Burley, Lockie Tame and Pete Mitchell. They're in about 3rd place at the moment. They're on the bottom of the screen, or the closest to the bottom of the screen, sorry. Burley heads Mowbray Park. Just starting to move up a little bit now, but it's teams 1 and 2, so that's going to be Northcliffe team around there at the front. Not sure who that team 2 is.
Could be Clifton Beach. We've got a Clifton Beach cap. It's a bit hard to tell sometimes the difference with the Burley Heads and the Clifton Beach, all those dark colours and just a couple of stripes, but we'll bring that to you when we can. We've also got a team there from Seacliff, which is just the plain black cap.
Not sure, yeah, the 2 teams around nicely. They've got a very big lead here. I'm not sure. I'll have to wait and see when they get a little bit closer. That glare of the sun. I don't know what happened to our Burley Heads boys. They just disappeared. I'm not sure if they missed a can or they've been knocked back a little bit. They're sort of... We'll have to wait and see at the moment. The boys, they're paddling beautiful. The team of Northcliffe there, the way they've just got that timing and technique. It might even be Tom Green on the back, of course. Big fella Tom Green. That'd be a lot of power on the back of that boat.
Making that look too easy, aren't they?
Might be Tom Green and Jake Morris, maybe. I think I spoke to Jake yesterday. He said he was doing it with Tom Green. That would be an unbelievable team there. So we'll wait and see. It's Jake Morris on the front, Tom Green on the back. What a powerful... Have a look at the way they just paddled away from that whole field. You can barely see another team on the screen. So Northcliffe in 1.
That looks like the team there from Seacliff coming across the line there in 2. Try to bring that cap to you there of our 3rd qualifiers. That's our top 3 crews across the line. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 on that wave, so one of those crews to miss out. Too close for us to call. We'll leave that one to the judges. No problems for Northcliffe and Seacliff.
That was our team of Burley just coming on screen, the black, yellow and green ski of Lockie Tame and Pete Mitchell. They're either 10 or 11th, so we'll have to wait. Very, very close. They made a last-minute dash. They were sitting pretty on the way out in 3rd place. They were on the inside, though, so I'm not sure if they missed a can or came off or what happened, but you're playing with inches out there, aren't you? And when it goes wrong, it goes bad fast, and you would get a little replay. A couple of waves on the lap for a few of the boys, but great start from the Burley boys at the bottom of the screen there. It was all going right there, and
yeah, we'll see if we can take a look to what was the hold up for them around the can. You can see them there on the inside. They Gate can one okay, but just cannot get their blades in the water, so that might have been the hold-up for them, and the crews on the outside maybe just getting a little bit of clean water and being able to take some distance off, but that certainly is what pulled our top two crews away from the rest. The crew there from Northcliffe in 1 and Seacliff in 2, but what a statement to the rest of the paddlers was that performance there from our team from Northcliffe. That's the most convincing win I think we've seen in these quarterfinals. So they will regroup and reset, and we might even have our winners from that quarterfinal down on the beach with Josh.
Yeah, I'm here with Tommy and Jake. What a paddle, the most dominant of the 3 quarterfinals. Boys, it feels good on the double?
Yeah, it feels good on the double. Obviously, we've done a bit of kayaking, Jake and I. Jakey making his first senior team only a few weeks ago, so it's really good to come out here and be able to put something together and obviously have some good fun and yeah.
We'll get to Jakey's iron in a second. I want to talk about that, but yourself, obviously you grew up in it, you've been around in it, taken that time away over the last couple of summers. We're excited to have you back. Do you feel the excitement to have every medalist from the last 3 Olympic Games here in terms of kayaking? You feeling that love on the beach as well?
Yeah, of course. For me, I've been away for a while with surf lifesaving, so it's really good to be back and it's so much fun. I kind of forgot about like how much you actually enjoy being down here for a full surf week. So it's been so much fun for me, and it's stuff that I'm also taking back into the kayak and having a bit of, I guess, a decompress out here, and obviously still put together some good racing and see what happens. So.
I want to talk about Olympics, gold medals, other finals, all those sorts of things. Do you feel any pressure at all when you come back here? What's the stress level like compared to an Olympic final?
I think, obviously you can't compare the two. The Olympic final, everything's, timed to the absolute T. Everything we've refined for under a minute 30. So to come out here and to race, there's still a lot of pressure. Obviously, you want to do well and you want to represent not only yourself but also your team really well. So obviously there's a bit of nerves when you sit on the line. You haven't done a full week of racing in the surf since 2019, so there's still a bit of pressure, a bit of nerves, but not as much.
How does the young buck go?
He goes well, yeah. He's Mr. Ironman, so I don't know what he's doing. He's a bit confused out here on the beach. Good at ski, good at board, good at iron, so yeah.
He's good at everything, Jakey. Let's talk about that iron. Obviously, big kayaking program over the last couple of months, mate. But into that iron final, you've got to feel good about it.
Yeah, definitely on Sunday. Anyone can win it in these conditions. You just got to hang in there, and yeah, who's got that last ski leg? It definitely favours me at the end of the ski, so I'll just get out there and give it a good shot.
How much swimming training have you been doing?
Not much at all. Just been kayaking and just enjoying it a lot more now. I've just get out there and have some fun. But at the end of the day, you can do all the swimming, and if you can't pull it off in the race, well, it doesn't matter.
We got a bit to get through before that final, including this double ski semi. Good luck in the next round, boys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh, and congratulations there to the Northcliffe crew making it through to those semi-finals, which we'll be bringing to you shortly. We're taking another look now at some of our adaptive events. We're down there in the beach arena, so you can see some beach flags events taking place. You can also see at the top of the screen some of the cans just in the gutter there. So we've had some swim races, some board races, some wading, some sprints, and we are just looking at the beach program now for our adaptive events, which are designed for our athletes with disabilities, varying disabilities, making our sport more inclusive at this national level. We've obviously had a lot of inclusion in a lot of our life-saving activities at club level, but just trying to bring these events, these competitive events to you now in our adaptive. So we are down to, it looks like, the final 2 in the beach flags arena. So exciting times down there, and you can see the crowd building, the atmosphere building down there. So fantastic to see these competitors being showcased on the national level.
Yeah, the second year running now, it's fantastic to see they're driving that participation at a grassroots level for all abilities to come down and have a go, both on the beach and in the water. Very fortunate with the surf sports. It's we've been very blessed at doing it from such a young age, going down the beach and doing the flags, the beach sprints, the swimming, the wading, the whole lot. It's a beautiful sport as we see now. There we go. That was our final.
Oh,
Very
he's happy about it. Yeah, why wouldn't you be? National champ.
National champion. There you go.
So looks like that was the male flag final, and huge celebrations there, and I think really soaking up the applause from the crowd. So loving seeing the highlights from those adaptive events. We're going back now to the open male arena where we're moving through to semi-finals of these double skis, and a little bit of an upset there. It looked like in quarterfinal number 2, we have spoken so much about the crews there. I'll just try to bring you, I'm jumping forward here now to the semi-finals, and we're not quite sure if potentially one of the hot favourites there, which was the team from North Burleigh, Paran Phillips and Murray Stewart, we believe they've actually missed qualifying, so they potentially could have been that crew that slipped out of their boat out and around the Cairns.
Yeah, it was hard to see, but it looked like they got off to an absolute flying start. They were in a great position going around the Cairns. Now, one of the teams fell off, and I think that might have been them, which would be devastating for Murray and Piran. They were looking unbelievable, and certainly a big chance of a medal. There's no doubt about that. So they'll be gutted with that result, but scan off down. We're going to have to wait and see as well to see if Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Pete Mitchell, Lockie Tame. There we go. They did get through. They were another one. We thought there might have been another big upset. So they're all through and safe. But now down on the beach with Joshy, we've got our West Beach boys.
Yeah, I'm back down with the West Beach boys. I think there's a few protests coming out of those last couple of quarterfinals. A couple from around the Cairns and plenty on the finish. Out of the 19s into the Opens, boys, how does it change? They're a bit bigger and they're very, very angry, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, these boys are very unforgiving. Big bodies, they just keep going up and up and up. So, yeah, we're just scrapping to try to stay on their wash, but it's good race experience for us. It's really good.
I've got a couple of Olympic gold medalists over there, plenty of Australian champions, plenty of doubles champions. What's it like lining up as the young guys trying to sort of upset the apple cart?
Oh, it's pretty good. Like, I've raced a few of them in the kayak as well, and it's always fun to race them and just see how they race and get some experience against them.
What about that start? I stood next to Tommy Green before. He's 6'5" and 100 kilos if I'm here. There's a lot of movement off the start there, and they go a little early, don't they?
Yeah, Tommy's probably about twice the height of me, so when you line up next to him, it's a scary thought. And with Jakey in the front as well, they're both moving that boat real well. So, yeah, they'll definitely be one to look out for.
We'll have to have a look at whether anyone's done the 19 Open double in the double ski. Obviously, you're into this semi in a few moments' time, getting to the finals, the first goal.
Yeah, that's all we want to do. Just make the final, learn lots, and, yeah, give it a good crack.
Good luck, boys.
Thank you very much, Joshy.
They're still looking pretty fresh after that 19 race and qualifying through those rounds for the Open. We heard Josh mention there a few contested results and potentially races out and around the back. We speak about the work that our judges and our officials do predominantly on that finish line, calling in those results, but we've got judging boats out and around the back of those cans as well. So you can't intentionally impede the course of another competitor, but very hard to stay out of each other's way at times on those big double skis out and around those cans. So they'll just have to finalise those results. You can see a lot of our coaches and team managers maybe reviewing different footage down there on the beach, just making sure that they're happy with all of those results. That might be just holding up the progress of these semi-finals. A little bit of unexpected rest for some of our competitors.
It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse, isn't it now? You saw at the bottom of the screen, Lockie and Pete were taking a very, very tight line, I would say, into that can. Now, we talked about the length and size of those skis. They don't turn on a 10-cent piece, so when you're hitting that can dead straight and you've got to go 45 degrees, it's very, very hard to do. Now, what we saw was the team of Burleigh just seemed to clash into about 5 other teams. So maybe that's what they're starting to protests there, so we'll have to wait and see. But going across now, we're with the under-17s female board rescue. So just pull up that on our live heats there, with a couple of the teams making their way back to the beach. It looks like 2 teams out in front with a nice little lead. Usually our progressions are 4, I'm going to guess. So wait and see. Great little wave on offer here for the girls. Left of the screen, they've got a great little lift off that. Timing and technique is perfect. So there's 2 teams out in front, very close for the minor spaces, as we see our lead competitors 1 and 2 going to pull down this wave. Be very, very happy with that performance.
Yeah, we have 8 heats here of the under-17 board rescue. We would expect 4 from these 8 heats to go through to the quarterfinals. So even though they are only these early rounds, 4 through is not necessarily a lot. They'll be eliminating half the field of each of these races. A clear and comfortable win there. It looks like Anglesey and potentially Terrigal coming across the line there in this particular heat. Different arena again. You can see not such a gutter up here in the under-17 women's arena. They can get off and still quite a long run up towards that finish line. Next qualifying spots here going to, can't quite tell. Crew from Northcliffe were in there.
Maybe Avoca, maybe Northcliffe, very close. Clifton were in there as well. They were sort of just at the back of that sprint finish. I'm not sure if they would have qualified, but have to wait. Oh, there we go. Sorry, Clifton now on screen. The girls just getting back to the shore.
It's great to see the team from Anglesey coming across the line there. Jasmine Hume and Ellie Morgan taking out that heat. We believe this is heat 7 of 8 in the under-17 female board rescue. All smiles as they come across the line there. It's such a fun event. It's something that we don't get to do at a lot of our carnivals, generally just at our branch, our state and our Aussies, the board rescue. But it is, it's definitely a beach favourite.
Yeah, I always really enjoyed board rescue, and funny enough, like you said, because so many things need to go your way, you've got to get a good line draw, a good aisle, things like that. I think everyone takes it a little more lighthearted, it's a little bit more fun. Everyone's down there just enjoying it a bit more. So it's great event.
Yeah, the pressure is certainly off, isn't it? Because so much comes down to the alley that you draw. It's quite a wide, stretched out start-finish line. So depending on the positioning that you draw, so much kind of, luck and uncertainty goes into it. So you just team up with your best mate or whoever you can find in your club and just give it your best shot. And often we can see there can be some real unlikely winners because of that uncertainty and that luck that goes into it. So it's a race that you want to be in because everyone's got a pretty good shot.
And it's so funny, the partnerships. Some people you would think on paper would go together really well, but the board doesn't seem to run nicely when you paddle together. Yeah, it's quite a unique event in that I've had paddlers that sort of might not be necessarily winning medals in finals, but to paddle board rescue with them, maybe they were light, maybe we just had good timing together, and all of a sudden the board runs really nicely, and surprise yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can see some of our competitors. It looks like another Terrigal cap here in this heat, and it's so true. I heard that mentioned throughout commentary yesterday. It's not just throwing your fastest swimmer and your fastest board paddler together and thinking that they're going to combine well together. I don't think she'll mind me saying this, but have done a couple of board rescues with commentator extraordinaire Jenny Parry, and she's a world champion swimmer. I was not a bad board paddler, but together we could not board rescue. So I think we were just way too tall. Jenny's over 6 foot and I'm right on 6 foot. So much more goes into the combination of a board rescue race coming back home. And we can see there not a huge amount splitting our lead of 4 competitors from that sort of black can right the way down to the bottom of the screen here in this heat. And you would expect these 4 to signal very shortly another 10 or so metres to go. You can see there the board paddlers just eyeing off those arms. Yes, great vision there from our board paddlers, not missing the signal from their swimmers and getting a clean runaway. So that's our top 4 entered the water. All of our swimmers have now signalled. So all of these teams are now into the board leg of this board rescue.
That's the other challenge with board rescue, isn't it? I don't think they'll have to worry about it today, but one of the other, I guess, variables or challenging aspects of this race is in big surf, when your swimmer touches the can and the arm goes up, if big waves are there, you see it time and time again where you're standing on the beach and the board paddler's looking over at somebody from their club or squad in higher ground, because you can't leave before the swimmer goes, obviously, and sometimes it can be 5 seconds even before you even make eye contact with your swimmer with the arm up. And I'll tell you what, if you're the swimmer at the can and you've got your arm up and you see that your board paddler hasn't gone, they're absolutely furious. And so yeah, it's a bit of an art making sure you want to go as soon as that your swimmer hits that can and gets their arm up.
Yeah, no problems with that happening here today. The crew there from Terrigal on the bottom of screen doing an amazing job. That was a pretty clean pickup, and yeah, absolutely no vision problems. Don't like having to tell too many stories of when I was racing, and I don't know if this has ever happened since, but one Aussie final that I was in for board rescue at Kirra, the surf was so massive there was zero chance of seeing our swimmers, so the IRB were actually radioing in to let us know when we could go as the board paddler because there was just no vision of the can. So glad we don't have that as a problem here today. There's a flyer up on the top of the screen, actually. Terrigal were the first club to pick up, but I'm not sure if that might even be the team from Cooks Hill up there in alley number 2. Doing a great job on the way home. A little bit of an assistance now for 3 of our crews. Look like they'll pull down that wave. Very, very nicely done. We'll try and bring these competitors to you. Looks like it's a Northcliffe team, Terrigal.
Girls, just nice clean pick up there. So it might be Terrigal into Northcliffe and into, I'm not sure if this is heat 7 or heat 8. I've a little bit of a mix up on the live heats at the moment here.
Yeah, and sometimes they don't always run the heats in order. Yeah, we might be running over a couple of different arenas.
That's the girls of Scarborough, I think that might be the girls of WA club. Cottesloe or Scarborough? Cottesloe, apologies.
So nothing too tricky for our judges there. Nice spread out heat was that one. 4 to go through to the next round. As the last of our competitors just coming across the line there now. They'll wait to get those official results and I guess also check that these events were completed correctly. It is unfortunately one of those events that we probably see the highest number of technical DQs can occur. A few rules around the pickup. You have to pick up your swimmer on the seaward side of those swim cans. So they'll wait to hear from the judging boat that was all clear and correct. And then we'll see those 4 top teams progressing through.
I almost saw a DQ yesterday. The 19 boys, the Burley boys, almost, well, they got DQ'd. I feel that they got the decision reversed. Yeah, just very hard sometimes, you know, in that sprint finish, both paddlers have to have contact with the board or be holding the strap, I believe the ruling is, and sometimes that's very tricky when you're trying to run up and get across that finish line, pick up that strap before you are doing it all in the one momentum. It's a bit tricky.
Yeah, we'll just watch the techniques of the get-off here. Yeah, not too badly done at all by those top 2 crews, Northcliffe, Terrigal. Just trying to bring in that cat at the top of the screen there, but No trouble at all. We would expect as we move through to these quarterfinals, semis and finals that that wave in and that get off, that run up the beach is going to be all so important. You can see we have had low tide, so that tide is going to be pushing back in for the rest of the day, which might minimise those run finishes slightly for our competitors. But yeah, certainly a lot of sand and a lot of running still happening for these qualifying rounds down there this morning.
Yeah, you can see there. It's almost like they're on a little bit of an island at the moment. You can see the high tide line on the top side of the beach.
Haven't seen any of those this morning. A false start, so they'll bring them back in. Might have been a false start from the competitors, or it might have been a malfunction from the gun or the whistle.
We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully there's no DQs. They're sometimes quite cutthroat with the Australian titles. I believe it's one break and you're out with the false start. So hopefully nobody's a little too eager. You don't want to see that. Getting a DQ before you even hit the water.
No, that's right. Just getting the competitors reset there. Can't see anyone moving off the start line, which is good news.
There we go. Yeah, you can always see with board rescue, there's always one aisle that's so much better. I thought it was the southern side looking like it just running out a little bit further, but the last two heats that we've seen, the second can, third cans in have been getting there first. Maybe it's faster swimmer, but yeah, so starting the balance and even out, it's a tricky one because whenever they set up the board rescue, the starters have always got to move the areas just to try and find a nice or as even as you can balanced sandbank right across. So trying to give all teams from that red and yellow right across to the green and yellow the most fair and even playing field right across the draws.
Yeah, nervous wait on the start line now, holding them for a little while they get that start reset. They're away now. We can see there the crew from Southport, Maroochydore running in very strongly up and over that first wave. They'll go into their dolphin diving work, and once it gets up to sort of around that mid-waist depth, you'll see them starting into their swim strokes as they head towards that deeper green water. There they are now. Everyone's through their dolphin dive work, straight into a straight swim. And, yeah, opposite to what we saw a little bit earlier, it seems like either the best run out or the fastest teams are down in that southern end of this arena. Maroochydore on screen.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got, this is the open female board rescue, round one, heat number 3. So we've got Trig Island, North Bondi A, Brighton A, Southport A, Maroochydore B, Warrnambool A, Currumbin and Mooloolaba A rounding out this third heat of the open female board rescue. So there we go. I'm just having a little bit of a browse. That'll be Dom Stitt down there, or Abby Talano. I'm not sure who they'll use to swim. Both very good swimmers, so we'll have to wait and see, but certainly Mooloolabar's got a great little lead at the moment.
Yeah, also being met there might be the competitor there from Brighton, potentially heading to that third alley top of the screen there, but Mooloolabar will get there first. Team of Dom Stitt and Abby will be able to tell, hopefully once their board paddler gets away, just who they've decided to send off with the swimmer and the board paddler. And that's actually a sign of a great board rescue partnering, when you're both probably just as good as a swimmer and a board paddler. Yeah, you need to have those board skills to be able to assist on the way back home.
Definitely. Warrnambool's doing very well also. I think they might have got there maybe third or fourth, so certainly the southern-ended teams are doing the best of this one at the moment. They got a big lead over our competitors down to the north over there, so at the moment it's Mooloolabar out in 1, and we might have Maroochydore potentially, or maybe it's Southport.
Currumbin I think Currumbin are pushing hard as well. Southport, that's
Trinca sisters.
Yeah, Brody and Morgan Trinca.
It's a great team. Brody Trinca, defending board race champion. So
they're in the middle of the field, probably moving their way clearly into second now. It's still Mooloolaba. I think that's Southport, Currumbin and Maroochydore.
So, yeah, we might have Mooloolaba, Southport, Currumbin, and then maybe Maroochydore. That's our top four at the moment. Clean pickup right across the field at the moment for the girls, but they're really moving that board nicely. The girls from Mooloolaba, they're great timing. The trim of the board's moving very, very well. So Dom Stitt and Abby Tolano.
They had a fantastic pickup, and I don't know if they've put a bit of practice in, but they're moving that board nicely, just moving into that wave zone. They're in a bit of dead water, actually. You can see they just had a bit of trouble with their timing as the depth changes, and just looking for a little bit of a run.
It's hard towards the end, isn't it? You kind of want to back down, but the minute you do with board rescue, the board stops moving. It's like, right, we've still got to get there. Come on, let's finish it off. Keep going.
That's right. I think Dom's rating got a little bit higher than Abby's at one stage, but they're in that shallow area now, can sort of just push themselves down and onto that wave. So Mooloolaba will qualify through really comfortably, we would expect. So too will the Trinca sisters from Southport. They're in second place, but fantastic job there from Dom Stitt and Abby Tolano. They're from Mooloolaba. Brody Trinca and Morgan Trinca coming across the line there in second place from Southport.
A little bit of a dash now. Girls starting to make a last-minute little push for the finish line. 4, maybe 5. So we've got 4 probably going through.
Yeah, I think that might have also been the crew there from Maroochydore pushing hard across the line.
So girls from Warrnambool now doing a fantastic job.
Alyssa Johnson and Jane McNeil there from Warrnambool. Don't think they have qualified through, so that will be the end of their day in terms of the open female board rescue, but a fantastic result. That was a pretty tough heat. That heat number 3 of the open women's.
6 heats for the females. So potentially number 6. Heat number 6 has already run. I can see heat 5 maybe still yet to get underway. This could be them.
This is just a little bit of a little bit of a replay of what we've just seen. So it's set up there so well. I think that was Abby doing the swim there from Mooloolaba, and with not a lot of surf to hold up these board paddlers. I think come the final we'll see a lot of these races come down to that swim race. It's just a really short, sharp dash out to those cans as the swimmer.
It is very much a sprint race. Yeah, it's one of those events where you can't afford to save much energy really, because if you're the swimmer, you've certainly got to go 100%. You don't get the luxury of sitting back and waiting. And even the board paddler, they've got to really attack it and go and make that pickup, because coming home anything can happen. We saw yesterday in some of our male board rescue finals, ways when Jag was on with the open men's. Zach Morris and Miller McQuinty Brown, very, very fast, but they picked up in about 4th spot. They looked to be out the back a little bit and just got this great little runner, turned it into a wave, and they're just the fastest up the beach, just outdoing the boys of Redhead in Dan Collins and Isaac Costello. So 1 and 2, but we'll go down to hear from the Mooloolaba girls. They're with Joshy now.
Thanks, Matty. I'm down here with Dom and Abs. Waiting around a little bit of time. Good to get into the action here in board rescue.
Yeah, we've been sitting around for a little while, but I guess that's what you get for choosing to do board rescue. But yeah, it was a good race.
The girls, they've focused on this one, obviously done a bit of training. How many board rescue sessions have we done in the lead up to the Aussie titles?
We haven't done any. We just wing it on the day, yeah.
That's good. Nice preparation. What about your week, Dom? You've had a great week so far. You've got to be happy with that?
Yeah, I'm really happy with how I've gone this week. I am super excited to be doing some teams this year, which is fun with Abby. But yeah.
Abs have moved to Mooloolaba. How's it going? Obviously, Reese, Dunny there. They've got a great coaching program and the club's on the rise.
Yeah, it's been great moving there with Dom, having her push me every day. And the likes of Reese and Maddie, they have so much knowledge to give out. So, yeah, it's been really great and I'm really happy there.
Well done, girls. Winner of your heat here through to the next round.
Super excited. I think they'd be happy to get a race underway. They did mention it is quite a long event to process through the board rescues. There's a bit of setup and they don't sort of go through as quickly as some of the other individual races. So if you're in one of those later heats, it can be a little bit of waiting around. But the official results from that Heat 3 was Mooloolaba ahead of Southport, Currumbin and North Bondi. So they were our top 4 from Heat 3. A couple of our other heats have already been run, as you mentioned there. Heat 4 went to Sunshine Beach, Northcliffe, North Bondi and Wanda. So they've progressed through. Heat 5, we believe, is in the water here now. So I think that's the crew there from Northcliffe doing the pickup really well. Emily Gould and Bella Williams combining well. It's been a bit of a lucky alley, hasn't it? That's the alley that the Mooloolaba team won from. Also, the Northcliffe team doing really well. Don't know if it's a lucky alley or if it's just where the fastest team have drawn. But look at the rating.
I was going to say, the rating is through the roof there. The girls are moving very nicely. It is a funny one. I love the honesty from Dom Stitt there. Board rescues like, we won't train for it. We'll just we'll work it out in the heat. We'll get a bit better again in the quarters. And then hopefully, by the semis and the finals, all those little things you get right with your partner. That's when I used to do a lot of board rescues, I always did it with Bevy, and we're like, we use the heat to try and figure it out, and then hopefully that we can get through. But you sort of just build into it as you go generally.
Yeah, there's so much else to train for in this particular sport. You don't always get that luxury of specialising. So that's the team from Northcliffe coming across the line. The team from Maroochydore, Zoe Longhurst and Tiani Massey, look like they're going to come across there. They were in second, but they've just fallen off the back of that wave. So a little bit more urgency for them now. Looking still okay. They were lucky another one of those crews also fell off that wave, but they've going to have to settle for third or fourth through. So we would expect them still to qualify. I think it was the team from City of Perth also coming through, as well as the crew there from Newport, Sarah Locke and Piper Harrison. So pretty strong heat number 5 there of the Open Women's Board Rescue.
Yeah, they'll make a great team. Tiani Massey and Zoe Longhurst, that's a great little formula. No doubt they'll looking to not make those little mistakes. Iron them out in the heats now.
Yeah, I think they just moved back a little bit too quickly. It looked like this wave was going to pick them up, but there's not a lot of power in those little tiny white waters as they edge towards the shoreline. So they'll definitely readjust and make those adjustments for the next round, the quarterfinals, as they progress through. So that's heat number 5 that we have seen, and we believe heat number 6 has already been run. So maybe getting a start now all ready for that next round, quarterfinals coming straight up. The officials are wasting absolutely no time whatsoever, and it could also be another quarterfinal of our 17s or our 19s. So the arena is officially set up for board rescue, and they'll just get through all of those different age groups and qualifying rounds right down to, we'll see the finals of those board rescues a little bit later on this morning. And that'll be most of the program for our women today. We've seen the swim team finals. We've seen the board rescue heats. We're back now down into the heat 1 of the under-19 female board rescue. So we'll run with these board rescue events right through to finals, and finishing out the day in our water area is going to be the mixed Haplin relay a little bit later on this afternoon. Very excited to see that exciting event on the program. So under-19 female board rescue, heat number 1 in the water.
Yeah, we've got North Bondi A, North Cronulla A, Burnie, Tugun, Northcliffe C, Trigg Island D, Brighton A, Cooks Hill B, and Coogin Headland B there rounding out. So that's our 8 teams. And again, we're seeing that southern side, the girl from Coogin, maybe just getting a nice little lead at the moment. But cross on down with Joshy on the beach for another interview.
Thanks for that, Paulie. I'm down here with the Grace from City of Perth. Her sister's just run off. She's in the under-19 board rescue. How does it go being sisters? Is there a little bit of, drama on the board, or you guys get along pretty well?
No, we gel pretty well. It's good because we can yell at each other and we know that the other one won't get mad. But no, we paddle really well together. We've done board rescue together for I don't even know how many years now. But we make a good team.
A little bit of luck out there, but you need it in rescue, don't you? Lane draws, waves. It's probably the only event here where there is so much out of your control from the jump.
Oh yeah, for sure. You've got to be in it to win it, and we've proven that to ourselves before, and hopefully we can do it again.
City of Perth getting it done out here. Obviously some of the big superstars of the sport in this rescue here, but in the past it's always been a couple of underdogs. Do you feel that when you're going into the rescue semis and finals?
Yeah, for sure. You just got to make it through to the final, and then you never know what can happen, especially in surf conditions. Hopefully it plays on our favour today, but yeah, exactly, you never know.
Thanks, Grace. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Josh. Bringing you back to the under-19 female board rescue, and it is still the team there from Coogin on the bottom of the screen, probably just or equally in the lead there with the crew from Northcliffe, middle of the field there. We've also got a crew from might be even Tugan doing well on the top side of the field.
Yeah, and that might be Trig Island there on the yellow board in about 4th place at the moment. So making their way out there now. This under-19 female board rescue. This heat's quite spread out for a board rescue. We're only through the heats at the moment. It's only but already we're seeing our first 2 teams about to make a pick up now as they just go beyond the cans.
Pretty good pick up there, closest to screen. A little bit of room for improvement as they qualify through. Just counting numbers, just 4 to go through. So you can see they're just wanting to get themselves in a really safe position. They don't want it to come down to a run up the beach, and certainly don't want to jeopardise any silly mistakes in getting themselves through to the next round, which we believe will be the quarterfinals and semi-finals. And these events, as we've seen with the double skis, the board rescues are similar, where different to, say, your board races or your Ironman, where you might get to go back up under the tent, have a little bit of a drink of water, and have your next round either the next day or later that afternoon. They're going to run these events right the way through to a final down here in the women's arena. They'll get a little bit of a break as they switch between the 17s, the 19s, and the opens. But pretty consistent morning of racing for these competitors. So Coogin Headland still in the lead, just about to pull down that small little runner. So little on offer here for these paddlers, so most of these crews having to paddle all the way back into the beach.
Yeah, it is a bit of a slog at the moment, makes it very, very hard work as we see our girls there, the back competitor just kind of pushed her swimmer, or the girl on the front of the board down there. She had a bit of a nosedive, a bit of a stitch up.
Yeah, so that's our first 3 crews across the line there now. So that is the crew there from Cooks Hill, Coogin Headland, Northcliffe. Just having a look who our 4th qualifier was there. That is heat number 1 for the under-19 female board rescue.
It takes a while, doesn't it, the board rescues? It's it's a hard one to sort of the marshalling and progressing through all of the heats. It's one of those events where that's usually why they like to put it on a Saturday when we've got a bit more space, like you sort of said before, Christy. Once they sort of set up the area for board rescues, it's like, all right, let's get these done. Let's run them all the way through to a final. So we can have board rescues going back to back across all age groups, 17s, 19s and opens. And I think we'll come back to a few mixed double skis this afternoon potentially as well. So mixed double ski final We might even get some mixed Taplin relays as well. That final be at the end of the day, which is a relatively new event. We obviously have the traditional Taplin events, with the males having 6, 2 board, 2 swim, 2 ski. The females having 1 board, 1 swim, 1 ski. It's kind of it's a fun event, the mixed Taplin. It's sort of the foundation or the inauguration of it. Came from the World Ocean Series, and it's really taken off as now becoming one of the most sort of popular events.
Yeah, I've never unfortunately had the pleasure of taking part in that because it is quite new, and I'd well retired before that event came in. But having seen a lot of them unfold, even particularly at that national level, you can see just how much the competitors enjoy. They obviously all train together, the men and the women, but there aren't too many events where they can combine together. Obviously, you've got the mixed double ski and the mixed Taplin and a few other beach events. But yeah, it's fantastic to see just how much they really enjoy combining with each other, and a little bit more tactic coming into it in terms of who you send where and that kind of thing. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing that later on this afternoon, along with the mixed double ski as well. So we'll get through these board rescue qualifyings, and we'll bring those finals to you as well this afternoon. We've got these heats to get through, semi-finals, and then the finals. So we're running over a couple of areas down here in the women's section. So Heat 2 potentially could be being run a little further down the beach. This might be Heat 3 in the water, but we will check that for you. It looks like, just trying to see what cap that is closest to screen. It may actually be the cap of Morty Alex, so maybe Heat 2 in the water, but we'll bring that to you a little bit easier for us to see when the board paddlers are on their boards. Those caps can be hard to see with those swimmers down there on water level.
Yeah, look, this heat's very close right across those first 5 competitors. Yeah, looks like it is Heat 3 of our under-19 female board rescue. And
so we've got the crew from Coogin Headland top of the screen. They look like they've actually got their swimmer out and away. So Neve Sharp there from Coogin. That might also be the crew there from Maroochydore. Bonnie Jarrett, Samantha McGrath. So Heat 3 of the under-19 board rescue. We've got Coogin Headland, Burleigh Heads, Semaphore, Alexandra Headland, Burleigh Heads, Maroochydore, Burleigh Heads, and Currumbin. Spread right across the field now. Looks like it is midfield doing really well. Potentially the crews there from Alexandra Headland's Burleigh.
Yeah, a competitor from Maroochydore is paddling extremely well at the moment. Very fast, high rating. As we said, this is kind of the dash of all our teams' events. Quick, short, sharp racing.
Just watching the pickups here now. Some swimmers opting to get onto the front. Some swimmers opting to get onto the back of the board. No rules on that. You can pick your positioning, whatever works best for you.
Yeah, I always like to go on the front of the board. I feel that the swimmer I would do the swim, and just having a little bit more of a rest, I like to sort of jump on the front, and then that way try and drive and control the pace and the steering and things like that. Maybe make it a little bit easier for the board paddler, just sort of jumping on and watching that cadence and timing, and just keeping that stroke left to right in time is probably the most important part. But there we see the girls from Burleigh getting a nice little wave there. Burleigh and Maroochydore coming down that.
Yeah, that might be Charlotte Hart and Dakota Luke. We've got a couple of Burleigh teams in this one, so it could also be Hannah Stevenson and Alana Picton there from Burleigh Heads. The Maroochydore team, Bonnie Jarrett and Samantha McGrath, also doing an amazing job. along with the team from Coogin Headland, who were our early leaders in that race. Looking like they might have just done enough there to qualify through as well.
Just noticed the girls from Burleigh there using Benny Carberry's board. Probably a little bit extra foam in the board for Ben Carberry, so it makes it easier when you're doing a board rescue. It's all about the higher you sit on the water, obviously, it just makes that board come home a little bit better. So
very kind of Benny to lend his board out. Yeah, when you've got two people lying on one of these boards, some clubs will opt for a specialist board rescue board, but other competitors might just find someone who has a board with a bit more volume and say, can I pretty please borrow that for my board rescue race? Just having a look here at the replay of what was Heat 3, and you could see our early leaders up at the top of the screen, but Maroochydore also doing an amazing job from start to finish as well. And you spoke about just the speed there of our board paddler. That might be Bonnie Jarrett on the board there, and just separating our two teams from Burleigh Headlands. So moving through these board rescue heats, we've only got one more heat in this area to go. So other area moving through a little bit more quickly. They've got through their 3 heats of the under-19 board rescue already. We've got one more heat, heat number 5 to go before we can move through to the quarterfinals. It's been an amazing, 3.5 days. We're day 4 now of the Aussies. Just taking you back down to a look at our adaptive events that are happening. If you're close by and you can come down to the beach here at North Kirra, these adaptive events are happening closer down to Kirra, so the southern end of our beach, and we've got swim races, wade races, board races. We saw the flags taking place a little bit earlier, as well as some beach sprints and some beach runs. So quite a broad program on offer. It's the second year that we've run these adaptive events at our national championships. A lot of our clubs have taken up adaptive nippers and surf sports programs at their local clubs, but it's great because we have loved coming together to make some friends from different clubs in different parts of the country, and it's great to see our adaptive life-saving also coming across and meeting new people for the first time from different clubs and different states. And we might hand over now down to Josh on the beach with some of our adaptive competitors.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here on the beach. I'm with Ryan from Newport, Max from Sorrento in WA. Ryan, I'll start with you. How good's today been?
Good enough for me, actually. I didn't think I could take what it take to come first in the sprint. But I was proved wrong, actually.
You did a fantastic job. I saw you guys before. You were so fast. How tough was the wade out there? There was a few waves, wasn't there?
Now, there was a few, actually. But a few waves ain't going to stop Jedi Knight Ryan Murphy.
I heard you're a bit of a Star Wars fan. Yeah, you're into it. What's your favourite part about Star Wars? Why do you love it so much?
Truthfully, I enjoy all the battles from Star Wars. And before you ask, no, I don't have a favourite character. I like them all.
I do too. I'm a massive fan of Star Wars. You can give us some of your Star Wars moves as well?
Sure thing. Before I do, though, I've attempted to bring victory for Newport, and I've done so well with that so far.
You have done a fantastic job. All the Newport crew down there are stoked with your effort. They sent me down here. They said, come and see Ryan. He's doing a great job. They see you. You said you did nippers every week. Congratulations, mate. Well done. I'll jump over here and have a chat with Maxie from the Sorrento Club. Mate, how did you enjoy that one out there? How was it?
Really good. It was a bit hard with the waves coming through. Yeah.
Yeah, and the boys are super fast as well, aren't they? I saw you guys charging on the way out. You were pretty stoked. What's it feel like to come under the arch, cross the finish line in front of this giant crowd?
I need to do a special mention to sort of my support crew back at home, especially with Sorrento all the way. Yeah.
Mate, the Sorrento crew there, huge over there. Big supporters of yours as well. Congratulations. We hope you enjoy the rest of the day, mate.
Thanks.
They're having a great time down here at the adaptive events at the Aussie Titles. The boys are having a blast here. It's plenty of fun. So we'll send it back up to you guys and the action will continue.
Thank you so much, Josh. Loving hearing the stories, and I think just the enjoyment that the competitors are having competing here at the Aussies. We're having a look back now. I think this might be the last heat of the under-19 female board rescue. We've got through 6 heats, or the 6th heat in the water at the moment. As we progress through heats, paddlers won't be moving too far off the beach, though. We expect their quarterfinals to be called and run very, very shortly. So heat number 5 in the water, we've got the team from Cooks Hill, 2 teams from Trigg Island, Northcliffe, Terrigal, Manly, Terrigal and Kirra. So Terrigal, I think 2 teams from Terrigal are actually leading out the early leaders for this 5th heat of the 19 women's board rescue. Clean pickups there across the board.
Very close there. You've got to the team from Terrigal. I could see the swimmer was onto that there. You've got to make the pickup on the other side of that string
rope
of 9 cans, and the board paddler swung it around and almost crossed across there, but it was pretty smart move from the swimmer just to pull them back a little bit, just to be safe. You don't want to get DQ'd, especially when you're that far out in front. You don't need to take any unnecessary chances. But so it looks like Terrigal 1 and 2 potentially. It might be either Cooks Hill or Trigg Island at the top of the screen there as well. So 2 teams from Terrigal and 2 from Trigg there.
Yeah, top of the screen just getting a beautiful runner actually to pull themselves alongside Terrigal. So it looks at this stage that it'll be the 2 crews from Terrigal, maybe the crew from Northcliffe, and we'll try to bring that cap for that crew at the top of the screen there. As you mentioned, it could be the team from, it is the team there from Trigg Island, or one of the teams. We've got 2 Triggs in this particular heat, so one of the Trigg Island crews are going to progress through. Northcliffe girls just having a little bit of a stumble.
Yeah, there we go. Making their way in and up the beach. It looks like we might be starting to get a little bit more of a wave, a little bit more consistency maybe. Nothing like we had sort of at the start of the week. It was huge surf last Saturday at the beginning of the national championships. We, as you mentioned, started on Saturday, last Saturday, Sunday. The youth were cancelled because the swell was just, and weather was just out of control. Waves, wind, huge surf.
Yeah, the youth Aussies had a condensed program, having to put all of their events just onto the Sunday. So great to see the youth still getting a chance to test themselves against their competitors from right around the country. We're going to move back now to the semi-final of the open male double ski. Just getting prepared for a start back down into the Orange Arena. So getting towards that exciting stage. One more race to get through for these men to book themselves a spot in that final that will be also run. I believe that one's going to be also run a little bit later on this morning. So semi-finals of the open male double ski.
Yeah, both of these semi-finals will be explosive. I mean, even in the quarterfinals, we saw some big knockouts in Murray Stewart and Perrin Phillips, we mentioned earlier. I guess it's just a a showing of the depth of talent that we're seeing here today, especially in these types of conditions, the smaller waves, certainly paying a little bit of an advantage for the specific kayak paddlers. They're just so big, powerful and strong. You take away that sort of a little bit of the element, of the surf and the skill factor. You take that back a little bit and, you know, something that normally a guy, I'd say more of a specific surf ski paddler like a Mitchell Trim might have a little bit of an advantage over someone like a Tom Green maybe. So when you take away that factor, then certainly it's a bit of an advantage for the kayakers.
Yeah, I'm just having a bit of a look through the start list for this semi-final. We'll bring that up on screen for you now. And this is a hot semi. I mean, I'm sure when it gets to semi-finals, they both are. We spoke about the team there from North Bondi, Noah Havard and Jimmy Walker. They're going to be super strong. Sam Jordan and teammate from Redhead, he's still progressing through, so that's why you're still listening to Matt and I. Sam hasn't been able to come up into the booth. He's still down on the beach racing. Great to see Sorrento there also in the mix. We've got a crew there from Wanda. Over the page, we've got Newport. They're going to be one to watch. Southport, another Newport crew. We've got the Norton brothers there from Talabudra. Mermaid Beach in the mix. Another team there from North Bondi. Jimmy Walker's son, Ben Walker. We've got the crew there from Alex. West Beach, boys from West Beach, which we've heard so much about. Another Sorrento crew and a team there from Allura. So a really, really tough semi, this one, this first semi-final of the Open Male Double Ski. 8 to progress through, we believe. And we'll be bringing that action to you pretty soon.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great to see the team of West Beach, Aidan Carberry and Aidan Hall, make that open final? Earlier today they won the under 19 double ski there from Alley 1 in West Beach. Had a fantastic paddle in that race, basically led from start to finish, and just now they're straight away, they're stepping up into the big leagues, into the Opens, and they're into the semi-final. So good luck, boys.
Yeah, they certainly had some speed off the start in that 19s. We'll be able to see whether they can match that speed with these Open men. As we've spoken about, plenty of Olympic kayakers coming down here to race, so they're going to have a huge amount of power and speed off the start. Interestingly, though, or not, a lot of our specialist ski paddlers, with the skills they have in the ocean, really match it with a lot of our Olympians. Just adding in those different elements that the ocean throws in, and it's obviously it's a different craft, a surf ski compared to a kayak. So the kayak paddlers don't have it all their own way when they come here to the Aussies. Yeah,
certainly, and well, arguably or debatably, some of our favourites. They got the win earlier in Max Brooks and Jake Rees, former Ironman, now turned ski paddlers. They haven't grown up in that sort of the kayaking program, definitely come from a surf background, but paddle incredibly well. I think they may have even picked up over the years, they've definitely picked up, I know, a bunch of gold medals in the ski relays, but I think maybe even in the double skis, Jake and Max have picked up medals of colour. I'm not sure, but very, very strong, very fast, those two boys. They're down in Alley 1 though this time. We saw the boys of West Beach do it in the 19s final from Alley 1. We did mention it is quite difficult, so they'll have to get going. As we see, there's Oscar Jones and Michael Booth, the Sorrento on screen there, and Luke Chapman, Kai Onley of Southport in the middle there as well. Another strong team, but just starting to wade out a little bit more, getting the boys.
Yeah, that bank really filling up now with that tide pushing in. You can see those small steps forward from the crews as the check starters, just trying to keep them in line as best he can for an even start. Flag is up, so they're in the starters' hands. You can see the starter just giving them a few instructions, I think, just to give themselves a little bit more room. Push to the north, push to the south, just so there's a bit of space when they do jump on to get their paddles in the water. You can see Tom Norton there from the Tally crew.
Pierre Jean Van... I won't even attempt to pronounce. I tried earlier. It was awful, but I will admire Jean's beard.
The crew from Mermaid Beach.
Yes. Here we go. Very close now. Get underway here. The boys all were almost down, ready to push.
So the bottom of the screen there is the team from Allura. You see right at the top of the screen is one of our crews, or the A team from Newport. So maybe a little bit more shallow water at the top of the screen, or at the northern end of the beach here. Could be a slight advantage, but as we know, they've got to get off to a flyer start if they're not going to get pushed wide around those cans.
Yeah, it does look a little bit deeper on that left and the northern side for sure. And what position we just saw? J-Mo Porter and Jet Kenny, they'll be in... Oh no, they're sort of down to the mid to the right, so it's a nice alley draw for the boys there. You don't want to get caught up in the middle, but it is nice being in the middle there, so long as you nail that fast start.
Yeah, that's right. They're just being called back now. They've all crept a little bit too far, and the starter has said, make your way back in. Josh, we might send it down to you on the beach for you to call us away for a start.
Yeah, I'll do my best down here on the line. The boys, always nerves at the start of a semi-final here on the double ski. They creep, they continue to creep. The Czech starters flags in the air, off and away, very quick in the centre there. I think it was maybe the Bernie boys in the centre, or maybe Kirra that got away to a flyer on the right-hand side. North Bondi whipped off the line, and on the outside edge to the left there. Very, very good. That is pretty even off the jump. It's gone flat almost immediately. A couple of little ones to deal with, but the boys are into their work now. Two distinct groups, and I'll throw it back up to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is the crew there from Jet Kenny and James Porter on that white and red ski, absolutely flying. You can see Allura closest to screen. On the other side there, we've got the team from North Bondi also doing really well, just starting to slip into that slipstream, and also the Norton brothers you can see on that maroon ski flying up there as well. So we won't really know where they're all sitting until they come together on that first turning can, but it's all Jet Kenny and James Porter at the moment.
Absolutely. Great start from the boys from Alexandra Headland, and you just can't underestimate how important it is. If you can get to that first can and you've got a clean ski leg, you don't have to worry about getting your paddle checked or running into other boats and other teams. As we see there, the Norton boys have had an incredible little last surge towards that can. They've managed to get up and alongside. They're on the side wash of Alexandra Headland. So it's Alex in 1, Tally in 2, and then back in 3 there might be Alexandra Headlands.
I think it's a couple of Newport crews, actually.
Newport, apologies. That might be Max Brooks and Jake Rees. They're in 3rd at the moment, just dropping in behind the boys from Talabudra. So 1, 2, 3, 4. They've got a nice little gap there. 2 Newport teams, Alex and Tally at the moment, doing it very, very well.
Yeah, Alexandra Headlands still pushing out that lead. The team from Talabudra sitting in 2nd, and then we've got 3rd and 4th going to Newport, with Redhead not too far out of the shot as well. They'll make their way in towards the wave zone. Waves on offer a run underneath the boat of Tally, but now it's underneath the boat of Alex. So James Porter and Jet Kenny trying desperately to pull down a wave on their own. I think they may have almost done so. We'll bring that to you. Oh, so close. Norton brothers.
Great wave there from the Tally boys. That will be a sigh of relief for them. That's fantastic. Joshy, down to you, mate. Let's call it in.
Yeah, tickets are booked for Alex, tickets are booked for Tally. They'll cruise across the line. It's the next 6 we're chasing, so a top 8 to go through. There's waves on out the back. Sorrento come down and a couple others as well. The 2 teams out in front, they'll get across the line, 0 issues. Newport in 3rd and 4th, no worries. Allura will get there in 5th place there. Oh, they've got to go now. There's teams coming. Here comes Mermaid, Redhead, not too far away. North Bondi will try and come across in the corner. Maybe the Newport boys, Sorrento there as well. Southport on the other edge. Oh, the top eight's going to be close. Very, very close. The only guarantee, Alex got there. Tally got there as well. You'd think the two Newport teams would be home and hosed, and then we're chasing another 4.
Yeah, thanks for that, Joshy. Unreal there. You just got to witness how fast that open men's double ski semi-finals are. The boys are leaving absolutely nothing to chance. And we talked about the timing and the synergy between Jamo Porter and Jet Kenny, and wowee, what a fantastic start that was from the boys from Alexandra Headland. Nailed that jump start, and then they just really started to kick and go for it. But the Norton brothers also did a fantastic job there. They were back a little bit, but just made that push, got up and alongside onto the sidewash, and just sort of said, righto boys, if you're going, we're going to come with you. So great paddles from Alexandra Headlands, Talabudra, Newport, teams 1 and 2 there as well. So Maxie Brooks, Jake Rees, they're looking very, very strong, very confident as well. We're going to have to wait to see. Leave it down with the judges for the drops and results in for live heats. So there we're seeing on screen now 2 teams we don't have to worry about, Alexandra Headlands and Talabudra. There's 3, 4, 5, 6 teams crossing there now. The top of the screen, Green Nose looks like they're getting through, and it may have been another Northcliffe, potentially maybe another Newport team. We'll have to wait and see, but for now, Joshy's down on the beach with the big man, Jet Kenny.
I am, Jet, mate, out in front, looking comfortable. You don't often get a semi-final when it's clean cut across the line. That one must have felt good.
Yeah, Jamo and I actually got in the boat really cleanly for once, which is nice. Usually I've taken a stroke before Jamo gets in, but look, there was a few protests before and delayed the start a bit, but now this easterly's come up, so the race has changed completely. We much prefer racing in the chop, and there's little bumps on the way out and on the way in now, so it's exciting racing.
What do you do while you're sitting there? Protests are going on, teams are in, teams are out. There's just drama on the beach, always. How do you guys handle it? You know you're in, you know you're going to race, but it's just a matter of when.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. We were sitting on the beach in the sun for a while, and then never hurts to go and ask the question, like, can we go sit under the tent? How long do we have? And staying in the shade, staying hydrated, especially this time of the week, it's essential. We've been in the sun or the weather for the best part of 3-4 days now, and trying to stay relaxed. It's pretty good, but double ski is always the one we've wanted to win. We've got a second and a third, so looking at the conditions now, it's nice and choppy. Hopefully we can get it done.
We love your work. Go up, rest up. We're straight into the second semi, and you guys are into the final.
Thanks, Minnow.
I'll keep it running. The boys are on the line, set and ready to go. They are looking... Well, there was nerves there. I saw a couple of them standing on the beach, waiting, watching that finish line of the first semi-final. I'll try and run through the results there. We had Alex, Tally, Newport, Allura, Mermaid, Sorrento, and North Bondi B. They were the teams. Semi-final number 2 off and away, and it looked very, very clean from almost everyone. Sorrento maybe the only team that got left behind at the tail there. They've got to go to work now and start to wind up. Have a look at Kirra go. Jacko Collins on the front. They're at least a boat length in front right now and absolutely flying. Down on the bottom edge, Newport seem to have had the best of the rest, but at the moment, Kirra flying in the centre of this field as they get into the green, start to wind up and get into their work. I'll send it back up to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. Absolutely flying start from the team from Kirra, as we would expect. The team from Newport, that might be Mitch, Trim and Harrison, also out to a fantastic start on the southern end there. We'll call them as we can pick them up, but a really spread out field right the way across. Newport looks to be right up there. Kirra are in the mix, trying to bring some more of those cats to you.
Yeah, definitely Kirra out in front, being powered by Jacko Collins there. Very big, very strong. He can get that boat absolutely moving, and we can see Newport Team D at the bottom of screen paddling very, very well. Also, that might be the team of Mitchell Trim and Harrison Torrens, but the top of the screen, we've got to watch out for the last. They had an unbelievable paddle in Thomas Green and Tom Green and Jake Morris, and that might be them now pushing to the front. Now, when we talk about big, powerful, strong paddlers, this is exactly what they did in the last race. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So Tom Green now just absolutely driving that boat. Jake Morris on the front, in control and steering. Those boys from Northcliffe, they are looking unbelievable right now.
Yeah, took the lead around the cans. The team from Northcliffe, Thomas Green and Jake Morris. We sort of didn't call them off the start because they were so far up to the north, but just put the power down. So they have pulled away probably at least 2 ski lengths ahead of the team. Then we go back to the team of Newport, Mitchell Trim and Harrison Torres in there in second place. So a little bit more spread out now as they chase the runners. You can see just how spread out they are across the ocean. Tom Green having a little bit of a look over his shoulder, hoping to get a runner. They'd be starting to hurt by now. Not a lot of assistance, and as we heard, that wind starting to pick up, chopping up that ocean a little bit. A bump underneath the boat now there from the team of Northcliffe, just about to push down that one on their own. So they look to be comfortably qualifying through this second semi-final of the Open Male double ski.
Yeah, they've done it again. I mean, more or less what Alexandra Headlands did in the first one. Kenny J-Mo Porter, Tom Green and Jake Morris have more or less done the same race as they did in the quarterfinal. Equally as impressive, but doing it again now in a semi-final. You'd have to think got to be the favourites going into this final coming up a little bit later, but here come the rest of our teams now. There's 2, 3, 4 across, 5, 6, 7 and 8. The team there, on the black, green and yellow is our defending champs in Lockie Tame and Pete Mitchell of Burleigh. So it looks like they've booked themselves another spot in the final, and they'll be certainly trying to defend that title, but they're going to have to pull out one of the most impressive paddles, I think, if they can get it over those Alexandra Headlands boys or the Northcliffe boys, because they are looking incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, we are set for a really exciting final of the Open Male double ski. Just some incredible speed and strength amongst those crews. We've just seen how dominant those 2 semi-finals have been, and I wouldn't like to pick a winner. Having a look back at the start, how fast were the Kirra crew? You wouldn't have think any other teams would match it, but then out of nowhere came the team from Northcliffe on that northern end, and they just paddled on the outside and around everyone. They probably had the furthest distance to cover, but just got maybe a boat length lead before they'd even turned that last turning marker.
Yeah, it was extremely impressive coming from where they did at the top of the screen there. Jake Morris and Tom Green. Interestingly enough, they've kind of got, I would say, opposite strengths of the 2 teams. Alex seemingly quicker at the start, whereas Northcliffe come home better at the end, I think. So it'll be interesting to see this final if the 2 teams are more or less playing to their strengths and racing it like that. So, yeah, look, you can't rule out any of these teams at the moment. So we'll cross on down to Joshy now.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with 2 men who are definitely not over the hill, the defending champions, Pete, Lockie. Does it get easier year on year or harder?
Definitely harder. Definitely harder.
Talk to me about that semi, Lockie. It looks so tough out there. You got there pretty easy in the end. You had about a waves difference, but it's a bit of a fight.
It's a good slog out there. It's definitely the hard yards of training we've done this season really paying off, pushing towards those finish lines. I tell you, I just really feeling that boat speed pushing really well. So absolutely loving out there, but I'm just thinking I probably should train a bit more.
The teams here, they've got 16, 18 weeks worth of training. Is it 16, 18 days for you guys, or you done a little bit more than that?
A bit closer to the former rather than the latter, I think. Like I was sort of talking on the phone and we're getting as much in as we could, but as much as we could, it's definitely not as close as what the other boys were getting.
Oh, well, you're in the final. If you've got a slot, you've got a chance, and it's better to be underdone than overdone, boys. The defending champs, good luck. They'll defend their title in 5 minutes' time in the men's double ski. Good luck out there, boys.
Hey, Joshy.
Thank you so much, Josh. We are really excited to see that final a little bit later on this morning. For now, we're going to just jump over to the Under-17 Male Board Rescue final. about to be underway. So we've seen a lot of the earlier rounds over there in the women's area. They're still progressing through some of those quarterfinals and semi-finals, but the under-17 male board rescue is down to a final, and we love to see it. We'll bring that to you very, very shortly. You can see action happening across the whole of the stretch of the beach here at North Kirra. We can see the boats in action down to the middle area where we have been bringing the action to you. And then a little bit further south, we've got our adaptive events happening. Also bringing to you some of the shots there, Experience Gold Coast. And this is the Gold Coast that we know and love. Moving into, I think, the time of the year that I love the Gold Coast the most. April and May, I think, are probably my favourite months to enjoy everything that the Gold Coast has to offer. We see those maybe calmer days on the ocean, that really clear, crisp blue water. And, I mean, it's nice all year round, but they have to be my favourite months.
Yeah, look, I definitely agree with that. Whilst we're very spoilt in summer, it is nice just taking a little bit of that temperature down those April, May months before we get into the, well, I'm not going to say the cold of winter because we've got Clifton and all these other clubs here, so I've got to be a little bit more sensitive when I'm throwing the word cold out for a Gold Coast winter. But, yeah, we're very, very spoilt up here, and certainly today the weather is turning it on. I think we're in for another spectacular day again tomorrow. So we've had a big day of a teams finals today. We said that right from the start, a lot of double skis and board rescues. Yeah, so I'm really excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. It's all the blue ribbon events, all the favourites, the swims, the board, the ski, the Ironman, the Iron Woman, and finishing off with our Taplin events as well. So it's been a huge 9 day or 8 days at the moment. Tomorrow will be 9. But yeah, there's nothing quite like the Sunday of Aussies, is there? You know, when it condenses down to the one arena, all your favourite events, the finals are on. It's quite electric, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone converges on that one arena. The crowd's going to be massive. We'll be bringing all of those events to you, predominantly our individual events tomorrow. We'll have some Taplin finals as well, but we've spoken about today probably being the day of team events. We've had double skis, we've had swim teams, we've got board rescues, we've got some belt races. We'll even have the mixed double ski and the mixed Taplin relay a little bit later on this afternoon. So I think for our competitors, it's sort of a nice lead into that finals Sunday. So many hard races to be raced today, but a lot of our athletes talk about just the pressure being off a little bit for those team events. Not because they don't race harder. You probably race harder than you do for your individual events for those team events, but there seem to be a lot more enjoyment about them because you're there with your mates, you're there with your best friends, and you're competing together for your club. So still plenty of business to happen tomorrow and today, but I think our athletes down on the beach are really enjoying this teams events Saturday, we're calling it.
Yeah, definitely. And interestingly enough, a lot of the competitors say that are focusing or have a big program for the Sunday. It's a bit of a day off for them now, isn't it? They might have had a couple of races earlier today, but certainly just having a bit of a look over the men's program, I think you guys like your Matt Bevilacquas and Ali Days, they'll be at home with their feet up on the couch, maybe tuning in on the live stream, maybe they're listening, I don't know. But certainly they'll be doing a lot of recovery today. Really important, isn't it? Because it's been such a big program so many times around the Cairns, but tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow's the day when they've got to be at their best. So there's a big opportunity for them today to try and get themselves in the best possible condition for come tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely right. A lot of those, I guess, the Ironmen, as you were stating, have a lot of a lighter program today. They might be making their way down to the beach this afternoon for those mixed Taplin relays that we're going to see. But traditionally, as good as they might be in some of the events like the men's double ski, you'll probably see them have to opt out of a few of those events, the double skis, the belt races, the board rescues and events like that, because with such a big program going over these 5 days, you probably can't go in everything. You probably have to pick and choose a little bit. So maybe a slightly lighter program for some of our competitors who have qualified through to those individual finals tomorrow. Same for the women's. They've had their swim team finals. They'll have their board rescues on as well. But a nice little lead into our finals package tomorrow. We are nearly ready for a start in the 17 men's board rescue. We might pass down to Josh to introduce our teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next event up is the Under-17 Men's Board Rescue Championship of Australia. In lane 1 from Maroochydore, Jarrett and Patel. In lane 2 from Noosa, Harmer and McIntyre. In lane 3 from Grange, Burfield and Kilpatrick. In lane 4 from Wanda, Jessup and Sutton. In lane 5 from Warilla, Barrack Point, Miller and Sims. Lane 6 from Coogin Headland, George and Preston. Lane 7 from Trigg Island, Brown and Hawkes. And lane 8 rounding out your field from Newport, Schaefer and Mags. Ladies and gentlemen, your Under-17 Men's Board Rescue Championship Final of Australia.
Thank you so much, Josh. We're very excited to be bringing this final to you. We've just heard the rollout of teams as they stand along the shoreline there. Started just getting our athletes into position. Under-17 male board rescue final. Maroochydore right up there on the northern end of the beach, right down to Newport on the southern side. A fairly even run out down here in this Under-17 men's area. They're away now for a start. Newport, Trigg Island, Coogin Headland at the southern side, already into their dolphin diving work. A little bit more of a bank up on that top side there for the team from Maroochydore, up on their feet for a lot longer. Into the deep water now, and the teams are getting into their swim strokes. So we can see on screen there the team from Trigg Island, Newport, Coogin Headland, all so strong. Might even be the team from Wanda, middle of the field, also flying out there for the swim leg.
Yeah, unbelievable start from the boy from Newport there. It's either Noah Maggs or it might be Sam Chafer, I'm not sure. But top of screen there is Stanley Jarrett of Maroochydore. Now, we know how fast and how strong of a swimmer Stanley is, so let's wait to see how they're progressing, making their way out. But certainly at the moment, it's looking like that southern arena, so it might be Alley 8, the green and yellow of Newport there. And we've got a club in the middle there as well. It could be Wanda. Very well might be Otis Jessup moving along extremely well at the moment. He's one of the strongest swimmers in that Under-17 men's age group. So could be Otis Jessup of Wanda and Noah Maggs or Sam Chafer, of Newport there. They're in a bit of a battle at the moment.
Ollie Brown also doing an amazing job for the team from Trigg Island there, alongside Newport. Could throw a rope across that field at the moment. Newport maybe with the slightest advantage as they head towards those swim cans. Absolutely flying. They've got their 6-beat kick up and out of the water. They've spotted their cans. No one seems to be adrift. Everyone's angling tight. It might just be the team from Wanda, I think, hit first, slightly ahead of the team from Newport. So Wanda Team A, Otis Jessup getting the job done there for his board paddler Dane Sutton, who is now in the water. Can see the swimmers just having a bit of a rest. Over to the board paddlers now.
Yeah, that was a very, very close finish across the board for the swimmers. Maybe the first 4 teams would have been within a second or so of each other. Very close. But, yep, at the moment it is Wanda looking like they are potentially out in front, or maybe just Newport now. Again, very quick for our Newport paddler through the break there. He's down on his belly, but he's moving very, very well at the moment, as is the paddler from Coogin Headland. He's come back well into the race here, so might be Newport in 1, Coogin in 2. I'm going to say Trigg Island in 3, and maybe Wanda in 4th at the moment. As the Newport boy, there is That's Noah Maggs there. So it was Sam Schaefer that did the swim. Noah Maggs swinging the board around now, making the pickup. Sam's on the front, and Newport making their way back now. Trig Island, Coogin Headland, and Wanda still not out of this race by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, Wanda with a fantastic pickup. They had slipped back down to fourth, but they've made their way back up into second place. It's Newport, Wanda, Coogin Headland, the team there from Trig Island, and also making a massive move is the team from Warilla Barrack Point. Newport now onto a wave. So they did all the hard work there. A fantastic swim out there by Sam Schaefer. Noah Maggs absolutely flew out on the board, and they've been rewarded so far with a wave on their own. The boys from Wanda also down a wave a little bit further up on the northern side. We'll pass down to you on the beach, Josh.
The gold medal is going to Wanda. Schaefer and Maggs will get it, going to Newport, the Schaefer and Maggs, they've got it done. Wanda will get the silver. Newport win, Wanda in second place. Now the race is on. Every team still in the hunt for the bronze here in the centre, Warilla Barrack Point. Coogin, the under-15s from Trig Island, the top side there. The boys are flying on the way home. The boys from Trig are up first. The boys on the top side from Noosa, he's left one behind. Noosa gets there. Noosa gets there ahead of Warilla Barrack Point. He left him behind. He got there in a late swoop. Newport get it. Wanda gets second. Noosa gets third, and Warilla Barrack Point are forced to settle for the chocolate medal down here in the 17 board rescue final.
Thank you so much, Josh. What an amazing finish for those minor medals. There was no trouble at all for our winners there from Newport. Wanda in second, and a little bit of, I guess, strategic tactic there for the team from Noosa. I was worried he'd left his board paddler there behind, but it paid off for them just getting across the line ahead of a huge fast finishing cruise. We had Warilla were in it, Coogin were in it, Trig Island were in it. An amazing finish there for the under-17 male board rescue final.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable race from Sam. Set up perfectly from Sam Schaefer at the start there. Noah Maggs making a very quick board paddle out and pick up, and yeah, they just got that board moving so nicely right from the start. It just seemed like they had the trim working perfectly, picked up a little bit of a runner, and that was all she wrote. Wanda was close. They certainly had a very valiant effort, but silver it is today for them. So, all right, we're going to throwing it down to Joshy for the open men's double ski. This will be absolutely electric.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Surf Life Saving Australia Championship Open Men's Double Ski Final. In 1 from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Lyndon and Timperley. In 2 from Talabudra, Norton and Norton. From Northcliffe, Green and Morris. From Sorrento, Booth and Ely. From Newport, Armstrong and Reed. From Allura, Galea and Neil. From Mermaid Beach, Pierre and Jean van der Westhausen. From Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Mitchell and Tame. Murphy and Tobin from Swansea Belmont. Collins and Mole from Kurrawa. Fitzsimmons and Hill from Northcliffe. Cronulla, Gaddaz and Bajanic. Newport, Trim and Torrens. Newport, Brooks and Rees. Alexandra Headland, Kenny and Porter. And North Bondi, Phillip and Walker. They're off and away and they're through the break.
Oh, thank you so much, Josh. The action is already underway. We can see an amazing start again from the crew from Alexandra Headlands. Jet Kenny and Jamo Porter. They said they've not got a gold medal in this event yet. They've had a silver and a bronze, and they are leading it from the front at the moment. Jet Kenny and Jamo Porter, closely followed by the team from North Bondi there. Logan Phillip and Ben Walker seem to be tucking in closely behind. We can see also the crew from Northcliffe and I think also Newport pushing up alongside of those, but yeah, very, very tight racing as they head towards that first turning marker.
Yeah, definitely another great start from the boys from Alexandra Headlands there. Swansea Belmont having a very good paddle as well, just starting to edge up a little bit now. Now, the ones we want to look for, where is Tom Green and where is Jake Morris? We see that this is the part where they start to really kick. If they've got their own water, they might want to go now. A little bit of a bust up at the cans there, but there they are. Jake Morris and Tom Green, they're outside the boys from Alexandra Headlands. Just as we predicted, the winner of the two semi-finals are now side by side racing for a gold medal for this Open Men's Double Ski Final.
You spoke about the speed off the start that Jet and JMO have. They've showed us that there, but you warned us about the strong finish that the Northcliffe boys were going to have. So it's a real match race in two at the moment. Jet Kenny and JMO Porter on the white and red ski. We can go across there to the team there from Northcliffe. A little bit further down to the south, Thomas Green and Jake Morris pushing so hard.
Yeah, big paddle now. Look at the blades go. Jake Morris and Tom Green, they're just pushing that boat along so nicely. But the boys from Alex aren't giving up. They're going with them. The boys from Tally as well, they're just back in maybe third or fourth place at the moment. I can't quite see who that is in third, just behind. It might be Newport. So we're going to have Northcliffe, Alex, Tallabudgera and Newport. All looks like they're on a little bit of a wave here. We're going to have a race in four for the gold medal here.
A race in four. Northcliffe have just got their nose in front, but Alexandra Headland are pushing hard. Josh, can you call this in?
Northcliffe have got it on the far right-hand side, though. Newport coming very, very fast through the centre. Northcliffe there. It's going to come down. Northcliffe, Newport. Northcliffe, Newport. It might be Newport on the line. I don't know. Northcliffe think they've won it. Tallabudgera will get the bronze. Alex will have to settle for fourth. The Northcliffe boys think they've got home. I do not know. It was very close. Newport came in the final stages, absolutely unbelievable. That Newport team, they got pronounced out in the quarterfinals, had to protest to get back in, and I think they finished with silver. But the boys from Northcliffe, they think they're the champions, still going to the judges. Tally are very, very happy with the bronze.
Yeah, fantastically close finish. We had a little bit of a different angle view here, and I tend to think that the Northcliffe crew may be right. They might have just got there, but very unofficial results. We'll wait for that call from the judges. Northcliffe, Newport, the Tally crew. Got a feel for the crew from Alex. Looked like they used all of their energy in the first part of that race and just couldn't get their boat across the line. So incredibly exciting racing here. We always knew that was going to be such a fantastic finish.
Yeah, what a race that was. It played out almost exactly like we had scripted. The boys from Alex, they just went out so hard and they knew they had to nail their start and give themselves every opportunity, because I'm sure they were aware that Tommy Green and Jake Morris would be coming home fast. And sure enough, at that apex, you would have seen the nose of that ski come up and Jet Kenny would have been going, righto, let's go, dig deep, we got to go now. So what a finish that was, though. Tallabudgera and Newport both just pulling down that wave and giving themselves every opportunity there. You can see when you talk about those fast finishes, when you're doing that last 30 or 40 metres, I don't think there's anyone else you'd rather on the back of the ski for a double sprint other than Tom Green, Olympic gold medalist. So look at that power. I think they're going to get it done. We'll have to wait for the official results, but it looks like Northcliffe, Newport, Tally. We're going to throw it down to Joshy for the official results.
Thanks, guys. The boys here, they're still going through the announcement. We're going to have the results come through in a second, but I'm here with Tommy Green. It's hugs all around, Tommy. How was that one? You guys were in no man's land. You were battling it out in those final stages. Newport had a massive run on you. You knew you got there, but how hard did you have to fight?
Yeah, we had to fight really hard. We had an all right start, but those Alex boys, they really punched out. They did really well to get out there, and we just tried to stick to our own race around the cans, not get caught up too much. And coming through that end, those Newport boys, obviously I train a lot with Maguire, and I've trained a lot with Fletchy as well, and I knew that when it comes to the end of the race, they'll rise to the occasion. But I backed myself, I backed Jakey here, and our new double ski from race one. We just kept us nice and close together so we could stay really in time and really smooth. So yeah, it's really good.
Mate, congratulations, Jakey. What's it like to paddle with a big fella, and how good is it to be Australian champion?
Australian champions double ski. It's honestly amazing. I've always wanted to get it. Newport's always just dominated over the years, and to get it for Northcliffe is truly amazing. And with Tommy, he's a powerhouse in the back. I've at least done a double ski for a few years, so I can set it up, and it's just so comfortable on that race one double ski. We're just trimming it nicely all the way through, and that's what got us over the line. Just felt Tom's kick up in the back, and yeah, so good to do it for Northcliffe.
on the way home when they start to loom up? Obviously, Alex doing a great job. How much are you feeding it to him? How much communication is between you two?
We don't try and communicate. Obviously, we've trained a lot. He's trained a lot in the kayak, and in kayaking, you generally try not to talk. You try and do what you've trained. And we've coming out here today. We've grinded so much in the kayaks and in the surf ski that when it comes towards that line, I'm trying to feed him as much as possible and get us, in front and try and get that win for Northcliffe and for race 1. So
well done, boys. Your first ever Open doubles title for both of you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations there to the crew from Northcliffe taking out the Open Men double ski. Just bringing you those official results now on screen. You can see Northcliffe team 8 was the team from Newport coming across in a very close second. Talabudra stormed home. They were in 4th. They paddled themselves down that wave and taken the bronze medal. 4th to Jet Kenny, Jamo Porter. They were our early leaders. The Newport team A, we were looking for them, Max Brooks and Jake Reeves. They ended up in 5th position ahead of Newport team B in 6th. Northcliffe 7th. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park taking 8th. Kirra, they were a flyer off the start. We were calling them. They've actually ended up back there in 9th position, just ahead of Sorrento, Michael Booth and Patrick Ely. So a fantastically exciting races. We'll catch our breath now that that final has been run and won. We were looking for Peter Mitchell and Lockie Tame. They could not get the job done, finishing actually back there in 15th position. So great to be in the final, though. A lot of people weren't able to put their skis on the start line there for that open male double ski. It's a tough final to make, an even tougher final to win. So we will just regroup, seeing what we are going to be bringing you next here in this Saturday, day 4 of our Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. We've moved through all of our double ski races now. We'll probably move in the men's arena. We'll be moving on to the belt races shortly, before we move into some board rescues, mixed doubles and the mixed taplin later this afternoon. In the women's area, we were moving through some of those board rescue heats and semi-finals, just for those board rescue finals to finish up there in the women's area, and almost finished up with those adaptive events that we've been bringing you throughout the morning. And also this afternoon, a little bit later on, we'll be heading over to the beach flags. We've got the 19 men's and women's, 17 men's and women's, and also the open male and female beach flags events. So still plenty of action, just approaching midday now here at North Kirra. Having a look at those beautiful shots again of the Gold Coast. An amazing place. If you are local and you can come down to North Kirra, please come down and join us. Plenty of action still this afternoon. So much more action to bring you tomorrow. And of course, if you can't be joining us down here on the beach, we hope that you are enjoying the live stream that we are bringing to you. We know we've had a few messages, obviously from around Australia, but also from around the world, our life-saving friends that can't be here enjoying watching their clubs or their club mates, or just people that they've met along the way. So thank you, and thank you for joining us. And we've still got plenty more to bring you over this next day and a half of what has been a massive Aussies program.
Yeah, well, some would say it's all shaping up for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big dance. I mean, the team events are fantastic. We love racing for our clubs, for our coaches, for our training mates and all that. It's always very, very special, but certainly the pinnacle, the peak events, the blue ribbon events, it's all happening tomorrow down here at North Kirra Beach. So all the age groups, all the events, swim, board, ski, irons, taplins, it's going to be very, very exciting, and it's going to be a fantastic day. So
Yeah, often talking to a lot of the athletes under the tent on the beach, you'll hear a lot of them say, I've made it through to Sunday. Yeah. And that in itself is just a phenomenal achievement. You don't want to have to pack up your craft and pack up your beach chair too early. Being able to say that you've made it through to the Sunday of Aussies is something pretty special. And, unfortunately, a lot of our competitors won't be there racing, but they'll all be there cheering on and supporting those club mates and those competitors who have made it through to some of those really big individual events that we'll be bringing to you tomorrow, as well as, of course, the Taplin Relays, which, the clubs absolutely love to win. So we had a little interview earlier on today from Kev from Northcliffe, who spoke about the importance of these team events and the momentum that builds under the tent. And that's a really infectious energy that just really does progress through the afternoon. And just to wake up knowing that you've had some of those successes over the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday, those clubs really feel that wave of support.
Yeah, and what momentum that Northcliffe have right now. We talked about it earlier with Kev, with Jake Morris and Tom Green just taking out the final of the Open Men's double ski. That now makes BMD Northcliffe Open Men's have won every team event at the titles so far. So that was swim teams, board rescue, board relay, ski relay, double ski, and did I say swim teams? Maybe I said swim teams.
Incredible.
Anyway, it's a lot. It's a lot of gold medals, and it's a testament of the depth of the club. But we're going to throw on down now to the beach for our silence.
Yeah, you can see we're having a minute silence down there on the beach. The competitors have lined the water's edge, and this minute silence, it's really to it's a memorial, and it's to recognise, we've spoken about the community that surf lifesaving is, and it really just touches everyone. I think, we live on the coastline here in Australia, so many people are involved in our clubs, or know people who are involved in our clubs, and sadly with that, we do lose members from time to time, through, tragic events or just the passing of time. So this is a moment to reflect on all of those people who have touched our lives throughout the life-saving community, to give gratitude to the sacrifices that these members of our organisations make, and just to, I guess, put some time aside to give some significant thought to what they have brought to our movement and to our lives. It's a movement that really does enrich all of our lives, makes such an amazing difference, and so it's something that we have brought into our national championships. Yes, we talk about the importance of coming together and racing at our best, but at the end of the day, we are all mates. We are all here for a similar cause and objective and purpose, and that is just to support one another, keep ourselves safe on the beach, and share and enjoy our love of the ocean with everybody else around Australia and around the world.
And it is a big community, isn't it, Christy? As you sort of mentioned before, it's more or less one big family for a lot of us. You start nippers at the age of maybe as young as 6 or 7, and for a lot of us, you go through the age group with these friends, and now, I know for myself, say, starting at 6, I'm now 36 years old. It's a long time in the sport. It's a lot of friends. It's a lot of families. So, yeah, it is more or less one big extended family.
Yeah, and having been, I'm similar to you, starting at 6. I'm a little bit older than you are now, Matt, but it's a huge chunk of our lives, and we dedicate it to this sport and this organisation because we love it so much, and we wouldn't want to be anywhere else. We are going to move along straight away now with some more action. It's the semi-final number 2 of the Open Female Board Rescue about to get underway. So getting down to the serious end now of this program, semi-finals. So we've progressed through the heats, the quarterfinals. Now we are up to semi-final number 2. So one more round to get through before you've got a chance at the medals.
Yeah, that's it. This is the business time now. The heats and the quarters maybe sometimes some of those faster teams might go a little bit slower, but semi-finals, you will not have that luxury. The pace will be on. So we have a little bit of a look now at our start list for semi-final Open Female Board Rescue 2. We've got Sunshine Coogin, Northcliffe Team C, City of Perth, Maroochydore, Coogin and Northcliffe Team A rounding out our 8th and final spot there. For the call of this, I'm joined by Sam Jordan. Sam, you've just raced up. Are you still wearing your cap and dickies, mate?
Unfortunately not in the final. Didn't make it through, but that is the standard that we are seeing here at the Aussies. Day 4 of open competition, and no doubt that is what the competitors in the water of this semi-final of the Open Women's Board Rescue are thinking about now. It is all about getting to the final. You never know what can unfold when you are racing for the title. The big challenge, Paulie, is just getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody wants to be in that final, but, you know, we've seen it time and time again the last couple of days, and certainly today. There's just big casualties and big knockouts now. We watched that men's open double before. It was just electric, but we saw Murray Stewart and they went out. So, look, that's why when you turn up for these semi-finals now, it is absolutely business. You've got to put your best foot forward, leave nothing in the tank.
And I think that's something that has surprised a lot of people here at North Kirra Beach, is just how much of an influence that these waves, when they do roll through, are having over the competition. And I guess the spread of results as well, as we see the first swimmers start to get to the can now. It does look like it might be Mooloolaba Team A, so an outstanding swim there for Mooloolaba. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park Team B, and Northcliffe Team D on the near side of screen, not too far behind.
Yeah, it might be Maroochydore. We'll just have to wait and see when we get a little bit of a closer shot. I believe this is
semi-final number 2. That's the benefit of just rolling straight in off the beach. You don't even know where you're up to.
Sorry about that. I should have given you a little bit more of a heads up, Sammy. I threw you under the bus there, but I believe that is Maroochydore now flying out in the middle there. So 1, 2, 3. That might be... could be Northcliffe Team C as well. The paddler there moving extremely well. There's not much waves on offer today. We saw it, the low tide was very, very flat this morning. Just getting a little bit of a breeze now, which is nice. Starting to see paddlers on the way home getting a few little bumps on offer, but certainly not big waves playing the spoiler that we saw earlier in the week.
Yeah, that's right. We could see in those open double ski races that we were showing you just a short time ago as well, that the sand here at North Kirra Beach after the recent cyclone has been shifted around, and there are certain pockets of the beach that have more sand built up, which means these small waves are standing up in random locations as well. No doubt all of these female athletes would have watched the Open Men's Board Rescue final yesterday, which did have, well, plenty of excitement when those waves started to get through. The challenge now is doing exactly what we are seeing our leaders on screen do, and that is get a wave of your own back to the beach.
Yeah, fantastic effort there from our team in the middle. I won't be bold enough to make a call at the moment. There we go. Sorry, it is Northcliffe. There we go. Fantastic little runner and a wave that they've turned that in. They're going to book their spot in the final. It's a great performance from the girls in the middle there. And it might be Coogin Headlands on that blackboard just starting to come through now. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3 teams at back to the beach. We're assuming one more here. And it looks like we might have ourselves a little sprint up the beach.
Yeah, Sunshine still paddling into the beach, but on the far side of the screen, we have another team that could be a Northcliffe cab. We're up and running as well. Coogin and City of Perth still on screen at the moment, so it is going to be a tight one for the judges to determine who gets that 4th and final place into the final. For our top 3 teams, you can see on screen at the moment, a little bit of relief, big smiles, a few waves across the line as well, because they know not only how difficult this race is to get into the final, but just how difficult it is to win as well. Paulie, you know that all too well. Board rescue races, it's a fickle event, isn't it?
Oh, very challenging. There's so much that can go right and equally as much that can go wrong. You've got to, as we said before, the swim start, you've got to be in those first couple to get to the cans. But then on top of that, it's just good execution. Board paddlers got to get out there nice pick up. And, getting that board to trim nicely, pick up those little runs. It's the difference between the, winning and not. And sometimes you think on paper there's paddlers, you go, very strong swimmer, very strong paddler. But when they get on that board, it just doesn't seem to work together, the formula. So having that work in their favour is is something that I guess that they're sort of ironing out through the heats and the quarters, but now come the semi-finals, this is where we're going to go. So just getting a little bit of a look now, we can see our competitors Mermaid, Burleigh, Southport and Mooloolaba in the middle of the field there. Girls getting underway.
That's right, so we do believe this is semi-final number 1, so it has ran after the second semi-final. They've switched that order around, and it's a relatively even start, although you would have to say that it does look like that sand is banked up a little bit further out towards the can on the southern side of the start line. Being able to run those few steps further is an early advantage for those swimmers.
And that's the thing about the board rescuers we were sort of just talking about before. Not only do you want to be fast, but you need the luck of having a good island draw. And it's been back and forth as we've seen early throughout the heats, but certainly now I think on that southern side it's just getting a little bit more a rub of the luck. So not to say that you can't win it from alleys 1 or 2. You know, that's how board rescue works, unfortunately. And I think those alleys 6, 7 and 8 are looking pretty enticing.
Big split at the moment in that start line as well. Two of our competitors on the near side of the screen. It's pretty rare to see a gap like that, Paulie. Is it a case of trying for those swimmers to get into that deeper water, get a little bit of assistance on the way out, or is perhaps that sandbank the go that people are looking at there too?
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the biggest things is these ability that we have to see the drone shots allows the athletes to now be a little bit more technical with what they're doing. I know from speaking yesterday down on the beach, a lot of the boys are sitting there and girls and watching the live stream because they're getting those drone shots and getting a lay of the land. And you talked about the sandbanks from the cyclone. It has really made shaken things up, and there's huge opportunities to get waves and runs and even that just wade or dolphin dive a little bit further, but you've got to know where to go, and it's constantly changing.
Yeah, that's right. So it was Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B. Claudia Rose Slavin there swimming. She did get to the can first, with Chelsea Wood now on her way out to collect her. So that deeper water that we did speak about there proved to be the winning ticket on this opening swim leg, but that, of course, means that it might be a little bit harder to get a wave on the way back in as well. For now, not too much standing up on that bank as the field starts to track across it. You can see another Southport cap in the middle there. That will be Brodie Trinker making her way out to collect her swimmer, her sister Morgan.
Yeah, wow, that's been a great swim, hasn't it, for Claudia Slavin, and equally as impressive, good board paddle from Chelsea Wood. They're going to make the pick up now. They've got a very commanding lead, and all of a sudden it just happened so quick, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So they are on their way back into the beach. We are expecting 4 to be going through to the final of the Open Female Board Rescue Championship of Australia that won't be too far away. At the moment, it is Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B out in front, but Paulie, there is a pack coming. Will there be a wave with it as well to throw this race on its head?
Yeah, look, we're seeing now the girls from Burleigh, fantastic paddle on the way home there. They've just picked up a little bit of a run. It's barely breaking, but they've got that board moving nicely through that gutter. Good momentum, good timing. I think it'll be enough to get them home. I reckon they're going to book that spot in the final, but the next 3 places, it's still very, very close at the moment. They're kind of stuck in that dead water out the back, and it's very dangerous because if you're in that gutter and somebody gets away from behind, they can get that momentum and just run straight past you just like that.
And a set did do that out the back as well, so we did have a wave that did just sweep through. We'll wait to pick up these caps, but it is now a fight for the final spot in this Open Female Board Rescue Final. One of our teams is coming off there. That could be Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park with a little stumble, opening the door to the race to see who will be able to get through. That one too tight to be able to call. We will come back to that to see who does qualify for the Open Female Board Rescue Final. And that championship not too far away. Too close for us for the booth. Well, let's head down to the beach. Might be having a few technical difficulties there. We will go back down to the sand shortly when we do get those results in. But for now, Paulie, a nervous wait for those teams because we were just speaking about the ability of this beach to throw up a surprise, throw a few curveballs on the way back in, and that is exactly what we saw there.
Yeah, definitely. It was a little bit of a curveball. It's hard to pick with the board rescue. We've been watching it back and forth, and it's continuously changing. We had that low tide at 9:30, and now it's starting to make its way back up, and you know, when you start the heats, it's quite funny because it's probably going to be 2 to 3 hours later in the final. So what you're doing in the heats, it's definitely going to be worlds apart, I can imagine, come the final.
Yeah, that's right. A really interesting competition area that is set up here as well for these female racing, in that you can see on screen at the moment, if you're on that southern end of the line, you are running out that little bit further, but it didn't prove to be the fastest way out to the Cairns. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B, that was Claudia Rose-Slavin, giving her board paddler Chelsea Wood the best opportunity, and they capitalised on that as well. A clean pickup. They picked up a few runs back into the sandbank and got a wave into the beach for it, but what happened behind them is going to be the big story here as we wait to see the 4 teams that will be going through to the final. No doubting who did take out semi-final number 1, Burleigh Heads, standing by with Tyre on the bench.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. And we're down here, and what about this, the dynamic duo? It's all about qualifying. They reckon sometimes, well, it's not sometimes, semi-finals are always harder just to get in the final. But Claude's big swim, and you girls through the final, good feeling.
Yeah, I love board rescue. It's always such a fun event, and doing it with Chelsea, who's in under-19s, who's just been racing back and forwards. It's been really exciting, but yeah, exciting to be in the final as well.
Let's go to Chelsea, the pocket rocket, just superstar on the board as well, under-19 racing up. Let's talk about coming home. It's a team event. Talk me through the talk between you and Claude's coming home. Is it all action, or is it a bit of banter and talk to keep the momentum up?
Yeah, well, Claude and I actually haven't paddled together before, but she's really good. She just tells me to not look back, and she tells me what's coming. It's really good. It's
an unknown identity. Look out, they're through the final. 2 Burleigh through the final. The final's coming up shortly. Back to you guys. It's going to be red hot.
Thank you very much, Ty. And we do have a change in commentary as well. Josh Minogue has been standing in the sun and sand all morning, and now he is here in the booth. Joshy, it's great to see you again. I feel partly responsible for your extended time in the sun because of the delays in the open men's double ski races there. Protest on protest, but we did get there eventually.
It doesn't matter. I was just happy to see you go round in those double skis. And how good were the finals? Like, absolutely unbelievable. They were some of the best races we've seen all day. The girls' doubles were fantastic yesterday afternoon. I love the doubles. We just don't see them enough. Every now and again, a World Ocean Series, state and Aussies, and if it's racing like that, I'd watch it every single weekend. I love it.
That's right. I did have a chat with Jake Morris before the semi-finals actually and said, mate, what's it like paddling on the front of the double with Tom Green behind you? And he said that it was the most enjoyable thing he's ever done, and for good reason as well. Deserving winners. They were absolutely flying, and certainly, well, what a performance to take that one out.
And the girls now into the mix here in the board rescues, and plenty of board rescue action been going on the entire day, and it's starting to get down to the pointy end, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So this is the under-19 female board rescue race. We are waiting to see which race they are putting on the line. It does look like they might have semi-final number 2 on the line. We can see on screen there, that's Coogin Headland moving across the start line. We have Trigg Island A, Wanda A, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park C, Terrigal, Cooks Hill, Newport and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B. And just like that, they are already into the water and swimming out to that string of 9.
Off and away, the girls have done a very, very good job. It's interesting to see where there's a lot of the 17s sort of jumping up into this age group, having to go rounds. A couple of teams here you'd expect to be really good. Newport, Olivia Clues, Pippi DePagna. The Burleigh teams, B's got Jada Kempton and Chelsea Wood. The A team in there as well. The C team in there as well. Charlotte Hart, Dakota Luke, so watch for them. Out on the edge, a team that I think will be sneaky good, Coogin Headland. Isabella Tate, the under-17, Neve Sharp in there as well. So watch for those juniors. We saw the 17 boys board rescue final before. Trigg Island had 2 under-15 competitors in there.
Wow.
And they made the final, and they were on the way for 3rd. It was super tight down there. So this is one of those events, if you can get a bit of if you can have a relationship and a partnership with your teammate, it probably doesn't matter how old they are. And when you've got Izzy Tate, that's her at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, swimming for Coogin Headland, you know that she's going to be competitive. And Pippi DePagna in there for the Newport team as well. 2 of the best in the age group, bar none.
Well, Josh, that's not too far from the jokes that we were making down in the marshalling area for the double ski races today, which is the most important thing in a team like that is friendship.
Yeah.
And you can see the teams that have spent the time paddling together on this board rescue board as well, because that is where the races are decided. It's what we're seeing at the moment as they make their way out to that string of 9. It looks like it might be Wanda to reach the cans first, and then it is going to be very tight on the far side of the line. Newport A and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B, you can throw a blanket across the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Wanda's had a great swim there, absolutely flown out. She'll just negotiate that little inside break, and we're seeing more and more waves throughout the day. You're spot on. Friendship is the key, because there was some guys down there. I said, oh, what did you think, blah, 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 and they said, no, we pick and stick. We pick our partner, and we're going to race with them the entire way through. Max Brooks, Jake Reese, Trimmy. The only reason that he's with Harrison Torrens this year is because, well, he had a retirement in his boat. So if your partner retires, that's when you find someone else. But up until that, you guys are all in, and Tom Green and Jake Morris partnership is going to be there for a long, long time. But it's still Wanda in 1, Burleigh in 2, Newport in 3 as they work their way out. Burleigh in 4 as well. So very, very strong from those clubs there. And Wanda are doing a great job. And this is where you start to see a couple of those clubs that maybe haven't sort of been in the ski relay, board relay. They might only have 2 competitors come out. Wanda's not one of them, but we'll see a bit of that in the other semis.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B, an outstanding board paddle there from Chelsea Wood. We did just see her go around in the Opens in literally the last race just before this, and she's back on the line, and they have made a big move, and the result is that this race is now wide open. Our leaders are out in front. We are expecting 4 to go through to the next round, but there is a line of 5 teams all battling for second. Coogin Headland making a big move.
Big move in the way home there. On the far side, there's a wave starting to stand up, so that'll help Burleigh, Newport. The girls in the centre there, I don't know who else will get it. Big push for Burleigh on the southern side. They'll get the most out of it and hit the lead for the first time. Wanda back into second, Newport there in third place. Terrigal doing a fantastic job. They've wound their way up into fourth as another little lump comes through. We're going to hand it down to Ty on the beach to call them across the line. It is a race in 5-6 coming down this wave.
Yeah, great little paddling here. I'd probably say it's Burleigh Heads, and that's Chelsea Wood, just backed up from a semi-final in the Open. Will come through and qualifying 1. Great battle for 2, 3, 4 and 5. Coogin on the inside. We then go Terrigal and Wanda. Wanda will sneak through. Terrigal second. Probably Coogin in third to Wanda in fourth. They are the big 4. Unofficial, but the big 4 likely to qualify for that at the final coming up shortly.
Oh, and what a finish it was there. The girls up the beach. That is the hard part about rescue, similar to the double skis. It is so tough, it is so brutal, and can be so unfair at times. We saw that finish there. The Wanda girls, they did so well early on, combined well on the way home. No one was coming home quicker than Coogin Headland, but they just got caught in that hole there. The wave comes through, picks a bunch of teams up. It's the sprint up the beach, and unofficially, Ty Dowker's given us the call down there, and it starts to get... Well, it's not a lucky dip in board rescue, but it's got the most luck. There's a lane draw to start. You got waves on the way out, waves on the way in, and combinations. It's the most up-in-the-air event that we have.
And that's also part of the reason it's such an enjoyable event for the athletes as well. There is a certain element of being at the mercy of, well, lifeheats.com and the way that you are drawn into that final as well, because although today is a relatively even start line, there are different conditions on each end of the line. It does look like that sandbank is a lot shallower on the southern side, deeper water on the north as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's the difference in terms of you pull a draw and you got the sandbank and maybe you can run a bit further, and you get the other side, you've got a rip and maybe it sucks out, and that's just the lucky dip. We're going to head down to the beach. Ty Dowker is with the ladies from Wanda, who had a great performance.
Oh, what about this? The Wanda Club up and about. And India, first of all, what about that swim? Pretty special to set up for Talia.
Yeah, there was lots of good girls, so I just knew I had to sprint it to the can. But, yeah, it's exciting to get in the final.
And it's good going off first, but you're the hunted, isn't it? It's a bit of pressure there as well to get out and pick up. And to be honest, you look really good. It was just a little bit luck of the ocean coming in, but you seem to qualify nice and well.
Yeah, we got a bit unlucky coming in, but we still got through, hopefully. But, yeah, it's just the luck of the waves.
It's about swim, it's about board, but it's more about coming home. There's no greater man. Come over here, Smith Dog. I've dragged him out of the crowd as well. He's a coach, but he's won an Open Taplin before. It means a lot, doesn't it, to a club, but also to individuals to win that of a Taplin on the big stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone loves their individual events, but team events mean everything. Not only themselves, to their best mates who they've been grinding and training so hard with each and every day, culminates in the Aussie title. So Taplin, board rescue, whatever team event it is, you want to be there.
There you go, 1 to go, team before individual. Back to you guys, final coming up.
Thank you very much, Ty. The countdown is now on. We cannot wait to see that. Finals coming up shortly, and on screen at the moment we are getting into the belt races in the blue and white area as well. So The under-17s moving through the belt races. We are going to be having the 19 and open men in there too. Fast and furious. And if it's anything like the belt racing we saw yesterday afternoon, Josh, it's going to be thrilling.
How good is it? It's time to get traditional, ladies and gentlemen. It's belt time down here at the Aussie Titles. Under-19 men's belt race final. We're going to head down to the beach there and get involved. We can see a couple of the teams lining up. A couple of old heads as well. That's also the beautiful part of it. There's the young, hungry athletes ready to go, and then there's a couple of old blokes as well. We'll run you through the field here in 1, Currumbin. In 2, Sorrento. In 3, Alexandra Headland. In 4, Newport. In 5, Sunshine Beach. In 6, Northcliffe. 7, Maroochydore, and 8, all the way from New Zealand, Red Beach. The boys are lined, set and ready to go. All that is left to do is to grab the line and get to the can. It's super simple. It just looks complicated.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. We saw some very interesting tactical decisions being made yesterday in the female belt racing, so we will wait and see what the teams have in store on the reel today. Some very nervous faces there getting ready for what is a very important job too. Josh, that line can play, well, the determining role into how fast those swimmers can get out to the can.
And when we talk about interesting decisions, some of the boys there, and I can see Jade Nurskin, the green and white Kappa Currumbin at the top there, he swam 3/4 of the way to the can, holding the rope, trying to keep it above the water. The further the team can go out into the water, the more they can hold the rope out off the bottom, the easier it'll be for the swimmer to get to the can. That's the thinking behind it. So when you've got some of these big, tall boys, you can see the Alex boys, yellow cap, 3 black stripes in there, nice and tall. Jade Nurskin from Currumbin, he's a wily old dog. He'll get it done as well. Wesley Berg from Sunshine Beach. They'll get as far out as they possibly can. They'll hold that rope nice and high, allow the swimmer to run that line out and make it as easy as possible. It's tough, though. Regardless of how far they get out, you've got to fight it out, and it's usually the big boys who do well in the belt race.
It burns the shoulders, doesn't it? Trying to hold the line up, that is for sure, and that is what all of these teams will be doing in just a few moments. They are waiting for a start. Just one of our teams at the moment is checking the placement of the belt to make sure that everything is in place in order to execute the perfect race to win the Under-19 Male Surf Belt Championship of Australia. They are now in the starters' hands.
Yeah, you can see it all set, ready to go. They'll run up, they'll grab the reel, turn, drag it as far down the beach as they can, dump it in, and then watch the lineman hit the water. The starter is set, off and away. The belt final, you can see the swimmers there, grab the belt, throw it over the top and really start to get into the work. They'll drop them and then the lineman will go out into the water. 3 in from the bottom. Unbelievable work from the lineman there. He is already in the water dragging it out, and there's swimmers there. You'll see it have it attached around their waist and over their shoulders, and then the lineman working their way out to sea as well.
Yeah, that's right. So Northcliffe executing that very well with the line from the start of the race, and they will have a very narrow margin at the moment out in front. However, it is now quite even across the spread through the middle of the field there. It does look like, particularly on that northern side of the start line, there is a big advantage to being able to run that a little bit further out.
Yeah, they've got a long way down. That's Riley Harland, I think, from Northcliffe in the centre there. Absolutely flying, centre of the screen. He's the fastest swimmer, regardless of having the belt, and he looks like he's had the best run so far. He's lineman. You can see them on the left-hand side. They're so far out. It's neck depth, sort of chest depth at the moment. I think out in front, Riley Harland. Then I'm going to say maybe Braden Woodford from Newport there. Sunshine Beach starting to swim into it very, very well. They're your top 3. Henry Simpson's doing a great job. I think he's jumped into 3rd, maybe even 2nd alongside Dylan Wilson from Sunshine. But Riley Harland is 4 body lengths out in front. He's going to win with this one easily as long as there's no mishaps. This has been an absolute masterclass.
There is a real race on for the podium as well at the moment. Newport now starting to move clear into 2nd. And it is a line between 3 for that bronze medal position. Currumbin, Sorrento and Alexandra Headland cannot be split at the moment. That line into the can will go a long way to deciding who steps onto the podium.
Harlan starting to fail. They're starting to slow down. They're coming back towards him. Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach there in 2nd place on the far edge. Maybe Riley Brennan up into 2nd place. Harlan will get there. Harlan gets it. The race for seconds on. Currumbin. Sunshine Beach, I think, in 2nd. Maybe Newport. I don't know. Either Sunshine or Newport for 2nd. Currumbin They were a half second in front of the others for silver, but Riley Harlan got there nice and clean. We're going to leave it to the judges, and that's unofficial, of course, but whoa, that sort of second, third and fourth there between Sunshine, Newport and Currumbin, it doesn't get any tighter than that.
Josh, I was lucky enough to call yesterday the female belt races. We did not see a finish as close as that. This is going to be a huge challenge for the officials to determine who did finish in those medal places, because like you mentioned, second through to fifth had no more than a metre between them. That was incredible, stroke for stroke on that northern end of the line all the way out to the can.
And the reminder is as well, you have to get the arm over that can, throw the hand in the air. It's not just first to touch the can. So Harlan had no issues there. And then it's probably all about timing for those other four boys in there, because you've got to time the stroke. You get one that goes really close to it, and the next one needs to be bang, over the top, arm in the air, let's go. And Harlan there, he'll start working his way home, and that's his victory lap. He'll cruise all the way back to the beach and know that there's a gold medal waiting for him when he hits the sand.
An outstanding swim from an outstanding swimmer. But Josh, let's talk about the crew on the line as well, because it is such a big influence over this race, and Northcliffe, just like they did yesterday, executed absolutely perfectly.
That's exactly right. All the credit kind of goes to the swimmers, and I'd laugh and joke and say, oh, sometimes it's the easiest medal in surf sports to win, but one mistake, bang, the whole thing's over. You get a line snag, you get a tangle, somebody's not doing their job. It can just hamstring your swimmer out there doing their thing. So a big shout out to the crews. It's a bit of a dark art. You don't know how to do it. Some old bloke in the club, yeah, I used to do it in the 70s and 80s. I reckon I can teach you. You learn and you go down and you think this isn't going to work, and bang, before you know it, you're the Australian champion.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Look, we spoke about Northcliffe as well. A team of athletes on the line too, all competing individually as well across the Aussies before coming together to be united and deliver a gold medal performance in that under-19 male surf boat race. We're now heading back to the south, back to the female area, where the under-17 female board rescue is on the line and waiting for a start not too far away now as we run through that start list. Coogin Headland Team C, Trigg Island A, Swansea Belmont A, Terrigal A, Cooks Hill A, Redhead, Avoca, Sunshine Beach and Anglesea. If it's anything like the previous races that we've seen, it is going to be another absolute thriller. Let's head down to Ty, who's standing by on the beach.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what about this? It's the 17 final. Anglesea, Victoria, up and about. The Sunshine on the guidance of Wesberg. Avoca, how exciting is that from New South Wales? Then we go to Redhead. I tell you what, they picked up second in the open male board rescue today and want to go one more. In the same branch, in the Hunter branch, we have Cooks Hill, Terrigal from just down the road as well. What about the dominance of New South Wales? Swansea Belmont took out semi-final, and they're the big danger, along with that of Trigg, all the way from WA, and semi-final number 2 winners, Northern New South Wales, Coogin Headland. There you have it. We're ready to fire.
It's all been done. It's all been set. The last thing to do is to get out into the action there. The girls, well, all the big guns are here. We can see off and away here. The under-17 ladies board rescue final. They're into their work. Trigg Island down at the bottom. Coogin Heads cuts up and across, and well, some of these girls might be sort of deciding to push up on that top side there, but it's the other end of the field. Very, very quick off the beach. Sunshine Beach has got off very, very well, and so has maybe Avoca there. They're absolutely flying.
And Josh, a big decision there from Anglesea on the far side of screen, clearly running even further to the south than they were on that line, so we will see whether that does pay dividends. At the moment, it is Sunshine Beach out in front, but the rest of the field is essentially in a line. There is nothing splitting the swimmers as they make their way towards that back bank and towards the zone where the waves have been breaking throughout the day. So it's Sunshine in 1. Anglesea on the southern side of the line certainly making great progress in 2, while Trigg Island also off to a flying start. But look at Swansea Belmont start to make a move.
Oh, winding up in the middle there. Absolutely going to work. Still Sunshine in the lead, but down on this bottom side, these 4 teams have really started to get a wriggle on there as the waves come through on the southern end. It's just standing up, and as you look at it, you probably want to be on the southern end, I think, watching those heats and quarters, because the surf's coming through there. It's just holding through a little bit longer longer. But as they start or continue to go to work, they're probably 25 metres out from that can. You've got to get the arm over again. It's the the southern side still in the lead at the moment. Sunshine Beach looks like they'll get there first, but here comes Swansea Belmont late in the game. They're going to get into the change. Bang, arm goes over. One should be away, two's away there. So they're our leaders, three on the other end. Then all the girls start to get off the beach. They get into their work and out to their rescues.
Sunshine, Anglesey and Swansea Belmont, the first three clubs to get to that string of 9, but the rest were not far behind at all. We have seen so many thrilling races in the board rescue event here at the Aussie so far, and we are being treated to another one at the moment as well, because the board paddlers are flying out towards that string of 9. And you just know that this back bank is going to have a big say in what happens on the way in as well. A wave now starting to break. Our leader does tuck and punch through it, but look at what it allows Swansea Belmont to do. Swansea Belmont have now hit the front.
Gone to the front for the first time there, Swansea Belmont. They've done a great job. She's on the stomach the entire way out. Interesting for the girls as well. They'll paddle a board that's a little bit bigger. Coming into the change, that allows both competitors to get on top and still have plenty of run. The change key. Swansea gets on, goes around. It's not the cleanest I've ever seen, but they're on and away. Sunshine's taking a little bit of time as well. Oh, the big move in the centre. Massive in the centre, maybe from Terrigal. They've got off nice and clean, and on the bottom side there, Trig Island doing a great job. Swansea in the lead on the way home, and a race in 3 for the silver right now. Swansea out in front. A wave goes underneath them. I thought they were going to go down it.
Just short for Swansea Belmont. They are still chasing the back of it, but will there be another wave behind on the far side of the line? Could that be Anglesey getting down? No, they just fall short. But Terrigal picks up the wave, Sunshine picks up the wave, and so too does Coogin. They're all coming up the Swansea Belmont.
Who can hold it through the gutter? That's the key. On the bottom side, Coogin, I think, gone to the lead. Terrigal there as well. Swansea just off the back. The top side, Sunshine. Terrigal come down as well. It's going to be a race in 2. It's all about the get off. Whoever stands up gets away. Sunshine up first. Sunshine up first. They're going to get there. She grabs the back of the board. Oh, does she get there in the final stage? Sunshine will win. Terrigal in second. The race for bronze. Coogin. I think Coogin gets home. What about that? Terrigal came so close, and Mother Nature's throwing up a few curveballs there. There was waves from all over the place, but Sunshine led from the start. They got challenged a few times by Swansea, Terrigal, Coogin and Anglesey, but they managed to get it done.
Heartbreak for Swansea Belmont out in front, but the timing of the ocean did not cooperate on the way back in. We spoke before the start of the race how important that run, that pick-up and the teamwork is back to the beach. And that is what Terrigal and Coogin Headland did to perfection, and they will walk away with a medal as a result. Sunshine Beach, though, on the southern side of the line, like you mentioned, Josh, flying from the start in the swim. And now, as a result, they're the under-17 female board rescue champions.
Yeah, Neve Arthur and Claire Cameron there. We talk about teamwork. They've paddled together, I think, for 5 years now, or 6 years now. They've spent a lot of time on a board rescue board together. They've done a fantastic job, and 2 great young athletes and great young girls as well. Had a lot to do with them back in the day, and Wesley Berg's done a fantastic job with the girls there. They are on fire at the moment, and a big reward because they've had a tough week. That age group's very, very hard to be successful in. There's a lot of great competitors in there, and what a way to wrap up the board rescue here. We'll head down to Ty with Neve and Claire on the sand.
Oh, how good is this? Let me tell you, they're the only Queensland team in the race, and they're also first year, underage, under-17s. Claire Cameron, what a swim. Oh, sorry, it was a Neve, my bad. Neve Arthur, what a swim, I should say.
Thank you. It was so hard racing all these older girls, but I'm so glad I got to do it with Claire. Yeah.
You guys obviously being a part of the Nippers. I think Josh, you even coached these girls as under-13s as well. You need a good swim, you need a good board, but you need a little bit of luck as well. And that little wave popped up, you've got to be close enough, and it made the difference.
Yeah, we were definitely lucky to cut it on the way back in, but of course Neve had an amazing swim getting first out to the cans, and I really couldn't have done it without her.
Let's talk about the club. Obviously, you know, the Bird crew do a good culture there with Sunshine. It's pretty important to win one like this for the club as well as yourself and your families.
Yeah, we're so lucky to do this with the best team and the best coaches. Shout out to Wes. Yeah, we're just so grateful to be able to do it with such a great team.
What about that? The under-17 champs, the Aussie champs. Look down the lens, give them a wave at Sunshine. There you have it. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that. Yeah, two great young ladies down there. They are absolute superstars, lovely families, lovely young girls, and they deserve all the success that they get. We're not too far away from the Open female board rescue final, from the 17s to the Opens. This one is going to be very, very tight. And if that was a good race, I think this one is going to be even better. You take a look at some of the names in the start list here. They're the best of the best.
No doubt a few nervous teams on the start line as well, given what we just saw. We have been speaking right throughout the day about the lottery that can be the board rescue race. Which side of the line will get the best of it in this final as they race for the Australian Championship. Let's go back down to Ty on the beach and we'll introduce our starters.
Oh, look at this, ready to go with his swim and board as the board rescue. Kutchin, position 1. Maroochydore, look out for the Black Swans in 2. Burley in 3, that's the A Burley. The C's, the Killer C's of Northcliffe in 4. We have the D team of Burley, Mooloolaba team A, Northcliffe team A, and far right hand side, the Killer Bees from Burley.
Thanks for that, Ty. There, the defending champions are Tiani Massey, Zoe Longhurst. I think they're also the world champions from just about 6 months ago. Before that, it was 4 straight for Northcliffe. Corrin, Scott, Brown, Miller, Scully, Dunn, you name it, they've won it. The girls are off and away. We're about to write another page in the history books here for the board rescue. And once again, the girls on the right-hand side, that top sort of end of the screen there, they've got away just a little bit quicker. The bank's just a little bit further out.
And that is where the waves have been coming through as well. But will it in this race? That is not a concern for the swimmers as they start to charge out towards that string of 9. The field very spread out through the middle, although it is quite bunched on the northern side of the line, Josh. So some of these swimmers just eyeing each other off metres apart as they make their way out towards those cans.
They've all come in together sort of thing, starting to, well, I guess getting a wash ride there, but if there's a little bit of a bank or maybe a hole, you've got to jump in and then try and make up the difference on the other side. Maroochydore in the centre there, Tiani Massey will swim, Zoe Longhurst will board paddle. They're the defending champs, so that's what we're talking about there. Those 3 are going to go to 3 separate cans. The Coogin team, the Maroochydore team, and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. That's Lily O'Sullivan, the world surf race champion, on the 3rd can in. And you'd have to think O'Sullivan to get to that can close to the front. There's a couple other very, very good swimmers in this one, but O'Sullivan, she's got a lot of quality about her. The Burleigh team on the other side as well, I like them. Claudia Rose Slave and Chelsea Wood. Watch for those girls. They'll be very quick on the way home.
We're seeing the northern side of the line on screen at the moment, but it is off to the south where the big moves are being made. Claudia Rose Slaven, we saw her fly out in that semi-final, and she's doing it again when it counts most. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park will be the first to the can, and then the rest of the field are charging out behind.
Maybe Mooloolaba in second, just 1 or 2 cans in there, and then you throw a blanket over everybody else. Oh, one of the girls in the middle has taken a long, long time to get there. They're not out of it, that's for sure, in the board rescue. But Claudia Rose Slave and Chelsea Wood from Burleigh Heads B on that side. You can see the advantage that they have there. It's not that big at all. The girls are starting to fire, and this northern end, it's a lot quicker on the way out in the board.
Yeah, that's right. And now the board paddlers who have been situated further to the north are starting to get their response. A wave coming through on the southern end of the line, just checking the pack down there, but to the north, green water, and as a result, they're starting to come back together. It is very tight at the moment as they come in to pick up their swimmers. It's still Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park out in front, but it's anyone's race beyond that.
You've got to be clean in the turn. You can see the swimmers waiting for there. They get the board, swing it around on and into your stroke. The quicker you can get into your stroke, the better you'll be. Burleigh's at the top wasn't great. Down the bottom, but absolutely flying there. I think that was Maroochydore. Huge turn for Maroochydore. They went in 4 or 5. They've come out first. They've got a body length.
Absolutely nailed the pick-up, the reigning champions, and they are showing exactly why they're so tough to beat. As a wave starts to stand up out the back, a wave is standing up, and there will be 3 teams down it.
Oh, what a wave. Who'll hold through? Who'll hold through? Burleigh on the far side, Marucci in the centre. Can't quite pick up who that is that's picked it up as well. Oh, in the centre. Gone flying through the gutter. That'll be all she wrote. They'll get that one all the way to the beach. I think it might be Northcliffe. It is Bella Williams and Emily Gold from Northcliffe. What about that? One runner, and they have dominated this. Marucci's still hanging on, but you can see how happy the girls are there. What a boil over from 4th to 1st. first, one runner wins the gold.
Josh, we didn't call their cap throughout the entire race. They were right in the mix, but never at the front. And then that wave that we spoke about brought them to the front, and they could milk it all the way through the gutter as well. Northcliffe are the Australian champions in the open female board rescue. What a performance.
Can you believe it? What about that? The girls there, they were close. They were in there at the turn. There was 4 or 5 teams across. Maroochydore had come to the fore. Burleigh were hanging around, but just that run, the board speed, the way they ran the board was absolutely unbelievable. They were in the right place and they'll be celebrating tonight.
Oh, you can see just how much it means. The celebration started even before they crossed the finish line, and now they get to continue with Ty Dowker, who is standing by down on the sand.
Oh, we're down here, and what about this? Bella Williams, what a swim. Emily Gore, what a story. She grew up as a nipper at Northcliffe and now gets her number on the cap of an Aussie title. Put your hands everyone else in effort, but that swim, you've got to be close enough. Good swim there, Bella.
Oh, yeah, I was actually quite disappointed with that one. I actually was swimming, I think, to the green and white striped can. I was on the blue and white striped can, but I did a quick diversion back to the blue and I was in it. It was nail-biting between all of us, I guess, and EG, I just think, had such a dominant paddle out, and I think our get-ons are quite snappy too, and first time together, and look, it's paid off.
I love it. What about the pocket rocket? The smile says it all. The emotion says it all. It's pretty special, isn't it, to win one for the Gone?
Oh, it's so special to do it here with all the girls watching too. It's just such a cool event, and to get it done with Bella really does mean a lot.
Let's talk to me about coming home, because obviously there's a swimmer, there's a board pillar, but the ability to get that board motoring, you girls had that board flying over that gutter there.
Yeah, we were going so quick. Well, me and Bella were just screaming at each other like, we just can't fucking stop, and then...
Beep.
Well, but we got there, and we just couldn't believe it. We were shitting ourselves for a sprint finish, but we did it.
Well, there you go. They did it. The Aussie champs, open female board rescue to that of Northcliffe.
Oh, if that interview continued, we'd have to pull ourselves off the air. EG there doing a great job, and you can see how much it means to them there. The girls are having a blast, and you and I were just talking off air. What a carnival Northcliffe is having. They have been unbelievable. Open men, almost unbeatable, but these girls on fire.
Absolutely executing every final that they are in, and it sounds easier than it is to do, but Northcliffe have been near perfect across the Aussies as well. Keep an eye out for that board. Northcliffe currently 3 from the top of screen there, and they make a big move through the middle. So it was Burleigh Heads that set the early pace, Claudia Rose-Slavin and Chelsea Wood, but being on that southern side of the line, we did wonder whether the wave would show up. It was Maroochydore who hit the front next after that pickup, and then it was all flipped on its head.
Cut away from them for a second there. You can see they've got down this runner there, and this is where they won it. Bang, keep it going, all the way to the beach. Bella Williams, she looks around, she can't believe it. A little celebration there, and they're absolutely loving it as they cross the line. That is how much it means to them to win an Australian title, and you don't know until you've been there how hard it is to get one, and you can be in 5-6 finals, someone like yourself, so close for so long, and they're just so tough to get, and when you do finally get one, all that elation comes out.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and plenty of adrenaline as well, which does explain some of the language that we did see in that winning interview. That is one of the great moments of the Aussies so far, and there is another final already on the line. It's the Under-19 female board rescue.
Oh, and how good is this? It wraps up the Under-19 final, ready and go. It is Redhead that took this out last year, but lined up that of the Black Swans, then to that of Wanda. Terrigal, 2 teams from Terrigal. This is the A team, but it was the B team that won semi-final earlier today. Cushion, Isabella Tate, an absolute superstar. Look out for this, another semi-final winner of Burleigh Heads Bay Park. And what about confidence? Northcliffe just took out that of the Open. Can they back it up with the 19s? Look out for the Killer Bees from Terrigal. And wrapping up, they come up from the west. They say they do it best in the west. Trig Island are up and about.
They are up and about. The West Australians are having, well, one hell of a carnival, that is for sure. The defending champs from Redhead, Waller and Burns. Obviously, Lani Waller, different club now, so they won't be there. We'll have a different champion here today. Before that, Kalani Ives, Ruby Meehan of Northcliffe, Munro and Talano at Alex, Emma Woods, Taylor Halliday at Alex, Morgan Bolero, Olivia Heaton from Alex. So Alex, a bit of a stranglehold in here before that. B. Cooper and Baden Wilton Sneddon of Kurra. Big shout out to Brielle Cooper. Watching on the live stream at home, 32 weeks pregnant as well, waiting for the birth of her first child, one of the sport's all-time greats, a former champion in this event. We're about to crown an under-19 female board rescue winner, and, well, I think it's all the other end. I think you'd rather be on the other end. It doesn't mean you're not a shot, but the other end's got 2 of the last 3 sort of thing. The girls are off and away.
That is where the waves have been breaking, and that is where the swimmers have been able to run out that bit further. We're seeing that on screen at the moment. Maroochydore, Wanda and Terrigal all off to a flying start on the southern end of that line. Look at the kick already. They are 5 wide and all pushing the pace.
Yeah, there's no holding back. You've got to empty the tank. It's the only race you'll do in surf sports where you get a break halfway through the event. So empty the tank to the can, get yourself together, wait for your paddler to come out, and then empty it again on the way home. It looks like Wanda's gone to the lead, 2 in from the southern end, the top side there, doing a fantastic job. Then 3 in from the bottom. Maybe Northcliffe absolutely flying at the moment, working their way through. But just as I say it, it might be Izzy Tate there for Coogin Headland starts to go to the front again, the under-17. So that's how tough it is. We've had 3 or 4 different leaders at the moment, and the girls are 3/4 of the way out to the cans.
Coogin Headland making a big surge to push the pace, and now it is Northcliffe's turn to respond. Northcliffe has started edging in front. They may be just ahead of Wanda on the southern side of the line, but it is very close racing at the moment as they start to make their way out towards that string of 9. And the big question that we have been asking, what will the surf do on the way back in? That is what the board paddlers are going to be asking themselves as they stand by, watching and waiting as their swimmers make their way out. And at the moment, it is Northcliffe that's setting the pace.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Northcliffe to get there first, but only just. You can see she's going to get in there. Bang, arm gone. Her paddler off the beach and away. 2, 3 there. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, not too far away. It looks like Wanda's gone as well. A couple left waiting on the sand there. Coogin Headland, I reckon she hasn't seen her swimmer. Had to wait. Gone. Trig Island off the beach with plenty of work to do as well. They get into their work now, and you've got to be explosive on this board in the early stages. It's all about those first 40 or 50 double strokes there. Get the board speed up and moving. Negotiate the break. Set your can. Find your can and make sure you've got a good line to it.
Waves breaking to the south. There is deep water to the north. So the paddlers on the northern side of the line, led by Northcliffe at the moment, are starting to make their way out, and there is no concern about what's coming. But on the southern end, it is Wanda who has hit the front. There was nothing for them to contend with on that end of the line, and we have 3 teams out in front.
Yeah, absolutely flying at the moment. You can see maybe in the middle Burleigh doing a really good job trying to sneak in there into the change now. It just looks like the teams in the middle have got off to the best so far. They swing it around. A quick change has been super important there. Pretty even on this side. We've got 3 teams, 4 teams, one at the top. Absolutely flew there. I think it was Terrigal. They had a great changeover. Oh, and a little bit different on the way home. The Northcliffe team there, they've decided to go one up on the knees, the paddler on the front or the swimmer on the front. She's got both arms going at the same time, so we'll see how much it works. They're in the lead. A run on the southern side. A run on the southern side. 1, 2, 3. Will 4 get down? And I don't know. Will Northcliffe on this edge? One's fallen off, and that looks like the Wanda team's off the back. Terrigal's off the back. So's Coogin, and Northcliffe gets a massive run on the tail end, but there's more waves on the southern side.
The waves are once again going to throw a curveball to this race. It is Northcliffe out in front, pushing down a little run, but it will be a sprint finish. Northcliffe, Terrigal, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park and Coogin, they're up and racing. Northcliffe is standing up first, and that will deliver them another gold medal to BMD Northcliffe in this under-19 female board rescue. Terrigal, Coogin Headland and Burleigh all hitting the line at about the same time. We'll leave that one to the judges, but there's no denying our winners. It is Northcliffe, the gold medalist in this under-19 female board rescue.
Tara Schotter, Freya Stolt there. What a combination on the way home. I was talking to Freya's mum earlier in the week. She's come over from New Zealand to be part of this Northcliffe team. She's had an unbelievable experience here, and they couldn't believe the level of competition here in Australia. And now she is an Australian under-19 female board rescue champion. Tara Schotter, unbelievable performance as well. It didn't look pretty on the way home, but man, it was effective.
We love seeing different tactics employed. we were speaking earlier in the belt races about the decision to send linesmen out. Well, isn't that a different tactic in the board rescue? The back paddler up on their knees, and it certainly worked when that wave picked up. They just managed to milk it that little bit further into the beach than the rest of their competition, and that 1 metre, 2 metre buffer that they did have did prove to be the difference in the end. Absolute perfection there, Josh. You can see it on screen at the moment. It is uncommon, but it's certainly effective today.
That's exactly right. And this was the stage of the race where the other girls started to get waves. You can see them looming through. Kudjin got a big run. Terrigal too. Mermaid on the top side. Wanderer on the top side. But yeah, right there. Both of these groups get waves. And Northcliffe on the bottom, they're down. They're up, they look across, and immediately, I don't think they know they've got it, trying to grab the board there, but up and across the line. What a performance. Smiles on the faces. They drop the board, turn around, and immediately embrace. That is what it's all about. Ty Dowker on the beach with the ladies who are now the Australian Board Rescue Champions.
Yeah, well, what about this, though? Australian champions, but they're also from across the ditch, from East End in New Zealand. And what a moment, Tara. What about this for the girls, for Northcliffe, for New Zealand, but also the Killer Ds, the D team. So good.
Yeah, I'm just really happy to get it done, and it was like, I can't believe it. Didn't expect it, but it's so good.
One thing we love about board rescue is there's so many elements. Now, coming home, the decision to lie down and kneel up, the old school combination, and having a chat to Freya, they said that's something we do back in New Zealand. Is that right?
Yeah, well, me and Tara have been doing it for a couple of years now together, so we've got a good feel for being together, one on knees, one on stomach, and it just works for us.
Whatever works, we'll bring the gold, but let's talk about the gold. It means so much, not only to individuals, but also to the club, that of Northcliffe.
Yeah, it's so good. Like, our team's all really strong, and like with the D team, like any team can get in, and yeah, so it's just really good.
Let's talk about the international flavour coming across from New Zealand. You know, you've got so many great Kiwis. We go on from DMAC, and the list goes on. All the boys there, and Kevin Morrison as well. It's a great relationship, isn't it, of New Zealand and that of Northcliffe coming over and building a great success in culture as well.
Yeah, no, it's definitely easy for me. I'm still based in New Zealand, so it's a lot different coming over here and racing, but I love the BMD girls. They're so great and so welcoming.
Well, I love the East End crew from New Zealand as well, so shout down the line, give them a shout out because they'll be watching this on live stream.
Hi guys!
There you have it. They're Kiwis, they're from Northcliffe and they're from East End. Back to you guys.
And now they are Australian champions as well in the under-19 female board rescue. Thank you, Ty. What another thrilling race that we've been served up here. Tara Schotter and Freya Stolt from Northcliffe, the gold medalists.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job. Terrigal, Haxel and Shearer, Tate and Sharp, Kutchin, and you got to feel sorry for both Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park and Maroochydore there. They were in it up to their eyeballs. Wanda led for basically the entire race, and you can talk about all these teams. They were in it, and that's the beauty, I guess, the beauty of board rescue racing, and we don't do a whole lot of it either. It's like belt racing as well. You only get it towards that championship end of the season, your branch state and Australian championships, and I heard the guys talking about it before. Some of these teams, they sort of use the heat. Oh, we'll just figure it out, get a little better in the quarter, get a little better in the semi, and hope you can produce something in the final. And it's tough. They're tough to win.
They are tough to win, and it's something that Northcliffe has been doing to perfection today. Another gold medal in what has been already an incredible Aussies as well. They've had a stranglehold on this Australian Championships over the past few years, and they're certainly showing why now. Josh, they'll be very happy up at BMD Northcliffe. More gold medals to their name. I believe we're standing by with one of the coaches who has helped being able to make it happen, Naomi Flood. He's down on the beach with Ty Dowker.
Of the Northcliffe girls, and this is Mother Hen. Hey, Floody, and it makes you so proud, doesn't it?
So proud. The girls have just been getting around each other all week, and a couple of disappointing moments for a lot of the girls, but just seeing what we're seeing now, we just get behind each other and get what we get, but obviously push to the finish. And the girls just work so hard then, even that they do the Kiwi technique on the board, and we've been given grief about it, but it seems to work for them. They do really well in New Zealand doing that form as well, but the Open girls, that was insane. It was so exciting for our club, so exciting for our group, and these girls both get their number caps. That's huge for our club.
It builds culture, and you're a phenomenal athlete. You've been in the Olympics as well, and top of the tree in professional Iron Series racing. How is it as a coach watching a board rescue like that, where you see athletes, got over 42 females here this weekend as well? How do you feel as a coach with the emotional roller coaster?
Board rescue, as everyone knows, is really tricky. It's very dependent on the line and what the conditions are like and timing, but I was just stoked that we had finals on today. We had girls in the finals, and our girls had been in form in the previous rounds, and a few unlucky lanes, obviously. But yeah, I'm so stoked. I'm so proud of the girls. I'm so proud of our support system, our club. Everyone's been doing really well this week. We've had some great results. The men have been crushing. The girls are trying to keep up, and everyone's having a good time.
Life's good down the beach here with Floody, Coach Floody. The Northcliffe girls are up and about. Back-to-back Board Rescue champions. Well done, Coach.
Thank you. Go the Cliff.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Ty, and again, congratulations to Northcliffe on what has been another incredible hour of results as well. Champions of the Open Female Board Rescue, the Under-19 Female Board Rescue, adding to what has already been a stellar Aussies campaign. You can see what it means to all the athletes in that age group on screen at the moment. Big celebrations down there on the sand. More success for a powerhouse club, Josh.
Yeah, what do you do? They just continue, and I think they're 21 Australian overall point scores there. Plenty of action still to go today. There's currently mixed Taplin relay finals and gold medals still to be handed out this afternoon. We've got a couple more belt races still to happen. 17 board rescue finals we've had. So we got the beach flags as well. One of the premier events of the carnival. We go up to the beach pit eventually, and we will see those beach flags finals. And they're some of my favourites as well. Some of the most memorable events of the entire program. But what a day of action it's been. And we've had 6 gold medals in the ladies area. We've had, 6 in the men's area, and mixed double ski and mixed Taplin relay still left to come. And it looks like we're not too far away from a couple of semi-finals, maybe the mixed Taplin relay. I'll just wait to confirm, and we're going to head down to the beach now. Ty has found, well, they call him the Samurai, Jet Kenny, because he cuts them up.
Yeah, thanks, Joshy. Down here with, as mentioned, the Samurai. But what about this? They were the inaugural champions last year of the mixed Taplin relay. It's one that all clubs want to win. But this man wasn't in the A-team last year, but he's in the A-team this year. There's a bit of pressure this time, Jetty.
I don't know about a bit of pressure. There's heaps of pressure. The Alex team got it done last year with Taylor went off first, which was pretty cool, being able to send the boys and girls sort of against one another, and a bit of a gamble to throw a girl in at the start. But different conditions this year. It's going to be interesting.
You've got a risker to win the biscuit. And one thing also last year, Lani Pallister last year was not a part of the team either. So pretty similar team this year. But what does it mean to a club to win an event like this? Obviously mixed gender as well is pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah, the mixed Taplin's become one of those ones that every club wants to win. Obviously, everyone gets to nationals and they want to win the Taplin. The open men's Taplin is pretty incredible. 6 guys down there, and then the chicks as well for 3 of them. But to come together and have a team of 6 with the boys and the girls, and to take out the first one last year and then take out the mixed Taplin at Worlds this year, it's pretty cool that Alex can say that we won the first mixed at both national titles and the world titles. Well,
you took the words out of my mouth. They are the current world champions as well. Went close in the double ski. Is it one better, maybe the gold this time?
Can we go 3 better? We got the chocky in the double, so that was a hard pill to swallow. But yeah, different race. But yeah, the winds come up, so it's going to throw a little spanner in the works for everyone, and conditions change, and you just got to adapt.
Well, there you go. 6 go in, 3 male, 3 female, swim, board, ski. You need a bit of everything, but you need plenty of luck.
Thanks for that, Ty. Jet down there. I think, Alex, you start to talk about them as they call themselves Taplin Town, and it's their ability to lift when you don't think that they're going to win it. They won a men's Taplin relay a couple of years ago. They've won a lot of the ladies, and these mixed, you look at Northcliffe, Newport, Burleigh Heads, you think, oh, they're the big 3, but Alex continued to deliver year in, year out. And I'm going to talk about the 3 girls that they have who aren't available in Lani Pallister, Emma Woods, and Ali Bull. We're talking 2 Olympic gold medalists, an Olympian in the kayak, and maybe the most underrated teams competitor in the sport in Emma Woods. And they'll still be competitive. They'll bring in the other girls. I know Britt Ackley, Grace Harris, and I think Mia Cook going around for them. So it doesn't matter, mate. B team's second string. That's what Taplin's is all about. You fill the hole and you get the job done. And I think Alex get that very, very well. There's a couple other clubs that do it. Northcliffe over the years have been very, very successful. And then I talk about you guys, Redhead and Swansea Belmont and Wanders, and they understand what it means to fill in a Taplin relay and produce way more than you probably should for the club and for the team.
Yeah, that's right. You spoke about Alexandra Headland's win in the Open Men's Taplin just a few years ago. Well, that was an example of a race where heading into it, everyone was backing Northcliffe to win, but things not only went well for Alexandra Headland, they made them work well, but it was just the little advantages they got on each leg, and all of a sudden it became one of the biggest Taplin wins that I've seen in recent memory. It was an enormous margin by the end of the race, and that's because, like we've seen throughout the open board rescue finals that just played out in front of us on the live stream here, there's 6 races in one. There's something that can happen on every single leg, and if things go your way, you never know where you can end up.
You are spot on. That is exactly right. And every little inch can turn into a huge advantage or something that you've got to make up. And it's a race won in inches. It sounds like a cliche, but one little sort of cut on the inside around the cans, you're down the wave. One sort of stop and pop, and you're not down the wave. And that is the difference between the teams that are very good for a long, long time. And the part I love about the mixed Taplin as well is it brings in some of the smaller clubs. We've seen some success over the years. Your Southports, your Sunshine Beach, you go to the World Ocean Series, they don't win them because there's only 4 clubs that win when it really matters most. At the big events, it's Alex, Northcliffe, Burleigh and Newport. They're the only 4, but you get a lot of clubs come very, very close. Swansea, Belmont, Southport have been close in the past. Redhead, yourselves. There's just a surface. There's a lot there that can go very close because you can find 3 girls, 3 guys and put it together, unlike the male 6-man Taplin where you need the depth, you need the big squads, you need to be one of those powerhouse outfits like a Manly or a Newport. Come here and, hey, we can scrap something together. And you see a club like Kudjun go round with all juniors or just a couple of opens. Warilla Barrack Point, they've got 2 17s and a 19 in there, but they're in the mix as well. And that's what it sort of takes to fill out a Taplin team, and that's what makes this race. I think it's quickly becoming the most important or one of the most important events on the entire program.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's made a huge impression in a very short space of time as well. The mixed Taplin relay, it's become a favourite for clubs right across the country. And like you mentioned, although only a handful of clubs have won mixed Taplin relay races, the rest of the field is always being shaken up as well. And there has been another shake-up here in the mixed Taplin relay semi-finals at the Aussies. The racing is on hold for the next half an hour, and that is because we are waiting on athletes, 4 teams who are competing in the belt events a little bit further to the north of the beach at the moment. So a delay in the open mixed Taplin relay semi-finals. There is still a little bit for the competitors and the officials to get through this afternoon. We've spoken about the mixed Taplin relay. The mixed double skis will be happening sooner rather than later. Expect some fast and ferocious cuts and racing there. Still a lot to get through. Still so much action for us to bring you here on the live stream at the Aussies Day 4 of Open competition. We are rapidly approaching Finals Sunday, Josh. The countdown is almost complete.
Oh, it's Christmas for me. The Sunday of the Aussie titles, the last day of the season, it is my favourite day of the year because all the good things happen, all the important finals, heartbreak and triumph and everything in between. And it is truly something special to watch. It just means more on the Sunday of Aussies. It looks like the Open men's belt race is happening at the moment. 4 quarterfinals. We're going to head towards 2 semi-finals as well. And those Open men's, it's a very tough task down there. And we've had a couple already go. We have Cronulla, Timmy Ford get through into the next round. Alexandra Headland, maybe Currumbin there. Northcliffe, Maroochydore and Northcliffe in number 2. Currumbin, Sunshine Beach there. Dylan Wilson getting it done there. Or maybe Zane Hadley. I do not know. I'll just wait to see. Cronulla there as well. And we're into the 4th one now. And that is Currumbin Team D, Northcliffe Team F, Maroubra. I would watch, I'll just double check, that might be Jackson McCleary. He is a dark horse for the surf race later in the week and probably for this belt title as well. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park with James Kosh, former Australian swim team member there. Charlie Walker will swim for Currumbin E. We go over to Northcliffe B team, that'll be Ruben Rees in there. Down on the bottom, Seacliff, big shout out to the Seacliff boys down south. And Currumbin C on this top edge. That is how they'll line up in quarterfinal number 4 to go through to the semi-finals. I think we will be taking 4. I'm not quite sure, but we'll wait and see. And we saw the belt races before. Very, very good performance from those 19 boys, and now we're into the Opens.
Josh, I'll tell you what, if we are taking 4, there is going to be a big squeeze on to try and get through some of the names swimming that you mentioned there. Josh Brown. We're talking about Jackson McCleary. We're talking about James Kosh, Charlie Walker, Ruben Rees. These are names that we often see at the front of surf races and belt races in the final, let alone in the heat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. These are some of the best swimmers in the world. Kosh, Woodford, McCleary, Josh Brown will be sneaky good. He's had a long time away from the sport. He's off being a pilot, but he had huge raps on him as a junior. I think he won a couple of minor belt titles along the way somewhere.
He did say that yesterday. Yeah. He was actually responsible, helping craft, helping mastermind the decision to send him out onto that sandbank as well. Delivered Currumbin victory in the under-19 female belt race. Now it's his turn to be doing the swimming. They are getting ready for a start here in the blue and white arena. So just confirming that the open mixed tap and relay semi-finals are on hold. We're going to make our way through these belt races before we do start that event.
Final number 4 off and away here. The boys get into their work, grab the belts and start to go. You can see the far side. Oh, have a look at Ruben Rees start to really wind up there for Northcliffe. Pretty even line on the way in. The charge of the linemen into the water as well. They'll start to go into their work, and I'll run through the result of that under-19 belt race we saw before. Remember, it was very close for second and third. Riley Harlan absolutely dominated that one there. But in second place, Riley Brennan from Currumbin. Dylan Wilson gets a bronze there for Sunshine Beach. And Newport, unfortunately, Braided Woodford, he is ended up in 4th place there. So it was super tight on the end, and congratulations. Yeah, Currumbin, Northcliffe, Sunshine there, 1, 2 and 3. Great job. And in the middle, I think that is the big fella from Currumbin, absolutely flying in the centre.
Yeah, that's right. So Currumbin making a flying start to, in fact, 2 Currumbin teams on screen at the moment. Northcliffe in the centre there, pushing that pace on their way out. Although now we can see Burleigh Head's Mowbray Park come up too. James Kosh starting to move along with Charlie Walker there from Currumbin. Very, very even at the moment. You can see on the far side of screen too, Josh Brown is now starting to get into his work. Only 4 to go through. 7 athletes certainly in contention.
Yeah, that top side absolutely flying at the moment there. You can see the boys into their stroke, and I think it's a little bit of a different stroke. You've got to muscle the belt a little bit more. Technique won't get you there. The rating has to be higher. A lot of strength, because you think you're carrying, well, now 300 metres, maybe almost 400 metres worth of line, dragging along the sand, dragging along the bottom. You've got to have plenty of power if you want to get yourself to the can first. On that far side at the top end, absolutely flying. And then the next 3 up here is an absolute fight at the moment, really battling in the centre. One's gone. One's sort of, I think, pulled back. The belt's not running there. He's out of it. 2 maybe out of it. Our leader on the far end coming into that second can. He's going to be first in. Then the absolute run. These 3, 4 men at the top side here, they're going to be fighting it out for the final spots. One's there. One's home. Easy work from the Currumbin Club. No dramas at all. Great job.
Josh, I tell you what, we could be seeing another of the great tactical plays here at the Aussies. We called it as a swimmer who might have pulled up with the belt not allowing them along. I think that could have been one of the linesmen that was swimming the line out further to sea. It could have been Jaden Erskine. We saw him do it yesterday. It allowed Joshua Brown to put the foot down. He went from 4th to 1st and won that heat as a result. That is a huge play.
I couldn't figure out why he was so far behind and why he kept stopping, starting. But what about that huge performance from the big fella and Jaden Erskine? He is the king of belt racing right now. They should give him a spot in the Hall of Fame if they win this one, because he has just produced for Currumbin time and time again.
I was speaking to Jaden this morning about the conversations that were taking place to roll the dice in the way that they did yesterday. We didn't see anyone go to that second sandbank until Currumbin did it in back-to-back races, but that is the experience. That's the tactical nous. That is a little bit of craftiness as well to be able to think like that, and they have certainly pulled it off the top shelf again here today.
It's not cheating, but if you can't beat him, cheat him. He's got out there. What a performance. I like that. I like somebody who looks at the situation and goes, everybody's doing it this way, but I reckon we could do it this way better. And they innovate and they change, and there's a bit of leeway in a couple of these events to sort of do something different. And Jaden Erskine, he's a very good ski paddler. He's a great runner as well, but he's a very good ski paddler. But he might have to stick to belt racing because he's the best linesman I have ever seen.
Well, that is well said. It has delivered Currumbin victory in final number 4. Those results now official. It's Currumbin in 1. Burleigh Head's Mowbray Park is in 2. That was James Kosh. In 3 was Currumbin Charlie Walker, and taking out the 4th place was Ruben Rees from Northcliffe. So that does, as we understand it, mean that Maroubra Jackson McCleary, who has been so strong in surf events right across not only this season, but the last few seasons as well since he has hit opens. We do have to say goodbye in 5th place. So it was certainly the round for it to roll the dice and see what would happen. Currumbin once again coming out on top.
And now how many of the coaches, the other athletes that are standing on the beach, they've watched that happen and thought, okay, this is what we've got to do. And it helps if you're Jaden Erskine. What would he be, 6'3", 6'4" on a small day? It helps if you're a big lad and you can swim a little bit, run that line out, because you've got to hold it up. It's no good just dragging it out. You've got to keep it out of the water for your athlete, and he's done a fantastic job. So I think there'll be a couple of teams that have watched that and gone, nah, don't worry about it, we're doing it as well, and we'll see different in the semi-finals. I thought he was an athlete. It was insane.
That was extraordinary. It was so far beyond that second sandbank, but the result, well, it is clear for all to see. You're right, Josh. No doubt some of those questions are now being asked, and like you said, that is where there is benefit in having an athletic team on the line as well. Not to suggest that some other clubs don't have athletic teams,
exactly
but
what
there is a real benefit there, because even in the belt racing that we saw a little bit earlier today, Northcliffe's team was full of athletes as well, so maybe they might be one of those sides that start to look at repeating those tactics.
Oh, I'm 100% certain that is what's going to happen there. We'll see a couple of those sort of jump in there, and we are live on the Gold Coast. A big hello and welcome to everybody who's just tuned in. And the Gold Coast is looking like the Gold Coast for the first time in a few days here. The sun is shining, the water is crystal clear, and we are having a blast down here. And first day I've had to put on sunscreen for a few, and it feels very, very good, because I love this part of the world. From the beautiful beaches and the world-class beaches to the hinterland, just 5 minutes up the road, you can get the best of everything when you're here on the Gold Coast.
And thankfully, all of our athletes, officials and spectators are experiencing that here at North Kirra Beach today. It is a beautiful day. It doesn't feel like we're in the middle of autumn and starting to head towards winter. It's certainly picturesque here on the Gold Coast, but for the athletes at the moment, it's a long way from their mind. It doesn't make it hurt any less as they start to progress through these rounds of the Open Men's Belt Race as well. So a little bit of admin, a little bit of time and effort involved in just setting the reel up once again for the next race. A lot of these clubs that we are seeing are in pretty much every race throughout the day as well, as they repeat through their athletes. A lot of those bigger clubs, those with the proud traditions like Currumbin that we have been talking about in these last few minutes, are going to be in plenty of races throughout the day, and there are plenty of races to get through. Let's head down to Ty Dowker, who's on the sand with one of our key officials here at the Aussie, Stephen Marley.
Yeah, plenty of races and plenty of events as well, and it's day 8. Well, in actual fact, it's only day 4 for the Open competitors, but it's day 8 for this man, Marley, Steve May, one of the legends of officiating as well. Mate, you're the event coordinator here of that of the Open Males. Semi-finals coming up, and how you feeling day 8?
Mate, the legs are very, very weary. Been long days, very hard sand here, but all been worth it to get the Champos underway and running well.
The superheroes of our sport wear white. They're the officials, and mate, you love a day. You travel around with the Professional Iron Series as well. You're at states, you're at local carnivals, you're at Aussies. What do you love about surf sports and surf life saving?
Mate, it's a camaraderie we get amongst our officials. We've got a really good group of guys and girls that we travel around with. Just love getting in there, helping out. It's a great sport, and athletes are great. It's just a very good hobby to have, mate.
Mate, he's got a good team around him, plenty of hydration sessions as well. We love the work you do, all the team in white as well. 2 events to go, make that 3. We've got the 2 semi-finals and then the Open Belt coming up. This is going to be red hot. Have you got a favourite team, mate, you're going to follow?
Well, mate, I haven't, because I've missed the first couple of heats, so I haven't watched it. But, yeah, I even saw Jay Finesse having a go around there, so he was very good over the first 20. I'm not sure how he's going to go over the rest of it, but
I love that. He's good in the first 20, but he needs probably about another 250. Back to you guys. Open Belt coming up. It's going to be a cracker.
The best of the officials can have a little jab at a couple of the athletes as well. Jay Finesse, former Australian board race champion. Obviously, very, very good Ironman now, coach at Cronulla down on the southern side of Sydney there. And he gets involved in a couple of events. I saw him in a Taplin earlier on, and obviously having a crack at the belt, but maybe not the fittest he's ever been.
No, that's exactly right. He's been ski paddling well, Jay. You're at that age now where you make that transition just to ski paddling. It keeps you involved in the sport. A little bit of wiliness around the cans, a little bit of strength certainly comes into play as well. So look, we are progressing through the rounds of these men belt races at the moment in our blue and white arena on the sand. The next heat starting to get ready. We can see some determined faces there standing by on the line.
a couple of semi-finals I think we've got coming up. I can run you through the defending champions of this men's belt race if you'd like. Did not run last year at the Aussie titles. The year before that, Ruben Rees of Northcliffe. Then Hayden Cotter had back-to-back wins. Boskovic of North Bondi in 2019. Then the Carberry domination. Jack Carberry, the younger brother of Ben Carberry. So Jack took the title off Ben. Wally Eggleton and Kurt Hansen. A big shout out to Kurt Hansen, former commentator here. He got it done in 2014. Nathan Smith, Dev Lay, Phil Clayton, Zane Holmes, Matty Freeman, Bo Cummins, Bishop. Fremo had 3 titles. Jason O'Prey, Nothling and Tannen Good, and that's all the way back to 2000. So a famous list of athletes that have won this one, and it's the traditional event. There's a list of guys and girls here that are truly special swimmers over the years. A lot of Olympians, Adam Weir, Dan McClellan. We go down Dixon, Shawnee Davis, Graham Brewer, Ron McCann, 2 people that are very important to me. Neil Rogers. You go all the way back. This event was first run in 1920 when Love from North Stein got the win.
That's incredible, and it's something that Jen and I were speaking about on the live stream yesterday after you spoke with Jason O'Prey as well about just what it means, not only to the clubs that are taking part and the athletes, but also to the movement. It's so great that we can have the belt racing go ahead here, because in previous years it hasn't been as easy to be able to run these events because of the conditions, because of running out of time, but it's delivered so many incredible moments, like in 2011 as well when Phil Clayton took out the Open men's belt race. He's down on the beach with Ty.
Well, I know you're talking about past champions, and what about this? 2011, he's the belt champion. Well known more for his iron person racing and swimming as well. Clado, what does it take to win an open belt?
Well, it's all about the start, making sure you do the little things right, but then once you do get out behind that break, whoever can kick it up a gear with that last 20 metres to go, they're going to be in for the win.
How would the Clado go now with the calves in the open belt?
I reckon I get 2 steps and it'll be a ping.
Well, there you have it. Past champion, 2011, the Black Snake. Phil Clayton, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ty. That was one of the famous victories that Jen and I were speaking about yesterday, reminiscing. It's one that stopped the whole beach to celebrate. I think it was even front page of the Gold Coast Bulletin at the time as well. I can remember it very clearly. The return of Phil Clayton and an Aussie title to his name in big, challenging surf. And that is what the belt race often produces.
That is exactly right. And Clado, I spoke to him yesterday as well, because we had a winner or a medalist up in the relays from Kirra down in the southern side of New South Wales, and Clado's got a shack at Kirra in there, and he told me a bit of history about the club in there. He sent a text up, and one of the greats of the sport, and they do call him the Black Snake there because he was very wily back in the day. He used to get out and get involved. The boys are off and away. Semi-final number 1 of the Open men's belt race here at the Australian titles. They're into their work and into the action, and look at that. Look at them go.
Look at the speed across the sandbank, not just from the swimmers, but from all of the crew on the line as well. This is a very talented semi-final, and it is going to be decided by those little skills that we have been speaking about throughout the afternoon. At the moment, you can see Currumbin Team E on the southern side of the line making a flying start swimming, while to the north, Josh, they're still dolphin diving.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Currumbin have sandwiched this. So Currumbin on the north side, Currumbin on the southern side. We've got Burley's Jimmy Kosh in there as well. Don't not quite know. I think maybe Zach Tabb swimming for Alexandra Headland. Jack Robertson for Cronulla. Bailey Armstrong swimming for Northcliffe. Plenty of speed there. Watch for him go. Maybe Tommy Doyle swimming for the Newport B team. Ruben Rees, former champion, in there for Northcliffe as well, and Charlie Walker for Currumbin. And a line as they start to go out at the moment. You can see there's a few trailing just behind them, and I think that's some linemen there trying to drag this out, and they're going the Currumbin style.
It is very hard to pick at the moment just who is where, but what we do know that out in front, it does look to be at this stage Alexandra Headland now just nosing ever so slightly in front, ahead of Currumbin A on the far side, the northern side of the screen. And then you come back down to Northcliffe at the south, as well as Currumbin E. We're seeing a big move being made from a team in the middle. Could that be Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park as well?
Yeah, I think so. They're starting to wind up right now, and all of a sudden it's a race in maybe 4 or 5 if you include Currumbin on the southern end, and they're starting to push those cans, come into shot. The final sort of 50 metres now. Put their head down, empty the tank, everything you've got. They've picked their lines. They'll know the cans are there, and this is the key. Get to that one. Get there. The top side, I think Currumbin's got the best of the run, but he's going to be pushed very, very late. Here we go. Into there. Currumbin Currumbin. He gets there on the top end. Currumbin on the northern side picks it. Then the race for second place. Bang! All four go up at the same time. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know who would have got there. That is going to be very, very close.
Wow, that is the closest race that we have seen in the last 2 days of belt racing. We will wait for those results before we do bring them to you. I don't want to speculate too early. Northcliffe is in danger of missing out.
That's
the
what I
northern side of the line made a big move in those last 25 metres. It just looked as though that water was helping them get to that string that little bit quicker, and we could be saying goodbye to one of the most talented swimmers in the sport in the form of Ruben Rees.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Bailey Armstrong, Zach Tabb and James Koch, they're all getting, well, very, very close at the same time. You can see them there. They grab the reel, take it as far down the beach as they're allowed, dump it in the sand, and you've got to keep that line running. That's the key. Keep the line coming out. They grab it, start to go, and they'll pick it up and get it over their head there to keep it up and out of the water, and that is the key. A couple of those boys, you can see the line of swimmers, then the line of linesmen behind them wanking their way out. So very, very tough. I think Callum Brennan, that's pretty locked in there. He was first one to that can on that top side there, the other end of what we're looking at now. And then Jimmy Koch, Zach Tabb, Bailey Armstrong, Ruben Rees. I do not know who is who in the zoo, but we'll take another look at it here. It's going to be very, very tight.
Yeah, that's right. Look, you're seeing it on screen at the moment. I do think that it could have been Ruben Rees. It looked a little bit clearer on that second angle. May have just missed out. Although Currumbin E, Charlie Walker and Northcliffe B, that's Ruben Rees, had the best of the start. Once they started swimming, they had an early advantage, but there goes to show how much it benefits being able to have your team members on the line, be able to go further out on that sandbank. They can hold the line up higher out of the water, and then those swimmers accelerated into the can.
And he was spot on in those final 5 metres. It was just like maybe there was a release for a couple of the athletes. All of a sudden there was just a big washout, and they went the final 5 metres much quicker than Ruben Rees. And I don't think it had anything to do with swimming speed. Maybe there was just a little shift in the water there and a little bit of a flow there, and they've managed to wash up on that can, and that is all it takes. You can see the guys and girls bringing the lines in now. Kirsty Higginson down there getting it done for the Currumbin Club. Big shout out to Higo, former runner-up in the Kellogg's Nutrigrain, now the Shaw and Partners Iron Series, and an absolute champion in her own right. She will take part, I think, in that mixed Taplin relay for Currumbin a little bit later on, and a silver medalist from last year. So Higo, one of the greats of the sport, that is without a doubt. And from Warilla Barrack Point down on the south coast of New South Wales as well.
It's been great. There's been a lot of Warilla Barrack Point chat over the last few days too. I actually had a chance to chat with their Open Men's Taplin Relay team after they did make it into 13 years. That's right. I did have that conversation with one of the parents saying it's been such a long time since they have been shown in the showcase race here at the Aussies in the Open Men's and Women's Taplins. And they were ecstatic, doing an outstanding job to bring that next generation of Warilla Barrack Point athletes through.
And do you want me to run through a few of the names that were in their Taplin Relay 13 years ago? Ali Day, Hayden White, Ben Carberry, Dave Smith, Olympic gold medalist. They were all juniors 13 years ago. Now they're some of the best in the business. There's Kirsty Higginson right in the centre there. She is there. And one of the nicest families as well. Glenn Borg as well, Jacko Borg's dad on the line. So it's a family affair down here in the belt race semi-finals. We're waiting for official confirmation, and a big shout out to all the little clubs getting it done. First final in 13 years for Warilla Barrack Point, and I don't think anyone on the beach will be disappointed to see them do very, very well on Sunday afternoon.
Still so much to look forward to here at the Aussies, not just tomorrow with those Taplin relay races that we've spoken about, but also so many finals to come ahead today, including these belt races. Ty, we are down through our first semi-final. Still so much more on the way.
Yeah, semi-final number 1 done, and CJ Brennan, renowned for his surf swimming as well, was also his qualified professional Ironman series, had an outbreak year in that as well. It means something special to the surf bell. You've gone close as junior years, medalist, but never on top of the podium, mate. You're in the final, time to rock and roll.
Yeah, exactly. Dad was a belt swimmer. I'm pretty sure Jackson medaling yesterday in the 17s. All 4 of us have medalled in a belt, so it'd be good to take out an open one for sure.
Take out one, and the mighty Vikings as well, mate. You love the Vikings, but talk me through your team and the role they play for those who are watching as well and don't know much about a belt race.
Yeah, well, the Vikings, we've got the most people down here, best support crew. Belt race, it's all about power and speed. I'm not the biggest, not the strongest, but I definitely have that speed to work across the bank.
And let's zoom in here, the moustache as well, mate. Does that give us an extra 5 or 10 metres?
Yeah, hopefully.
I love it. CJ Brennan, look out for this boy in the final coming up. He's from the Vikings and he's ready to fire.
Oh, Ty, I thought he'd fallen over and sand had washed above his top lip there, not the mo. It's not the best mo we've ever seen, but it's not bad. It's not bad. I give CJ a bit of stick, but he is a good young lad and a hell of a competitor down there. The Brennan boys are very, very good at what they do, and good family as well. Part of surf sports for a very, very long time, so good luck to him in the final. We'll run through the results of that first semi-final there, and it was, as Sam called it, that is why he's as good at what he does as he is. Currumbin in 1, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Jimmy Kosh in 2, Northcliffe Bailey Armstrong in 3, and then Alexandra Headland Zach Tabawai in 4. We say goodbye to Ruben Rees. Unfortunately, Jack Robertson, Charlie Walker, and the boys from Newport there. So half the field is set for the final. The next half on the line, getting set and ready to go. We'll run it through here. We've got Currumbin B, Gus Shivnan in there swimming. We'll go down to Newport Team A. I think Lachlan Warrener having a swim there. I'm not sure whether it's Zane Hadley or Dill Wilson swimming for Sunshine Beach. Timmy Ford for the Cronulla team. Duke Wyland maybe going around for North Bondi. Sam Harris for Maroochydore. Louis Clark for Northcliffe Team A. And big Josh Brown. Is he 6'5", 6'4"?
He's enormous.
All
There's
I know
no
is
denying that.
when I stand next to him, I'm up to his armpit. That's it when I stand there. So Joshy Brown for Currumbin out on the edges. Jaden Erskine in there as well. So we wait to see what he's got to do. The boys are on the line, set and ready to go.
And keep an eye out for the tactics in this race as well. Currumbin D, of course, in that quarter final. They swam that line out as far as they could. They're now at the southern end of the start line, rather, where that water is a lot deeper, a lot earlier. So we did see in that first semi-final the effect that they did have in that back half of the swim towards that string of 9. What will it serve up now in semi-final number 2 of the Open Men's Surf Belt Race? Some final adjustments being made to the belt and the reel, but all athletes have their foot on the line. They're ready for a start.
Off and away, here we go. Semi-final, number 2 of the Open Men's Surf Belt Championship of Australia. They're down into their work. Watch for Erskine. Watch how far he'll go out. That's all I care about right now. Is he going to swim it out? Is he going to stay in the sand? The boys are into their work and, well, reasonably even. Oh, no, it's all the southern side. The southern side have had a much better run at it so far. I can't really pick who that is because they've all sort of come together and dangerous territory as well. Maybe Maroochydore or Sam Harris there getting off to a flyer. If you come together, the lines get tangled. All of you are in trouble, and it's not what you want. I think it's Harris of Maroochydore there, 3 in from this end. Josh Brown, and in between them, Louis Clark of Currumbin just struggling, and it's definitely the bottom side here at the moment, absolutely flying off the beach. We've spoken about traditional clubs, Maroochydore, Currumbin. They love the belt race.
And it's not just the swimmers that have flown off the beach, it is their linesmen as well. You can see on the bottom side of the screen, again, that is Currumbin swimming their way out the back, but now they're being joined in doing so by Maroochydore. So we have another club starting to get into the mix. It does look like the linesmen have pushed out further onto the sandbank that we saw previously, but only 2 are swimming it out to sea. Now, Josh, keep in mind that in semi-final number 1, the southern side of the line did have the best of the early running before the northern end responded. So we will wait and see if that is the case once again. Out in front, it is Maroochydore in 1. In 2, it has Currumbin at the moment. 3rd is Northcliffe Team A at this stage. And then it is very close between Currumbin Team B and Cronulla Team E at the moment. Very tight racing across the field.
Yeah, that's spot on here. Louis Clark from Northcliffe starting to wind up late in the game here. He's really trying to go at Sam Harris of Maroochydore. You can see him 2 in from the southern end, the northern end coming back into it there. Currumbin absolutely flying in the centre there. Tim Ford of Cronulla, he is hammering. He's trying to get himself in. The winner's going to be Maroochydore. They'll be first there. Easy work. Maroochydore 1, Northcliffe 2, Currumbin 3, and I think Cronulla's got there. there. Just in the final 3 or 4 strokes, he went past Currumbin on the northern side, and I don't know. We'll have to wait and see whether it's Cronulla or Currumbin, but I think Tim Ford has pulled this one out of the fire and got himself a slot in the final.
I'm calling it Cronulla, Josh. Cronulla finishing 4th. I agree. It was, again, it felt like a case of repeat tactics of what we saw in that first semi-final, and that northern end of the line, about 25-30 metres out from the string of 9, started to fly. It looks like the brakes did get hit on that southern end. Currumbin Team D almost grinding down to a halt before Josh Brown was able to get his campaign back on track and hit that string of 9. But very close racing once again. We don't expect any less in the semi-finals of the Open Surf Belt race, but wow, what a thriller.
Unbelievable. One of the best semis you will see. And both of them actually have been fantastic. Very, very tight on the end there. And that final, it's going to come down to, well, I'm not even going to say metres. I'm going to say centimetres in the end. And maybe it comes down to the linesman. Whoever can run that line just a little bit cleaner, keep it off the bottom, give air swimmer every advantage. I think that will make a massive difference. Cronulla have done a fantastic job there because he was in all sorts at the halfway mark, just stuck in the pack and not close to getting through, but he's done a fantastic job to get himself through to the final. Of course, it's all unofficial because Sam and I in the box, we can call it, but we often get it wrong. You can see the boys there on that northern end into their work, and Louis Clark from Northcliffe, not the best start, had plenty to do, but he built his way through it nicely.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, the tactics were on show that was spoken about so much today. Swimmers on the southern end of that start line, swimming out that line as long as possible while the rest were holding it in their place as well. Fast. Look at that stroke rate as they made their way out into what is increasingly choppy conditions. We haven't really seen that over the last few days. As we start to get those official results through, Josh, it's the same 4 teams that we thought, but in a slightly different order.
Maroochydore, Team A, Sam Harris. Northcliffe with Louis Clark. We had Cronulla and Currumbin. Whether that's just the order they went in, because I think Currumbin definitely got there ahead of Cronulla, but it does not matter. They've got a spot in the final. So Jaden Erskine, Tim Ford, Louis Clark, Sam Harris will get a shot at the oldest event on the program. Over 105 years old they've been doing this. We haven't quite had it every single year. A couple of early stops for some things in there. World War II, it was suspended in the 40s. So we don't stop for much, but World War II is one of them there. And then only in 2020 and obviously 2024 for surf reasons and conditions like that. Outside that, they've basically got a clean run from, well, realistically, from 1945 all the way through, but then only 4 years in there back to 1920. So it's a long list, and if you're a clubman's clubman, you love the belt race, and there's a lot of guys on the beach that really, really enjoy this, and a lot of Olympians, a lot of Olympic swimmers on this, and a lot of, some of the best of all time. I remember watching this race when I was a junior thinking, I'll never do that, it looks crazy. And I had some very good guys sort of teach me how it was done. Matty Freeman, Clado, Nath Smith, Dev Lay, got it done for a while there as well. So some very, very good guys, and Kurt Hansen obviously as well. Beautiful day on the Gold Coast, and we have a belt final coming up in not too many minutes.
What is interesting to me, Josh, the final has been drawn already. Liveheats.com, you can see the start list and the results for every single event here at the Aussies. And just like we saw in that quarter-final, we just saw Josh Brown on screen and Jaden Erskine swimming that line out as far as possible. They are back to that favoured position on the northern end of the beach, and that is going to favour that approach to take that line out as far as possible.
Oh, that is what you want. When you look down, you see the draw, you know you're at the right side. That's exactly where you want to be. We'll talk about that more in a minute. We'll head down to the beach. Ty Dowker has his toes in the sand, and he's in the thick of the action.
Oh, how good is this? Open belt racing. But let's go back 2 years ago, and just seeing then on the reel is Sam Harris's name, because he took out the under-19 Aussie title as an under-19 age grouper. Ready to go one better on the Opens?
Oh, yeah, look, it's a lot tougher this year because, first year Opens, but look, we'll give it a go. That's all we can do.
Hey, look at the size of the boy. He's absolutely a man-mountain. I might get up on my tippy toes just to join him. But the proud history as well. Now, I might just duck over here to Danny Boy, head of surf sports with Adam Richardor, the Black Swans. Super proud history, mate, in that of belt racing and the club in Richardor.
Yeah, Ty, we love our belt racing. We've got a proud history with the Rigby brothers, Hayden on the reel, Jess Oates. We really treat it seriously.
Well, here we go. Final coming up. The man mount from Richardall. Look out for this boy. CJ Brennan won semi-final 1, semi-final number 2, but plenty in there as well.
Thank you, Ty. The countdown now on to that final. It is not far away. And, Josh, that is one thing I want to get your thoughts on. You've done belt racing before.
Not well.
I can't say I have
Not
the same honour. How big of an advantage is it to have been in that first semi-final and have longer to recover ahead of the final?
Because you're spot on, massive advantage, because it's completely different swimming. The lactic acid, and it's all about that sort of power grind. You're very explosive there, and it just works. Well, you work your arms and your legs so much more than a traditional swim race. A swim race, the pain's sort of stretched out over 4 or 5 minutes, and this, it all just gets jammed into that sort of 2 minutes to the can. Very different recovery there. These boys, they're fit as a fiddle, and they'll be ready to go, but it'll take a hell of a lot if you're in that second semi-final to back up and get it done again. They try to give them a break, but everybody understands that's how it works, and there's a little bit of give and take. You might have a big gap between your heat and your semi, or your heat and your quarter. Short gap, big gap. It sort of all comes out in the wash, but you'd prefer to be in semi number 1 than semi number 2.
Josh, for those who are unfamiliar with belt swimming but have been in the water and swim themselves, is it similar in a way to swimming with a pool boy? Is that the kind of sensation that people are feeling?
No, the opposite. The pool boy keeps your hips nice and high, keeps you floating along. It's like swimming with an anchor dragging along the bottom there. If you use a parachute or something like that, it's kind of similar there. But if you think you're strapped in, it's dragging along the bottom of the ocean there, because no matter how far out the linemen go, it's still going to dip down, drag along the bottom a little bit and come back up to you. So it's pulling your hips down, and if you know anything about swimming, as soon as your hips start to drop, you start to sort of swim uphill, your head comes up, that's where all your speed begins to wash off. You get inefficient and it all goes to hell. And the ability for these athletes to keep their legs pumping, keep the hips nice and high, let that line sit above the water as long as possible, that will help them swim quick. So these guys would love a pool boy if they had one. They'd love to stick some sort of flotation device between their legs to allow them to stay nice and high. And the athletes with that big drive from their kick, that'll keep the hips up, and that'll be the key. But after 3 or 4 rounds of this and a big wade and run into the water, the legs will be very, very tired.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the case. So we are not too far away from the start in this Open Men's Belt Final of Australia, racing for gold. We can see some of those athletes on the start line now. I did just spot Tannen Linden on the line once again. He did that yesterday, helping to deliver Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park a 1-2 finish in the under-19 female belt race. He was in the double ski final today, and now he's back on the line as well. It's such a great club event that brings not only people down to the beach, like you were speaking about earlier, Josh, but also just bringing people together and enjoying the racing as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's one of these events where everyone gets around it. Not everyone will do it, not everyone will be a part of it, but the whole club sort of stands down there, watches and tries to be involved, because it's something for a couple of the old boys as well. Sometimes you get the guys that have passed their prime, but they've got a skill and ability to run a line, or they've been there and done it. And it gets a couple of the old boys who haven't been around the beach much back into the mix. And we're into the final now, and this is the final, ladies and gentlemen. We'll head down to Ty Dowker on the beach to call them in.
Oh, how good is this? It's the Open Belt Final in position 1, the mighty Vikings, and they are up and about. We just interviewed Sam Harris, the man mount from the Black Swans. But what about this? Hey, Dada's won from Timmy. Dada's won for Cronulla, an Open Belt race. Kenny's son, and Daddy's on the line as well, which is good. Then we go to Northflip, represented by that of a Blackfin from New Zealand. Then we go that of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. James Jimmy Kosh up and about. Jetty Clayton looking to go back-to-back with gold medals as well. This is the man, I believe, the one to beat, CJ Brennan. I love how he goes about his business. And the old dog. What about this? Chrissy Maynard there as well. Zach Tabuai, one of the best smiles in the business, but that can be deceiving as well. He's ready to go and leaving one and one only. He's a born and bred Northfifth man, Bailey Armstrong. He's up and about.
Thank you, Ty. It is the last word with Ty Dowker. It has a State of Origin-like intensity to it, and for good reason, because this is a showcase event here at the Aussies, the Open Men's Surf Belt Final. Toes on the line. They are ready for a start.
This is it. Pressure moments off and away. You get one shot, you make a mistake, and it's all over. Down. Someone down. Belt gone. Alexandra Headland. I think they're in all sorts. Exactly what I said. One massive mistake, and Zach Tab has an absolute mountain to climb if he wants to get back into this one, because he was in all sorts. He tried to grab the belt. It didn't go right. He didn't get it around him, and now he's got so much work to do to get back into it.
That is a huge moment in the early stages of this race. Alexandra Headland with a lot of work to do to try and catch back up to the rest of the field, which in these early stages looks to be being led by Burleigh Head's Mowbray Park. They had an all-star team on the reel, a rock-star team that was showing off before the start of the race after their success yesterday. And look at the result as well. Burleigh Heads, or is that Currumbin out in front? CJ Brennan.
Absolutely flying. He is at least 3 or 4 body lengths out in front. Alex has done a great job to get back into it at the moment. CJ Brennan flying. Jimmy Kosh above him in a battle for second place there. Down on the bottom side, Bailey Armstrong on the southern end. Bailey Armstrong there fighting it out for silver as well. But Brennan, a huge lead there. The top side, just 2 ends. Sam Harris from Maroochydore, maybe in third. I don't know. I can barely split Armstrong there, Sam Harris and Jimmy Kosh in the middle. The race for second place is on, and it looks like they're going to have to settle for it, because at the moment, CJ Brennan is continuing to go away from this field. The rating's high. He looks like he's in a surf race, not a belt race. This is one of the best performances I've ever seen, but can he continue on? Because he's emptied the tank, and Bailey Armstrong's coming for him.
Northcliffe is responding. Bailey Armstrong is starting to make his move, but he may run out of ocean to do so, because out in front, it is CJ Brennan with a dominant gap that we have not seen the likes of across the weekend. Currumbin charging towards that can, now just metres away. The arm is about to go over, and Currumbin are your champions of the Open Men's Surf Belt Championship for 2025.
I cannot remember a time when Currumbin have won a belt race. It's been a long, long time, and they will love that one. They're very close for silver and bronze. Your guess is as good as mine. I'm trying to go through the history books. I don't know if they've ever won one. CJ Brennan, it's a famous name at a famous club, and that will be a victory they remember for a long, long time, because he dominated that belt final.
That was extraordinary, Josh. We expected him to have that speed across the sand, wading across that bank. But once he put his head down, it only got bigger and bigger, that margin over the rest of the field. And like we've been speaking about before, the start of this race and right throughout the rounds, the quality of swimmers in this event is extraordinary. And Brennan just swam away from all of them. That is a dominant victory that it is very rare to see the likes of in belt racing.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I'm in shock. I've seen a lot of these belt races over the years, and I've seen some very, very good guys, but nobody has blown them out of the water in the first 50 metres like CJ Brennan did. You can see the boys are in and away there. That's Brennan on the right-hand side. He was into his work, and the way they ran the line like they did just gave him every opportunity there. I don't know about second and third. It was very, very tight. Bailey Armstrong, Sam Harris, Jimmy Kosh tried to come at him. Zach Tabb would have been in the medals if it wasn't for the mistake at the start, but it was all too little too late.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're seeing the race replay now where Brennan did have that advantage over the bank. We know how good he is at wading. We see him race in Ironman events right across the summer, but it was his swimming here that did deliver him that gold medal, powering away from the rest of the field with that technique that you spoke about before the start, Josh. The arm didn't just go over the top of the can, it was claiming victory as well. Yes. A big slap of the water, a shake of the finger, because he is on top, number one in the country for the Open Men's Surf Belt Race.
When you win by that far, you can do whatever you want, and CJ Brennan deserves that. I think the first time a Currumbin athlete has ever won the Open Men's Belt Race final. I doubt there are many events that the Currumbin Club hasn't won in the past. Obviously, Kurt Hansen, part of the Currumbin Club, but won it for Freshwater there. And we've had a few others over the years that have gone close. But CJ Brennan, what a swim. I am shocked with that one. Unbelievable stuff.
It is rare not just to see being able to celebrate on top of the can like that, but just knowing that you've won a belt race. Normally it's so close that all the athletes are quite reserved in whether they're claiming and celebrating or not, but that was a 10-metre gap by the time he hit the string of 9.
He blew it out of the water. Final results in there as well. Currumbin in 1. Sam Harris from Maroochydore gets the silver. Jimmy Kosh, the bronze. Armstrong, well, I thought he'd swum his way into second place with those final 50 metres, and maybe it was the angle, but the final 50 metres they came over the top. Josh Brown from Currumbin, Northcliffe with Louis Clark, Tim Ford, his old man won in, I'm going to say 1986, so keeping it in the family there for Ford. And poor old Zach Tabb, the mistake cost him early on. He will be 8th. And what about that? The boys up the top, get it done.
An extraordinary moment on what has been an incredible afternoon of racing already here at the Aussies. It is day 4 of Opens competition with one of the most impressive victories that we have seen in this event over the recent belt races history. Extraordinary. Currumbin taking the gold. Callum Brennan, well, keep an eye out for him in the rest of his races tomorrow if he's swimming like that, because he could be adding more gold to his name. An extraordinary result as we prepare for the Open Mixed Taplin Relay races later this afternoon. But for now, we are soaking up a dominant surf belt win, the likes of which we have not seen. We will be having a chat with Callum Brennan when he does get back in on the stand. You can see on screen at the moment, the lines are still coming back in, the club packing up after what was, well, a breathtaking campaign through those rounds. Back-to-back racing, and only one athlete has come out on top. It is Callum Brennan of Currumbin, the winner of the Open Men's Belt Race. He's standing by with Ty.
Oh, how good is that, and how good it is for the mighty Vikings from just up the road as well. We go back, 12 months, 24 months ago, the real jam, and it cost him potentially an Aussie title as an under-19, but now he's in the Opens, mate. You manhandle the opposition. What a performance. Super effort.
Yeah, thank you. I put 2 years ago behind my back. Was feeling good today. I knew I was on something big, and it showed.
Talk me through the team. Obviously, a few of the young boys you've grown up with as well. It makes it even more special.
Yeah, so good. Got the best boys around me. Chriso, best in the reel. Just a good dream team.
Let's go back, Chrissy. I know we look into terms of father-in-law, the history, mate, of Marshall Crop as well. May have won a belt race. We know he's been up there in surf racing, the history of the mighty Vikings. How's the nerves on the reel for the young boy?
Yeah, well, mate, I was there 2 years ago when he made the final, and I was on the reel. Unfortunately, we got tangled up, so I had to make amends today, and it was unreal.
Couple of demons there, but what about this? The Open Belt Champion for 2025 from the mighty Vikings. Get in here, CJ Brennan. Back to you guys. And what about the support crew? Get in here, make some love. And there, back you go. The champ, CJ Brennan.
Yeah, celebrations well underway and for good reason as well. That is an incredible performance. We are still catching our breath up here in commentary as he's hoisted aloft by his teammate CJ Brennan, being chaired across the beach after one of the most dominant performances in a surf belt race that you will see. What a great moment that is on the stand.
How good. Chris Maynard there. He's a waterman. He's one of the good guys in surf sports as well. His son Jacko, hell of an Ironman as well. And well, they're the heart and soul of this club, those families, and they will celebrate that one. And every year, Currumbin, you don't have them as favourite for anything any year, but they'll always get something. They get a medal in an event you don't think they will. They'll win something that you think they're not a shot at. And if you said to me CJ Brennan wins a belt race, I go, yeah, probably, that'd be a chance. But there's 5 other guys who could do it as well. But he looked like he was an open racing against junior athletes.
It really was. And we just saw his start there as he flew across the bank. But this gap that you can see on screen now, which in itself is already extraordinary, it only got bigger and bigger. And Josh, we were just chatting about some of the calibre of athletes that are in there. We're talking about Stillwater, we're talking about pool representatives for Australia, and Brennan just swam away from them as well. Extraordinary.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It was just, he kept going on with it. It wasn't like he went out hard and they sort of, he got tired towards the end. And when Bailey Armstrong lifted, he lifted as well and went to that can. Look at the celebration. How good. That is what it's all about. And now we're going to get to one of the events that I've been looking forward to all week. There is nobody who loves the Taplin Relay more than I do. When you mix it up, add the girls and the guys in there together, it makes this race even more interesting. Each of these clubs have got their strengths, they've got their weaknesses, and your ability to put it together on the day will be tested here. 2 semi-finals of the Open Mixed Taplin Relay. It's been held once at the Australian Championships. Alexandra Headland were the champions from 12 months ago. And we're going to find out who is the best in the business this afternoon. Semi number 1 on the line, and this is going to be good.
It is going to be good, Josh. It's not just the question of which club has athletes that can perform in each of the disciplines. It's also what order they send them in as well. Let's not forget that last year, Alexandra Headland rolled the dice in the Mixed Taplin Relay Championship of Australia, and that is what helped propel them to an outstanding result. They were the only club brave enough to send their female athletes against the male athletes of the rest of the clubs, and it proved to be a winning tactic. So how much have their rivals learnt from that in the last 12 months? It's going to be a really interesting decision.
We saw Jaden Erskine in those belt races sort of innovate and do that. Jack Hansen at Alex has done the exact same thing, and it wasn't like he was sending Alani Pallister off first in the swim. They've sent the ski paddlers, the board paddlers off, and I think it's a smart move at times. If you've got someone like an Emma Woods, like they did, who's willing to get in, fight it out with the boys, get tacked onto the back of that field and get sucked around and hope there's a wave, you can really go a long way, because you know that's your best opportunity to get a wash ride from the boys. And then all of a sudden, you're going to yo-yo. You're going to go to the front, the boys are going to come over the top, you'll go back to the front, and it'll go back and forward and back and forward. And that's what makes the race very, very interesting there, because you don't know who's going to get it until it comes down to the final stages. I've seen a couple of state titles, a few minor events come down to a sprint, the guys and the girls up the beach. It's very fun to watch, and I don't know how many of the teams in the flat here are going to send the girls. I think they're going to try and get that board start, get on the lead wave, get out in front, and it looks like almost all the teams in the semi-finals here have got the big boys on the front end.
It's certainly an interesting decision. It's a big decision for the clubs to make, because like you mentioned, some of these clubs may be heading into these semi-finals and certainly the final with the attitude that they may be flexible, they may adapt. If they see the rest of the field going one way like we are at the moment in semi-final number 1, they may change their mind and switch instead. So look, let's run through this start list that we do have for semi-final number 1 of the Open Mixed Taplin Relay. Warilla Barrick Point will start on the northern end of the line. That is right of screen at the moment. Alongside them, Terrigal, Trig Island, Avoca, Swansea Belmont, Wanda, Redhead, Sunshine Beach, Southport, Grange, Northcliffe, Sorrento, Currumbin, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Newport and North Bondi. 16 teams. We are expecting 8 to be taken through to the final, which will be coming up shortly. It is a highlight of every surf sports carnival. It is already in just one running become a highlight of the Aussies program as well. A gold medal will be handed out in just an hour's time.
And because we might like to make things tough down here, the other semi-final we run in the other area at the same time. So we're going double box action here on the coverage, and a big shout out to the Big Voice Media guys who can make that possible. So we'll be cutting between both the semi-finals. Semi-2's got Alex, North Burleigh, Noosa Heads, Cooks Hill, Kurrawa, Surfers Paradise, City of Perth, Maroochydore, North Cronulla, Seacliff, Coogin, Mermaid, Manly, Dickey Beach and Mentone. 1 per club, I'm pretty sure, and that's what makes it very, very good. You don't get 2 shots at it. You could have 12, you could have 100 teams, but you just get 1. Find your 6 best, put them on the line, and we are going to find out who really is the Mixed Taplin champions. I talk about this at World Ocean Series, the Big 4. We've got Newport, we've got Northcliffe, we've got Burleigh and Alex. At all the big events throughout the last 2 seasons, I think it's been run something around the 18 times. One of those clubs has won every single time. Never in the history has another smaller club picked it up. State titles are different. We've had a couple of winners over the years, especially down in the New South Wales titles, up in Queensland as well. But when it comes to the big ones, everyone's there and they're bringing their A teams. It's just the Big 4. I'm hoping we see a boil over. I'm praying for a boil over. I think somewhere in there there's a club that can find the team to get it done.
But the question will be, will these conditions serve up enough assistance to try and make it happen? It is still going to be long and hard racing today, even as we have seen that the back bank is breaking every now and then. It's quite infrequent, but it does have the potential to flip the race on its head. So we have 2 semi-finals of the Open Mixed Taplin Relay side by side and ready for a start. That gold medal race will be coming up very quickly after the conclusion of these semi-finals as well. Although we do have Open Mixed Double Skis to get through too. So it's a huge finish to the program here on day 4 of the Open Aussies. And some of the biggest races in the carnival are about to be decided.
You are spot on. We are going to get into the action. I'm just running through these teams here, and a couple that I think might do reasonably well, especially early on. Maroochydore, Sam Harris will be coming off the back of that belt race final. They've got Ollie Monaghan, Phoebe Wolf-Grace in there. Zoe Longhurst is one hell of a board paddler. Surfers Paradise, Bin Askew, Millie Derbyshire, Ali Day, Lucy Derbyshire, Hollyman and Max Beattie will go around. Kurrawa will have Jacko Collins, probably the best ski paddler in the world, doing his thing in there. Nick Green going around, and Riley Raz for the North Burleigh team. And we take a look at the other semi-final, and I'm just going outside the big four. A couple here who could sort of shake things up. Dan Humble and the crew. So the West Australians, they've been known for a boil-over in the past. I reckon someone who'll be sneaky good, Swansea Belmont. They've got some really good ski paddlers in there, some fantastic board paddlers, and a couple of swimmers, juniors, Katie Reese, Kalia Kingston in there getting it done. They'll be very, very good as well.
We saw Alexander Walker essentially swim them into solidity for a spot in the Open Men's Tap and Relay semi-final. He is flying at the moment. We've been speaking about his brother Charlie, who now races for Currumbin, the brothers from Cooks Hill originally in Newcastle. Southport has recently seen some members join. Of course, they got a medal at the World Championships at the start of the season as well. So there is talent spread right across this field.
Biggest gun of them all. We're going to run through a few of the teams here. Northcliffe, Bailey Armstrong, Jake Morris, Hannah Scully, Zach Morris, Danielle Richards and Naomi Scott. So they're going to be very, very tough to beat. Burleigh heads Mowbray Park, Carberry, Fletcher, Kosh, Massey, O'Sullivan, Claudia Rose Slaven, Newport Team A, Locke, Mags, Gemma Smith, Mitch Trim, Charlie Verco, Lizzie Elborn. They are where it's at, and all three of those teams are in semi-final number one. We've got two semis running at the exact same time down there on the beach. We're going to try and bring you both of those semi-finals. This is one we're looking at right now, and this is the one with, well, three of the big four here and a lot of teams who are looking to cause a boil over.
And Josh, as they get ready for a start, let's keep an eye on to see which athletes have been sent into the water, how many male paddlers versus how many female paddlers. It was a male-dominated start line here, but we can see a few, including Burleigh. A big decision from one of the powerhouse clubs in this event to send Lily O'Sullivan on the first leg on the board.
When you're the world board race champion in Lily O'Sullivan, you send her first. You can see what she's going to try and do is tack on to the Newport crew. She's going to try and cut across. She's there at the bottom in the white board, and she's just in 4th, 5th place, 6th place at the moment. 3 or 4 wide on the inside, doing a fantastic job. Starting to drift back. She's going to tack onto, I think, Cronulla there. Use that wash ride, and this is what you're looking for from your female paddler going first. You don't have to set it on fire. You just get yourself in the middle of the pack. Sunshine Beach have sent Electra Outram as well. She's sitting hard on the tail there, doing a very, very good job of this one. And maybe even Southport. Southport. They've sent Brodie Trinker on the front. So when we're talking about gun board paddlers, Brodie Trinker, the defending Australian champion, Lily O'Sullivan, the world champion, and Electra Outram, a couple of huge board race wins this year. They're out in semi-final number 1. Semi-final 2 is away as well, into the water, doing their thing on the far side with the Razor Casamento, and I think it's the North Cronulla boys and Cruz McKee leading him out on his stomach.
So we will wait and see just how much that set does play a role in semi-final number 2. Back to the action. In semi-final number 1, it's North Bondi and Newport out in front setting the pace. You spoke about there Brodie Trinker from Southport, who is the Australian board champion. It goes to show just how incredible Lily O'Sullivan's start was, that she was board lengths ahead. That is exactly what the coach King, Michael King, and the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park crew would have been hoping for when they made this decision. As you can see, Swansea Belmont now starting to make their way around the outside as well. But will it pay off on the way back in? Because it's all about the timing of this race and whether waves come in to support them.
Newport in 1. It looks like North Bondi have moved up into 2. Northcliffe in 3. Swansea Belmont hanging around in 4. There's Wanda there as well. Sorrento in the mix. A little bit further back, you can see, I think Terrigal maybe in there. Not quite sure who that is, but Charlie Verco, bang, gets one. Cracks a wave there. It'll go through to the gutter. That's exactly what you want. The 3 girls in this semi-final are tacked onto the back of that pack, and they're hoping for a little wave because they are hanging in like I've never seen before, as Verco gives Newport the best possible start here in semi number 1.
And that is the best possible result as well. A wave bringing Charlie Verco to the beach. Behind him, there was absolutely nothing, so that is a big advantage in this first semi-final. And look at the rest of the field, charged through as well. Athletes have gone down, tripping over boards, and the next wave is not far behind.
And the girls have done a great job. They're on that one there. Trinker stands up, so does Electra Outram. They're into their work as well. So the third wave for the girls was a pretty good performance, and I'd be very happy if I was Sunshine Beach, if I was Southport, if I was Burleigh, because the boys are going to go off now. They're chasing Lizzie Wellborn Hawthorn, who leads semi-final number 1. They're working their way home in semi-final number 2 as well, and it's Cruz McKee from North Cronulla. He's up first. He's one of the best paddlers in the world. He will lead around. Maroochydore and Alexandra Headland not too far away. Adam Palmer and Braden Casamento. They're into transition, and it's mostly been the boys on the front end here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Cruz McKee sprinting through that transition to give the rest of his North Cronulla team the best opportunity possible to try and hang towards the front. Back in semi-final number 1, it's Lizzie Wellborn that is well out in front. Switching between the two semis, this is exciting racing, not just for the athletes, but for everyone at home as well. We are seeing this unfold exactly as it happens. This is semi-final number 2, and an advantage already starting to streak away for the teams at the front of the field.
Maroochydore there in the lead. That's Zoe Longhurst who's jumped on the board. She's absolutely flying at the moment. Done a great job. Alex tacked in behind. North Cronulla is there as well. They're just going to get hit by one as they push through there. Alex has gone into second. North Cronulla into third. The rest of the field very, very strung out there and trying to latch on. And if you can get on, I think that'll give you a massive advantage as they go to work. But have a look at Zoe Longhurst there. Into her work at the moment, keeping that gap. Alex trying to latch their way across, and I think the rest, there's 4, 5, 6 in the next group on the tail, 7 in the next group on the tail, so that's going to be very tough. If they can't get across, they're going to get first shot on the waves on the way home, and it's the Sunshine Coast in 1 and 2 in semi number 2.
So semi-final number 2 that is currently on screen, mostly stuck to convention. The male athletes went first, the female athletes are going second at the moment. Semi-final number 1, however, it was a big mix-up at the moment. So some interesting tactical decisions being made further down the beach in the pink arena. But on screen right now is semi-final number 2. If you want to follow your club and know where they are situated on the beach at the moment, head to liveheats.com for the full draw. But out in front, there's no doubting where Maroochydore is. It is in first, but the pace now being pushed, Josh.
Yeah, Alex alongside them in second place there. North Cronulla just hanging in on third. I think Coogin and Manly getting into the race as well. So they've been off to a flyer of a start. We can see them working their way home almost side by side. Maroochydore hanging on. Alex in second. And then still North Cronulla in third, but only just. The pack is coming. There's a lot. Oh, wave on for Zoe Longhurst out in front. The leader there, and it was a leader's wave for Maroochydore. A huge performance. The girls will head back to the beach. That is board, run, and done in both sides, and it's still Newport in semi-final number 1, Maroochydore in semi-final number 2.
And what's crucial for Newport here is that is the end of the board leg. So both the male and female paddlers are done, and Newport have come out the other side with at least a 1-wave lead. Lizzie Wellborn doing an outstanding job on the board. We know her as one of the strongest board paddlers in the country, but now it's the swimmers' turn as they start to wade across that bank. Again, different decisions being made. So Newport going female athlete to female athlete. Their female swimmer heading into the water first, and that does look to be a convention in semi-final number 1 as we see them race across the bank. Now it's going to be interesting to see what they do in semi-final number 2. Josh, there's action absolutely everywhere we look at the moment. We will come back to semi-final number 2, but for now, we will stick with semi-1 and our leaders, Newport.
And interestingly there, Newport out in front with Sarah Locke. Sunshine Beach, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, who send their boys second, their girls off first. They're in second and third place. So massive performance from the boys board paddling that have got themselves in and around. I think a little run came through, picked them up there. They've done a great job. Sarah Locke swimming on her own out in front at the moment. You can see Burleigh, Sunshine chasing very, very hard. Northcliffe there as well. And it seems to me that almost all the teams have decided to send their girl swimmer first, put their boy swimmer second. And I think that's one of those moves that maybe if we lose some ground, a wave comes through, something happens, we'll send the boys in, they can try and make up some ground on the second half.
It's an interesting decision, and I will be very interested to see whether that is the case for the final a little bit later this afternoon as well, because generally in Taplin racing, the philosophy is you front load your team as much as possible because you never know what's going to happen out in front, who's going to be able to get a wave, and you'd much rather be able to respond from the front than have to make up that ground as well. So we could be seeing a little bit of cat and mouse in terms of which teams are sending their athletes in which positions, and this is what makes the Open Mixed Taplin Relay is so exciting.
Newport hit the Cairns in first place. The gap, I think, has opened up. If I'm going to be completely honest there, Burley still hanging in second. Naomi Scott for Northcliffe's tacked in behind Burley there. There's a group of 5 maybe hitting the Cairns now. Sunshine Beach was there. I can't quite pick up the other cap. I don't know if it was Redhead or maybe the Southport crew in there as well. So maybe Southport working their way around very comfortably. So one's to watch, the bronze medalist from the World Championship. I think they'll have Mia Feltham swimming for them at the moment. She was part of a couple of those Taplin relays that looked very, very good. But it's a 4-can lead at the moment for Sarah Locke. I spoke to Sarah yesterday. She had to do a university exam yesterday afternoon, so she had to drop out of a couple of events, go back up, do her accounting exam, come back down and keep racing. And now she's in the thick of this mixed Taplin relay semi-final. I think we're taking 8 through to the final as well, so we can't get too excited. We've got this one, the big one, coming up a little later on.
She isn't just holding her own. She has really opened up that lead, swimming out there on her own. Not easy to do when you have a pack of at least 6 athletes working together to try and hunt you down, but it is all Newport at this stage of the race. And Josh, you mentioned the fact that Sarah's just flown into the Aussies. That could be a benefit, given that she might be feeling a little bit fresher as well than some of the others after 4 days.
Didn't fly in, raced a couple of days, went back, did an exam in her hotel room, came back down here to race. So she's been in the thick of it all week long, and I hope she got through it all right yesterday. We can see the girls from behind chasing hard. Burley heads Mowbray Park there, Southport there, Northcliffe as well. A couple of little lumps. There's one coming through. This might pick her up. This might be enough. If it stands up for her, she's going to need it because there's a wave behind as well.
It does look like it's just going to fill out in front of Locke, but no one will get the wave behind, so no damage done on this third leg of 6 in the Open Mixed Taplin Relay semi-final number 1. On the right of screen now is semi-final number 2, so we are seeing the leaders start to stand up and make their way around the transition. Again, it's one of our male athletes, so a very interesting call being made.
Finn Askew of Surfers Paradise. So they've put their male swimmer first in Finney Askew. He comes up and around. He will tag probably Emily Holyman, not 100%. I think she'll go in for the Surfers Paradise crew. So we're seeing a lot of these tactics starting to come up into play. Sarah Locke hits the beach first in semi-1 for Newport. They definitely didn't close the gap on her. A great swim there. Southport, Northcliffe, Burley in 2nd, 3rd and 4th in semi-number 1. And it's all Surfers Paradise at the moment in semi-final number 2.
That is a huge lead that Finn Askew has opened up there in semi-final number 2. They were towards the front, but now they have blown apart the rest of the field. Of course, Josh, the challenge is always reversed. Now they have to stay there as they look towards to head to the conclusion of the swim legs.
That's exactly right. Now, you can't rest on your laurels, because the one thing I know about Taplin relays is no matter how comfortable you feel, they tend to start to come back together in those later stages. And with one swim and 2 ski legs left to go, if you can't have all the speed on that ski, those big boys are going to start to come their way back. So you've got to keep fighting no matter what. Here we are in semi-final number 2, a line of 4 chasing our leaders at the moment.
A line of 4 is certainly the case. Nobody's willing to give an inch at the moment as they start to make their way out towards that red and yellow can. And of course, the feet of Surfers Paradise is what they are hunting as well. Normally by this point, Josh, we start to see the pack fall in behind each other, but not at the moment. They're going for it.
4 wide, that's exactly right. Everyone's sort of trying to assert their dominance. Realistically, I can see a light blue cap of Manly in there doing a great job. That might be Kendrick Louis having a swim in there. Good to see Kenj back after injuring himself earlier in the year. And like you and I, getting a little bit older, and those injuries become harder and harder to come back from. So he's done a fantastic job to sort of get himself back healthy and get something out of this season, because he was looking so good early on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it is Surfers Paradise out in front on screen at the moment. That is a 4-can lead for their swimmer in the 4th leg of semi-final number 2. Wow, 5-can lead even. Josh, I don't think that's been eaten up at all yet.
No, I think she's gone further away there. That's been fantastic. Alexandra Headland in 2nd place, maybe Manly in 3rd there as well. I can't quite pick who the 4th is. Tucked back in on the edge there, and then there's a massive line, the rest of the field. And the gap has been fantastic, just holding on. It might be just getting eaten away now. It's 4 1/4 cans, and I think by the end it's going to be, a little bit less there. But She went in with probably that 5-can lead. She's managed to hold on to it reasonably well. Needs a wave on the way home, but
one thing that I'm going to be interested to see, Josh, is the way that the ocean does influence these mixed Taplin relay semi-finals, because we saw in the men's Taplin relay semis yesterday, there's nothing to separate this field on the way out, but these waves have quite a long period between them on the way back in. So if you're not on that lead wave and getting away, generally the rest of the field is sitting behind. And that is what we can see on screen at the moment. It's Surfers Paradise out in front, but look at all the bodies starting to come back through. By the time we get to the beach, it could be 10 of them all hitting the sand at the same time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Second, Alex tries to get down it there. I'm just trying to pick up whether that was Manly or Wander in there. I think it's definitely Manly in there, but the boys and girls in the mix at the moment. Waves starting to come through, little lumps. I don't know how much it'll push them through. Unfortunately, they've been forced to swim all the way back to the beach. Alexandra Headland there just getting away from the rest of the field. A little push out the back, a little push for a couple of them there. I don't know if it'll be much, but they'll close the gap ever so slightly. And Surfers Paradise hangs on. Do they? Yes, they do. Surfers Paradise will be first onto the skis here in semi-final number 2 of this mixed Taplin relay. There's white water starting to wash through as the back markers push down waves, but up she gets and off she goes into transition and around to tag her first ski paddler.
And you can see Max Beattie there applauding his teammate up the beach. I know how much this one means to the club. They missed out on the Open Men's Taplin Relay final in what can only be described as a huge shock result. So a lot of energy is being invested here. On the start line for the ski paddlers, we saw a big mix between male and female ski paddlers. You'd have to say there's more women in the water now than there are men, which leads you to believe that some teams are perhaps setting themselves up for that sprint finish on the way home.
From semi-2 to semi-final number 1, they've hit the sand. It is Newport still in front, but a massive swim for BMD Northcliffe. Bailey Armstrong has flown for them, and now it's a race in 2. Still Connor Maggs out in front for Newport. Bailey Armstrong will tag in second place. They're onto the skis as well, almost in exactly the same spot here. They'll come down, make their way in. Big tag off and away, and I don't know who's going for each of these guys and girls, but it looks like the spread is probably more girls than guys down on the line in that semi-final number 2 as well.
So what is, well, different to this morning is the way that the wind is now starting to hit this beach as well, which we haven't seen so far throughout the Aussies. In the previous days, it's been quite offshore or a slight headwind on the way back in. Now there are runs on offer, and on the ski, you will be able to pick those up and extend that margin. So although there hasn't been much to break up the field so far in competition, we could be starting to see it this afternoon.
Couple of big surprises there as they come round to tag. Sunshine Beach still hanging in. Sunshine Beach, just a little club, plenty of quality, but only young athletes there. They're sitting in 4th place, looking to get a spot in the final at the moment, chasing out, well, our big 2 and 3 out in front. Newport with Gemma Smith. Shock non-finalist here in the ski race, but it'd be hard to say she's not the best women's ski paddler in the world right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. A big surprise there, Gemma Smith. Unfortunately, in surf sports racing, athletes can come together and often knock each other out of the way, and that is what she saw in that semi-final. But she's certainly making amends now for her and just wiping away that pain of missing out on the Open Ski final with a really strong paddle here. So it's Newport out in front. And Josh, now we can see that field really spread out. We hadn't seen it so far yet. That is a big advantage.
Massive lead for our top 3. The big movers at the moment, Currumbin have moved into 4th place. They've sent their guy out there. I think it's Jaden Erskine. Who else but Jaden Erskine to get out there? They've gone straight past Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park to move their way up into 4th place. So still Newport out in front in 1, doing a fantastic job there. Northcliffe not too far away either. Danielle Richards as they turn and start to go for home. Currumbin in 4th at the moment. Can't quite pick up who is in 3rd place there as they start to work their way back to the beach.
There is, well, no denying who's in front in semi-final number 2. That is the unmistakable style of Ali Day running into the water just ahead of Alexandra Headland. So Jet Kenny has closed that gap down ever so slightly, but you would have to think heading into the final leg here of semi-final number 2 that both of those clubs will be safe. We're looking for 8 to get through to the final, and with Alexandra Headland and Surfers Paradise away and paddling, you would think that they've done just that.
Yeah, the girls have jumped on there. That might be Lucy Derbyshire just trying to pick, and Mia Cook there for Alexandra Headland. So they're going to feel a little bit stressed, not going to lie. They'll know a couple of the guys are going to start sort of winding up and trying to come after them, but they're doing a fantastic job. They've got through the break nice and clean. They'll settle into their stroke. Don't do anything crazy. You just get yourself through this one. It's safety first options. 6th leg of a Taplin Relay semi-final. All you got to do is get it around. And I think, well, Lucy Derbyshire for sure. She's been in enough big moments to know how to finish a race. And Mia Cook, she's wise beyond her years and she's one hell of a talent. And I think she'll just get herself around nice and clean.
We were speaking about Alexandra Headland earlier in the afternoon in terms of the next athlete up mentality. We're certainly seeing it on show at the moment. Josh, I want you to put your coach's hat on for just a moment. At what point, or do these athletes start to think about shutting it down ever so slightly? How big of a gap is safe enough here at Kirra Beach today?
Well, I think if you turn for home, you've got to trust the athletes. You've got to trust they're going to look over their shoulder, assess the situation, know that it's 8 going through, 9 going through, whatever it is, and make the right choices. On the ski, it's a little easier. You know you're going to pick up that wave, and you know if something comes through, you can sort of pick that up as well, and especially if you can run. If you do get caught out, if something goes wrong, if you make a mistake, if you've got a sprint, that'll help as well. Lucy does, Mia does, no dramas at all. They should be fine. It's when you're in that fight for sort of 6, 7 and 8. Do not ease off. Give it everything you got, empty the tank, and you'll have yourself a spot in the final. Semi-final 1 and 2 in the water of the Open Mixed Taplin Relay. We're going to have this final this afternoon as well. We're watching semi-final number 2, Surfers Paradise, Alexandra Headland, working their way back past the swim cans out in front, and it looks like a little run starting to come through for both of them. They know if they go down this one, that'll book them a ticket into the final. And Alexandra Headland, next man or woman up mentality has got them there. And Surfers, well, after the disappointment of the men's, and I think that's my fault, I picked them for the men's Taplin Relay. The commentators' curse has come out. I think they know they're a shot at winning this one.
Well, that's exactly right. So job done early here. Surfers Paradise and Alexandra Headland are through to the final of this Open Mixed Taplin Relay. We are looking for 8 teams in both of these semis, and that is going to be the big question and the big squeeze as they start to make their way back in. Of course, we've spoken at length about what this event means to Alexandra Headland, also what it would mean to Surfers Paradise as well. A great mix of experience and youth in its team, and certainly plenty of race smarts too, so keep an eye out for them in the final. We do have our next couple of competitors coming up the beach, so Maroochydore are through to the final. I could see Manly in the background just a short time ago, and already 4 of those spots have been filled up in semi number 2.
Yeah, they start to go quick, don't they? I think that is Kendrick Louis there. I thought he might have been swimming, but maybe across in the ski paddle. The boys coming across the line. Kurrawa looks like they've got there as well. Can't quite pick up who
that's
those
North Burleigh,
caps are.
perhaps the last one to go across in Mermaid Beach there. That's Jean van der Westhausen, the Olympic champion. I think that could be 8. That could be the 8 that we have been looking for. As Coogin Headlanders comes across the line, so the female paddler there just mowed down in the final minutes. Here's Redhead coming around the flags. They still have one more leg to go in their semi-final number 1, but this is where the pace is being pushed. And you can see there, it's Jake Morris from Newport, Jake Morris from Northcliffe rather, Mitchell Trim from Newport. He's just floating in behind that. We do have Southport as well right in the mix, so doing really well there.
Yeah, very good, Chelsea gents. So Southport will be in. So will Newport, so will Northcliffe, and I don't think there's any surprises with those 3. The next 5, it might get a little bit tighter. You can see them come up and around, just laughs all round. Big boys, Mitchell Trim and Jake Morris there, and Chelsea Gents has done a great job to get home ahead of those 2. So we're still chasing a couple of teams I would have expected to be there, if I'm completely honest. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. They make their way up through there with big, bad, bustling Benny Carberry in and around Wanda. They go through Swansea Belmont as well. They come up and around. So New South Wales clubs, they're loving it at the moment. Currumbin, silver medalist last year. They will get themselves through to the final, and we start to dwindle in terms of numbers left available.
One more spot available in semi-final number 1, as we can see Josh Murphy coming across the line there. And it does look like it is going to Sunshine Beach. So Sunshine Beach will finish 8th in this first semi. And just like that, Josh, we were bouncing between the 2 races. Now we have our 16th set.
Oh, you need a spot in the final if you want to win it, and 16 teams are still alive. What about that? Sunshine Beach, get there. Zale Outram, the last paddler there. Electra led off against the boys, did a fantastic job, his sister. And though the Outrams will be very happy with that one there, so will Wesley Berg and the Sunshine Beach crew. But Okay, Sam, semi's done. Who do you like? After seeing that, there's going to be a lot of back and forward, and I think we're in for one hell of a tight race.
I'll tell you what I do like ahead of the final, and it's an exciting race.
Okay.
I absolutely cannot split those two semis, all the teams that were within them as well, because we saw in both of those races, we had 2 or 3 on the front wave at the end of it.
Yeah.
We're talking about a race that went for the best part of half an hour, only being split by seconds. And when you start to add the fact that there is an Australian title on the line, bragging rights for your club, it is going to come down to those little moments and who can make the most of them.
Sam, I've got another question for you. Is it uncomfortable sitting on the fence like you have after that, mate? You've just got... I said, give me one, and you've given me all of them there. You're spot on, but it's going to be tight. It's going to be tough. And I think the order will make a massive difference. We saw Burleigh, we saw Southport, we saw Sunshine throw the girls first, and it definitely paid off. Newport, a little different, and they've come out very successful as well. We'll go down the beach, and speaking of Newport, Mitchell Trim, well, he's the leader of the pack down there, and he's with our man Ty Dowker on the sand.
Yeah, he's the leader of the pack and he's the poster boy of Newport as well. But what about the crowd that's starting to build down here? We'll have 2 semi-finals converge to one, and the atmosphere will be electric. Well, let's have a quick chat. It's the second year, inaugural year last year, second year of the mixed Taplin. You know, we talk about Taplin, the history of Taplin for many, many years, but it's something special, is it, to win this mixed one?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you're only allowed to submit one team per club, and everyone's buying in to try and make that top 6 team. And you know, Alexander Headlands took it last year, and it was an incredible effort, and I know everyone wants to take that off them. So, you know, second year in, it's going to be hard, it's going to be fast. So, yeah, we're going to have our work cut out.
Let's talk about the quality of the field as well. Just to make the final, you know, it's an achievement itself. You know, we've got swimmers, we've got board paddlers, we've got ski paddlers, but you need a little bit of luck in these events as well, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. The strength across every discipline is outrageously good, and you do need a little bit of luck in these, a little, you know, surf race, swim, like wave, or your first board paddler not getting caught up, and then it really opens up, so it'll be a tough one.
Talk about a tough one. Last paddler, how's the legs, mate, after the sprint finish?
Oh, I just
ready to go.
I just said to Jakey Morris, I'll take this sprint finish right now.
Well, there you have it. Mitch Trim is about to line up. Not far away now. It is the mixed Taplin Aussie final coming up. And strap yourself in. Best of luck.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Ty, and thank you, Mitchell Trim, as we say goodbye to Josh Minogue, who is starting to head down to the beach for that final. And welcome Jenny Parry into the booth right at the correct time as well, because we are buckling up, Jen, for a huge mixed Taplin relay final on the way.
Well, I knew that something exciting was happening, so I was like, do you know what, it's time for me to shine. Josh, you head down to the beach and experience all the best that the Gold Coast has to offer. Cannot wait for this race. It's been an absolute highlight since it's been introduced. I love the strategy, I love the tactics. A few teams were definitely foxing in those semi-finals, so always tough to pick a winner, but I reckon our winner will actually come from potentially those that were 3, 4 and 5 in their semi-finals.
Ty touched on it there, the little sprint finish or non-sprint finish in semi-final number 1, Northcliffe, Newport and Southport, all looking over their shoulders, seeing who could run the slowest up the beach. So there was nothing being given away at the moment. Jen, what I loved about that, and something that Josh and I have spoken at length about, is the decision to send which athlete where. Southport, of course, finishing with Chelsea Jens, Newport finishing with Mitchell Trim, and Northcliffe finishing with Jake Morris. So there's plenty of firepower right across this final. I think we're going to see some teams change their order from the semi to the final, a little bit of cat and mouse, if you will.
Oh, absolutely. And we've seen that even in other events that, you know, don't run for the full half hour. We spoke to Jasmine Raywood yesterday after her team took out the ski relay, changed order. We spoke to Danielle McKenzie after they had won their open ski relay, changed order at the last minute. So one of the great things about getting to race for, let's face it, potentially up to 9 days at the Australian Championships is that you get to be in the conditions, you get to see what it's like, you get to see where everyone else is, and you really can tinker with your race plan up to the very last minute. And if we think of the Taplin, the mixed Taplin in particular, as demonstrating the strength and the depth of a club, you've got so much to play with in this final race. It's been a big few days already. The fact that I'm looking ahead already at tomorrow's program, it's skinny, it's quiet, but it is absolute quality. For some of our athletes, this could very well be their last race at the championships. They will leave absolutely everything out there.
It's incredible to think that we are now at Saturday afternoon.
I know.
It has gone in the blink of an eye, not just the last 4 days, but also the last week here at North Kirra Beach on the Gold Coast for the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships for 2025, of course. It started with the youth events, albeit one day later after the great downpour that we saw last Saturday. Thankfully, the officials and event organisers were able to get this up and running on Sunday. The Masters competitors over Monday and Tuesday. And for the last 4 days, we have been in the water with the fittest surf athletes in the world. Our Iron Men and Iron Women going around the Cairns. We've had boats, we've had beach events. There has been absolutely everything. And now we are heading towards another thrilling conclusion here today.
Oh, it has been huge as we get these gorgeous shots back towards the Gold Coast skyline, and it's been a big few days, as we say. 314 clubs, 7,000 competitors, and as we see the boats head out as well, it's not just about what we've been able to show you here on the live stream. The life-saving, the board riding, the first aid, everything is happening along the Gold Coast, and we are just we're really privileged to be part of this incredible life-saving community I cannot give enough shout-outs to our water safety crew just as we see them on screen at the moment. They have been the absolute workhorses over the past week of competition, keeping an eye on all of our athletes, keeping us safe, especially in those tougher conditions earlier in the week. It's been pretty special, and a lot of clubs featuring. I'm just going over and over this mixed Taplin lineup, and I am so excited to see so many teams in the mix, a lot of A teams as well. There's actually no Bs, no killer Bs in the mixed Taplin final, and a special shout out City of Perth. They don't have an A or a B team, they have their City 100 team, so a shout out to City of Perth celebrating their centenary with a spot here in the Open Mixed Taplin Relay Final.
Yeah, that's right. So that is what we are working towards at the moment. There are still the Open Mixed Double Ski races to be held this afternoon, but that will happen after the Mixed Taplin Relay. Of course, here on the live stream, we're also counting down towards the Beach Flag Finals as well this afternoon. That is always a highlight. And you can see in the background there, in front of the Surfers Paradise skyline, there are boat races happening. They have a separate live stream that you can find. So if you would like to watch the boat races, you can do so on the dedicated live stream, because for now, we are focusing what is on the frame, and that is teams preparing. Just starting to limber up and get ready for the Open Mixed Taplin Relay Final. It looks as though they're starting to be marshalled towards that line. Jen, one thing that has been really interesting to watch throughout the week has been just the influence of the tide here at North Kirra Beach. It does look like it's, well, very low at the moment, but on its way back in now. So that may not change a lot for the athletes in this race on the beach, but it could have an influence on the water and just where those waves are breaking.
Yeah, where the waves are breaking is going to be tough. And also I've been looking at that run leg as well. When we think that this is the all-in race, not everyone does a whole lot of sprint training or a whole lot of running training. Not everyone is a top Ironman or Ironwoman. So when we think about the order, when we think about those potential sprint finishes, that may come into the planning as well. Can you swim a run? Can you ski paddler run? Can you board paddler run? And if you're running into those skis as well, you've got to go into the water. So it just feels a little bit cruel that you've got to go a touch further. But stoked to see what the teams have left, and for those who may be in their last race of the championships, they will give it their all. This is going to be tight. A lot of pride on the line, and I'm just thinking back to last year's championships. Alexandria Headlands were just phenomenal, and they actually bucked the trend in where they sent their men and their women. It was Taylor Halliday who went out first with the men on that open ski, and she was just phenomenal. I mean, she wasn't in the lead pack by any means, but she stayed with them. It was just such an incredible performance, and to see her not only back and racing, we do miss her, but to see her being surrounded by such an incredible team was very, very special. But you know, we've got Alex in there. I'm liking the looks of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Newport. You can never discount them at all. So for a lot of the teams, maybe the last time they get to race together, there's a lot happening. There's a lot of emotion that starts to get tied with the Australian Championships as you get, you know, from Saturday lunchtime onwards.
I'm already missing it.
I know, I'm not ready for this.
Jen, Josh and I were reflecting on exactly that. I was lucky enough to call that race last year, the first ever mixed Taplin relay at the Aussies. And it was the bravery in that decision from Alex's coaching staff and athletes as well. And I'm glad you mentioned Taylor, because that was the moment, effectively, where the race was won. It set it up for them, and we saw Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park do the same in their semi-final with Lily O'Sullivan on the board. Lily O'Sullivan and Brodie Trinker were both on the board. Lily made a flying start and put Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park right towards the front of that race, and from there they didn't go away. What will be interesting is to see which clubs opt to do the same now, because although it was generally a bit of a mix across the two semi-finals over those board legs, it was in the swim where almost all of the clubs sent their female swimmer first. Will anyone opt to go the other way and try and open up an advantage that they may or may not have in that third leg?
Absolutely. I love that you talk about the bravery of Alex with their decision, and it has to be your own decision. That's the only advice that I would give. Don't change it just because everyone else around you is doing something. Don't change it if it's a fear-based decision or you're making it for the wrong reason. But I mean, the teams down on the beach right now, they do not need my advice in these sorts of things. They've had a plan. They've been working towards this. And you've got to think for a lot of the teams, they've been targeting this event. There's so much prestige in the taplins for both the men and the women. And now to be able to combine, to have a mixed taplin relay, to be able to really, I was going to say close out Saturday racing, which was probably the original plan, but to really celebrate the best of the best on a Saturday afternoon, knowing that we get to lead into a big day of finals tomorrow. It's going to be so exciting, and all you want to do is have a race on Sunday. I've been talking to so many people and they're like, Jen, I made the board final. Jen, I made the swim final. We've got a taplin, we've got something else, and just being able to race to really send off the Australian Championships in style. It's been a huge season, especially if you were targeting the World Championships back in August, September. It's been a long time, and it's a huge commitment, and incredible as I think for a lot of us, we go, yep, Sunday's it. That's the bookend to the season. IRBs, full rescue. The caravan keeps on rolling on. It just does not stop for this incredible community that we're a part of.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There was some unnamed Ironmen who went and had some beers last night after their season was finished a little bit prematurely, but there is still plenty of racing to come, not only tomorrow, but right here this afternoon on day 4 at the Aussies in the Open competition. The Open Mixed Taplin Relay final is not far away. It does look like those board paddlers have been marshalled to the start line. The beach flags are on the way a little bit later as well. So much to look forward to here at the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships for 2025.
And here we are back on the Gold Coast. A huge shout out to the Kirra Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. Incredible hosts for us here for the Australian Championships. We were hoping to have the boats at Tugun. Unfortunately, ex-tropical cyclone Alfred cruelled those plans, especially in Tugun's centenary year. And we can see the athletes just getting their final briefings now. And we've touched on this before, Sam. What I really enjoy about the Australian Championship finals, the officials really do recognise and respect and celebrate the achievement just of making that final. They gather them in and they say, congratulations, you're here, you made it. Let's talk through the course and then, get out and about. We did tease a little earlier that the flags are coming, but for now, it's all about the mixed taplin. Sam, what have you got?
Jen, let's run through the start line because some big decisions have already been made in this race. In alley number 1, we have Southport. Alongside them, working from the north to the south, we have Newport, Northcliffe. I'm actually reading the results from the semi-final.
You're living in the
alley
past.
number 1 is Swansea Belmont, then Southport, Mermaid Beach, North Burleigh, Wanda, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Currumbin, City of Perth, Sunshine Beach, Northcliffe, Surfers Paradise, Newport, Manly, Maroochydore and Alexandra Headland. It could have been a little bit of cat and mouse, Jen, in terms of maybe trying to influence the other teams in their decisions as to who is doing what. But I believe I spotted Hannah Scully on the start line. So she will be leading it off for Northcliffe. On the right-hand side of screen there, well, on screen at the moment is Charlie Verco. So Newport will be sending their supreme board paddler off first. But Alexandra Headland also repeating the tactics that delivered them the gold medal last year by sending their female board paddler first. So Northcliffe and Alexandra Headland, 2 of the big 4 that we speak so often about, are rolling the dice early.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Love the confidence, love the pride that goes with this event. And I love, if you've got Hannah Scully in your arsenal, I'd be putting her off number one as well. I'd back her against Charlie Verco. She's absolutely phenomenal, and that is not a slight on Charlie at all. I'm a massive fan. I just cannot wait to see the speed of this start. And Scully's a really smart racer as well. She'll grab some wash. She'll get in the pack. She'll be really, really smart. She'll be agitating for that inside line because she knows she's got the speed coming home. It was actually really interesting a few weeks back when the water quality on the Gold Coast was really poor after we had so much rain. And Scully did a post about, she's back on the lake. She was focusing on her technique. She's trying to get her chest to the board, not just her chin. And, it's that work that she's doing that will pay off right now, especially when you arrive at North Kirra in these conditions. And the fact that someone of Scully's calibre, like incredible board paddler, has won nearly everything, she still has to do technique work. She still has to do the grind. She still has to do the unglamorous work that no one sees, but we see the results now.
Some big tactical decisions have gone back the other way as well. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park have swapped their order. Lily O'Sullivan is not on that start line. Instead, it is Corey Fletcher. So again, we predicted that there would be changes from the semi to the final, and we are seeing those happening now. Don't rule out some even later changes too, Jen. Maybe at the last second we might see some teams swap around their order, because we are now just moments away from a start in this open mixed relay, Taplin Relay Championship of Australia. It's a new event here at the Aussies. We saw it introduced for the very first time last year, and already it has soared to being one of the most sought after titles at the Aussies. It brings together female and male athletes. It brings together athletes across the three disciplines as well. And it also brings together a huge crowd, not just from the officials that we can see on screen, but club members are down here under their tents. They're behind the barricades, and they cannot wait for the start of this blue ribbon race.
Absolutely. Good luck to all the officials who are trying to keep the crowds back in this one. There's actually so many people in this race, 6 per club. So the tent's probably a little empty right about now as everyone makes their way down. It looks like we're getting ready to the start. The girls and the boys just moving off the start line to give a little bit of space. The last of the board washing is happening. I'm sure an official will chase after him soon enough. Get back here.
It looks as though they made us be on hold for a little moment. We are getting word in from the beach that it could be a protest, Jen. A protest ahead of the mixed Taplin relay final. We have seen plenty of protests already today. The open men's double ski race ground to a halt with 5 protests fired in at the one time. It was extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it. Protests for each of the 3 quarterfinals and counter protests back the other way.
No, 5.
It did take a fair bit of time for it to be sorted out. Thankfully, it was eventually, but we'll wait and see just how long we are waiting for here at the moment.
Is it an Aussie Titles without a few protests?
Oh, we need some drama.
You'd miss it if they weren't here. And speaking of drama, we do know, and another arena that loves a good protest, we will go to the beach a little bit later. I was having a look at the start lists and everything the other day. I can see that for the open female beach flags, we are now down to just 8 competitors remaining. I'd say that they are on a break while we will whittle down the men's field. A huge congratulations to Holly Fraser, City of Perth, Sydney Rafferty from Sorrento, Imran Poldy from North Cronulla, Liana Channon from Grange, Anna Abravanel from Surfers, Kira Vincent from Wanda, Talia Sunderland from Currumbin, and Britt Inga for Northcliffe. And a special shout out to Anna, racing for Surfers Paradise. You might remember her from the World Championships when she took out a big win there over Britt Inga, the Open World Championships, Anna from France. She's now over in Australia. She's having a great time. She's joined up with surfers and she's racing here at the Aussies. So she was the world champion in 2024. She was 3rd at the Aussies last year. She's the European champion as well. So very excited to have such incredible athletes like Anna choosing to make the Australian titles part of their big season.
So the athletes are off the start line. You can see the boards in their position, but they will not be picked up for at least the next few moments as we understand there has been a protest. When we have more details on that, we will be bringing you those as soon as possible. For now, though, Jen, I want to focus on one thing, which was last year's results as well. We've spoken about that incredible race. It was Alexandra Headland on top. Currumbin taking the silver medal last year with Northcliffe the bronze. Burleigh Heads was 4th, Manly was 5th, and Southport was in 6th place. What do you think some of the clubs and athletes learned from that experience last year, having a mixed tap and relay at the Aussies? Because although everyone fielded strong teams, it seems like there's a real energy around this event today. Both semi-finals were raced at a really intense pace.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's been a lot of learning over the last year, because last year was the first time that we had it at the Australian Championship. So a lot of unknowns. We don't get to see men and women racing in the same race too often. We've had it before at the Super Surf Teams League. We do board, swim and ski relays there. We have it at the World Ocean Series, the mixed taplin there. But for a lot of teams, a lot of unknowns. And what I do love about this is that it allows, and I'll use my air quotes, some of the smaller clubs who have 3 quality men, 3 quality women, they can form up and create a taplin. You don't need to have piles and piles and piles of people in your tent to fill the team. So I would love a few little surprises along here. But in terms of learnings, I think it's all about the order. It's all about being smart with your programming as well, in terms of who's around, who's got big races today, who's got big races tomorrow. It all is in the mix. And thinking of the program, I was really fascinated. I was chatting to Joel Piper on Friday. He's got a few big finals tomorrow. He can't wait. He's pumped. He's had a great season. He had today off.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
I was like, what do you mean? Why aren't you racing on Saturday? He's like, well, the way the program works, I've qualified for my individuals. I'm not in those team events. This is what we're doing here and there. And I was just like, I don't think you understand what an advantage that is right now, that you have Saturday free. Sleep in, good breakfast, go for a run, go for a swim, put your legs up, have an afternoon nap. Everyone, like, we're waiting on a protest down on the beach, in the sun, on the sand. Like, these guys are all racing him tomorrow, and I don't say this to tell you that Joel's going to take out everything. I mean, I think he's a wonderful shot, but the way the programming works, it's just fascinating. And, oh gosh, for the guys and girls down there at the moment, shout out to Cade, one of the officials I can see there, all the way from your Poon Surf Lifesaving Club.
Brilliant.
Shout out Wide Bay Capricorn branch. Cade comes to all the carnivals. He's a regular. Actually, at a very young age, he was already doing a lot of the marshalling and cat wrangling at the Australian Pool Lifesaving Championship. So wonderful to see him here as well.
And a huge hello to all the athletes who are watching. No doubt there are plenty of them as well, Jen. Like you mentioned, that was a real quirk of the program this year that we haven't seen in previous years. There has been, well, for a long time, each individual round will be raced over each consecutive day. Normally Saturday was semi-finals day in the both board and ski events. But this year, you're right, there was a real opportunity for some of those athletes to relax and rest and get out of the sun as well, ahead of what is going to be a huge Sunday here at North Kirra Beach. After what is going to be an even bigger Saturday here as well. Still so many gold medals to be handed out. The Open Mixed Tap and Relay. We are still aiming for the Open Mixed Double Ski races to go ahead. And of course, like we have been chatting about, Jen, the Beach Flag finals this afternoon as well. We are down to the final 8 in both of those events. Once again, we are just on hold here, waiting for the protest to be resolved in the Open Mixed Taplin Relay final. Ty Dowker is standing by on the beach with 2 of our finalists as well.
Oh, how good is this? We are on hold, but there's plenty of nerves starting to build as well. But there's plenty of stories down the beach. And in particular this, what about this? Finn Boyd, current world Ironman champion, and that a 5-time New Zealand champion, only from a few weeks ago. Max Beattie as well. But so many great stories. 100 years for the Club of Surfers Paradise. What would it mean to win this one, the mixed taplin, for that of surfers?
Oh, you know, it'd mean everything. It's been a very up and down week for a lot of us at Surfers, and we've just really rallied around each other to get around these team events, and, you know, it'd be awesome to be able to go on a big high.
Talk about a high, I know with the taplin you went close last year as well. Beattie, you've come over the ditch from New Zealand, mate. Almost an Australian now. He's probably spent that much time over here. Close enough. But it's a big move, isn't it, for a lot of Kiwis to come over here. But it means so, you know, it's really important to join great clubs like Surfers Paradise as well.
Absolutely, and I think you can see the effect it's had. Like guys like Corey Taylor, Olivia Coring, Danny McKenzie, they've made the move and it's paid dividends. I suppose that support network that they've created at Northcliffe's really special, and they cater for those Kiwis really well. If any Kiwis thinking about moving over, give me a shout. Come to SP.
We had a couple take out the board rescue as well from East End, but let's talk about SP Love and the team coming up. Obviously, we've got 3 females, 3 males. We start with the board. Who's starting off for that of Service Paradise?
We got Max Beattie taking it out. He's been board paddling really well all this season, and he can do it right now. And we then have Millie Derbyshire coming up in second. She'll be looking to try and get a bit of a lead and see what we can do from there. And then we got me and Emily Hollyman swimming, and then Ali Day and Lucy Derbyshire, 2 of some of the best iron people in the game. So hopefully they can hold everyone off and get us the win.
Good wrap on loose there as well. And these legs, mate, they're getting a bit old, but they're ready to go first leg.
Mate, absolutely. They're getting older by the day, honestly. I'm terrified of these potholes already, but they'll hang around for one more, and I'll give it everything I've got.
Last question, what do you love about the Aussies? The Aussies champs is here, 9 days of competition. We're over 7,000 competitors lining up, 400 events. What do you love about the Aussies, Finn boy?
Honestly, the whole season is so disjointed, but there's so many different athletes doing different events and that, and this really feels like it's the first carnival of the year that your whole squad and teammates get to come together and really compete and as a team, so I feel like that's super special and we all look forward to it. So these team events are the pinnacle of it, and we're looking to hopefully take a title.
Superstars of their discipline, superstars of the sport, and I tell you what, great clubbing as well. Best of luck.
Thanks, Ty.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ty. The Surfers Paradise boys, Finn Askew and Max Beattie, very generous with their time in what is an intense moment as well. Max still having the foresight to offer his billet program to bring any athletes from New Zealand across to Australia like he has done and made so successful. So just to recap, we are on hold here ahead of the Open Mixed Tap and Relay final. A protest has been lodged and is currently being reviewed. So for now, let's head up to the beach arena where we are in the semi-finals of the Open Male Beach Flags, starting to work our way down to the all-important Final 8.
Absolutely. The mixed Taplin pause is the beach flaggers gain. Wonderful to bring as many events as possible here on the Aussies live stream. And if you jump onto liveheats.com, you can follow along with us. And there's a few big names to watch in this one. I can see already Asher Ward on screen from Northcliffe. Now, he took out the beach sprint yesterday, also took out the men's beach relay, the mixed beach relay. So he has 3 gold medals already just from this Australian Championship. So pumped to see him in the mix here. I can see Anglesey in the mix. That's probably going to be Saxon Beale, one to watch. Matt Lloyd, that is the pure white cap of North Cottesloe. Matt has been on fire this season. Sprints, so good. To have him here still in the flags is phenomenal. And then I can see from South Maroubra, that is Jake Lynch. And I had to do a double take. I saw Jake earlier today on screen. I know him as Newport. I know him as obviously on Australian teams as well, but blue and white looks good on him.
That's right. So we are down here to the final 5 in this semi-final as we start to mark our way to the conclusion. Athletes just in the starters' hands now. Up and racing towards the flags, and it does look like it might be Northcliffe potentially missing out on the far side of the screen. He comes up empty after pulling himself out of the sand. It was hard to pick out there, and you never know where that flag is going to be found. But the result is saying goodbye to one of the heavyweights of the competition as well.
Yeah, that is quite the surprise. Wonderful that we get to see that on screen, though. There he goes. The big man is out. However, that means that Lloyd is still through. And I think that may have also been Lachlan Allen, who medalled at the World Championships from Bribie Island, one of the best caps running around. It's not just that it's black with a white stripe, it is black with the lightning bolt down the middle. So wonderful to see more of the Bribie crew representing here. Lachlan Allen, medalist at the World Championships. He's been great for a while. Could this be the year that he gets a big breakthrough win?
Jen, it is such high stakes at this stage of the flags competition as well. So close to that final 8 when the field reunites between the 2 semi-finals and they go head-to-head for those medals. Unfortunately for Asher Ward from Northcliffe, he has fallen just short of making that stage of the competition. But Jen, like you said, it has been an outstanding campaign for him. All right, back to the second semi-final now. They are now making their way back to the start line. They're smoothing out the sand. They're gardening and making their area nice and right, because, Jen, like we just saw, in an event that requires such high execution of skills and you need the little things to go right, it is so important to be as set as possible.
Absolutely, and my apologies, Sam. I was moving a lot of paper around up here just now. Obviously, we've got our club caps that we need to know each year, but it's a little different in that we have 2 Japanese competitors in the remainder of the male beach flags. A huge welcome to Kenichi Wada from Awajishima in Japan and Masatoku Sakamoto from Nishihama. So a real international flavour as always. And of course, Shogo Hori, the big winner last year. He's not racing the Australian Championships. He was the first ever international victor at the Aussies in the beach flags. It was a massive race. It meant a lot. And here we go.
So they are up and racing now, fighting for a place in that final. And it does look like we will say goodbye to one of our international competitors as well. We knew it was going to be tied. We didn't know where that flag was going to pop up. The squeeze was put on, and now we are up to the final 8 in competition for the Open Male Beach Flag. So we will be waiting to see whether we do get underway with that final now, with the Open Mixed Tap and Relay final being on hold, or whether that will still be going ahead a little bit later on.
I'm happy to stick with beach flags for a bit longer. If we are at semi-finals for the men, I tell you what, we're actually very close to an A final. That was Masatoku Sakamoto from Nishihama in Japan, just taken out in that last one. He's got the white cap with the single red stripe, just falls off the pace at the end. You see he comes across, and unfortunately for him, it was Kenichi Wada who already had that flag wrapped up. Goff is through, Zustovic is through, and I think that's Jack Bridges as well, still safe. We now have, I think that could be it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are down to the Open Men's Final in the beach flags. Zustovic, Wada, Goff, Bridges, Allen, Lynch, Beale and Lloyd. Absolute superstars. That could be a world final right there.
Exactly right. So we will wait and see when those beach flag finals are getting underway. Just to confirm, we are on hold for the Open Mixed Tap and Relay. We do have a little bit of breaking news coming to the commentary booth as well as to why the protest is being lodged. So Kirra was disqualified from its semi-final in the Open Mixed Tap and Relay. We did see them cross the line in 7th, I believe. They were through to that final. However, they have been disqualified, which you can see on liveheats.com. We understand that it relates to a contentious tag to the swimmer in the Taplin. So that is being reviewed. But as we understand it, Jen, it's also going to be a very hard thing to review as well, because it's not a finish line video. We don't have that video footage to be able to rely on. No doubt they're going back through the live stream to see whether it was on camera at the time. But either way, we are on hold for that event. The nerves, no doubt, rising for those athletes on the beach, and certainly rising for Kirra to see whether they can take their place in that.
Oh, can you imagine? And I love that the sneaky comms that we got through on our chat group was DQ'd for a dodgy tag. And I'm pretty sure dodgy tag is the language used in the competition manual. So if you've got any other hot tips, send it our way. And so, Sam, it just shows the importance of getting the basics right.
That's exactly right. And this could have huge ramifications as well for Coogin Headland Surf Life Saving Club. Their last paddler, their female ski paddler, was mowed down in the final metres of the race. They finished in 9th across the line, but with that disqualification, the Proud Country Club is into the showpiece event in this mixed tap and relay. So they were given 8th in that semi-final. What will that mean for the decider? It remains to be seen at the moment. So that is the water area that we are currently seeing on screen. Of course, we also have the boats in action as well. It looks as though we're bringing you the under-19 female surf boat race. Now, our boat live stream has been running throughout the day. You can tune in for the specialised dedicated boat live stream. But Jen, we're going to try our hand at a bit of boat calling at the moment, it seems.
Well, when you think about boats, you think about Jen Parry. So you've come to the right place. The pointy end goes towards the front, also known as the bow. But pumped that we actually have 4 days of the boat live stream here. They're a massive community. They're a passionate community. And they absolutely deserve to have their own live stream across multiple days. There's so many crews in action. if you're wandering along the Gold Coast, you just can't help but notice the volume of craft that has made their way down here to North Kirra Beach on the Gold Coast. So it's wonderful to see these incredible athletes celebrated at the Australian Championships, and for how many people that would be part of the village for the boaties as well. There's so many people who'd be tuning in and watching those.
Yeah, that's right. And it's such a unique and incredible thing that is part of the surf life-saving movement is surfboat rowing, because of the fact that you really are in a team. Mm-hmm. No doubt we are seeing team events, particularly on the screen at the moment in the Open Mixed Tackle and Relay, but you can't train in a boat unless the rest of your team is there. They really do come together, support each other, train alongside each other, with each other every single day throughout the season, and it all builds up to what you are seeing at the moment. So if you would like to tune in to the boat live stream, you can do so on Surf Life Savings social media pages. You can do so on youtube.com as well, anywhere that you are currently finding the live stream that you are currently watching.
Yeah, I've got all my live heat tabs ready to go for the beach flags, the 17s, the 19s, the opens, the men and the women. They are all showing 8 competitors remaining, so a massive day down there in the flag pits, and a huge congratulations to the officials who have put in a massive day there, and a very special shout out as well to those that were also part of the adaptive events in the arena earlier today. Some of them came down very, very early. They wanted to be a part of the adaptive inclusive events, and then they've done a huge day as well. So if you didn't see it earlier today, I know that Josh did wander down there with the crew. It was returning for a second year, our adaptive surf sword events. They were part of the overall program of Aussies designed for our competitors with disability. So essentially a lot of the events that we do already in Aussies, it was just a few adaptations and modifications. We really wanted to get as many people as possible participating to really create that accessible and enjoyable opportunity for everyone. So there was flags, the beach sprint, the beach run. They did a wade, a surf swim and a board race as well. And while I've got the talking stick, a huge thanks to the Australian Sports Commission. Surf Life Saving Australia was successful in securing the Play Well Participation Grant, and that was what helped to fund the national surf sports events that catered to those individuals living with a disability through the Breaking Barriers project. So that's where we developed the framework, the resources and the training for the country's first comprehensive adaptive surf sports program. So a huge opportunity. It's really exciting and wonderful to see so many clubs, so many new faces, and a lot of returning athletes from last year as well. And now also seems to be the perfect time to say a huge happy birthday to Nick Marshall, the founder of the Albatross Nippers program as well. So happy birthday, Nick. We're excited that you got to spend most of your birthday down here at North Kirra Beach with our adaptive events and some incredible athletes, but do very much hope that there is cake in his immediate future.
Okay, Jen, we do have, and of course happy birthday to Nick as well, we do have an update on what is currently happening in the water as well. So the Open Mixed Tackle and Relay final is still on hold, and that will be delayed for a little while longer. We are getting word that they're going to go to the mixed double ski quarters now. Now, this event was held over from Thursday when we couldn't quite get through the program. I've been sitting here this afternoon thinking that we wouldn't actually get to it today either. It's a real change of pace for all of the ski paddlers who were preparing to race the Open Mixed Tackle and Relay final. Now they have to get ready for a double, which is a different kind of surf ski paddling pain, before going back to the mixed tackling. So the Open Mixed Tackle and Relay will be coming a little bit later this afternoon, but for now we are getting ready to bring you the Open Mixed Double Ski quarterfinals. Of course, those beach flag finals will be happening later this afternoon as well. Still so much action here on the way on day 4 here at the Aussies.
Yeah, we continue to ride the roller coaster that is a changing program. A shout out to our officials. A few things moving around and changing. They're doing a fantastic job. Determined, as you say, Sam, to get as many events as possible done today, because tomorrow is a short, sharp and exhilarating program. It's when I look at the program and it's just that single arena, the entire beach congregates and everyone lines the fences to say, hey, here we go, beach flat, the finals.
Yeah, that's right. So, look, we are waiting to see some movement at the Beach Flags Arena. Like I mentioned, they are going to tick through some double ski quarterfinals in the mixed event. We are going to have the Open Mixed Tackle and Relay, but for now it does look like they are resting at the beach flags ahead of those finals in what is no doubt a very nervous time as well, Jen. You've done the work to make that final 8. Now it's a chance to stop and reflect and get ready to fight for a medal.
Absolutely. And for these athletes as well, a lot of them, this would actually be their 3rd day of racing. Earlier in the program, we had a day for the beach sprints. We did relays yesterday and flags today, and in very different conditions across that as well. So we had a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain earlier in the program as well. So while we think about the sprints, the flags, the relays as sprints and short, sharp, fast, exciting things, it actually starts to build into a bit of an endurance event when you have to be ready to go for flags on Saturday afternoon. So the athletes would have been in the sun for a lot of today, so it's all about find the shade, get the water, manage your nutrition, get off your feet whenever you can. So I'd say those tents that we see just off the sprint track there would be absolutely packed. Everyone would be jostling for the shade, trying to get some quiet time, put your headphones on, take a moment, because your Aussies is about to be run and won. Like, there are only 8 competitors left in each category this afternoon. So it's really tough to manage your nerves, especially when you're part of a larger team as well. Again, riding that emotional roller coaster as some people in your team are up, others are down. It can be really tough, and I do not envy the job of the coaches and the team managers to really rally the troops and build the momentum.
So it looks as though our officials are starting to set up the beach flag arena for these finals. How far away they are, we're not quite sure at the moment. We do believe there's still a little bit of setting up work to be done before they do get underway. So the carnival well and truly a bit of a holding pattern at the moment, but still so much to come this afternoon. It wouldn't be a surf carnival without a few delays, would it, Jen?
This is what we're here for. We're going to roll with it. We're going to bring you all the good stories, because, do you know what? There's too many good stories rolling around the Aussie Championships. And I'm just going to bring up my notes, and we might chat about some of the beach sprint winners as well, because I'm expecting to see more of them in action as well. It's been a huge carnival for them as well.
Yeah, that's right. We saw those mixed beach relays yesterday as well, which were a highlight on the racing calendar each and every time they do go ahead. So we've seen so much beach action. This is their final day of competition as well. Of course, the beach flags brings down the curtain on the beach events here at the Aussies each year on the Saturday afternoon, in what has already been a huge program as well.
Yeah, massive program. It's always big. That's why we come here for the Aussies. So go past my March Pass notes as well. Now, some special things have happened across the last few days. So shout out to the Bush sisters, Sienna and Savannah, picking up medals together in the 2x1K beach relay. That was pretty special. Also saw Ali May pick up her 3rd gold medal in the 2K beach run, which was rather spectacular.
Incredible. Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, really, really good to see. But let's start having a look through the flags here. So, okay, we've got 19, I'm just going to go randomly, 19 men's beach flags. Do we still have... Okay, it was Evander Band from Forest Beach who actually took out that one, and I did want to give a special shout out to Forest Beach. They've been building for a few years now. They're a club from far north Queensland. They arrived at the state championships a few years back. Very green, a little underprepared, but full of raw talent. Like, it was absolutely ridiculous, and they've really trained so well over the last few years. And they're now being rewarded with gold medals at the Australian Championships. So a huge congratulations to Evander Band from Forest Beach, who took out the win there ahead of Rory Rollis and Brad Varkavissa. And Forest Beach actually got 2nd in the 19 men's beach relay as well, but it was South Maroubra who got a big win there. And it looks like the Open ladies are coming out now. And do you know what? I think we might do a special call out. Nathan Green might be about to come back in to the commentary arena, because I think we need some specialist support here, Sam.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So beach flag finals are on the way once again to confirm. What we have already delivered to you is that the Open Mixed Taplin Relay final is on hold. A protest has been lodged. They are still trying to run through some of those events in the water now as well. But our focus is at the beach arena as we start to get underway in the Under-19 Female Beach Flags Final of Australia. We are down to the final 8, and in just a short amount of time, we will be handing out 3 medals for these athletes, as well as the title of Australian champion.
Yeah, it is pretty exciting. We can see on screen right now, that is Josie Holmes from Noosa Heads, Australian. She's actually the junior world champion in this event, so expecting her to do something absolutely phenomenal. Incredible racing for all of these competitors. A shout out to the Noosa Heads Club as well. Looking across the field, we will have Lily Alfred from Surfers, Britt Inger from Northcliffe, Pippi Brayley from Mordialloc, Madeline Price, a big shout out from Capitola Beach in the USA. Wonderful to have more of our international competitors not only in the race but here in the finals. Hayley Mann is here from Queensmindari, Madeline Marcus from Anglesea, Ruby Gray from South Maroubra, and as we mentioned earlier, Josie Holmes from Noosa Heads. That's the white cap, the maroon stripe, the junior world champ, is now lining up for an Australian final. It's going to be big, and a special welcome right on time to Nathan Breen. Welcome, Nathan.
Thank you very much, Jen. And a bit of protest has been happening here in the water, so we're straight into our beach flags action, and our under-19 female, geez, we've got some quality in this one as well. Brittany Inger, who you can just see in the centre of your screen, backing up in not only the open and under-19 sprint, but she's doing it here in the flags, I believe, as well. So on paper, impressive. She's on the final. So
no, she's still in the top 8 in the open female beach sprint as well. She was second to Chloe Mannix Power yesterday in the sprint. Also combined there as part of the Northcliffe Open team that won the women's sprint and the women's sprint relay and the mixed sprint relay. Britt Inger is doing everything. The girls are down, they are ready, and they are away.
So underway here, really good start, as you can see, by Inger. Also the red cap there. So it's going to be pretty close, unfortunately, not to be... Look at that. Got to get that confirmation there. So the under-19. So Inger, look, it's been a big program for us. She won 3 gold medals last year and looking to do that again as well. I think she's already on that tally, so we'll see what she's able to do. But our 8th place confirmation there, Pippi Brayley from Mordialloc, unfortunately bowing out there in the first round. But still, 8th in Australia. Not a bad effort here for our under-19 female. So we have a look at this replay here. So she just left a little bit later than the others and couldn't quite match them on the speed. So it was all in that start, all in the reaction time, and she just ran out of room there in the end. But it was really good. Lily Orford's definitely one to watch in Surfers Paradise. Again, looks a little bit like that North Carolina cap, their centenary cap here. So she's going to be one as we head back live to our under-19 male. That's Addison Ramirez there from Wanda. He's going to be one of the favourites here.
Absolutely, and if you were a little thrown off by the red cap in that ladies' race, that is Capitola Beach from the USA, Madeline Price in the house. Wonderful to have more of our international friends coming over to the Australian Championships. And again, I cannot give enough shout-outs to Shogo Hori, the Japanese superstar who came over last year, won everything. It was just phenomenal, a huge race. But for now, the under-19 men are away. And it is a stacked field. Jet Milton Ferguson from Surfers Paradise, Noah Nakagawa from Wambarul, Addison Ramirez from Wanda, Memphis Shield from Maroochydore, Tom Farr Jones from South Maroubra, Bo Anderson of Mollymook, Zach Johnson of Mermaid Beach, and Rory Wallace from City of Perth. And Nathan, just thinking about how many turns and how many flags these boys would have already done today, it's absolutely phenomenal.
It certainly is, and we talk about the explosiveness, but being able to be mentally on point as well, time and time again here, as the boys set out. So it's going to be hard to go past Jet Milford Ferguson. He's been so good so many years. When we look back at some of the titles he's won here, he's a defending champion last year in the under-19, so as a first-year under-19, looked very dominant all the way through. It wasn't just at the end, he was consistent all the way through there. Good to see some good interstate representation as well here in this one. Wambarul there as well, as they're just about set to go.
And just thinking back to the World Championships, the age groups for the World Championships and the Aussies, they're a little different. I'll tell you more after this race.
So Milford Ferguson, 2 from the left. One of the favourites here.
I really went too early on that story.
So you can see how quickly he goes off. So he's very clearly ahead, and a good run as well for Tom Farr Jones. So he got lucky on that one. He got lucky because he was right next to Milford Ferguson there, and he didn't choose to go for that flag on the ocean side. So unfortunately, it looks like we say goodbye to Noah Nakagara from Wombrel. But again, a great effort to make the top 8 as we have a look. Let's keep our eyes on him again. It's all in the reaction, Just stumbled ever so slightly there. Went right, hesitated ever so slightly. Very, very lucky there by the athlete from Mermaid Beach, Zach Johnson.
Good work, Zach.
Playing seagull there. Got the job done, though. Doesn't matter how you do it.
It does not matter as long as you get there.
Yeah.
Okay, Worlds and Aussies age groups. It's a little bit different. One is calendar year. Aussies obviously a little further along. And Jet only missed the qualifying, like the cut-off for the junior age group by days, like a very, very short amount of time. And so we had to race up in the Opens, and that's a daunting prospect for anyone, let alone in beach flags, let alone at the World Championships. Ended up placing third with the big boys. It was just phenomenal to watch, and I think about the experience that he got from that, the confidence that he would have built to come back now to defend his title here in the 19s. He would be reveling in these conditions.
Absolutely, and you know, it's one of those things where, you know, we saw Simon Harris, he won 11. You can have longevity in this sport. You really, really can. It's been some of our most successful surf sports athletes have come from this arena in terms of the number of Australian titles and the dominance they've had over such a long time. So we've got Alford, Inga, Price, you said, Jen, in that red cap, Mann, Marcus, Gray, and Holmes left remaining your top 7, the under-19 female. Called heads down very, very shortly here. So really quick start on the ocean side there again. Surfers Paradise, Lily Orford. Could they possibly go for 2 there? So it looks like Currumbin might have just missed out. No, it wasn't Currumbin. It was South. Yes, Hayley Mann, Quins Mindari, unfortunately missing out there. So wasn't to be for that occasion. Good to see Quins Mindari. They were very, very prominent when the Australian Championships were held in Western Australia there. And she was in the picture a little bit, couldn't quite get there in the end, unfortunately. Again, just had to, they closed in on her and she had to go to that widest flag on the landward side and couldn't quite get there. So 7th place for her as we get to the pointy end where points and club points up for grabs.
Yeah, we do pay points all the way down to 6th. So 6 points for first place and 1 point for 6th. So all of these competitors, that's not going to be front of mind for them by any means, but for some of our bigger clubs, they would be watching that keenly. And congratulations to the ladies progressing through. I also want to give a shout out. Madeline Marcus is in there from Anglesea. If you like your beachy content, recommend a follow for the Anglesea Beachies Instagram account. I've been getting a few hot tips just from watching their posts and watching them celebrate their incredible athletes over the Aussies.
They've been very, very good. Julia Phillips as well in the Open Women's. The sprint.
Adore her.
They've they got a couple in the final and they do well in the relay as well. One of the top performing clubs last year, no doubt this year will be as well. So Azam Ramirez, second from the left. He was 4th last year looking for redemption. And in the centre is our favourite Milford Ferguson.
I love that we're quiet in commentary as well, because you're schooled when you're down on the beach. Do not make noise because the boys are up and away, and maybe something like this could happen. And now it is a 1-start rule in every single race of the Australian Championships, and we actually did see it to devastating effect even at the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Nipper and Youth Championships over the weekend. If it's a false start, you're out, and that is just the toughest way to end your Aussies campaign. And unfortunately, it looks like it could be that competitor right there. It could be Bo Anderson from Mollymook who's out.
Yeah, Mollymook's such a strong club
tough.
as well. And a lot of them this year, in the last couple of years, have really been specialising. So a lot of them would have rested from those beach sprints as well and competing just here. So that is a very, very hard way to go out. You've got to be on point all the way through. Obviously, still get credit for the placing he's got, but he definitely would want it to be in the medals as we have a look at the replay and we try and see it here. So he definitely reacted a little bit early there. That's a noticeable false start. And sometimes maybe he thought he had to get the edge. Yeah. He was drawn next to Milford Ferguson. Maybe he thought, well, I may as well risk it here rather than go out early.
I love a super slow-mo.
It's really slow, isn't it?
Oh, buddy, there it is. Oh, that's tough to watch, isn't it?
He was very close to predicting it correctly, but that's the risk you take, and unfortunately no reward for him. As we head back live, we have another go at it. So that is Maroochydore, this is on the the Landwood side.
Memphis Shield,
Yep.
absolute rock star name for a rock star guy. Maroochydore, that is the white cap with the blue and black stripes closest to us on camera.
Rory Wallace, as we have a look at him then go. So he's being matched here. Ramirez matched Milford Ferguson on that occasion, but it'll be Mermaid Beach and Zach Johnson missing out on that occasion, so unfortunately not to be here. He's competitive all the way through, looked good through the rounds, but just ran out of room there in the end. That was promising for Madison Ramirez. Remember, he got 4th last year. He was in the beach sprint, he got 6th. So, again, hasn't been able to quite get on the podium here, but I reckon this could be his event. I don't want to call it early, but have a look at him. He matched it there.
Be confident.
He
Go out
matched,
on that limb.
He matched it there, and that is the closest anyone's got to Milford Ferguson so far. And he was lucky that they didn't go for the same flag. Yeah, there you go. So Mermaid Beach, Zach Johnson placing in a very, very highly here in 6th position.
Fantastic work, and a shout out the officials. They are turning these around. The girls, we are down to 6 already. Lily Alford from Surfers Paradise, Britt Inger from Northcliffe, Madeline Price from Capitola Beach in the US of A, Madeline Marcus from Anglesey, Ruby Gray from South Maroubra, and the world champ Josie Holmes from Noosa Heads. And the officials, so much attention to that absolutely perfect placement on the line. Nathan, I was down for the adaptive events earlier today. Probably a little bit more flexibility, a few allowances made if the line did not...
More of an education
wasn't adhered
piece.
to perfectly, but the officials here would be making sure that the girls are absolutely millimetre perfect. No one gets away with an advantage at the Australian Championships.
So here we go, down to our top 6 here in the under-19 female. It's Lily Alford, 4th in the sprint, the Surfers Paradise athlete. She's on the ocean side, the left of your screen there. Brittany Inger, who we talked about a lot, 2nd from the left. Under-19 and open in the sprint. Gold in the 19, silver in the opens. Favourite here. So away. So Ruby Gray reacted the best, but just stood up a little bit early there, and you can just see Brittany Inger, Brittany Inger easily through, but unfortunately it will be Josie Holmes, who's Heads.
Just muscled out there a little bit. The girls converged. That is a tough one, and Josie is such a strong competitor. Don't really see her get bumped around too often, but the girls just coming through. Josie, fantastic work to make the final. Wonderful to see her here. She will be 6th overall, but can't wait to watch the replay. I really want to watch closely the girls either side of her, forcing her out.
Yeah, so 2nd in the sprint she was. So again, she's not going home empty-handed here, but she would have wanted a little bit more from that. So Noosa Heads, yeah, they've got such a strong program up there now, and a lot have followed up from Maroochydore when Swanee has changed clubs there, so it's been a big move why the Noosa Heads have gotten stronger. But South Maroubra, one to watch. They topped the medal tally on the beach sprint section last year, and they have been on fire again this year as we turn our attention back to the under-19 male, where we are down to our top 5. This is where I reckon it gets the most nerve-wracking, because you know you don't want to think too far ahead to the medal rounds, but it's so hard to keep that presence of mind.
Well, these boys are used to the pressure. They thrive on it. Jet Milford Ferguson from Surfers, the far right-hand side of your screen in the blue. And then closest to us now, City of Perth, that's the white cap with the red and black stripes. They'll get the commands, heads down, and then the whistle. It'll be so quiet down there. The nerves will be jangling, and that's not just the competitors. That would be the coaches, the families, the handlers, everyone down there ready for a start. As you said, top 5, it's getting real, and the podium is so close but so far away.
Certainly is, and the officials probably even more pedantic when it gets down to this point.
We're not loosey-goosey from here on in. It's just even more intense, and here we go. We're ready.
So 3 states represented as well: New South Wales, Queensland and Western Australia. Top 5 under-19 male beach flags. Final are underway here, so Milford Ferguson again flawless here. We'll see if Ramirez can come through. So South Maroubra safe. Tom Farr-Jones is all good. Memphis Shield all good. So Ramirez here, unfortunately, might have been the one to go. So we called it early, and we said, you know what, he might have got in the medal rounds just from that previous run, how he's been able to match them, but Unfortunately not to be. Let's have another look at it again. He wasn't away too bad, but again, just left in that split-second decision. It's all about those choices. You don't have a lot of time to make a choice. But unfortunately, went left, went right, no room left.
I often think about the flaggers, like F1 drivers. Like, you have to make these incredible decisions under pressure, at speed, microseconds. Your peripheral vision is just so important. You're looking at tactics, you're planning the lines, and unfortunately sometimes those decisions don't go your way. And for Addison Ramirez, again, a phenomenal performance, 5th at the Australian Championships. I do hope he's actually really proud of that result. But 4 left in the men, and we go back already. The ladies, 5 remaining.
So from the Ocean side, Madeline Marcus, as you can see there on the Landward side, Ruby Gray getting herself set, and next to her, Brittany Inga. Hasn't put a foot wrong so far. Surfers Paradise in the centre, Lily Orford. They're going to try and get 2 gold here in these under-19s. Capitola Beach, the United States of America, and the red cap, Madeline Price. And we are down to 5 again. The under-19 females here. The wind is up, but there will not be a sound here in the beach arena as their calls almost set. So away here, and also in the centre you can see Orford really good there, really create her own space, went left, went right, and you can see the adulation, the jubilation from the Anglesea athlete Madeline Marcus from getting it. Unfortunately, our USA athlete Madeline Price not getting the flag on that occasion, but geez, that was impressive. Let's have a look at the Anglesea athlete here. She was, again, sometimes in the Ocean side it can be a disadvantage, but here you can see how well it was. She angled in and then angled out, and she made sure of that one. She said, it's mine. No one is taking that away from me, and she is so stoked with that. So well done to Madeline Marcus, continuing the strong Anglesea tradition and the incredible results here they've had at Aussie so far.
Oh, absolutely. I think one of the best things about the Australian Championships, obviously we love handing out gold medals, we love celebrating our champions, but for me the best stories are those that emerge across the week. Little Nathan made a semi-final. He made a quarter-final. He's in the top 8. He's in the top 5. And to see athletes really recognising and celebrating these milestones, not everyone is Lana Rogers, not everyone is Georgia Fitzsimmons. You've got to go on the journey. You've got to get there and celebrate the milestones, celebrate the journey along the way.
Absolutely, and every little thing you can get. And remember, we are the best. This is the best in Australia. And sometimes they can be their own. They can be their own biggest critics, and it's important to obviously strive for more. But we've got our final 4 competitors here for our Jet Milford Ferguson, second from the right. Again, the favourite here, unfathomed so far, and he went across a couple that time. Ooh. So missing out will be South Maroubra. Tom Farr-Jones will get the chocolate medal here, so not to be on that occasion, but some vital points to add to their tally. As we said, they were so impressive last year. They've continued their strong results this year. Probably a little bit bittersweet for him, but 4th in the under-19 male beach flags final. Certainly an incredible effort. As we take a look at this replay here, it was pretty strong. I liked the reaction there in the drive phase. You can see how low they stay, trying to keep that centre of gravity nice and low. You don't have a lot of room to stand up. And Memphis Shield there from Maroochydore definitely looks strong here as we head down to our top 3. So they're guaranteed a medal at Milford, Ferguson, Shield and Wallace, but they'll be gunning for that gold very shortly.
Oh, absolutely. They would have their eyes on the prize. And thinking back to the Murphy Homes Maroochy Classic, which was held earlier this season, Jet and the Surfers Paradise crew, including Lily Alford, who's in this race right now, they came up to that event, and we had some really great competitors make the trip. There was Anglesea, there was Swansea Belmont, Mollymook crew came up as well, and you could see people like Simon Harris saying, like, he got into the top 2 and he was celebrating there, and which you should, absolutely, but then it's like, focus back on. You've got to switch into your game face so quickly.
So Lily Orford, Surfers Paradise, Brittany Inga. So Orford closest to us. Madeline Marcus, second from the right. Ruby Gray, second from the left. And Brittany Inga on the Ocean side. Feel the nerves for them.
Oh, absolutely. It is palpable from here. Imagine what it's like down the beach right now, guys.
Oh, so underway here, and you can see really good by Lily Orford. Very, very well done. But Anglesea will miss out. Unfortunately, Madeline Marcus there. So she had so much jubilation on the first one. She's probably exceeded her expectations. She's got 4th. It's an incredible effort. And I think there's still a little smile there.
Oh, absolutely. And I just saw Lily Alford do a sneaky little hands in the air. Very subtle, but it's just knowing I'm on the podium.
Yeah.
I'm on the podium at Aussies. It's a tough podium. There's a long way to go. You've definitely got a medal. You've got something to take home as well. And this was the moment it was decided because she had the stumble. She had to work for it. Lily Alford, my gosh. The blue and yellow stripes there. Yes, you should put an arm in the air for that.
You know what? And she was still half a chance there, Madeline Marcus, if Lily Alford didn't come across quite so hard, which she could be perfectly within her right to do so. So, again, sometimes the decisions of other athletes can dictate your own luck. When we talk about making your own luck in the surf events, we've seen plenty of the favourites bow out early in the ski races, as you expect with such a competitive field, but it's the same here on the beach section. So, as we turn our attention to our medal round, so we're down to 3. Jet Milford Ferguson draws the centre. Now, this could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how he looks at it. But you know what? These boys would have practiced in all sorts of situations because, again, out of his control. He's 5th in the sprint. He's a defending champion in the under-19s. He's a flag specialist, we could call him. He's so good and explosive. He's in the centre. And Maroochydore, Memphis Shield, closest to us, City of Perth, Rory Wallace, the bronze medalist in the beach sprint a couple of days ago. So away here again, Milford Ferguson. So, wow, Memphis Shield, you know what, is matching him. It's all in that first 3 or 4 steps. So he's matching him after that. The first 3 or 4 steps is where Milford Ferguson is getting him at the moment. So if he makes a mistake, he hasn't yet.
Memphis Shield will be there, ready to pounce. But a huge congratulations to Rory Wallace from City of Perth, a bronze medal at the Australian Championships in the under-19 beach flags. Back on the replay already. He was so tight on the turn. You can see Jet already coming across, just explosive. And unfortunately for him, Memphis Shield just lining up that flag absolutely perfectly. And we say goodbye to Rory Wallace, City of Perth. Some of the best togs on the beach as well. But the girls are up next. More medals about to be decided, but the colours, TBC.
Certainly is. So closest to us, Brittany Inga on the right of your screen. In the centre, Lily Alford and Ruby Gray. South Maroubra. Just said gold, silver and bronze. Always, because you got that little voice in the back of your head, don't you? You're like, oh, medal be nice.
Yeah.
The medal's still
Don't
good.
relax. Don't relax now, though.
The medal's still good. But gold is so much better.
I know.
So
You can see the girls, when they're patting the sand down, they're trying to make it as hard as possible. They want something really firm to be able to push off, really explode off the beach, launch themselves back towards that flag. And I love the focus of Ruby Gray. Top of the screen, blue and white. They are up and away. Go, 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 girls. I think it's going to be Alford and Inga. Just too much speed off the start there. And a huge congratulations, Ruby Gray of South Maroubra. Hugs all round for the girls. They have been battling it out all day. And some tough conditions down there. It was so warm. I was visibly wilting across the day down there. The fact that these incredible athletes are still performing at such a high level, it's just phenomenal. Here we go on the replay.
Again, she gets that really good reaction. Slightly different techniques, as you can see. So Ruby Gray, again, just doesn't quite get the purchase and that grip off the ground as what Alford did there. But she got a bronze last year, backs it up again. So some very consistent to be on the podium a couple of years in a row in such a fickle event where you need to be on point time and time again is an incredible effort by Ruby Gray there of South Maroubra. So here we go, down to our gold medal race, the match race that we've been waiting for. Jet Milford Ferguson and Memphis Shield. So Memphis Shield from Maroochydore again, they've had such strong success and we'd love to see him compete here. As we said, it's going to be all in the start. If he can nail this start, get his shoulder in front, he might put the defending champion under a little bit of pressure here. He's been unfazed so far. You can see how focused he is, and it's all those little cues, all those little processes building up to this moment that make all the difference here. But this is what they've been training for all season. This is the big dance.
Right now, the final run for the boys in the under-19 beach flags, and just taking a little extra time in the prep. And again, I tell you what, if you were ever allowed to take an extra moment, this is it right now. Last big run of the season, the final turn after a huge season of racing, and I love watching the process. I love watching the focus. Both boys, you can feel the nerves from here. The beach must be electric.
Certainly is, and there's been a lot more.
One more. I need one more.
Yeah. There's the crowd's definitely been building up through this. It probably started with about 50 or 100 people now. There's a lot more than that as we turn our attention to our final two. The under-19 male beach flags Australian champion up for grabs, just about set. So right here, Milford Ferguson gets his shoulder in front. I'll tell you what, he's catching up. He couldn't quite get there. As soon as you get your body in front, it means just as much as his first Australian title. And you can see the relief is more than anything on Jet Milford Ferguson's face as he defends his Australian under-19 beach flags championship title. You couldn't fault him. It was hard to see him beat.
Phenomenal. That was so impressive to watch, and he was dominant throughout the entire performance there, and he just sealed it absolutely perfectly. There you go. Up, fast, away, over, shoulder in front. Memphis still did everything he could, tried to come around, made that frantic grab, and you're allowed to celebrate.
You know what?
You're
If they made the beach flags 30 metres, it'd be a good chance. I honestly think it's once you get into his running, and as we said, we've got a few athletes. When we look at there's rare to see more than 2 or 3 finalists from the beach sprint also in the beach flags final. So it is quite a difference. A lot of people think it's the same, very, very similar thing, but it's quite different. So the Australian under-19 men's champion has been determined, but our women's champion has not. So it's a battle between Surfers Paradise and Northcliffe here. Lily Orford on the left and Brittany Inga on the right.
And as you said, Britt also lining up for the Open. She's a phenomenal competitor, was part of the Australian Open lifesaving team that took out the World Championships at the start of this season. She was second.
It's been a long season for them this year, hasn't it?
Second in the Opens to Anna, who will be, we may see a rematch in the Open comp, but for now, it's Surfers Paradise in the blue and the yellow. Britt Inga under the maroon star of Northcliffe.
And she tastes gold again, Lily Orford. And she gets a pretty good start, Orford, here, but you can see Brittany Inga puts herself in front. The smile came across the line, across the face before she grabbed the flag, but she has won it again. The Australian under-19 beach sprint champion becomes the beach flags champion as well. She's got a silver in the sprint. She's won gold in the relay. She's got the open flag still to come. What can she not do?
Oh, it is so impressive. And as you say, it's often really tough for the sprinters and the flaggers to have that success at both. And for Britt Inga, who took out the 19 beach sprint, she's now taken out the 19 flags. It's just phenomenal. Super excited. And there's the smile. We love it when they know early. And full credit as well to Alfred there. A phenomenal performance, an Aussie silver medal. I hope that she is so happy with that result.
Oh, she certainly would be. And I think it's a different tactic she uses as well. She doesn't cut across straight away. She backs herself to gradually go across so she can hold her speed a little bit better. She backs herself to try and hold that speed, and she trusts the process, and she not quite as dominant, you would think, as Milford Ferguson, but her sprinting and across all the beach events. But I think Ty Dowker has got our newly crowned Australian champions. What a performance we've just seen.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Golden Sands down here producing golden moments, but to win it once could be a fluke. To win it twice proves the best. They won last year as the underage of 19, now backing it up. So it's pretty special to go back to back.
Absolutely. You know, every year the main goal is to win Aussies. So each year you sort of work hard and keep pushing yourself and improving for that final dance.
That's right, the final dance, the big stage, and this young lady to my right, she's synonymous in the big stage and the big dance, and you always deliver, Brit, but it's a quality field lining up each year, isn't it, Aussies?
Yeah, definitely. I think every year it gets harder, everyone gets better, so yeah, I'm really happy to take the win.
Quick shout out to obviously Simon Harris, the greats of flags in your corner as well. Pretty special to have him there.
Absolutely, I'm so grateful to have him every year coaching me, and I know so many people out there, try every year, and it's just amazing to have him.
Let's go, Brit, as well. Obviously, Northcliffe Cup as well. The support you've got as well. I know Dad's there as well, but a quick shout out down the lens to your support to make you the champ for 2025.
I think there's so many, but definitely thanks to Robbo, EJ, of course, Josh, and just the whole Northcliffe team.
There you go the Vikings. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the champs, the under-19s Jet, and that of Brittany Inga. Well done.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ty. And tell you what, they are going to the step up to Opens for them because, well, Brit's already started with the Opens competition, but we talk about that jump from under 19s to Opens for these guys. It's not going to be too much of a jump at all.
I'm so excited. And if anything, I can't wait to see what they can do when they're a little bit fresher,
Yep.
they're a little bit more well-rested. When we see athletes make the transition from the juniors to the Opens, often that's when they blossom and they really shine because they're not constantly, you finish one race, oh, now your board's down the other end, or the Opens are marshalling, or you're late for this one. It's a lot to keep control of, and a shout out to the village that they have surrounding them that keeps them moving across the beach. But for Jet, for Brit, and new Australian champions, just phenomenal. And for Brit to take the double, the 19, the sprint and the flags, it's just incredible. And what a way for her to end her 19 career. And it looks like the next of our ladies making their way out onto the beach. It looks like the under-17 female beach flags is up next. If you've got Live Heats open, liveheats.com, search for SLSA, and that is where you will find everything. And if you're like us, you've got many, many tabs open. It's time to go now to your 17 female beach tab. Bring it up, get ready to celebrate, get ready to watch some of the most incredible athletes as they bring them through. And it looks like we are going to have from Cottesloe, Emma Atwell, Kayla Pride from South Maroubra, Emerson Ledbetter from Swansea Belmont, her teammate Phoebe Doran is in the mix, Bridie Lehman from Noosa Heads, Luana De La Rocha from Swansea, Lucinda McNabb from Swansea, and Mia Greeken from Wanda. Can we talk about Swansea Belmont having 50% of this field? My gosh.
It's hard not to notice, isn't it? The green, the yellow and the white cap, just unbelievable stuff. And can I tell you, Emerson Ledbetter, not only in the beach sprint did she get second, she also won a medal in the 2x1K relay as well. There she is on screen. So
such an overachiever. Emerson, you superstar.
It's really incredible. Like to have this. There's a thing called fast twitch and slow twitch muscle fibers. She seems to have both. She seems to be one of those rare. She seems to be rare to be able to have both here. But I'll tell you what, their chances, if you're a betting person, if you put some money on Swansea Belmont here, you've got to be in for something special. So two of our beach sprint finalists back up here. Emerson, as we said, second in the sprint. Emma Atwell from Cottesloe, also in this field. She was fifth in that beach sprint final. We're about to go for the first race, or the first run through of the final for the under-17 female beach flags.
Emma Atwell is on the right-hand side of your screen, closest to us from Cottesloe. That's the yellow cap with the black and white stripes.
So really good start there by the athlete from South Maroubra, Kayla Pride. Really good stuff then on the ocean side. On the landward side, as you said, Emma Atwell. We'll see who got there in the end. I think we could have a run-off unless the officials have a decision here between one of our Swansea Belmont competitors. Might be Lucinda McNabb there from Swansea Belmont.
And so how flags works, if you're just joining us now, if you're a little uncertain about what we're doing and where we're going, if two of the competitors reach for the flag and grab the flag at the same time, if the judges are unable to separate them, we have a run-off, or a flag-off, I should say. So what you'll see now is the two ladies on the far left-hand side of your screen. This is where we couldn't split them. Cottesloe closest to us, and then one of our Swansea girls, I think that is going to be Phoebe Doran in the mix.
Yeah, so you thought Cottesloe, well, she did really well there to get around there. So she didn't match the early speed, just came wide, came around, put the hand in front, still back to chances. But let's see what happens here with our runoff.
And at this late stage of the Australian Championships, Nathan, you just don't want to be doing another round of flags. It's more energy, it's more time in the sun, and the pressure of a one-on-one flag off just to progress to the next round. The stakes have never been higher.
And I don't know, the other girls as well, sometimes that extra bit of time can be good. They can actually speak to their coaches and get that extra little bit of feedback, but others might want to just get it out of the way, go straight through it. Different personalities, different approaches to it, but
here we go. Cottesloe from Western Australia on the right-hand side there. That's Emma Atwell, and Phoebe Doran from Swanson. Actually got to speak to her, I think, at the Interstate Championships, where we had that massive weekend for the Interstates and the Super Surf Teams League. She was a little bit shy. She was a little bit nervous about doing some interviews, but she absolutely nailed it. It was wonderful to speak to her. The girls are down and ready for a start.
She's probably going to have to get used to it. They're just about set. So pretty even reaction this time. So it's a very evenly matched race, and unfortunately, so you would have thought, based on the impressive reaction time by Emma Atwell that time, she would have got around a bit, but not to be on that occasion. Phoebe Doran just outmatched her in the pure speed there in the end.
Yeah, fantastic work, ladies. Under a lot of pressure in front of the entire arena, that one-on-one runoff as we say goodbye to Emma Atwell from Cottesloe. Fantastic work on the replay. You're right, she was fast off the start.
She was, and you thought here she was going to get her shoulder in front. She tends to get better as it went along, but just eat it up in the end. Obviously, she's got a bit of tape on that left knee, so I hope that hasn't held her back at all, but still made the Australian final, so it's obviously been pretty impressive. As our under-17 men's get themselves ready here, so another high-quality lineup full of previous national medalists as well in this one. So we will take you through them. Good to see some clubs that we don't always see here. So we've got Serena, Nate Brady represented in this one.
Actually ran into a few friends from Serena as I was wandering along the beach earlier this Australian Championships. They will be absolutely stoked that Nate Brady, their man, is now here in the top 8, the Australian final. We also say a huge welcome to Sam Carswell from Coffs Harbour, Harrison Scurra from Mordialloc, Zeke Zimmerly from Tweed Heads and Coolangatta, Samuel Davies from Coogin, Diatorexia from Alexandra Headland, Christopher Condilios from South Maroubra, and Finn Robertson from Avoca Beach. And thinking of Alexandra Headlands, I bumped into Murdoch Finch earlier today. He's taken over the coaching there at Alexandra Headland. Obviously himself a former international superstar beachy. Wonderful to have him involved now in the Alex program. The boys did so well at the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Nipper and Youth Championships, a 1-2 for them with a little South African interference there, but they still get their Aussie gold and silver medals. So for Jai, a huge congratulations and a good luck here. The full field has assembled.
They certainly have. So Harrison Scurra, Mordialloc, 4th in the sprint, and Zeke Zimmerly, Tweed Heads, Coolangatta, 8th in the sprint. So 2 of our finalists returned, back themselves up for the second individual event here at Aussies 2025 for this age group, our under-17 male. We're down to our top 8. So who's going to get the jump early? Samuel Davies, Coogin Headland, closest to us. Oh, so really quick start in the centre there as well, and you can see, unfortunately, the Coogin Headland athlete, he got the seagull call, I reckon, from someone, and he found that lost flag. So, unfortunately, it will be Jai Texera from Alexandra Headland there, missing out, but 8th position here. A great effort by him as well here in this under-17 male, and something to build on. Let's have a look at his run here. He got a reasonable start on that Ocean side, and just got outpaced there. You can see the big gap. So the Ocean side, he was forced to run there, and it's all about time and space, giving yourself that time and space by getting the jump early. Couldn't quite do that based on the speed he had around him.
Yeah, an impressive run there, and we are already down to 7 there. A lot of competitors lining up for that under-17 men's, and we've already mentioned some of our international competitors. A shout out in the under-17 men's beach flag. We actually had 2 in the mix there from Papamoa in New Zealand, Sean Leach, and also Lachlan Cairns in the mix. So a big shout out, a big welcome, a big thank you for the Papamoa crew. They've been everywhere this Australian Championships. They even had a team in the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. They were absolutely pumped to make the final. It was wonderful.
That's right, I remember that,
wonderful to speak to them. But for now, the action is right here in the Flags Pit, the under-17 ladies.
So we've still got our 4 Swansea Belmont left. How long can we keep it for here? Mia Grechen will be wanting some redemption. She's going to send up from Wanda after her sprint final, but she has got a gold medal already in the under-19 mixed relay. Just about set here.
Heads down.
And we're away. So a pretty good start. South Maroubra, what a good start it was by Kayla Pride. She's probably got the best start so far. She had pace match though. Might have been lead beater there. Unfortunately missing out. So she's already got a swag of medals at these Aussies. She's probably thought I had to give someone else a go. She definitely didn't think that, but I'll tell you what. So we're down to 3 Swansea Belmont. And Emerson Lee Beater, not to be on that occasion. Phoebe Doran survived that runoff that we saw before, but Emerson, will be 7th in the country here for the under-17 female. And a semi-final here for the mixed double ski about to go. Open mixed double ski.
We can already see that, I think that's semi-finals are still, here we go, semi-finals have been drawn. They've gone through the quarters as well. This looks to be semi-final number 1. We've got quite a few in the mix here, some very familiar caps. Alexandra Headlands, Redhead, Northcliffe, Newport, Northcliffe, Alex. I believe we've got a Northcliffe Team G in the mix there. Kurrawa, more Northcliffe, Manly, Southport, Mermaid, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Bondi, Newport, Wanda and Dickey to round us out. So 2 semi-finals for the Open Mixed Double. I believe the top 8 will be going through to the final, which will be held today. This is an event that was delayed a few days ago. Unfortunately, we are always working with some tough conditions, some changing conditions here at the Australian Championships. The Open Mixed Double Ski, that is the box on the right-hand side of the screen. We believe that is semi-final number 1. And the rule, Nathan, let me tell you about double skis. You've got to get a fast start. You've got to get around the cans. If you are not up there early, it is near impossible to work your way through the field past the apex can. And here we go. We love a full screen for the mixed double ski, and there are some incredible individual paddlers in here, and the depth across some of these teams that they will be combining is just incredible. We've got the Woodhouses both in there from Alexandra Headlands. Newport, though, ones to watch. A few of the Alex in there, J-Mo Porter and Sophie Wall look to have the best of it.
Bit jammed up.
Kurrawa cannot even get their paddles in right now. That is phenomenal, and you do not see that too often. There would be some words exchanged out there right now.
There are a few expletives, I'd imagine, as well, but Northcliffe have got themselves clean water. We talk about trying to get your time and space here. They're pushed ahead. They're 3/4 of a ski length in front. Burleigh Heads up there as well. The other Northcliffe team have got a reasonable run here as well. Newport on the left-hand side, they're going to try and slowly merge across. So they're in good position. As you said, Jen, you want to be in the top third of this field at the bare minimum of this can so you don't get jammed around. You've got your space. You can keep your rhythm here. And you can see Northcliffe have turned in 1. A ski length ahead, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. And then we go back to Newport in third there, but there's only half a ski length. Look at the carnage in the whitewater. How do you get your blades in as they head towards this apex can? It's going to be so close for that top 8.
Absolutely. That's Danielle Richards and Jake Morris. They were in that lead Northcliffe team. So wonderful to see 2 individual competitors combining there. Jake has already got a gold medal with the Northcliffe ski relay. Danny Richards, multiple medals already. The ski relay she helped take out. Now these 2 teams are nearly on a wave by themselves. This is some of the fastest craft in the ocean. They are now paddling away from the rest of the field. A little bump goes out in front of them, and I can see in the mix there, that's Janaea Massey and Lockie Tame. They have got the black caps for Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. But Nathan, you've got to think that is not only a lead wave, but a qualifying wave for our 2 leaders.
Oh, absolutely. I think you could almost say they're home. They've got the rating up. They know they need to keep their nose down in front. You can see there's a runner coming out the back. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's probably 8 there behind our leaders wave, battling it out for these 8 positions here as we see our 2 leaders move very well clear here. They're going to have a good run. Let's have a look and see who's been able to push down. There's a few out the back. There's nothing really. 1 in no man's land. But Northcliffe are going to take out the first semi-final here. There's a double up coming behind as well. So who's going to negotiate this? Keep the tail of the ski in front of that whitewater. It's hard to see where the caps are at the moment, but Northcliffe, we know they're undisputed winners. They did that so comfortably here in semi-final number 1 of the Open mixed double ski.
Yeah, they set it up beautifully, but it's all about who's in the top 8. So that is 1. Burleigh Heads in 2, 3 and 4 across the line now. 5 is clear, but the lane behind, oh my gosh, I am so happy not to be a finished judge right now. Who's got the momentum on the line? Who has got the best alley? I'd say top of screen, that is the Kurrawa crew. That's going to be Jackson Collins and Brianna Massey. They look to have a wonderful line on the way home, but so many competitors, so many paddles, so much craft out there as well. That action about 2/3 of the way to that first can where we could not even get paddles in the water, that was absolutely ridiculous. That is only semi-final number 1 for the mixed double ski. Incredible performance. We go back to the split screen now because the beach flags are continuing.
It certainly was. And Emerson Leabeat actually wasn't knocked out. We saw on this other screen here that we had that they actually did a run-off. So I'm not sure why that was, but she did get knocked out. So she's 7th. As we turn our attention back to this under-17 male, where we are down to our top 7 now. So Carswell, Scurra, Zimmerly, Davies, Brady, Condilios, Robertson.
So closest to us on screen, that's Condilius from South Maroubra in the blue and white coloured caps.
Oh, so underway here. Really good start in the centre. Carswell got away well. And again, Coogin Headland. Samuel Davies, he was in a bit of hot water earlier in some of the earlier runs, but got a clean one that time. So that was good from him. As we turn our attention back to semi-final number 2 here.
But first, have to say goodbye to Nate Brady from Serena. Fantastic to see the Serena crew here. Love having them down here on the beach. But yes, his Aussies is now over. But semi-final number 2 now back in the water. We've got Newport, Northcliffe, Cronulla, North Bondi, City of Perth, Tallebudgera in the mix, Seacliff, Sorrento, Clifton from Tasmania, Burleigh Heads, Kurrawa, more Newport and a Seacliff cap to round them off. That is the all-black cap. They will be on the far right-hand side of screen. Now, they have already seen the pace that was on in semi-final number 1. Now, you can see the starter on the right-hand side there. One of the toughest jobs in life-saving, trying to get a clean, even start, not to advantage or disadvantage anyone in the race.
They always want to creep forward, don't they? They always want to get that inch, and why wouldn't you? Look at the space, the width of the start line, trying to have your own space here as well, and they're off and away. So in the centre, so we've got Newport Team D there on the left. They've got away really well. Newport probably leading very early, just got their nose in front. Second from the outside, another Newport team, really good position.
A or F, all down that end. An incredible start. We know Newport for ski paddling. We know Newport for speed as well. But at the top of the screen, Newport Team D, we've got Newport bookends as expected. So good individually, so good in teams. The race is on. Middle of the screen as well. I think that is Sorrento from Western Australia. The Nortons are in the mix as well.
Oh, City of Perth right up there also trying to get on the sidewash here of the Northcliffe crew. So Northcliffe and also there, it's just so tight, isn't it? Because you don't want to be right on the end. You want to be right on that sidewash as tight as you possibly can whilst being able to keep your own rhythm.
Get
Two of those
in.
Newport teams. I'll tell you what, there's Newport, there's 3 of them within the space of 3 or 4 metres here. That's on the inside here. So it's probably more jammed up. It's going to be more jammed up at this first can than the first semi-final. There's no clear cut and they're spread quite wide here, Jen.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic race here. Tanil Devine and Tom Norton are in a fantastic position, but as per the previous race, Northcliffe a fast start. They are out in front now. It could be their B team of Tom Green and Naomi Scott in the mix.
Sorrento in a really good spot there as well. So they've tucked up on the inside there. So they did well to get their nose in front and they've started to really make it up. And now they'll go into single file. So Northcliffe 1, Sorrento, Western Australia 2. They're just losing a little bit of touch there ever so slightly as they head to this first can. Oh, a bit of drama here. So someone's missed that can. They're going to have to go around again. So unfortunately, it's game over them. You can't recover from here. And Jan's up at the back as well, Jen.
Yeah, two crews have come together there. And you've got to think for the one that missed the can and the 2 that are battling it out now, their race is over. Their Aussies is over as well for the mixed double ski. But back out in front, it looks like Green and Naomi Scott. Wonderful to see our champion Iron Woman in the mix here, but Jamie Roberts, she's on the back of that Sorrento ski there. That is Michael Booth and Jamie Roberts. Can you believe that is the B team for Sorrento? They are 2 phenomenal paddlers, but Tom Green, the Olympic gold medalist, out in front. And when you've got Naomi Scott as the engine room behind, but there we see Newport just bumping onto screen there as well. I think that will be Jake Rees with Jasmine Locke, but we need 8. How many
there's
on
7.
screen?
So there's 2 and then there's 5. So there's only 1 that's going to be carnage to see. So Newport have got at least 2. City of Perth have got 1. Northcliffe. So there's 2 on this lead wave. I reckon the 8th might join them soon here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on that runner in behind our 2 leaders. So unless someone can find something late, unless the double up causes some carnage, these 8 could, and I say could very hesitantly, be okay here. It might not double up, it might triple up here because the waves are getting closer together. Who's going to hold their momentum, push over this one? It's a bit of a tricky finish by some of these paddlers, but the 8 are well clear, I think.
Absolutely. There's a North Bondi in the mix. That could be either Hayden Smart or Anna Wilkinson, with Noah Havard and Elizabeth Wise in the mix as well. But you've got to think that is the top 8. That is who is through. And unfortunately, if you weren't on those first waves, mixed double ski is over. So keep your eye on live heats because we will be back with the big final for that race. The mixed double skis, wonderful that we can bring you so many events because now we're heading back to the flag pit.
Yeah, so we lost Luana De Rocha and Bridie Lehman. So 2 of those Swansea Belmont gone. So we're down to 4 in the girls. Phoebe Doran, Lucinda McNabb, Kayla Pride and Mia Greachin. But we're down to the under-17 male here. And we are down to the top 6. So points up and grabs here. Kujin Headland, Samuel Davies. Unfortunately not to be quite at that occasion. He got around.
Sorry, I got excited. I'm shaking Nathan up here. He had to pause, break, look back over, grab the flag. It was anyone's for the taking.
I reckon the heart rate went up to 200 there. So it was a great effort. Sam Carswell from Coffs Harbour, I believe that is. He does get 6th position. So well done to Sam. That was a good run to get through. He's been strong. And again, still got the reaction time there. Unfortunately, just missed out there.
So incredible, wonderful to see. They've done an incredible job across the field. And how much do I love seeing a Coffs Harbour cap in the mix as well. Sam Carswell is in there.
So we head back live to our top 4 in the under-17 women's. And again, we did miss the last couple of rounds. So Luana De Rocha and Bridie Lehman. Luana was 6th, Bridie was 5th for Noosa Heads. And we're down to South Maroubra. It's an all New South Wales top 4 here.
Ooh, big call. That's impressive.
It is. And Mia Greach on the left of screen, I had a little look at her run before, and she got a really, really good run where she was well clear on one of them. So she, as we said, wanting some redemption after a less than ideal beach sprint campaign. She knocked down the semi-final, unfortunately, here. She got a gold medal in the relay, but she's looking for some redemption here. Phoebe Doran and Lucinda McNabb in Swansea Belmont colours, and also Kayla Pride, South Maroubra. Ooh, that's a break.
No.
I think that's a break. That's pretty clear cut.
Oh, that's
Reaction
tough.
says it all, unfortunately. So it's a tough way to go, particularly when you're down to top 4. But the girls showing some great sportsmanship here. So not the way you want to go out. So we're down to 3 here, and it will be Swansea Belmont athletes here not progressing through. So we had Lee Beater, Rocha, and kudos to this club. We can't underestimate how impressive enough it is to have 50% of the Australian final coming from the one club. Let's have another look at it again. I think she did move much early, but she did enough. Just moved ahead. Just realised straight away.
Head goes down. Oh, that is tough, but a huge congratulations. Lucinda reaching 4th position at the Australian Championships in the 17 flags, and that means that we now have our race in 3. The girls will line up again. We won't sub the boys in. This is what we run with now. Is going to be Wanda, South Maroubra and Swansea Belmont, the top 3, and all of a sudden, Nathan, medals. We're on the podium right now.
Medals on the podium, yes. Mia Greachin actually teach at the same school that she goes to, so on the left of your screen. And Kayla Bride in the centre. Phoebe Doran closest to us, and I'll tell you what, Doran got a pretty good start, but a better start by Kayla Pride. Greachin trying to muscle her way through, unfortunately misses out. She gets a bronze medal. I think she'll be happy with that.
Yeah, that is a fantastic performance. The girls, hugs all round, and for those that are still in, they know that either a gold or a silver medal awaits. It's a phenomenal performance, especially when we think that Phoebe Doran was actually in a runoff from 8th to 7th just a few short moments ago.
Yeah, exactly right. So she had a very, very close call, and we talk about getting those small moments and those small split-second decisions right. You can go from 7th and just almost being knocked out to playing for the gold medal here, and that's what she's about to do. So Kayla Bride, South Maroubra, Phoebe Doran, Swansea Belmont is what we're down to here. So there's a little bit of waiting here, so I'm wondering
are you new?
Yes.
Are you new,
Nathan? I know.
This is the day for it. Looks like the girls, it might just be waiting to get them through here. A little bit of shoving maybe, a little bit of interference. But we will soon be turning back to the 17 men's beach flags. And while we are down to 2 for the ladies, there are still 5 remaining in the men. And it looks as though we may have a little bit of mixed taplin action about to kick off again. I tell you what, those athletes have been waiting for such a long time to be here in the mixed taplin. Now it looks like we are ready for a final. And the big question is, Where is Kirra? Are they in? Are they out? It looks like that disqualification has held. Kirra Team A disqualified in semi-final number 2 of the Open Mixed Taplin. And as Live Heats is showing right now, no Kirra in the final. So the last big water, well, I won't say the last one of the biggest water events of the day, a big final there in the Mixed Taplin. And Nathan, it is so tough. These athletes have been off the beach for over an hour now. How do you pick yourself back up? How do you recover? How do you get ready to go for a Mixed Taplin final? A lot of pride on the line, a big gold medal as well.
A lot of unknowns as well, because it hasn't...
Here we go. The Open Mixed Taplin is ready to go. We have Swansea, Belmont, Southport, Mermaid Beach, North Burleigh, Wanda, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Currumbin, City of Perth, Sunshine, Northcliffe, Surfers Paradise, Newport, Manly, Maroochydore and Alex. Have a look at that. All A teams, no B teams. The best of the best here for this one.
So one of the new events on the program here at the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. We love a mixed relay. We love a mixed event. There's so many variables, enough with these Taplin relays. When you add in men and women racing together, it just makes it even more special. We've got swim, we've got board, we've got ski, we've got 2 legs of each. And we join, or Josh Minogue joins us back here in the commentary booth. And we're just about to get started. Our under-17 final 2 we got here. Kayla Pride, South Maroubra, Phoebe Doran for the gold medal race here. So our mixed Taplin's underway, but our top 2 here in the under-17 women about to go. So South Maroubra, Phoebe Doran, as we said, Swansea Belmont started with 4 competitors out of a field of 8 in this final. But Kayla Pride is going to try and cause... well, not really an upset, because they're both on pretty level terms based on what we've seen so far through the rounds. And they're just getting themselves sorted here. The nervous weight, they've had a lot of pauses here. We're just about to see them go here. So South Maroubra, as we said, they've been so strong on this beach section. They continue to be impressive. As we said, we've got the split screen happening here with our Open Mixed Taplin Relay final, Josh. And it's a pretty quick start, and there's already been some damage done.
Yeah, they're already into their work right now while the girls just get themselves set. We can see already a couple of the teams deciding to send their girls off and away early. They're tacked onto the back there. They've done a very, very good job. We'll get through this last run for the gold medal first.
So South Maroubra versus Swansea Belmont. Under-17 female Australian champion. They're just about set. So away here, and it looks like Pride's just got herself in front, but Doran fought back. And she got the flag there. I wouldn't have picked it, but she absolutely... They had a run-off before, Josh. She was definitely in a chance to be out, because she had a run-off. She could have got 7th, and she's walked away with the gold medal here in the under-17 champion of Australia.
Yeah, what a run there. Absolutely unbelievable. I thought she was in all sorts, but she has done a fantastic job there, got herself around, got a gold medal, and Phoebe Doran, so much success for so long, and this is the icing on the cake for her. What a run, what a performance, what a day.
Yeah, brilliant day for the Swansea Belmont club here, and you can see just how much it means to her. The other 3 girls in the background there wanting to try and get a piece of her, but the media are going to grab her as well as we turn back to the pink arena for this Open Mixed Taplin Relay Championship of Australia. We've got a runner here with 3, so we might have 4. No, we're going to have a leaders wave of 3.
Oh, Corey Fletcher, big board paddle to start. He'll get the lead wave. He's in the centre there on the yellow board. It looks like Charlie Verco of Newport there on the right-hand side, and Maroochydore, they will have an absolute blinding start as well. Big wave out the back for the rest of the field, so a lot on that. If a couple of the girls can tack onto that one there, that's going to make a massive difference. Have a look at the transition. Corey Fletcher up and into it right now, and it's the extra element of a Taplin relay that you don't really expect. You've got to give it everything. So 1, 2, 3 through transition now. They'll tag their board paddlers to go into the second leg. Then it's the charge of the Light Brigade. Here we go. Oh, 2 or 3 go down in the middle. Any of the girls on there, are they all on this next wave? 1, 2, it looks like 3 girls there, and have a look at the transition. Big ones in there, and a couple have had absolutely unbelievable board paddles. The ladies, in goes North Burleigh, in goes looks like as well. I'm trying to look for Northcliffe in that one there, but a lot are the teams that have sort of sent their boys out first are in. Southport have sent their girl out first in Brodie Trinker, and they've got one of the boys going now, so expect a big move through the centre from the Southport club.
Oh, incredible stuff here. And I tell you what, they're hitting a bit more. The waves have come up a little bit, Nose. So it's put a bit of a stop to our leaders here. But these three still well clear. They had a good gap. And now there was a chase group. They were condensed. And now they've started to split apart here, Josh.
Yeah. Still Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park out in front. That's Lily O'Sullivan there, the world board race champion, doing a fantastic job there. She is absolutely flown. The top side, the northern edge, that's Lizzie Wellborn doing her thing right now. And Maroochydore, I think they'll have Zoe Longhurst there just tacking on the back. Lily O'Sullivan had to be forced to go in behind Lizzie Wellborn, jam on the cans there. So that's something we don't often see from Lizzie Wellborn. But come the big finals, come the big moments, there's no friends out in the water.
Oh no, so Wellborn, she narrowly got through one of those board rounds, a bit of relief here, but she is showing that she wants to be one of the favourites in that final, and here she's going to make a statement to the rest of the competitors here as she rounds this Apex can. She's put the head down, the rating goes up, but the gap is being closed here.
Yeah, Southport, Currumbin, I think they're the next two teams there in 4 and 5. They've got the boys on there, and the girls, they're tacked on the back, so they're getting this big sucker round from those two boys there, really going to work. It might also be the Northcliffe Club just trying to pick it up as they go through there. Then maybe Zachy Morris getting into his work, I do not know, but on the way home, Wellborn, Lily O'Sullivan trying to go up alongside her as well. The boys chasing very, very hard from behind there. No, it might be, Southport there getting their best work done, but still Newport in 1, Burleigh in 2, Maroochydore in 3, Southport in 4. But just behind them, Surfers Paradise. I was trying to pick up who that cat was. Alexandra Headland with Braden Casamento working their way through this field. There's a couple of little runners coming.
There certainly is, and there's a few. So I reckon Southport have tried to make their way. They had realised there was a lot on their tail here. They realised we need to look ahead, not behind. We might have a leaders wave in 2. So it's a big move here. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park take the lead here from Newport. So we'll see. They might pick up this little one. You can see him behind them as well. There's a couple trying to chase. Southport not far away, but these two are ahead and starting to push even further clear.
Lily O'Sullivan, Lizzie Wellborn, side by side, two of the biggest, most competitive clubs in the business. Lily O'Sullivan goes down. Lizzie Wellborn gets a small advantage. Watch O'Sullivan try to close the gap in transition. Marucci hanging in 3rd place. Southport, they've had a hell of a paddle with one of their boys out in there and around into the swim leg. Sarah Locke will go for the Newport Club and Claudia Rose Slavin, I think, for the Burleigh Club. The two girls side by side, so a change up there, and there's big waves out the back for the rest of the field. The boys under 17 beach flags down to the medal runs as well, but this mixed Taplin relay in the thick of it, and Naomi Scott, huge paddle from Zach Morris. They're up into 3rd. Naomi Scott, the World Ironwoman champion, goes for them. She's chasing our 3 leaders.
Oh, they certainly are. And as we have a look at this top 3 here, it was close and not much in it. Unfortunately, it would just be Zeke Zimmerle. He was just off the podium in the beach sprint, but he's got a medal here. He's 3rd in this under-17 male beach flags final. Samuel Davies was 4th. Christopher Condilius from South Maroubra was 5th. They were all good all the way through the rounds, but they've just missed out, which leaves our top 2 to be Harrison Scurra of Morty Alec and Finn Robertson of Voca Beach.
The big movers, the 2 big movers in this mixed Taplin relay final. We'll go back to that now. Swansea Belmont Surfers Paradise. Big Walker from Swansea Belmont, the World Ironman champion Finn Askew for Surfers Paradise. They've fired a bullet here. They've decided we're going to send the boys, and already Sarah Locke has been reeled in, and what they're doing as well, they're dragging Claudia Rose Slavin. They're dragging Naomi Scott up as well and trying to get back onto the tail there, but at the moment it's a race in 4. Newport still in front. Swansea Belmont there. Yeah. Not one of the big 4 clubs, but if they could get a winner, it'd be something massive for the team down in the Newcastle region. Surfers Paradise now. Finn Askew starting to go to the lead. Sarah Locke, they have decided to swim all over the top of her out there. Big moves here from the boys, and they don't mind whether it's guys or girls. They're going to race like there's an Aussie title on the line.
Well, we've seen Lardy Palliser towel up the boys before. It doesn't mean it can't be done again here. This mixed Taplin relay, you can see so many moves meant to be made. Maroochydore trying to make up the margin here. Argy Barge, we've got 4. Then we've got a gap here. But it is Surfers Paradise leading through. Newport in 2nd place there. Swansea Belmont, as you said, they're not one of the favourites looking at it on paper, but they're sticking here. They're in the bronze medal position, and they're in with a real hot chance.
Sarah Locke's done the right thing. She's fought back against the boys there. She's tacked onto the tail of Finn Askew and refusing to let him go. Walker can't go round her. Walker's stuck there. Finn Askew can't get away. Sarah Locke, this is a decisive move. Claudia Rose Slaven's done the same thing. She's tacked onto Walker. Our lead group of 4 and the 2 girls are just getting a drag around from both Surfers Paradise and Swansea Belmont. The gap goes back there. Next around the cans will be Northcliffe, not too far behind them. Maroochydore trying to hang in, trying to hold on there. Naomi Scott's gotten away from Maroochydore, though Southport, I think, still hanging in the mix as well. So good to see them, and Alexandra Headland not too far away either. The rubber band is broken, but Finn Askew's going away from Sarah Locke, but she's refusing to let Swansea Belmont go past her.
Yeah, absolutely here. And you can see the 6B kick starting to come in, the rating go up here. So that gap's being extended to this chase group. You never say never as we turn our attention to the under-17 male beach flags. The final 2 are up and away. Harrison Scurra, Finn Robertson, and I think it will be Harrison Scurra. Mordiali takes the gold medal. They were evenly matched. He surged away at the end, and he's your under-17 champion of Australia. Finn Robertson was so impressive through the rounds there. Avoca, the Central Coast, getting it done here. Swansea Belmont, so impressive in the girls, but Harrison Scurra does the job, gets the gold.
Congratulations to the entire crew there. What a performance, what a day. And at the moment, Finn Askew's gone to the lead, but Sarah Locke is hanging on. She's hanging on. There's maybe half a body length between the feet of Finn Askew and Sarah Locke. What an absolute giant swim from both Locke and Claudia Rose Slaven, who's hung on to the Swansea Belmont guys there. This has been unbelievable.
Wow.
If Newport and Burleigh, one of those 2 win this, they'll thank Finn Askew, they'll thank Walker from Swansea Belmont.
Yeah, we know how good Finn was at those World Championships, so it's been a long season for him, but he's been able to be impressive all the way through this season. He gets up, stands up, turns it into 6, 7, 8 metres here. Claudia Rose Slaven, as you said, a little bit of a wave to push them through. These 4 well clear as we head down to Jen on the beach.
I tell you what, Finn Askew looks good. He looks fast. He's going to tag Emily Holloman next. She is going to need the swim of her life because as Locke comes around for Newport, Connor Maggs is ready. Connor Maggs is in the hunt. He's chasing Emily Holloman. Swansea Belmont in the mix. Claudia Rose Slaven is coming through, and watch out for Jimmy Kosh. He's been an absolute superstar for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. He will absolutely fly. He will leave nothing out there. We've seen how much he's given for his team before. This will be no different. My hot tip, Jimmy Kosh is about to work his way through the field. Sunshine Beach is around, Mermaid Beach is through as well, and how good is it to see the Southport, the Fried Eggs in the mix here. The boys and girls are away. Mixed Taplin, anyone's race.
We're almost at the halfway mark now. Can Emily Hollyman do the same thing to Newport that Sarah Locke did to them? So Newport already in front. Connor Maggs has decided to burn early, drop her off and not give her the opportunity. She's hanging in there. She's found the feet. Hang on, Emily. That's all you can do. Jimmy Kosh coming up behind her there to make it a race in 3, and then the rest trying to fight it out. Survive. Watch Northcliffe. They'll be the big movers as well. A couple of absolute big guns swimming up on them now, and I think Northcliffe have almost moved their way into 3rd place, and they're trying to get onto 2nd. Hollyman's gone. She's off the feet. She's fallen off. Connor Maggs, he's all alone out in front, and Burleigh go into 2nd.
Oh, Burleigh been so impressive here. This is such a great swim there. Northcliffe still in the hunt here. Surfers Paradise still on, as you said, fighting hard, keeping the rating up, trying to follow the feet as best you can. Lactic, put that effort in early. These 4 starting to split up a little bit here, so we don't have a tight pack anymore. Who's in 5th place? Because they are moving well also there. You can get the 6B kick going. We don't see them expend this much energy early. Who's going to hold on in the back end? It's a pretty long swim.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. Newport in 1. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 2. Still Surfers Paradise, but the move's being made. Up the inside, Bailey Armstrong's doing a fantastic job. Swansea Belmont, they're drifting off the back in 5th place there. The big movers behind, you can see the pack. They're starting to come, the big boys there. The gap to 5th and Swansea Belmont is closing. It's closing. It's closing. And the gap out in front with our lead 2, Newport and Burleigh, is opening up. Surfers Paradise back into 4th place. Northcliffe and Bailey Armstrong swimming their way way up into the lead right now, and Bailey Armstrong, he's been the big mover right now. He tacks on to the feet of Jimmy Kosh. Connor Maggs still leads at the final can.
Oh, Connor Maggs, so impressive. We've got so many. All summer long, he's been so good. Puts a massive surge. That was a noticeable change in pace here. Slightly different line taken, but Maggs puts the foot down, really picks up the rating. These three, look at the damage they've done here as they headed around that green and gold can. Connor Maggs, the others were late to respond. They're getting closer now here. Burleigh Head's going to that southern end, but Newport still pushing. They're over a body length in front.
Newport down the centre, right on his tail is Bailey Armstrong of Northcliffe. Jimmy Kosh is in his own water. I think he thinks he can go up and pass. He should probably tack on and use a bit of that wash. Bailey Armstrong, you know how good he is at this open water stuff. He has just swum absolutely up on top of Connor Maggs there. Emily Hollyman of Surfers Paradise, they're in fourth. They're just starting to get swum down there. There's a couple of teams coming very fast. I can see maybe Alexandra Headland Southport hanging in there. Swansea doing their best to try and hold on at the moment. They're going to need a wave. They're going to need something special right now, because I think if you give these three teams a start on the ski, that's the podium gone. They're the best three teams in this event all year long. You add Alex in there as well. But right now, if these three hit the beach together, that's podium over. And there's a wave on. A wave out the back. Is that Surfers Paradise? Oh, they get a push. She just falls off the back.
Yeah, and it might even. We'll see who's able to push down here. It's still looking quite full. They're going to get something out of it. There's two. So one's fallen off the back. One's fallen off the back. Let's go down to Jen, who's in transition. How about this for a leader's wave?
Oh, this is absolutely phenomenal. It is a race into Bailey Armstrong has come from the clouds for Northcliffe. Connor Maggs is still in one. Jimmy Kosh is not out of this just yet. It is all about your next paddler in an open mixed paddling. And have a look at the lineup. Connor Maggs to Gemma Smith. Bailey Armstrong to Danielle Richards. And I tell you what, Jimmy Kosh to Janaea Massey, three of the top female ski paddlers in our sport as Emily Holloman comes through. What a swim for her from Surfers Paradise. She's going to tag Ali Day. The podium is not decided, but it is looking pretty tight. The girls are away.
The big wild card here is Ali Day from Surfers Paradise. These three out in front, they've almost locked it up. But if Ali Day can do something special, you can just see them jumping on now. Big tags about to come. There's Ali Day. So the only one of these teams, I think, that has chosen to put their guy in there. I saw Jet Kenny, Baby Manley as well. This is going to be a big move. It's now or never for these teams. It's a last roll of the dice.
Yeah, it certainly is a last roll of the dice. And when we look at taking that risk versus reward, where can you get that extra speed? And if you can hold that pace, hold that slipstream, it all comes down to whether you've got people around you as well. So as we look out to see, there's a bit of still these three out in front. So Northcliffe, they've been good all the way through this, but Newport led into that change. Connor Maggs, such a brilliant last leg. They're pulling away now, and there's going to be, it's not an unassailable lead, but Northcliffe half a length on Newport here as they work their way to this first can in this ski league.
Richards has half a length, but she's on the outside here, so Gemma Smith's going to try and go for the can now. You look at the ratings start to go up, starts to wind up. They've put 3 ski lengths in Janaea Massey. Ali Day's almost on the tail of Massey there in third place, but that's going to play out over the next 2 legs. Massey and Ali Day sneak around. He goes up the inside. He's one of the nicest guys in the sport, but I don't think he's going to be nice in here. He jams that nose in there, sneaks it around and moves into third place. Surfers Paradise up into third. Northcliffe in 1, Newport in 2, Surfers in 3, Burleigh in 4. I love this race. It continues to change. Richards turns and gets a run. Richards gets a run and turns it into a full length for Northcliffe. Newport tries to respond with Gemma Smith.
Yeah, so Northcliffe, just as Ali Day was starting to make some ground, they got that runner. So Northcliffe in the centre. You got Ali Day on the right-hand side and Newport here. Gemma Smith on the left-hand, on the northern side here. So Ali Day, how much effort does he put in early? How much can he make up here? Is he going to get some luck? But Newport and Northcliffe haven't put a foot wrong so far. They're going to get another little push here, but Ali Day's slowly but surely drawing ever closer.
Oh, there's a lump for our leaders. There's a lump for our leaders. This will help. Day was almost on them. Day was almost home, but Danielle Richards gets down for Northcliffe. Gemma Smith gets down for Newport. Ali Day did everything he could, but he's going to be forced to come down the same wave as Burleigh, and that gives them a chance. We'll head down to the beach. There's 4 on this one. A couple other teams trying to fight it out, but Jenny Parry, we're into the final leg.
We are into the final leg, the final transition. Danielle Richards to her feet first. Northcliffe, Newport, these girls have done battle before. These clubs have done battle before. Danielle Richards just ahead of Gemma Smith. And we look ahead. We look at the final showdown. This is going to be phenomenal. Jake Morris from Newport, Mitch Trim from Newport. They're both such proud clubmen. They want this so much. As Ali Day comes around, this is going to be a fantastic finish. But for right now, the familiar face, the familiar scene, Northcliffe v Newport.
Oh, here we go. The young buck and the old bull, Ali Day. What a transition there. Big one into third place. They tag Lucy Derbyshire. She gets on a half little chop there, but the leader's out in front side by side. Jake Morris, he's young, he's hungry, he's very, very talented. Mitchell Trim, he's a fan favourite. Everybody loves him there. The race for third place is on as well. Big movers, Alexandra Headland. A bunch of the other clubs there having a great day out, but I don't think they're going to catch our two leaders out in front. They're side by side doing their thing right now. Trim and Morris going head to head, and have a look at them go. Trim's gone to the front. Morris has tacked onto his side wash there, and that's an old school move from somebody experienced. Get the inside. He came across, got the inside now. He'll have the shorter run around, and I guarantee if Morris tries to come up alongside him there, he's going to push him very, very wide.
And just making him second guess himself as well. So these two, you'd probably think it's down to him. So Morris tries to go outside. He still keeps that half length. And Trim just starts to accelerate a little bit now. Still got the inside run. I tell you what, it's been a great performance. Mermaid Beach had a pretty good transition as well to try and make up a little bit of ground. But these two, they're extending. Look at the margin they've opened up here in the open mixed Taplin relay final. They're on the final can. Who's going to take the line? What a race we've got for the Australian title here.
Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park goes into third past surface, but it's a drag race now. Here we go. Newport versus Northcliffe. New South Wales versus Queensland. The old head versus the young gun side by side. Two of the biggest and most important clubs in surf sports, and they're going to fight it out for the second ever mixed Taplin relay title. Trim's gone to the lead. Morris is quicker across the sand. Trim's got that. He's got that early speed, but Morris, he's got the Ironman background. He'll be happy for it to be a sprint up the beach. Trim's going to find his own wave. He's got half a length. Trim's got half a length. He's going to try and get over the top. They're just easing back here. We've got a sprint finish.
We certainly do. So look at the determination. The deep breaths go in. We get a great shot there, and the blades clash a little bit, changing the lines. And Jen Parry here on the finish line.
Oh, I tell you what, there are paddles everywhere. Oh, no, Trim is off. The skis are together. The boys are together. Trim is down. Northcliffe is going to be the one that comes up and he says, hey, that's sport. He is going to come around. He is going to claim a victory. The second ever mixed Taplin relay goes to the team from Northcliffe. Mitch Trim, valiant effort here, the whole team. An incredible performance. Northcliffe in 1, Newport in 2. They should be so proud of those performances. And in third position, we see Benny Carberry coming around. The team from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. That is your podium. Northcliffe, Newport, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. An incredible performance from 3 incredible clubs. A huge congratulations, everyone in this final.
Surfers Paradise did a fantastic job there. Lucy Derbyshire fought hard the whole way home. What about that? He absolutely gave it to the crowd as well as he came up and round. He let them know what he thought of that one. Jakey Morris, the huge claim across the line, and what a win. Northcliffe's dominance in these open events continues. They have been so good, and Newport, they were valiant the entire way. They went head to head. Trim and Morris, it was when they hit those skis together, Trim's just went sideways, Morris had the jump, and that was an old head move from a young guy.
It certainly was, and Northcliffe have picked up the ski relay and board relay this year as well, so a few other team events that they haven't won in a while. As we turn our attention back to the beach arena, we're down to the open men's beach flags final. We've got Zustovic, Wada, Bridges, Allen, Lynch, Beale and Lloyd still in it. And Jason Goff, unfortunately, was out in 8th position there. So Matthew Lloyd, let's have a look at this one again. We might be having a little look at the footage here. But Jason Goff of Northcliffe missed out. A couple of these are beach flag specialists. Zustovic, probably the main one. He's won this title before. Mollymook got such a big squad, and a lot of them specialise in this one specifically. Jack Bridges from Mollymook also in this one. So let's have a look. Saxon Beale from Anglesea. A look of nervousness here. He is not sure. He's not sure at all what to do here. We're looking at the footage. We're down to our final 7. And Matthew Lloyd, who he's won an Australian Open beach sprint before. And flags is not his specialty.
I was going to say, talk to me about how much that transfers over into... Obviously, beach flag's a lot shorter. You're talking 20 metres versus your 90 metres out there. But speed.
As you get older, it even gets more specialised. So even in the juniors, we see only a couple who are able to back up in both the beach sprint and the beach flags finals. We have another look at this as well. So we're looking at the left of your screen here. So both of them, it looks like fair game at the moment, but both of them get their hands on it. Well, here Saxon is just claiming that he got it first and Lloyd stole it from him. You've got to put your hand up. You just got to grab it and rip it up in the air and leave no shadow of a doubt. That's why he is asking for these officials to review it.
And that's tough too, because we go back to the iPad now, you check, and he might have got the hand there, but did he grab it? Did he hang on to it? Was it possible that maybe he ripped it out? And you know this better than I do, and how difficult it can be. There's sand going everywhere, and sometimes they don't get the perfect shot of who got to the flag first. So it can be very, very brutal for these guys and girls, especially when it means so much. And a couple of big guns here. Bridges and Zustovic obviously train together. Jake Lynch, he's been there, he's done it. He's done it so many times.
And the Japanese know how to do beach flags. We saw them at the World Championships, Kenichi Wada, and it's great to see. They always come to our Australian Championships as well. They always make the trip over. And already, Jason Goff's the defending champion, so he's out in 8th. So already we've seen an upset here. There's been a couple of big names out in the semi-finals as well, showing how fickle it is. Zustovic has won this title a couple of times, so you would think is the favourite. Lloyd's getting a talking to here, so I'm going to watch what these words are.
Oh, is that the cap coming off? No, I don't know. Maybe I went a little early. A little early there. Yeah, we're looking at every little move, every little thing in there. But yeah, you're spot on about these guys and girls. Lachlan A from Bribey. Bribey have a great program as well.
Yeah.
If you're not from up here, it's kind of a club you don't see all that much, but on the beach flag side of things for a long time, they've been very, very good. And a big weight here, a big weight for this, and it just it turns the pressure up. It makes it all that more difficult for the other guys. They're standing there waiting, and your ability to refocus, reset, and go again every single round. I know they're good at it, but when you're down to the final, 6, 7, 8,
particularly when there's an ability, or you're not able to recorrect. It's so short. You have to be so on point every single time. Unfortunately, Jason Goff just missed there. See that run through, but it's just edged out for 8th position. Northcote got 8th, 10th and 11th there, so they've had a couple just missed the final as well, including Asher Ward, who's won a junior title here before, and so good in the beach sprints here as well.
Yeah, very good.
They're taking their time.
I know, we can see them going over and over and over. They've got a decision. I don't know what that decision is. We're just waiting to get words there. Both have sort of walked away. Oh, so Saxon gone. He is the next one out. And Saxon Beale from Anglesey, unfortunately, we say goodbye to him. Not the way he would have wanted to go out, that is for sure. And very, very tough for the young lad from Victoria.
Yeah, very, very tough indeed. So Anglesey, as we said, they're so strong in the women's section as well. In the men's, they've got some good results in the juniors. They've got a few finalists here as we have another look at it here. So again, shoulder to shoulder here. You see Lloyd just push it. I think it still was fair game. I think he just got a hand on it and he thought that it was just ripped out of his hand afterwards. So incredible to see how open women's now. So this is the one. So Brittany Inger, she just won the under-19. She's backed up for the Open. She's got 8th. So she got gold in the beach sprint under-19, silver in the Open in the beach sprint, and she won the... we're underway already. So let's have a look here as we see a good start there by Surfers Paradise. Anna Abraneval, she was racing for France last year, and she's come through as well here. So Holly Fraser, Rafferty, Rampoldi, Channon, Abraneval and Sunderland. And so a few under-19s there as well. City of Perth there. That is Holly Fraser in the Open Female Beach Flags.
Yeah, that's tough there. Very, very tough. The young lady from City of Perth goes out, and when you talk about Inger and the rest of the girls, it starts to get Very, very pointy at the top.
Look how split it was as well. There was 4, and there was a massive margin, and you don't see it that often where there's that much differential between that pack on the ocean side and that pack on the landward side, but it really divided there.
You're spot on, and I think they playing games, are they sort of starting to push a few people under pressure, and that's what starts to happen here. It's not just a pure turn first flag, it's who do I like, who's next to me, do I think I can get the shoulder in front and maybe cut across again and make life a little bit easier further down the track. It's not the time to be playing games, but that's what happens when you get to the final of the beach flags.
Certainly is. So Zustovic, the man we've been talking about, the 2-time Open champion of Australia in this event. He won in 2021 and 2022. Molly Mook, leader of the incredible pack we've seen there so far, and he is the one to watch on screen there. We've got Lachlan Aline still from Bribie Island. Jake Lynch, as you said, from Newport now. Moved to South Maroubra. Matthew Lloyd from North Cottesloe stays alive after the deliberation we just saw on screen there. Probably our favourite Zustovic, now Lloyd as well from Northcote.
The boys are set late in the day. They've been out here for a long, long time. The wind's starting to come up.
So Wada in the centre, 3 from the right. Japanese athlete. So Wada away pretty well. Bit of argy-bargy in the centre. Wada gets away well, and unfortunately it's Jack Bridges, I believe, from Mollymook who misses out, just runs out of room. Some chaos in the middle of him. Sam Zustovic, so impressive again. So still probably the favourite. Wada was away well. I reckon it could be down to those two. Aline still strong, so we're down to 5. Lloyd, Lynch, Aline, Wada, Zustovic. Mollymook have only got 1 now, so they can't play those team tactics which we've seen them do in the past here. And you can see Zustovic just so aware. That spatial awareness is so good.
I think he was trying to help his teammate there. Matty Lloyd looked done for pace, to be, if I'm completely honest. He cut across to the other side there, and it was just gone there for Jack Bridges. So very, very tough for the young lad from the Mollymook club, but they've still got one alive. Big slam and Sammy Zustovic. And we head down to the Green and Gold Arena. We're going to run you through our final here for the Open Mixed Doubles Ski Championship of Australia. From Bondi, Bevilacqua and O'Brien. From Northcliffe, Kelly and Chamberlain. From Sorrento, Albergovic and Jones. From Northcliffe, Scott and Green. Minogan Brooks from Newport. Smith and Trim from Newport. Kidden May from Seacliff. Fitzsimmons and Fitzsimmons from Northcliffe. Booth and Roberts from Sorrento, Richards and Morris from Northcliffe, Massey and Tame from Burleigh Heads, Alex, Woodhouse and Woodhouse, Havard and Wise of North Bondi, Lock and Rees of Newport, Piper Harrison, Fletcher Armstrong of Newport, Porter and Wall from Alex, Torrens and Torrens of Newport, and Godoy and Reed from Newport as well. I think we're running 6 teams from Newport in there, and this is probably the favourite on screen right now. Rees and Locke in and away, getting on and getting the speed up early is the key. They start to go to work, and it's very, very even. Basically, the entire field's got off to an absolute flyer, except 1 or 2 on the sort of northern side there. Trim and Smith absolutely flying, and in the middle, the Northcliffe team starting to wind up. 2 side by side. It's Northcliffe 1 and 2 absolutely flying. Newport on the far side trying to get into their work as well. So Newport doing their thing. It's Fitzsimmons and Fitzsimmons flying on the right-hand side. Trim and Smith trying to come up alongside them there, and it looks like Richards and maybe Morris there doing their thing as well, so it's all Northcliffe at the moment.
Yeah, Northcliffe Team B got away to a fly. As you said, they were all in a line through, so they've started to converge a little bit now. So Sorrento also got away to a good start. They might be losing track ever so slightly. So Northcliffe here, Alexandra Headland, Newport in a good position. Sitting Perth there as well, and on the left-hand side, Sorrento. So Sorrento in a really good spot here. They're going to have to angle across, though.
Here we go into the first can. It's Northcliffe in the lead. It's Fitzsimmons and Fitzsimmons. They call it the love boat. Let's find out if they can get some love around the cans, because they're going to get a big jam from their teammates. Plenty of room on the outside. Newport sneaks up the inside there. 2 Newport teams sneak up the inside. Massive jam there. And on the outside, the other of the Northcliffe teams got plenty of room. They're going a long, long way, and I think they've given up too much space pace there. Not what you would have wanted. Still in the lead on the inside, Jazzy Locke, Jake Reese. That's the Newport team there on the inside. It looks like maybe at the top, Tom Green, I think, and Naomi Scott. So they start to wind around. It's Fitzsimmons and Northcliffe, Jake Reese and Jazzy Locke from Newport, Tom Green and Naomi Scott there. And on the far right-hand side, it looks like Sorrento may be the only other team that can get in on the act. A couple more of the Newport teams starting to wind up in the top 5. But here we go. Fitzsimmons and Fitzsimmons, side by side. There's a wave on. There's a wave on here. Newport, Northcliffe, Sorrento might get down and on the right as well. That might be all she wrote. One of the Northcliffe teams maybe off the back. Maybe Newport off the back as well. Northcliffe out in front. Georgia Fitz, Riley Fitz. They're close. They're close. Sorrento's starting to come. They're going to push over the top on the right-hand side as well.
Oh, absolutely incredible. So Sorrento drawing level. They've still got a boat length to make up. But Northcliffe here, accelerate ahead. As you said, they call it the love boat. They're pushing away here. The grid on the tee, she looks over the right-hand side, sees no one's near her. How are they going to approach this? It's all about staying calm and patient and composed. And Sorrento there as well. Alex Headland not far away, but Northcliffe, they've got another runner.
Georgia Fitz, Riley Fitz, they've wanted to do it in the past. They're going to do it this year. Big win for Northcliffe, and a husband and wife get it done. They cross the line. The race for second place. Sorrento, Newport, Sorrento, Newport. I think Newport just got there. Newport maybe for silver, Sorrento for third. The rest of the teams faded in that one. And what about that? Georgia Fitz, Riley Fitz, in her final ever Australian Championships, wins the mixed double ski with her husband Riley. What a love story. What a sports story. What a paddle in the final. Absolutely unbelievable.
Absolutely incredible there, and you could see just how well they positioned themselves. They gave the time and space they needed around that can. You can see how much it means. So, what a cool opportunity to be with your partner winning an Australian title. It means so much when you're with just your club mate, but that is truly a special.
And they're good people as well. That's the other thing. Everyone on the beach loves them. They're wonderful, and you can see hugs all around from everyone there. That was Jake Reese going across. They finished in second, I think. I'll leave that one to the judges. And then a big shout out to the West Australians as well. Sorrento were very, very good. Oscar Jones and Selma Albergovic down there. So congratulations to all the teams. That's the final water event of the day, but we got plenty more action up on the sand, and we're into the beach flags final.
Yeah, down to our top 5 here, or top 4, I believe, here. So we've got Sorrento, Sydney Rafferty on the left of your screen. Leanna Shannon of Grange, South Australia, standing up there. She's second from the left. Anna Abernaville, heading for France last year, now Service Paradise. We've got Emily Rampoldi from North Cronulla. She had her best ever Australian Open result in the beach sprint with her 4th place. She is here really looking to try and get herself on the podium. The Rampoldis are known so well in these beach flags event. She's the world champion as well.
Yeah, such a famous name there. Yeah, she came out here early in the year, got the team's world title earlier in the week there, and she did a fantastic job. The girls are set. It's starting to get serious. Survive, and you get a medal. Miss it, and you're forced to watch the presentation from the side. The girls, any one of these 4 ladies could be the Australian champion.
So Talia Sutherland's done well. She was second in the under-19s last year, down to our top 4 in the Opens as well. With Inga bowing out, which has opened the door a bit. 6th last year in the flags with Emily Rampoldi. She's on the right, just about set. Top 4 Open Women's Beach Flags final. We're underway. Really good start by Shannon of Grange, and she looks the goods at the moment. How good was that? So Forsyth has been the one who's been dominating. She's not here this year, so she's won the last 6 titles in the row. So it's a very unique opportunity for these girls. Leanna Shannon, she looks very, very pleased with that, but she's got to keep the presence of mind, because now we're down to where it counts the most with the top 3, as we see, unfortunately, bowing out of the competition, Sydney Rafferty from Sorrento, Western Australia. She's so close to these podiums very often. Again, 4th place, but does a really good job here and has a really good battle. She was just unlucky to be drawn right next to the lady who's set the pace here so far and just got beaten for speed.
Yeah, that was it's so tough there. You get down to this level, the girls did such a good job there. The 2 blue and yellow caps, different caps, obviously Surface Paradise, North Cronulla as well. And we said goodbye to Kenichi Wada while we were watching that double ski final there. So we're down to a final 4 on the far end. Lachlan Elaine, Jake Lynch of South Maroubra, the white and light blue, black cap with 2 stripes. That is Sam Zustovic. And the only man from WA, the only man not from the East Coast left in it, Matthew Lloyd, the former Australian beach sprint champion. So this one might be interesting here. Lynch, Zustovic in the middle. Expect them to split, or do they go head-to-head?
It depends on that you want to turn away. A lot of them want to turn away and try and get towards later the one you want to get that shoulder in front of. So they'll probably turn away from whoever they want to eliminate here. Just about set. So away here, so Zustovic away, gets his shoulder in front. I'll tell you what, there's a good match race, so he kept his options open. He was going to go for the left and saw that Jake Lynch went for that, so he got that right-hand flag.
Oh, Zustovic, I knew where he was going straight away. Jakey Lynch there, these two are as good as it gets, and they don't have a rivalry, but they know what's up in the beach flags world. They went straight for each other, and it was a wrestle on legs all the way to the end, and Zustovic just bails out at the end. He saw him turn around straight away to see who got that flag. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, so I think Lachlan Aline there missing out, but I think there's a few words exchanged, so we'll see what happens here. But I think Robbie Island competitor potentially could be able. Let's have another look at it.
You can
so
see
again, really good. That was really good by Jake Lynch.
Straight together. Look, push, shove, push, shove, push, shove, push, shove. But watch when he gets that flag. Watch what he does. Grabs Zustovic, turns around. Who got it? Who got it?
Yeah,
he knew what he was doing.
So composed, so good under pressure here. He's got a nice little moustache going on as well. So, very, very, very good role model as well for a lot of the younger crew coming through in the Mollymook Club. So Zustovic stays alive. We turn our attention now. We're down to a Lachlan Aline confirmed there as 4th place in that open men's event, open women's beach flags. Rampoldy, Shannon, Abernaval. 3 states, New South Wales, South Australia, Queensland, Grange, being such a strong beachy club. They've had some great results in the water as well across.
Yeah.
I'd love to see where they're sitting on the overall point score.
They've been very, very good. Just before we get to this one, we'll head down to Jenny Parry, who is with our champions from the open mixed double ski race.
And here we go, team. Thank you so much. We're looking at the long way here, but what a way to wrap Saturday. The fairy tale continues.
Yeah, it sure does. Super special paddle with her in her last Aussies. Yeah, just special athlete. I'm speechless. There's only a few moments in your life you get to do that with your wife, and we just came together in the moment. It was perfect.
And I heard that it was very smooth sailing around the cans. Everyone was super polite. It's just a seamless combination.
Definitely not in double ski paddling, but there was a few orders getting barked from the back out there, a bit of backseat driving, but that's all right. We'll move forward. We're a lot happier we got the gold now.
And Georgia, this continues your golden run here at the Australian Championships. I feel like we've been scripting this perfectly. It just gets better. You've got to come back tomorrow. A few big races to go. Can you give us one more day?
I've got to. I mean, there's not really any other choice. So, I'll try and recover the best I can right now. And it's just so much fun being here with BMD Northcliffe. To have the whole team run down at the end and have 5 teams out there in the final was super special. But yeah, I was definitely barking some orders from the back, and I did get told to just shut up and paddle at one point, but the marriage has lasted through a double ski, so we're pretty happy.
We'll talk about it in the car. Alrighty, everyone, big waves up there as we wrap the beach events for Saturday. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen, and love the words exchange as always. I wonder if it was those exact words that were being used.
I don't think we can say them on camera, but the girls are set and ready to go. Let's hand out some medals here in the Open Women's Beach Flags final.
So Leanna Channon, probably based on that previous run, she knows what it takes to win gold. She has not won an Open. She's won an under-19s in 2022. She starts in the centre here. Rampoldi on right-hand side, and Abernaval as well, and they clash as well. So, fortunately, I think she'll run out of room there, Rampoldi, so she gets a medal, sand in her eyes as well, but just unfortunately not able to get her shoulder in front. North Carolina have had so much success in this event. They get another podium. It's in the open event. Emily Rampoldi, your bronze medalist.
Oh, physical. Physical's the only way to describe it. What about that? Oh, the girls, well, Channon and Rampoldi immediately into it there. They knew they were done for pace. Push, shove. That's what I like. Bang, straight into it there. The arms get locked. You can see Channon just gets in front there. 1-2 step, but Rampoldi doesn't give up. That is for sure. And Surface Paradise, oh, look at that. Throws the flag there. She knows she's the favourite. Anna Abravanel from the Surface Paradise Club. French originally, I think, but she's into the final race.
She certainly is. And here we go for the men's, the big boys. This is the Open Men's Beach Flags Championship of Australia, and we are here at Kirra. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. If you've tuned in just now, you are about to see some serious explosive power when it all counts the most. This is by far the most prestigious title these boys can win.
And I don't want to be Lloyd at this point. I don't want to be Lloyd. Stuck in the middle. The jam from the outside. You know those two boys are going to be physical there. There is no holding back here. And he has to make a choice. Do I go against Lynch? Do I go against Zustovic? And if he's not careful, the choice will be made for him.
Exactly. The choice will be made for him. So the nervous moments, the tense moments, they've got to medal, but they've got to tell that voice that they're not just going to settle. They're going to go for gold here. Got to keep that presence in mind. So Jake Lynch, he knows what it takes to get on the podium. He's done it before. Zustovic on the left-hand side. And away they go. So Zustovic giving himself plenty of space here. So he looks over the right-hand side. Lloyd came across last minute. I thought he was going to go for Jake Lynch's flag. Lloyd came across last minute. Unfortunately not to be. Great sportsmanship. He gets another Opens medal. This time it's in the beach flags. Again, known for his sprinting, probably more than the beach flags, but he has done a great job here. Got another Aussies medal and taken down a lot of very good favourites, including Jason Goff, the defending champion, who got to the final but knocked out early.
Yeah.
So well done to Matt Lloyd.
No disappointment there in a bronze medal against this quality of field as well. This is a very, very good achievement. You can see pretty even off the jump. The two boys on the outside are quick into their work, and Lloyd maybe the half step behind. He tried to go Lynch's way, back to Zustovic there, and maybe just hope for a flag, and it was closer than I thought it was going to be as they dived. He really did a fantastic job to try and get there, but not enough. Bronze medal going all the way over to Western Australia, and we are about to decide who is the Open Female Beach Flags Champion of Australia for 2025.
We certainly are. So on screen there, Leanna Channon, former under-19 Australian champion, looking for her first Open Aussies title here. She looks pretty relaxed so far at the start, and right next to her, as you said, Josh, the World Teams Champion as part of the French team from those Life-Saving World Championships on the Gold Coast in September last year. She's on screen right now, so that is what we've got down to. More experience here for Abravanel, so she's got experience on her side. Channon knows what it takes here, but this is the big one that they all want to win. Forsyth have won the last 6. We haven't seen a new winner yet. We are going to see one in 2025 for the first time in a very long time.
2 girls, 1 flag, 1 gold medal. That's what's up for grabs.
So heads just about to be called down here. Channon of Grange and Abravanel of Surface Paradise. And away they go. So Dan straight crash and bash. She went straight for it, took the risk. Normally they'll angle across a bit later, and look at the elation on Anna Abravanel's face as the tears start streaming here. First Australian title. It's the first time she's been in for Australian club, and Surface Paradise get the job done. She is absolutely flawless, and you can see how much it means to her.
Oh, I think 11-time champion Simon Harris down there. What an emotional display. She was emotional when she won for France at the World Championships, and I think this one is well deserved. The tears start flowing. She's had to go through a lot, come out to Australia, compete. She's trained so hard, and to get the win down here, it's such a tough event. It takes so long, so many rounds, and Anna, congratulations. What a result there. Channon, she was fantastic all day long. Absolutely unbelievable. The contact early was like nothing I've seen. Straight into each other.
Straight in. She didn't muck around, did she? So she took the risk. Maybe she misjudged it slightly because she looks like the favourite. She looked like the one to beat all the way through. She looked straight at her. So her eyes went straight for her. Didn't quite angle across more gradually like she's been doing in the past. Probably had a little bit more time and space. And Abravanel probably reacted even a little bit better than what she has, and she looks straight to her support crew, sprints over, celebrates, because she's the Australian Open Women's Beach Flags Champion for 2025.
Here we go. Here we go. The girls has been decided. The guys will be up next. Slamen Zami Zustavic, the two-time Australian champion, up against Jake Lynch. He's been so close so many times, has not been able to get it done. Is this his moment, or will Zustavic play spoiler?
He's made so many finals too, got a couple of minor medals, never the top of the tree here. So Jake Lynch, Sam Zustavic, New South Wales battle. Sam Zustavic, as we said, 2 times he's done it before. It's hard to get to the top. It's harder to stay there. He's looking to become a 3-time champion. He's on the left. So away they go. So Sam Zustavic beats him for speed here, and he looks to angle across. I tell you what, he might have got him. That's an upset if ever we've seen one. Jake Lynch from South Maroubra is your Australian Open Men's Beach Flags champion. I tell you what, when he started to go across, I thought he matched him for speed there, but just gradually came across, timed it perfectly, was able to hold it, stay low, keep that centre of gravity low, and hold that speed all the way through. That's going to mean a lot. I can't wait for this interview, because Jake Lynch is your Australian Open champion for the South Maroubra club. Haven't they had an Aussies?
He's come so close so many times. He pulled it from the fire there. I thought Zustavic had him somehow, calling the magic man because he pulled a rabbit out of the hat, but he deserves it. I don't think there's a man who deserves this one more after decades of trying to be the Australian Beach Flags champion. He is finally at the top of the tree. Zustavic, so quick. Look at him go. Lynch never gave up. Arm in front, bang, what a move.
I reckon extending the arm out early just put Zustavic, he doesn't get put off by much, and he did that. He's got a big support crew here, and it's not just the people from South Maroubra, there's people from all clubs there. He is a bit of a fan favourite. Everyone loves him in the beach sprint section. Everyone loves Zustavic as well. There's no egos amongst these boys, and I tell you what, I think that they'll be celebrating for a long, long time as we head down to Ty Dowker, who is on the beach.
Oh, does it get any better than this? What about this? The open male and female beach flags. And Jake Lynch, what about this, mate? You're the Aussie champ for the first time in Opens. What a feeling.
Oh, a bit emotional at the moment. Chasing this one for so long, and it's kind of awesome to get it. I don't know what to think at the moment.
It's been an emotional roller coaster as well. You've had a few injuries over the last few years, and a true test of resilience, hasn't it, come back? New club as well, so up and up for you, champion.
Yeah, I think it's my 7th time on the podium. I've come close so many times. I've been in the Open since 2011. New club this season at Worlds, and I'm so grateful for South Maroubra. They've been an awesome club. I can't thank them enough. Yeah.
Well, they're ready to celebrate, mate. Quick shout out to the coach as well to assist in getting you here as well.
Shout out Marty Lynch, Tristan Conn, and then at South Maroubra, you've got Pete and Andy and everyone else. Like, there's too many people to thank, but I'll get to everyone after this. But thank you to anyone who's supported me over the years.
We're just about to join the crew. We'll bring Anna in here as well. Anna, what about this? The first France lady to win the World Championship, now back it up with the Aussies. It was a podium finish last year as well on the Annas. I think the smile says it all. How grateful.
Oh my God. 3 years ago, I didn't even make the final. And just I kept going and working and just believing in me. And today I'm here. It's wow.
World champion, Aussie champion, and the dream has come through. But a shout out, what about the coach, the champion beach flag, Simon Harris?
Yeah, I'm so lucky to have amazing people by my side, and Simon is definitely helped me a lot through last few years, and we've been working and texting each other almost every day to just work and improve my start. And I was so happy that he was here by my side at World Championships and here today, so that's amazing.
Oh, keep him by your side. What about this, ladies and gentlemen? It is the Golden Sands of the Gold Coast with our gold medalists, to Jake and Anna. A huge congratulations, and back to you guys.
Oh, I don't think you could say that anyone on the beach would be disappointed with those two champions there. The emotion, the elation. He said he's been on the podium, Jake Lynch, 7 times in the Opens. Imagine being on the podium 7 times, and this on the 8th occasion being his first Open gold medal. He deserves it more than anyone.
Yeah, what a performance from him there. And he probably thought maybe his time was gone. It was past, but he found a way to come back, and a new lease of life down there at the South Maroubra Club. We're going to throw it back down to Ty. He's got a couple of junior champions with him as well.
I tell you what, there's plenty of action happening down there. As we said, it's all about gold at the moment. And what about this cup for Morty, Alec and Harrison as the under-17 beach flags champion? Has it settled in yet?
Nah, it still feels like I'm dreaming a bit. I've been working pretty hard for it all year, so yeah, I'm pretty happy to come away with the win.
Talk about work, a lot of hard yards going to this. Obviously support a family and club as well. Give us a shout out to your coach and also training buddies as well to get you up week in, week out.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Marty Barrow, Sam Barrow, and just like Archie Minster, Swade Cole, just all of them pushing me at training, and yeah, I couldn't have done it without them.
I know Morty could be a super happy club down in the Bay of Victoria. And what about this club, Cap? From the Hunter branch of Swansea Belmont, Phoebe, we had 4 girls in the final for Swansea Belmont. That is a phenomenal feat for a club of the nature of that of Swansea Belmont.
Yeah, we're only a small club, and the crowd was definitely really good. Everyone came down to watch, and I'm really grateful to be able to be in the final with some of my best friends, and yeah, I'm really proud of them.
Down the final 2, how are the nerves? 1 flag, 2 go in, gold medal at the end. How'd you survive?
Oh, only just. It was very tight, but yeah, I'm really happy.
Well, Phoebe and Harrison, what about this, ladies and gentlemen? Under-17 beach flag champions of Australia for 2025.
Something else. I'd also like to thank my mum and dad.
Bring them over. Come over here, mum and dad. Let's get them in the side as well.
And Wild Soul Wellness for just helping with ice baths and stuff. And yeah.
I might grab dad or mum. Who wants to be the spokesperson here? Come over here, dad. What a feeling. Obviously, as a parent, you know the hard work that goes into achieving these dreams as well. But it's a great moment here on the beach of North Kirra.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's an individual event, but it takes a team and a community to build something like this. So everyone was involved from the coaches. Marty and Sam were fantastic. And a big shout out to Harry's mum here. We spent a lot of time taking him through rehab. He had a really bad ankle injury a couple of years ago, so to come back from that and do this is absolutely fantastic.
What about that as the village of Morty Alec, the champions, the 17s, and talk about champions. Here are the 4 finalists from Swansea Belmont. The smiles, I think, say it all. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. That now concludes our beach events of beach flags, obviously the K runs as well, beach relays, and we're wrapping up here, obviously the march past tomorrow. Well done to everyone, to all those around Australia and all the beach competitors signing out from the beach of North Kirra.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ty. Loving the interviews down there. It's really good to get some insight as well into what it means and obviously some of the hardships that Harrison had from Morty Alec. A great crew down there, and he deserves that Australian title as well as Phoebe Doran. Can't get over the fact that Swansea Belmont had 50% of the field in that beach flags. But what an incredible day it's been so far. We started the action. We've had some belts. We've had some board rescues. Our juniors in action as well on the boards here this morning, and finishing off the day with the mixed tackle and relay. But geez, the weather's been beautiful. We started off day 1 miserable. The conditions couldn't have changed more here for the best surf sports athletes in action here on the second last day of competition, Josh.
That is exactly right. Some of the best racing I have ever seen, both in and out of the water. The heats, the quarters, the semis have all been run and won. All is left is finals day here at the 2025 Surf Life Saving Australian Championships. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, SBS On Demand, and of course Sky in NZ as well. So tune in for a huge day of finals only races. Every race we will hand out gold, silver and bronze. A big thank you on behalf of myself and the entire team here, Big Voice Media, SLSA, and everybody involved at the 2025 Surf Life Saving Championships. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.